Chapter 1. Dizziness, nausea, the urge to vomit. A sharp, searing pain surged through his mind, akin to shattered blades piercing into his brain, stirring in a frenzy. Mo Jing felt his consciousness partitioned into three segments. One was his unbearable awareness of suffering, another a frenzied boxer relentlessly pummeling his soul, and the last was a lunatic, brandishing colorful flags, exulting within the confines of his mind, maniacally attempting to implant an extraordinary technique known as soul refinement into his consciousness. Enough. Stop. There is no more room. Mo Jing clutched his hair, emitting a low, anguished wail. He swayed unsteadily, attempting to rise, but the ground swayed even more violently beneath him. With two sweeping motions from side to side, he was flung against the doorframe, followed by a brutal crash as he slammed onto the floor. The damp, musty odor of the wooden floor surged into his nostrils. At last, he could no longer contain himself and collapsed over a wooden barrel, violently expelling the contents of his stomach. Half a minute later, he leaned against the barrel, panting heavily as he sat on the ground. The cramped room was saturated with the acrid stench of vomit, the air thick and foul, and the throbbing in his head seemed to escalate. Yet somehow, he felt remarkably refreshed. Is this the realm of madness? It feels rather pleasant. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, a spark drifted lazily before his eyes. Mo Jing paused for a moment, bewildered, and lowered his gaze, following the floating spark to discover a profound, eclipse-like ring mark that had mysteriously appeared on his left palm. As the ring mark emerged, the relentless influx of information in his mind finally ceased, and a myriad of crimson runes flashed before his eyes, revealing the complete technique of soul refinement in his consciousness. An array of information subsequently materialized. Name: Mo Jing. Age: 18. Race: human. Strength: H. Agility: H. Constitution: H. Intellect: E. Soul ability: none. Skills: general education LV4, software engineering LV3, soul refinement LV50. Traits: none. A pill. This was the first thought that flashed through Mo Jing's mind. As a devoted benefactor of a certain orphanage, he realized he had likely transmigrated. Not only was there the inexplicable emergence of a panel in his mind, but he was also all too familiar with the symbol on his palm, the sign of Dark Souls 3, the emblem of a dying flame, a harbinger of the world's impending demise. Merely seeing its form invoked the painful memory of a screen gradually fading to black pain. It is excruciating. Moreover, the inexplicable refinement technique flooding his mind was precisely the unique skill of one of the Lords of Cinder, the exile Ludleth from Dark Souls 3, was it not? This technique, akin to alchemy yet more specialized, could transmute distorted souls, solidifying certain traits within them to ultimately forge various artifacts. In simple terms, it is the act of crafting items with one's soul. From the perspective of the final product, everything from weaponry to magical spells can be forged. It is truly a splendid companion for the game, a heartfelt treasure for the players. Aside from the fact that it should not rightly belong to him, there is not a single flaw to be found. He feels unworthy of possessing such formidable abilities. As a certain multiverse hero once proclaimed, with great power comes great responsibility. This implies that one who possesses such extraordinary abilities without the merit to back them up is merely courting doom. Mo Jing perceives himself to be in such a predicament. He steadied his emotions and, through the seamless integration and precise measurement with the object in his palm, quickly confirmed that he still inhabited the same body. Glancing once more at his attributes, according to the information etched in his mind, strength, agility, constitution, and intelligence correspond to the four fundamental attributes. Strength represents the explosive power of muscles and endurance, and its actual manifestation can vary widely based on the posture of exertion and other influencing factors. Agility encapsulates the body's flexibility and the speed of neural responses, subject to fluctuations based on weight and the energy attributes within. Constitution reflects the body's resilience against impacts, the pressure tolerance of internal organs and soft tissues, and its recovery capabilities, serving as the crucial balance between strength and agility. As for intelligence, it is a comprehensive description of the brain's activity range and intensity when focused on a particular task, and it should not serve as a definitive measure of a person's cleverness. A healthy adult with average cognitive development should have attributes ranging between Mo Jing gazed upon his 3 HS and 1 E attribute, likening himself to a stick figure. This did not come as a surprise to him, as he had indeed neglected exercise since entering the workforce. However, how could a perfectly healthy 25-year-old now an 18-year-old youth, brimming with vigor, be on the verge of extinguishing that fire? Even if a wife were to be bestowed upon him, that would not suffice. After a brief moment of calm, Mo Jing began to contemplate his situation, soon realizing that matters were far from simple. Considering his surroundings, he mentally traversed the storyline of Soul 3 and suddenly recognized a peculiar absence. There seemed to be no elements related to the sea within the game, yet, judging by his current circumstances, the swaying room, the damp floor, the creaking sounds, the conveniently stowed wooden barrel, the kerosene lamp hanging by the door, and the crashing waves outside, everything indicated that he was presently aboard a wooden ship adrift upon the ocean. As another wave crashed, the vessel rocked from side to side. Already braced for the motion, Mo Jing quickly steadied himself against the wall, using one hand to support the barrel that had just been emptied. If that barrel toppled, he feared he would find himself retching once more. Outside the door, a flurry of footsteps echoed, accompanied by urgent shouts, suggesting a bustling Mo Jing resolved to venture outside and investigate. He approached the door, gripping the handle tightly, poised to open it when suddenly a deafening sound reverberated from outside. Distinctly, it seemed as though a sharp object had sliced through the air. Immediately thereafter, a chilling scream pierced the silence, only to be abruptly silenced. Thud, thud, thud. Something spherical rolled down the staircase. Panic ensued, voices blending into a cacophony of terror. Mo Jing felt a jolt of fear course through him. Instinctively retracting his hand, as if electrocuted, could that rolling object possibly be a human head? Just from the sound, he could vividly conjure the gruesome scene. What transpired outside? Before he could fathom the situation, a second scream erupted, followed by a third. Silence soon enveloped the area. The waves lapped against the wooden boat, leaving only the creaking of the planks behind. A monotonous echo. It felt as though he were the sole occupant of the vessel at that moment. He stood in the cramped cabin, still frozen in the act of reaching out, eyes wide open, paralyzed with fear. Not a breath dared escape his lips. It was all happening too swiftly, so fast that he had no time to reflect. He could only instinctively remain rooted in place, holding his breath, praying that whatever was outside would completely overlook him. Crimson liquid gradually seeped through the crack of the door, slowly dampening his straw sandals. Tap. A faint footstep suddenly echoed outside his door. Mo Jing's pupils constricted instantaneously, fixating on the wooden barrier. His heart raced to an alarming pace. Do not open the door. Do not open the door. He fervently prayed within himself. Yet, the door remained unyielding, for the intruder had no need to open it. 3 piercing winds howled, and 3 glimmers of cold light flashed past the wooden door. The dilapidated barrier succumbed to the ground, collapsing under Mo Jing's desperate gaze. A vibrant orange-eared hue flickered from behind the door, and for a fleeting moment, Mo Jing thought he beheld a fantastical grove of maple trees amidst the dim, cramped, blood-soaked cabin. Crack. The sound of a blade being sheathed resonated, as a magnificent orange-eared haori gracefully draped over an elder, resembling a tree adorned with autumn leaves sprouting from a decayed stump. Only then did the pungent scent of blood invade the narrow chamber. Mo Jing took a step back just a door's width away. The pale yellow light illuminated his face, where he clutched a makeshift mop tightly, while the elegantly clad elder stood outside, casting a disdainful glance his way. The cold daylight striking his back like a merciless assassin in a rain-soaked night. His lips moved slightly. The elder appeared to utter something, yet Mo Jing could neither hear nor comprehend. A trickle of blood traced from his ear to his neck. In truth, he had sustained an injury the moment the wooden door was shattered. At that moment, all he could hear was the drumming of his own heartbeat. Yet, paradoxically, it was during such a time that he felt increasingly alert and composed. Is this the legendary sword energy? It is truly terrifying in its might. The pain pierces my mind like twisted threads. He clutched the wooden stick tightly in his hand, searching for that nearly impossible opportunity to counterattack. The old man seemed to sense Mo Jing's attitude, and his gaze shifted to one of disdain and pity. Clearly, this was not the answer he sought. He murmured something under his breath, lamenting the ignorance of this insignificant figure. Slowly, he turned around to face Mo Jing. Crack. With a thrust of his thumb, the blade was drawn from its sheath. At the moment the aged right hand grasped the hilt, a thunderous noise erupted from above. The fragile deck was shattered by immense force. Amidst the pouring sunlight, a towering figure over 2 meters tall, battered and bruised, descended from the sky with a maniacal laugh. Hee. Mo Jing could swear he had never encountered such an unsightly man with such an odd laugh in his entire life. His face appeared as though it were fashioned from 2 rear ends, and a striking mane of red hair was tied into 2 thick, straight pigtails on either side of his head, secured With metallic spheres, resembling the eyes of two crabs. On his hands, he bore enormous steel pincers, one of which was already shattered from the clean break. It seemed to have been severed by the old man's sword. It was not hard to imagine that prior to this moment, the man had engaged in battle with the old man, but had been forced to retreat temporarily now. Seizing the opportunity to strike back, he shouted in a language Mo Jing could not comprehend, as a massive, glimmering pincer loomed over the old man. The old man's reflexes were incredibly swift. With a furious roar, he slashed his radiant blade backward. Now is the moment. Mo Jing's eyes widened suddenly. As he caught the instant the old man turned, he stepped forward, viciously thrusting the mop in his hand upward toward the old man's groin. No man can ignore an attack from below. The old man's face contorted in shock and anger, instinctively attempting to clamp his legs together, yet this motion rendered his previously flawless stance utterly vulnerable. The descending steel pincer easily deflected the blade's light and crashed down. Rip! The enchanting maple forest splintered, blood sprayed forth, and an arm spun before tumbling to the ground. For a moment, silence enveloped the cabin. This was an outcome no one had anticipated. Even the grotesque giant paused in shock for a second. The old man was even more astonished. Half of his face was nearly drenched in blood as he trembled toward the severed wound on his left arm. The intense pain seemed unable to leave even the faintest trace on his visage, which was as gnarled as ancient wood. Instead, it was filled solely with astonishment and rage. Had he truly lost an arm here, on a pirate ship whose bounty had just barely exceeded 10 million? Veins bulged ominously across his eyes. The old man suddenly turned back. The shadowy visage seemed to morph into a malevolent specter within the gloom. A chilling intent to kill instantly engulfed Mo Jing. Doomed! The hatred had shifted. Mo Jing felt a sudden darkness envelop him, nearly choking on his breath. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards the hatch. However, in that fleeting second of his turn, he watched in horror as the elder, like a terrifying deity of death in a second phase, cleaved the oncoming steel crab claw in twain. Then, bending low and springing forth, he propelled himself directly before Mo Jing. A brilliant flash of steel pierced through his heart. Mo Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as he staggered forward, slowly collapsing to the ground. The icy blade withdrew from his heart, simultaneously extracting the last remnants of warmth from his body. Even in death, his eyes remained wide, seemingly unable to fathom that his newly traversed life had met such an abrupt end. Yet this was the harsh reality, allowing no room for luck. Thud! The corpse crumpled to the ground, warm blood gushing forth from the chest, mingling with the countless severed limbs around, forming a chilling backdrop to this horrific slaughter. The elder disdainfully spat out a mouthful of blood, turned, and once more lunged at the grotesque, muscular figure lurking in the shadows with a thunderous crash. The fierce battle resumed. No one noticed that after the elder had turned away, tiny sparks akin to fireflies began to rise from the recently fallen corpse, fresh, kindling ignited. A burning ring of fire slowly emerged upon Mo Jing's right arm, a brand. Had he been conscious at that moment, he would have instantly recognized this as the mark of the undead from Dark Souls 3, known as the Dark Ring, a remnant of the curse of immortality bestowed upon humanity by the abyss. Countless runes restructured in Mo Jing's mind, forming new information. Name: Mo Jing. Age: 18. Race: undead. Status: King of Kindling, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Strength: GH. Agility: GH. Physique: GH. Mind: D. Soul ability: Curse of Immortality. Skills: General Education LV4, Software Engineering LV3, Soul Forging LV50, Initial Flame LV1. Traits: Dark Ring X1, Initial Flame. Minutes later, the battle within the cabin was nearing its conclusion. The grotesque brute that had descended from the heavens was no match for the elder. Yet, the elder, having lost a hand, no longer possessed his previous agility and ferocity, although his swordsmanship remained sharp. As the battle dragged on, the loss of blood took its toll, and his condition began to decline sharply. Clang. The mangled crab claw once again met the gleaming blade. Wounded and on the verge of exhaustion, the grotesque brute began to wheeze and chuckle ominously. Ha ha ha, old man, why does this strike lack strength? He burst forth with the edge of his blade, unleashing the hidden sharp cone within the crab claw. Leaping forward with ferocity, the two claws intertwined in a relentless assault, granting the elder no respite whatsoever. Who would have thought that the once infamous pirate hunter, Beduo, would meet his demise today at the hands of me, Iron Claw Ambali? The grotesque brute erupted into a maniacal laugh, envisioning the resounding fame he would garner post-battle, which fueled his fervor even further. With both claws raised high, he prepared to bring them crashing down, when suddenly, something seemed to catch his eye, causing his mouth to drop open in shock. In that fleeting second, the seasoned pirate hunter Beduo seized his opportunity. He swiftly sheathed his blade at his side, summoning every ounce of strength to propel himself off the wooden wall, hurtling toward Iron Claw Ambalai. His longsword sliced through the air like a specter, executing two swift horizontal slashes, one sword style, wolf bite. In an instant, two figures intersected. Amberly's body was abruptly severed in midair. Thud, thud. Beduo slowly sheathed his blade, viciously swallowing the blood that surged to his throat. To take the life of an old adversary, you still lack the means. As the words fell from his lips, his eyes widened in sudden realization, and he gradually lowered his gaze. A seemingly unremarkable pirate scimitar pierced his heart from behind, the flames flickering quietly along the blade. Whoosh! The scimitar was coldly withdrawn. Beduo clutched at his chest, staggering forward a couple of steps, trembling as he turned back, his eyes widening in disbelief upon recognizing the figure behind him. How is this possible? Swish! A stream of searing flames swept across his neck. The aged head rolled to the ground. The cabin swayed slightly as Mo Jing stood calmly amidst the bloody carnage, devoid of the joy of vengeance or the relief of vanquishing a formidable foe. He merely observed everything with indifference, his eyes, reminiscent of molten lava, radiating an inhuman coldness. Like a deity, a faintly glowing, reddish-white orb of light began to materialize over Beduo's lifeless form. Mo Jing instinctively comprehended the significance of this phenomenon. In Soul 3, it signified item drops, yet here it seemed to convey something slightly different. He extended his left hand, and the luminous sphere promptly soared towards the center of the ring on his palm. A message flashed through his mind. / soul of the leaf blossom soul quantity, 3200. It bore a name, indicative of a boss-level status. Reflecting on the formidable combat prowess of the old man, he mused that had it not been for that unexpected strike to the lower region, the crew aboard this vessel would likely have met their demise at his hands. Mo Jing acknowledged his position as the subordinate to his young master. Instantly, he recalled the advanced soul refinement technique, which reached a remarkable level of 50. Unlike the original alchemical methods utilized by Rudius in the game, his soul refinement did not require a furnace for assistance. The knowledge within his mind revealed that he himself was a perfect crucible. By merely channeling powerful souls into the ring he held and adding sufficient souls as fuel, he could forge items. Now he possessed formidable souls. All that remained was to gather ample fuel. Mo Jing cast a sweeping glance around the cabin, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the imposing figure of an unsightly man. Even though his body lay severed in two, he still clung to life, refusing to succumb immediately. The tenacity of his vitality was truly fearsome. Mo Jing picked up the dagger belonging to Beduo and approached the man's upper body. With a swift motion, she drew the blade and, without the slightest hesitation, pierced his heart. Beneath her icy gaze, it seemed as though all emotions had been consumed by flames. A sphere of milky white light materialized above the corpse. Mo Jing extended his hand to capture it within his palm. Iron Claw, the soul of Ambalai, soul quantity, 1020. A single squeeze. The foundational soul quantity required to forge / the soul of Beduo is 1000. Just sufficient. A warm current surged from the shattered soul, merging into the ring on his left hand. In the profound darkness, it seemed as though a rapidly spinning core was concealed, with sporadic sparks erupting from his palm. Soul forging commenced. Boom. At that moment, the hatch was suddenly flung open. 3 burly men, adorned with tattoos and wielding knives and antiquated flintlock pistols, burst in, shouting loudly. They immediately spotted Mo Jing at the cabin's bottom, poised with a long knife, having pierced the captain's heart. Just when misfortune piled upon adversity, the flames enveloping Mo Jing extinguished completely, and the status bar on the panel vanished without a trace. The countdown for the Fire King status had concluded. He had squandered far too much time waiting for both to be mutually destroyed. At this moment, the mortal emotions and desires returned to this frail vessel. Simultaneously, his weakened physical attributes returned as well. As Mo Jing gradually emerged from her reverie, she helplessly lifted her gaze towards the trio. 4 pairs of eyes intersected in midair. Suddenly, one of them, adorned with a crab tattoo on his left arm and wielding a knife in his right hand, bellowed something. Instantly, The expressions of the other two turned menacing as they fixed their gaze upon Mo Jing. Without uttering a word, the three sprang down the staircase, grinning maliciously as they closed in on her. Mo Jing let out a long sigh, exclaiming that enough is enough. Was he engaged in some sort of infinite challenge? After vanquishing one wave of enemies, another would immediately appear. How could one be so unfortunate? He had already perished once. Why could they not let him be? Clenching the hilt of his sword, he had to concede that with his abysmal attributes, he was no match for any of the three, let alone all of them combined. Yet, he refused to cower any longer. To hell with fleeing. To hell with evasion. All he desired was to live. Who was he obstructing? Mo Jing forcefully extracted the long blade from the corpse, spitting disdainfully. The pent-up emotions of fear, confusion, rage, and resentment that had been suppressed since his arrival culminated in a beautifully articulated exclamation. With a furious roar, he charged at the three adversaries. Concurrently, the Soul Refinement reached its conclusion. A message flashed through his mind. Sword Art Crystal, Leaf Blossom, or Gale Double Slash. He chose Sword Art Crystal, Leaf Blossom. In an instant, the familiar madness surged within his soul once more. This time, the influx of information was overwhelming. So intense that blood erupted from the corners of his eyes, nostrils, and mouth, while his brain felt as though it might explode, veins bulging ominously. Before him appeared overlapping phantoms of a serene dojo, resplendent maple trees, roaring ocean waves, and mountains of corpses. The enemies flickered within these illusions, advancing menacingly towards him. Yet, Mo Jing felt an exhilarating rush, an unparalleled thrill. Like a mad dog, he laughed maniacally as he surged forth, his brutal form striking terror into the hearts of the three. In the fleeting moment of their astonishment, a frenzied silhouette darted past, and three arcs of blinding light erupted. The three stared in wide-eyed disbelief, clutching their throats as they slowly succumbed to the ground. Bang! The cabin door was violently thrust open, and the deranged figure stumbled out, laughing maniacally as it vanished into the brilliant sunlight. The blinding rays of the sun, the warm sea breeze, and the occasional passing seabird graced the scene. On the boundless azure sea, a minuscule wooden boat drifted alone, akin to an ant upon the vast waters. Creaking, the vessel swayed gently, revealing a blood-soaked figure lying upon it, staring vacantly at the sky. Emaciated and frail, today marked the third day since his arrival in this new world. Mo Jing had grown stronger, yet he was also on the brink of death. Time and again, he found himself reflecting on the events of 3 days prior. If heaven could grant him a chance to start anew, he would willingly kneel and beg for mercy. Why had he acted like a madman? The memory of that moment lingered vividly in his mind. After bursting forth from the cabin, he could scarcely distinguish between reality and illusion. Yet his spirit soared to unprecedented heights. He had laughed maniacally as he slaughtered the pirates once more, those who had already fallen to Bai Duo's wrath. After dispatching 6 or 7 oblivious marauders, he was astonished to discover a few clever souls huddled in a small boat, preparing to sever their ropes and make their escape. Without a second thought, he had pressed the one button fervently, leaping aboard the tiny vessel to unleash another wave of chaos. It was only when he had exhausted himself, collapsing amidst the pool of blood, that the illusions began to fade, and he realized he could not return. The pirate ship, which had been mere moments behind him, had seized the opportunity amidst his frenzied rampage and fled in a panic. Thus, he found himself in his current predicament. Now, the hallucinations had ceased, under his deliberate control. The swordsmanship experience of Bai Duo was merging with him in a gentle and harmless manner. The sole issue was that he had not consumed sustenance for 3 days. 3 days. Fortunately, he had managed to secure a small flask of fresh water from the corpse that had fallen at the bow of the ship, but he had just drained the last drop. He was nearing death. Each time he jolted awake from a near-fatal stupor, surrounded by the boundless ocean. He was painfully reminded of this truth. Then, thoughts of his own immortality would surface, leading him to believe that true death was a mere illusion, plunging him into an even deeper despair. He was destined to endure an infinite, hellish cycle upon this vast sea until his consciousness shattered. Mo Jing closed his eyes in anguish. Thus, the days passed one by one. On the 4th day, the 5th day, and the 6th day, a colossal shadow gradually enveloped the small boat. Mo Jing was rescued by a passing merchant ship. Upon realizing the language barrier, the crew provided him with water and liquid nourishment, subsequently transporting him to a small island. There, they unceremoniously deposited him at the dock before hastily engaging in the loading and unloading of goods, vanishing without a trace, leaving not even a name behind. eager to avoid any further association with him. Mo Jing felt somewhat bewildered, yet upon careful reflection, he could comprehend the situation. After all, he was drenched in blood. With a long knife, soaked in crimson, firmly gripped in his hand, presenting an image that hardly suggested benevolence. It was entirely plausible that a great danger lurked behind him. As an ordinary merchant vessel, they had already stretched their capabilities to the utmost in providing assistance. Mo Jing silently applauded them in his heart. To his surprise, the townsfolk appeared quite adept at handling a gravely injured stranger like himself. A few plump women, their waists resembling barrels and baskets dangling from their arms, surrounded him, pointing and discussing among themselves. After their deliberation, he was taken to the home of an elderly man. Following a cordial negotiation, Mo Jing temporarily settled in this quaint little town. Dada was the first word he learned, the name of the old man's granddaughter. She was a few years younger than Mo Jing, reaching only to his chin, adorned with a cascade of lovely golden hair, and her skin was as fair as milk. Upon closer inspection, one could discern faint freckles around her nose, enhancing her youthful charm and adorability, akin to a lively little sparrow. This was Mo Jing's initial impression of her. Upon realizing the language barrier, she eagerly volunteered to teach him to read. This directly resulted in a significant increase in Mo Jing's encounters with the old man, especially during the evenings when he would escort Dada outside. A mere glance would reveal the old man, seated on a stone at the entrance, forlornly polishing his gun. According to Dada, since Mo Jing's arrival, the old man's firearm had not accumulated a speck of dust. The old man's name was Abu's Ken, the proprietor of a nearby dairy farm, owning a third of the expansive pastures surrounding the town. This farm, alongside the local fishing grounds and orchards, constituted the three pillars of Imro Town's economy, with dedicated transport vessels arriving monthly for supplies. He openly admitted that his intention in taking Mo Jing was to have him work without pay. As for the townspeople's concerns regarding Mo Jing's identity, the old man was entirely unconcerned. He himself was a retired Navy veteran, and Dada's parents currently served at a nearby naval branch. The day after Mo Jing awoke, an elderly man arrived at his door, brandishing a rifle and exuberantly proclaiming that should Mo harbor any nefarious intentions, he would come to regret his existence in this world. Out of respect for the man's hospitality, Mo refrained from engaging in a discussion regarding the accuracy of the antiquated smoothbore firearm. Once settled, Mo's primary concern became unraveling the mystery of his newfound surroundings. He inquired extensively with Dada about the rumors and tidings of this world, but his efforts yielded only ambiguous conclusions. It was understandable, after all. Yimluo Town was merely an inconspicuous settlement, its inhabitants leading a life devoid of conflict, and Dada, a Na'vi young girl, naturally possessed limited knowledge. This was Mo's initial assumption, until one day, Dada unexpectedly appeared with a stack of wanted posters, intending to use them as educational material for Mo. Mo Jing pointed at a strikingly handsome man and inquired, "Who is this dashing fellow with the fiery red hair?" After a moment of contemplation, Dada meticulously instructed him on the pronunciation, Xiang, Ku, Si. Mo Jing inhaled sharply, seizing the wanted poster and gazing at the strikingly handsome man depicted within. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered a phrase in his native tongue. Wow, the Pirate King. It was hardly Mo Jing's fault that he did not recognize Shanks. Being an anime enthusiast, his last encounter with One Piece had been several years prior. The intricate plot had long since faded from his memory, leaving only a few names like Nami, Robin, and Hancock lingering in his mind. Ahem. Moreover, the disparity between real-life individuals and animated characters was indeed considerable. Take Shanks, for instance. The wanted poster portrayed him as far more somber and imposing than his animated counterpart. It was evident that he was no virtuous figure. However, such matters seemed irrelevant to Mo Jing. The grand tumult of the sea bore no influence on this remote little town, which resembled a hidden utopia, existing in a delicate balance with the vibrant world of the ocean beyond. Mo Jing spent a fortnight milking cows on the farm, effortlessly overcoming the monotony of being without a phone or internet, and soon found himself immersed in the tranquil life of his surroundings. Occasionally, he pondered the notion that living here as an ordinary person for a lifetime could be quite appealing. Alas, he had long ceased to be an ordinary individual. With a swift motion, a gleaming blade sliced through the air, and two plump, succulent fish, each over 2 meters in length, landed upon the fish slaughtering table. Mo Jing skillfully switched the blades, cleaving the jagged, menacing fish head and categorizing the pieces into different compartments. What do you think, Krieg? The owner of the Green Pine Fishing Grounds, Burrs, proudly introduced the dark-skinned man beside him. This is my most formidable fish slaughterer. If we catch a big one, would you like to give it a try? Krieg, who had been intently observing Mo Jing's deft hands, inhaled deeply. Indeed, his knife skills are impeccable. He then cast a slightly regretful glance at Mo Jing's frail frame. But isn't he a bit too slender? You know, Burrs, tackling a fish over 5 meters is not something one can manage solely with skill. I knew you would say that. Burrs snapped his fingers. Mo Jing, give him a demonstration. Mo Jing nodded, and the fishmongers surrounding him erupted in a chorus of cheers. Together, 5 of them hefted a formidable 4-meter-long, nearly 5-meter-long saber-toothed horsehair fish from the central pool, casting it high into the air. Simultaneously, Mo Jing unsheathed a slender fish-slicing knife and leapt into the air. With a flurry of swift movements, it was as if a silvery glow enveloped the saber-toothed horsehair fish. Thud! As the ink-black fish fell to the ground, I gently wiped the blood from the blade of my knife. Behind me, the sound of the fish being prepared resonated like raindrops. The tails, bodies, bones, heads, and entrails were meticulously arranged on the pristine cutting board. Finally, a menacing fish head tumbled down, its lifeless eyes gazing skyward. It was unclear who initiated the first cheer, but the surrounding crowd was instantly engulfed in a sea of jubilation. In this entertainment-starved little town, such a spectacle was a rarity. Beside me, Krieg stood in awe, unable to contain his astonishment as he exclaimed, "Good heavens! This fellow wields his knife with the prowess of a true swordsman." Mo Jing cast a detached glance at him, then shifted his gaze to the attributes within his mind. Name: Mo Jing. Age: 18. Race: Undead. Strength: G. Agility: G. Constitution: G. Intellect: E. Soul Ability: Undying Curse. Skills: General Education LV4, Software Engineering LV3, Soul Refinement LV50. Initial Flame LV2, Swordsmanship LV8, Elite Swordsman, Swimming LV5. Traits: Dark Ring 1, Initial Flame, Rhythm of Water, Deep Breathing. Indeed, with a swordsmanship level of 8. Though it still pales in comparison to the peak prowess of Beaduo, it is certainly extraordinary among ordinary individuals. He gently rotated his left hand, drawing the white soul from the fish-slicing platform towards him. Soul of the saber-toothed horsemane fish soul quantity. 76. Fortune smiled upon him as he acquired a complete soul. Mo Jing's heart swelled with a quiet joy, yet his countenance remained as serene as a gentle breeze beneath the clouds. Perhaps it was due to the close companionship he had developed with Dada that, a fortnight ago, the old man had used the pretext of securing him a new position to send him to the lapis lazuli fishery. Initially, he was somewhat reluctant, but soon he discovered that the act of slaughtering fish could yield souls. Now, he had become an emotionless machine dedicated to the art of fish slaughter. The presence or absence of a name is the crucial factor that distinguishes whether a soul can be harnessed for alchemical purposes. Not every act of fish slaughter results in the acquisition of a named soul. Mo Jing had been working at the Green Pine fishery for half a month, during which he had grasped the patterns of soul extraction, closely linked to his own attribute strength. When he killed fish with weaker physical attributes than his own, he could typically only obtain imperfect souls or fish souls. These souls were mere blank souls, providing only minimal augmentation to his soul capacity, the extent of which depended on the inherent strength of the fish. For instance, a fish with attributes generally rated at H would yield approximately 0.9 points of soul capacity. Imperfect souls were significantly less valuable than complete souls. Conversely, a fish with attributes rated at G would provide 10-50 points of soul capacity. As for fish possessing attributes superior to his own, there was a considerable chance of obtaining named souls upon their slaughter, which served as excellent materials for refinement. The outcome of soul refinement generally presented around 23 options. Based on Mo Jing's experience, fish souls typically produced 5 types of items. A. Imperfect small attribute crystals, such as the imperfect power crystal, which directly enhance Mo Jing's attributes. This explained how he had managed to elevate his average physical attributes to G within just half a month. There were simply too many fish stronger than him. However, thus far, he had only refined crystals related to strength, agility, and physique, never having encountered a crystal pertaining to intellect. He wondered if the legendary Sea Kings would yield different results. B. Weaponry and accessories, which usually possessed unique effects, with their potency entirely dependent on the strength of the soul itself. For instance, the slender fish-slicing knife he previously wielded, named Fish Lip, was acquired by refining the soul of a swift knife fish. This knife had a special effect that rendered it sharper when slicing through fish. However, in terms of sheer sharpness, it could not compare to the horizontal knife passed down from Bei Yedwa. See, skill. Swimming needed no elaboration. One glance at his level 5 swimming skill revealed its prevalence. This skill consistently emerged from the refinement of fish souls. After numerous accumulations, he, a man who had rarely ventured into the sea, had developed aquatic prowess rivaling that of seasoned fishermen. Traits. Rhythm of water and trait. Deep breathing were among the rarer outcomes of refinement, often requiring the presence of some particularly rare fish to manifest. Currently, Mo Jing possesses only 2 remarkable items. The first enhances his perception of water flow, thereby indirectly increasing his swimming speed, while the latter augments his physical resilience and diving capability. Both are exceedingly rare treasures. The ultimate technique, water, a crystallized manifestation of profound knowledge, resembles a glistening teardrop and stands as the most elusive of all crafted items. Thus far, Mo Jing has succeeded in forging it only once. The effects are challenging to articulate. It embodies an ephemeral insight, fleeting yet profound. The panel's description is quite intriguing. Even the simplest of creatures, like fish, may momentarily grasp the mysteries of water. Although such moments are transient, they have provided Mo Jing with immense inspiration. The most evident manifestation of this inspiration is the newfound fluidity in his swordsmanship. Had Bei Duo still been alive, she would have undoubtedly noticed that his technique has begun to deviate from its original style, acquiring a hint of personal flair. However, the journey to forge his own path remains far from complete. Presently, apart from his daily routine of fishing at the pier at 5 in the afternoon and returning to the dairy farm by 10, Mo Jing immerses himself in the forest to the northwest of the town throughout the mornings. He engages in physical training, hones his swordsmanship, and delves into the secrets of the ring imprint. The vast and intricate experiences of swordsmanship continue to meld with him at a slow yet steady pace. At this rate, it will take at least 2 years for complete assimilation. Though this may seem sluggish, Mo Jing remains unperturbed. After all, he is absorbing over 80 years of swordsmanship experience in just 2 years. What more could he desire? Moreover, he has already tasted the consequences of impatience and has no wish to revert to a state of madness. Thus, a tranquil and fulfilling life unfolds day by day. Just as Mo Jing believed this routine would persist indefinitely, Abu's kin, restless as ever, returned home with a pirate in tow. Before dawn, the old man began imparting the secrets of kidnapping and extortion to Mo Jing. Be ruthless. Your gaze must be fierce. Look at me. You should maintain a stern demeanor. The intimidation tactics remained unchanged, with the old man swaggering in, gun in hand. Though this time he was accompanied by a sword-wielding guard and lacked the exuberant little tail that usually followed him. Finding that Dada's lively disposition undermined their villainous duo's authority, he callously expelled her from the team. Now, Dada is irately milking cows, causing them to moo in protest. Mo Jing was eager to critique the old man's approach, which was utterly ineffective against truly formidable pirates. However, seeing the old man's unwavering confidence, he refrained from dampening his spirits. Well, he thought, he might as well keep an eye on him, as a gesture of gratitude for Dada's enlightening guidance. Hopefully, he would not prove to be a troublesome character. Mo Jing followed the old man into the wooden cabin and, upon catching sight of the companion, instinctively furrowed his brow. Indeed, one often fears what they encounter. Sitting upon the bed was a young man with dark hair, possessing a strikingly handsome visage, his cheeks adorned with faint freckles. A string of red prayer beads hung around his neck, and his physique was robust and well-proportioned, suggesting he was around 18 years of age. A red cowboy hat rested beside the pillow. Though his body was enveloped in bandages, there was no trace of unease on his face in this unfamiliar environment. As Mo Jing entered, he rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought as he gazed out the window, a faint smile gracing his lips. He seemed to be filled with boundless anticipation for the future. One cannot help but acknowledge the unique aura that envelopes this man, akin to a flickering flame, gentle yet serene. Yet, beneath this calm exterior lies an intensity of fervor that remains shrouded in mystery and peril. As expected, the recent intimidation attempt concluded in failure at the hands of the old man. The young pirate exhibited no semblance of respect for age or youth. He responded to the elder's words with indifference, attending to his own affairs while even dozing off mid-conversation, completely oblivious to his outsider status. In a fit of anger, the elder stormed out of the wooden hut, leaving Mo Jing with his sword in hand, and the young pirate exchanging glances in bewilderment. Intrigued, the young pirate suddenly pointed at the sword in Mo Jing's hand and inquired, "Is there a special technique to draw your blade since you don't carry a sheath?" "Because I forgot," Mo Jing replied as he stepped outside. Behind him, the sound of the young pirate's hearty laughter echoed from the wooden hut, leaving one to wonder what peculiar humor lay within that remark. Moments later, a head popped out from the window, calling out loudly to his retreating figure, "I'm Ace." "What is your name?" "Mo Jing," came the response. Mo Jing waved his hand dismissively, turning his back as he ambled towards the town. Ace, yet another name steeped in familiarity. When he first heard the name Albuscant, he too found it reminiscent, initially mistaking it for that of a character from a story. However, after 2 months of observation, it revealed itself to be merely that of an old curmudgeon. If memory serves him correctly, Ace seems to be a character from Ultraman. Indeed, it is improbable to encounter pivotal figures of a narrative so casually as one might in a novel. Mo Jing muttered as he walked away. While the sky was still illuminated, he needed to procure a bed. The house offered no surplus rooms, as Ace had claimed his own. Hence, he had no choice but to venture into town to acquire a new one, lest he find himself without a place to rest at night. As for the luxurious duplex apartment arranged by the Green Pine Fishery, that was an absurd notion. Each evening, inhaling the faint scent of milk from Dada while she practiced her foreign language, and then stepping outside to observe the old man's corpse-like complexion, had become the highlights of his recent days. Perhaps this was the very reason the old man had rescued yet another pirate. By the time Mo Jing returned to the wooden cabin, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. He unloaded the components of the wooden bed from the cart, engaging in a cacophonous renovation that astonishingly failed to rouse Ace from his slumber on the other bed. Truly, that was a sleep of unparalleled quality. Mo Jing, filled with perplexity regarding the unfamiliar pirate, lay down to rest, yet found himself tossing and turning, unable to succumb to slumber. After all, sharing a room with a stranger of such dubious nature kept his mind alert. Thus, emulating the hunters of the forest, he devised a simple trap at the foot of his bed, a tripwire that, upon disturbance, would jingle a bell at his headboard. Nevertheless, his unease persisted, and he heightened his vigilance to its utmost. Consequently, he awoke more than 10 times throughout the night, tormented by the raucous snoring that echoed beside him, igniting an impulse to rouse the slumbering figure. The following morning, Mo Jing was jolted awake by the furious bellowing of Abiskin. As he rose, he was greeted by a cacophony of jingling sounds. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the very tripwire he had set to guard against intruders had somehow ensnared itself in a chaotic tangle around his feet. Gritting his teeth, he imagined a malevolent grin belonging to someone he knew. While he felt a sense of exasperation, he also found solace in the fact that his companion was not a malevolent being, merely somewhat infuriating. Armed with a knife, he exited the wooden cabin, and indeed, he found Ace embroiled in a heated argument with Abiskin. The crux of their dispute revolved around Ace's desire to procure a boat for venturing out to sea. Yet the elder was vehemently rebuking him for failing to settle his debts for medicine and lodging. "I'll find a way to pay it off, old man," Ace exclaimed, nonchalantly digging at his ear, displaying no semblance of anger, his demeanor far too amiable for a pirate. Yet the elder was unconcerned with such niceties. He demanded free labor. Spotting Mo Jing emerging, Abiskin, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "You've arrived just in time, Mo Jing. Quickly, expel this scoundrel from our home." What greeted him in response was a tempest of motion. A flash of steel glimmered as straw flew through the air. The elder found himself momentarily choked with indignation. His fury abruptly halted. Surely, to chase a person away did not necessitate a blade. Neither party paid him any heed. Ace leaped backward, precariously balancing on the edge of the fence, adjusting his cowboy hat with an expression of delight. "I never anticipated that such a talent would be hidden in a place like this. But are you truly willing to fight me?" he queried, lowering the brim of his hat with a playful glint in his eye. "Just so you know, I am quite formidable." Mo Jing held the sword with one hand, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips as he gently beckoned with his fingers. "Who, I wonder, is truly unable to wait? I can see the anticipation practically spilling from your eyes." His voice suddenly grew nearer, and as if descending from the heavens, a powerful strike obscured the sunlight. Boom! Mo Jing swiftly sidestepped, creating distance as his right foot struck the turf with force, and he pivoted to deliver a piercing thrust. Whoosh! The long blade sliced through the dust, yet offered no tangible sensation. Almost, came Ace's relaxed voice from within the haze. He leaned back delicately to evade the strike. Then, with a fluid motion, his form transformed like a great fish flicking its tail, unleashing a powerful whip kick that surged forward. He moved almost like a fleeting shadow. In the stillness and motion, his speed defied the limits of humanity. Bang! As Mo Jing withdrew, he drew his blade to parry, barely managing to deflect the strike. Nevertheless, he was still jolted back several steps by the immense force. A mere probing encounter, and the disparity in skill was immediately evident. Both individuals were taken aback by the revelation. Mo Jing took a deep breath, gripping his knife firmly at the side of his face, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Ace, who was casually adjusting his hat with one hand. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary in this place. A fervent spirit of battle ignited within his eyes. He was prepared to unleash his full potential. "Oh, are you ready to get serious?" Ace seemed to sense his intensity, and excitement coursed through him as well. Clenching his fists and assuming a combat stance, he laughed heartily, saying, "Come at me. Show me your true prowess." The corners of Mo Jing's mouth involuntarily curled into a faint smile. What a delightful adversary! Just as he was poised to make the first move, a soft figure embraced him from behind. "Please, no more fighting," Didu implored with a quivering voice. Mo Jing's body stiffened as he suddenly recalled that he was within someone else's farm. Here, in the midst of battle, regardless of who bled. It would only wound Dada's heart. His fervor for combat was instantly extinguished. He let out a silent sigh, planted his knife into the ground, and turned to gently pat Dada's back. Why engage in conflict when Dada's smile held far greater significance? "Hey, where do you think you're placing your hands?" The old man, regaining his senses, was about to mediate when the sight before him made him erupt in indignation. "And you, Grandpa, why did you let Missouri Jing drive her away?" Dada flushed as she wriggled free from Mo Jing's embrace, turning the tables with a fierce retort. Like a fully armed pea shooter, she was relentless, while the others could only maintain stern faces, occasionally muttering half-hearted apologies. Surprisingly, among those admitting fault was Ace. This fellow displayed none of the dignity expected of a pirate. He hung his head like a chastised child, scratching the back of his neck and repeatedly apologizing to Dada. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." This unexpected display did indeed alter Mo Jing's impression of him significantly. Under Dada's watchful eye, a potential uproar quietly dissipated before it could even begin. Mo Jing and Ace reconciled as if nothing had happened. Of course, the true sentiments harbored in their hearts remain a mystery. That night, upon returning from his language studies at the old man's abode, Mo Jing found Ace fast asleep. Their beds were situated on opposite sides of the room, and Mo Jing had no intention of waking him. Instead, he took a moment to admire the newly crafted scabbard before lying down and swiftly drifting into slumber. During that night, he was entirely unguarded. Or rather, accumulating his strength was the best preparation he could muster. The following day, Mo Jing discovered that his sword was missing. However, he appeared rather unsurprised. He had an inkling that Ace was not one to easily concede defeat. Initially, he had pondered how this fellow would challenge him. To his astonishment, it turned out to be such a straightforward manner. As per usual, he visited the old man's house for breakfast, relishing a meal prepared by Dada. Before departing, he wrapped a portion in paper, bid farewell to Dada, and made his way towards the forest. It was no secret that he practiced swordplay there every morning, a fact well known to the hunters and fishermen in the town. It would not be difficult for Ace to acquire this information. Sure enough, shortly after entering the forest, he spotted Ace dozing on a tree branch. "You're quite slow," Ace remarked, seemingly aware of Mo Jing's arrival as he opened his eyes and complained. His tone bore no surprise, as if he had been certain from the outset that Mo Jing would keep the appointment. Just as Mo Jing was convinced that Ace would challenge him once more. Perhaps this could be deemed a form of tacit understanding? He tossed the sword to Mo Jing, rose from the branch, and smiled, saying, "This place should be free of interruptions, right? Let us engage in a proper duel, Mo Jing." Mo Jing caught the knife from midair, but instead of hastily drawing it, he retrieved a steaming pouch of dumplings. Dada's heartfelt breakfast. "Are you not planning to eat before engaging in battle?" he inquired with a smile. AIC paused for a moment and casually remarked, "Such a thing is completely unnecessary." The forest fell into a brief silence. Indeed, those with exceptional physical prowess tend to express their hunger with remarkable volume. Starving. Ha ha. AIC scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly. Thank you. I didn't realize you were quite a decent person. He leaped down from the tree trunk, intending to approach, only to find Mo Jing rewrapping the dumplings and placing them beneath the roots of a tree, slowly drawing his sword to stand protectively before them, resembling a guardian samurai. A teasing voice escaped his lips. Defeat me, and the meal is yours. AIC, lowering the brim of his hat, felt the atmosphere shift as his demeanor grew increasingly perilous, the fighting spirit in his gaze becoming impossible to conceal. Retracting his earlier words, you truly are a wretched fellow. Likewise, Mo Jing chuckled as he leaned forward, taking a decisive leap with remarkable swiftness. The first strike was his. A dazzling flash of silver from his blade engulfed Ace. One sword style, wolf bite. Today, the forest was unusually lively, filled with muffled thuds and the sound of snapping branches. Frightened birds took flight, while the woodland creatures curiously peered towards the commotion, wisely choosing to steer clear of the chaos. After a considerable time, the ruckus gradually subsided. In a clearing, Mo Jing lay sprawled in a large character shape on the ground, his long sword embedded in a nearby tree trunk, a distinct footprint marked on his abdomen. He gasped for breath. Not far behind him, Ace cheerfully devoured dumplings, with only a couple of faint scratches adorning his arms and calves. This fierce clash concluded with Mo Jing's utter defeat. There was no sense of regret. It was his first opportunity to fully showcase his current abilities. He had reached an extraordinary peak, even surpassing his own limits. Yet, alas, his opponent was overwhelmingly formidable. Not only was there a direct suppression in strength and agility, but Ace's combat experience was astoundingly mature for someone so young. The combat expertise of Bei Duo, accumulated over 80 years, was nearly matched by this 18-year-old youth. It was fortunate that Bei Duo had already passed. Otherwise, given the old man's temperament, he would have risen again, only to be infuriated once more. Throughout the entire battle, Mo Jing gained no advantage whatsoever. Even with the tremendous benefit of wielding a weapon, while his opponent stubbornly refrained from using any, the disparity remained. Reluctantly, Mo Jing had to concede that this young man, roughly his age, had utterly overwhelmed him in combat. Indeed, the world of One Piece was terrifying beyond measure. Even a mere lackey possessed such formidable strength. The fleeting sense of pride that Mo Jing felt from his mastery of swordsmanship gradually faded away. Meanwhile, behind him, AIC finished his dumpling, indulging in a contented sigh. Mo Jing rose from the ground, exclaiming, "Another round." "I refuse," Ace replied without hesitation. He had already satiated his curiosity and lacked the motivation to continue sparring with Mo Jing. However, Mo Jing was unwilling to let Ace off the hook. During their recent battle, he had distinctly felt Bedo's swordsmanship experience integrating into his body at an astonishingly accelerated pace. At this rate, within a month rather than 2 years, he could transform into the youthful version of Beidou. Yet, bridging the gap in attributes was no trivial matter. He speculated that he would need to elevate his strength, agility, and physique to around D level to reach the proficiency of the elder Beidou. Observing Ace's firm refusal, Mo Jing remained unperturbed. Sheathing his sword, he calmly remarked, "I hear you are in need of a vessel to set sail?" Ace's spirits lifted instantly. "Do you have one?" "No," he grimaced, lying sideways on the ground. "But I do have money," Mo Jing coaxed gently. "You, my friend, aren't plotting anything nefarious, are you?" Ace snapped a twig in half to use as a toothpick, squinting at Mo Jing and clearly sensing ulterior motives in his tone. Mo Jing nodded and candidly stated, "If you defeat me in a match, I shall reward you with 500 berries." Ace hesitated for a moment and inquired, "How much does a fishing vessel cost here?" Pondered for a moment before speaking. "The price is approximately 30,000 bellies. If I help you negotiate, you can secure it for just 30,000 bellies. You know, I work at the fishing grounds. In reality, a fishing vessel costs around 10,000 bellies, but as the foremost fish harvester in the fishing grounds, a trusted ally to the fishermen, and a commendable citizen of Imlo Town, can certainly engage in discussions regarding the prices of fishing boats with the fishermen. Life at sea is incredibly challenging. It is his responsibility to elevate the fisherman's standard of living, even if only slightly. He simply cannot help but be the kind-hearted person he is. Winning 500 bellies in a single match means that after 60 matches, one could essentially acquire a boat for free. It hardly seems a daunting task, does it? Gazed into his earnest eyes, hesitating for a moment. "Aren't you afraid I might just seize it myself?" After all, I am a pirate. Oh, would you actually dare to steal it? Asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. Paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, rising from the ground. If you wish to invite trouble, then I shall not be held accountable. I could easily deliver 100 punches to you in a day. Mo Jing also rose from the ground, gazing at him with a cold smile. Impossible. Before he could finish his words, the howling wind of a fist had already struck him directly. Mo Jing withdrew with his sword drawn, and the battle commenced anew. Ace did not boast. Given his physical prowess, delivering 100 blows to Mo Jing in a single day was indeed feasible. However, Mo Jing was not mistaken either. Such an occurrence was simply implausible, for he could not endure 100 strikes. On the first day of their training, the two did not even complete 10 rounds. Mo Jing remains overwhelmingly suppressed. Even when he exerts his swordsmanship to the utmost, he cannot regain even a modicum of advantage. Yet it is precisely this abysmal physical condition that necessitates ES to invest a considerable amount of time waiting for Mo Jing to recuperate after each battle. I must say, you are truly an odd individual. Mo Jing was once again brought to the ground, gasping for breath. Ace, on the other hand, had taken a moment to hunt, roasting a succulent, juicy leg of beast over the crackling fire. Despite possessing remarkable swordsmanship, how could his physique be so frail? In Ace's eyes, one must train diligently from a young age in the art of the sword and possess an extraordinary talent to achieve such skill at his age. Yet, inexplicably, Mo Jing's body was exceptionally weak. It was utterly baffling. The incompetence of his partner severely hampered Ace's ability to earn a living. Ace tossed Mo Jing a cylindrical piece of hind leg meat. Mo Jing, undeterred, seized the opportunity and began to eat. With the first bite, the exquisite flavors burst forth. Succulent and delectable, awakening his appetite. He felt no need for explanations, from the old man to the fishing grounds, and then to Ace. His frail form had been scrutinized too many times. The matters of the ring and soul forging were beyond explanation, as they transcended the realm of this world's logic. How can you be so formidable, akin to a monster? Mo Jing mumbled. Are there many terrifying beings like you at sea? Certainly not, but I shall become the strongest. Ace responded, suddenly intrigued. His gaze sharpened as he fixed it on Mo Jing, as if weighing something, his eyes growing brighter with each passing thought. What do you say? Would you care to join my crew? With your swordsmanship, we could make our names resound across the seas. Mo Jing shook his head and replied, Never mind. I harbor no interest in venturing out to sea. The memory of drifting alone on the vast ocean for 6 days, awaiting death, still haunted him. It was utterly inconceivable that a man who was not dead could be so intimidated by death itself. Impossible. Ace exclaimed with a triumphant grin, You cannot deceive me. You, who are so eager for battle, yearn to grow stronger, do you not? In this world, the ocean is the arena where the strong engage in combat. He suddenly leapt up, proclaiming loudly. Mo Jing chuckled softly, choosing not to utter a word. He indulged in meat, took a moment to rest, and grasped his blade once more to engage in battle. Thus it went. On the second day, after 6 matches, Mo Jing faced utter defeat. Ace laughed with unabashed arrogance, proclaiming, At your current level, you are still light years away from me. On the 4th day, after 7 matches, Mo Jing suffered another complete loss. Trembling, he handed over 500 berries to Ace and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Well done, let us continue tomorrow. Ace's triumphant grin froze upon his face. He had indeed emerged victorious, yet, where was the joy? On the 7th day, after 5 matches, there was 1 draw. Ace, frowning and squinting, gazed at Mo Jing, who had toppled into the bushes nearby, murmuring, Is your form lacking? No, something feels off. On the 11th day, after 5 matches, there were 2 draws. You must be cheating, Ace exclaimed, gripping Mo Jing's collar in fury. How could anyone improve their swordsmanship so rapidly? Surely, you must possess some formidable techniques yet to be revealed. On the 16th day, after 4 matches, Mo Jing recorded 2 losses, 1 draw, and 1 victory. Mo Jing languidly slumped against the trunk of a tree, utterly drained of energy. Not far from him, Aic stood as if bereft of his soul, staring at his own hands in a state of doubt. As of today, he had triumphed in 49 matches, inching ever closer to his goal. Yet, paradoxically, the nearer he got, the more distant his objective seemed. Suddenly, the forest blurred past him, as a sharp glint of a blade sliced through the air, reducing the foliage above to mere fragments. A figure darted nimbly between trunks and rocks, deftly evading attacks. Before him, a white blade flickered like a raging torrent. relentless in its pursuit, threatening to cleave him in twain with the slightest lapse in vigilance. With a crack, a branch as thick as an arm splintered and shot toward the ground like a lance. A white arc swept through the air, severing it in two. At that very moment, the shadow from the tree descended, executing a flying kick into the void. As he caught a glimpse of the retracting blade, he skillfully supported himself with his hand, executing an inverted whip kick, attempting to force the long knife away and engage in close combat. Yet, the blade twisted midair, like blossoms retreating into their sheath, and in the blink of an eye, the sinuous white light vanished. One sword style, snake strangle. The long blade of Mo Jing rested ominously against Ace's neck as he gasped for breath. With a resigned gesture, Ace raised his hands in surrender. On the 25th day, amidst two bouts, Mo Jing achieved one victory and one defeat. The pair settled beside a crackling fire, roasting an unfortunate bystander who had unwittingly found themselves entangled in their misadventures. Grease trickled down the crisp skin of their meal, and the fire crackled merrily. At last, it was over. Ace appeared visibly shaken. "What?" Mo Jing inquired, puzzled. "Your swordsmanship, you scoundrel," Ace retorted, feeling like a hapless swine in comparison to Mo Jing's rapid progress over the past few days. Mo Jing shrugged. Despite the recent battles yielding both victories and defeats, he was acutely aware that in a life-and-death struggle, the victor would undoubtedly be Ace. As he often remarked, the disparity in their physical attributes was insurmountable. A flash of fire ignited at his abdomen, causing a slight decrease in the soul energy displayed on the panel. This was a new application of the initial flame he had developed for healing purposes. Otherwise, with his frail physical attributes, he would have long since succumbed to Ace's relentless onslaught. That being said, it seems I, too, should set sail, Ace mused. Reclining on the grass and gazing up at the sky, the movements of Mo Jing momentarily paused as he continued to turn the beast's leg. For a time, neither spoke a word. Over the course of 25 days, the two had become good friends. By this day, AC had already triumphed in more than 60 matches, and Mo Jing had prepared a sturdy little boat for him. In these final days, he had essentially served as Mo Jing's free sparring partner. Now that Beidou's swordsmanship experience had been fully absorbed by Mo Jing, AC naturally found himself devoid of reason to remain. He was a pirate, and the boundless sea was his ultimate sanctuary. Mo Jing is a person deeply attached to the past, the memories of his first journey through time, his initial refuge, and his first job remain vividly etched in his mind. Among these cherished recollections is naturally the friendship with Ace, his first companion since his extraordinary adventure began. It would be impossible to claim that there is no sense of reluctance in parting, yet neither of them speaks of it. Everything is understood in silence. "When?" Mo Jing inquires. "Tomorrow morning," comes the reply. Mo Jing nodded slightly. After a moment of silence, Ace could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked once more, "I mean, you truly will not venture out to sea? There exist countless formidable challengers upon the vast ocean. Would you not consider working as a crew member?" "I shall not." Mo Jing's response remained resolute. Ace mimicked a scoff. Yet he could not fathom why he felt an unwavering conviction that Mo Jing could never remain on this small island indefinitely. That night, Mo Jing did not return to the wooden cottage at the dairy farm. Instead, he sat cross-legged by the seaside, quietly observing the undulating waves. He spread his palms, gazing at the crystalline droplets in his hands that resembled tears, glistening with an enigmatic blue light under the moon's glow. Essence of water. A serendipitous error had led him to discover a subtlety in soul refinement. It appeared that soul refinement possessed both upper and lower limits. The initial required soul quantity merely represented the threshold. As the quantity of souls invested increased, the probability of refining precious items correspondingly heightened. Since this revelation, Mo Jing had exclusively selected the strongest fish souls for upper limit refinement. The culmination of his efforts resulted in these 12 essence of water. Mo Jing cast them all at once into the circular imprint of his palm and closed his eyes. The night breeze swayed gently, and the tides ebbed and flowed. The following day, Ace bid farewell to Albuskin and Dida early in the morning and made his way to the dock. The sky had not yet fully brightened, and the town lay in serene silence. From a distance, he spotted the small boat at the dock and the solitary figure seated on the nearby rocks. Ace leaped onto the dock in 2 or 3 strides and exclaimed with a smile, "Surely you haven't been sitting here all night." Mo Jing opened his eyes and smiled. It is indeed rare for a friend to depart, so a surprise must be prepared. He slowly rose from the rocks. Ace furrowed his brow. The moment Mo Jing moved, he keenly sensed a change in him. The aura had shifted. If previously, Mo Jing had exuded the essence of a sharp sword, cold and piercing, now he resembled a vast ocean, gentle and silent, yet concealing an undercurrent of boundless turbulence. In just one night, he found it somewhat difficult to decipher Mo Jing. Shall we engage in a final battle? Mo Jing lightly tapped the hilt of his sword and chuckled. You rascal. A conflicted smile appeared on Ace's face. Typically, on a day meant for setting sail, he ought to avoid injury. Yet, sensing the sudden change in Mo Jing's aura, his fighting spirit surged. The two stood separated by several rocks, their gazes seemingly igniting sparks in the air. Rest assured, it won't be long. Mo Jing bent down, grasping the blade, and with a light chuckle remarked, as a parting gift, allow me to demonstrate. Thus, he unleashed floating heaven, vast sea. The fish swims. The cold light of the blade emerged. Like water. Ace's eyes widened in an instant, and as he threw a punch, he quickly realized something was amiss. It was as if he were striking at a mass of water. Yet, water has no fixed form, rendering his attacks futile. The icy currents instead coiled around his arms, gliding past his neck. By the time he regained his senses, Mo Jing's long blade was already poised at his throat. The outcome was clear. Ace paused for a moment, then, filled with indignation, seized Mo Jing's clothing, exclaiming, Did you hold back earlier? He was reproaching Mo Jing for not showcasing his full strength during their previous spar. Once more, he insisted, unwilling to concede. Mo Jing's hearty laughter echoed as he seized the opportunity to kick Ace onto the boat, severing the grass rope tethered to the dock. With a powerful push, the small vessel sailed far away. Remember this defeat well, vanquished foe. Come again? How could that be? If Ace was prepared, he was certain to lose. You, my friend, truly do not wish to join my crew? Ace stood up, placing a foot on the edge of the boat, proclaiming loudly. Wait for the day I decide to set sail. This time, Mo Jing did not refuse again. After bidding farewell to Ace, the small town seemed to return to its former tranquility. In the blink of an eye, 2 years swiftly passed. At the Green Pine fishing ground, the fish slaughtering stage was a scene of tumult. The waves crashed against the rocky shore. A 10-meter-long elephant fish nearly filled the entire space of the slaughtering stage. More than a dozen robust fishmongers struggled to control this colossal creature with their nets, but their efforts appeared increasingly futile. Bears. The anxious owner of the Green Pine Seafood Feast paced back and forth at the fish stage, frequently glancing up at the second floor of the restaurant, which had been transformed into a viewing platform, and craning his neck towards the entrance of the town, impatience evident in his demeanor. Soon, he finally caught sight of the figure he had longed for, hastily jogging towards them. He had intended to voice a complaint. Why did you arrive so late? Yet, the words transformed on his lips into, would you care for a moment's respite? Mo Jing gently patted Bo Si's shoulder, signaling him not to rush, for it was merely a matter of catching a fish. Let us commence now. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can conclude our work. It is entrusted to you. Bo Si hurriedly ascended to the second floor, where nobles from the kingdom of Oikot and the kingdom of Goya had been waiting for quite some time. Today, the breeze was particularly boisterous. As Mo Jing donned his coat, he walked against the sea breeze towards the fish slaughtering platform, greeted by the cheerful salutes of the fishermen, to which he responded with a wave of his hand. Over the course of 2 years, the town of Yimlu had indelibly etched his presence into its fabric. Approaching the enormous elephant trunk cod, he gazed into its eye, which was larger than his own fist, and gently tapped its head, smiling as he said, Pleased to make your acquaintance. His dedicated fish slaughtering station was situated at the furthest edge from the shore, with the vast expanse of the ocean stretching endlessly behind him. Mo Jing approached, shedding his long robe to reveal a robust back, as he unfurled his equipment bag upon the specially designed cutting board. Inside the gray fabric roll lay 6 knives of varying sizes and shapes, all acquired through his 6 months of soul forging. Each possessed unique effects. In an effort to create a spectacle for him, Boss referred to these 6 knives as the 6 demons of the sea. It was said that the flavor of the sashimi would elevate with the use of each additional knife. The number of knives employed and the specific parts of the fish to be processed were entirely at the discretion of their master. The esteemed sashimi artisan of the Green Pine Sea Banquet, Mo Jing, whose discerning judgment of ingredients was unparalleled. Truth be told, Mo Jing found the name utterly foolish. Yet he preferred it over the absurd moniker of 6 gods that Boss had pondered for so long. The fishmongers at the cutting station erupted with loud shouts as they received Boss's directive. hastily loosening the nets from the body of the elephant fish and scrambling toward the safety zone. Such a large fish. Even a mere struggle could potentially crush them against the shore. The instant the nets were released, the elephant fish sensed its opportunity for escape. With a powerful flick of its silvery tail, it struck the cutting board with a resounding crash, leaping into the air with a perfect arc, heading towards the ocean. As it drew nearer to the sea's surface, a gleam of joy sparkled in its large, expressive eyes. The only minor annoyance was the insignificant human figure that appeared to be leisurely standing nearby. Suddenly, that silhouette flickered and vanished from its sight. The elephant fish froze. A tingling sensation coursing through its body, akin to seawater splashing against dry skin. Yet, this fleeting oddity was quickly dismissed as it focused on the beckoning ocean. With glee, it dove headfirst into the waves. On the second floor of the Green Pine Sea Banquet, the observation deck fell into a hushed silence. The elegantly poised guests momentarily abandoned their decorum, their eyes wide and mouths agape as if they could swallow a pineapple whole. The waitstaff deftly navigated through the crowd, picking up the items that had fallen from the guests' mouths. After an indeterminate amount of time, the first round of applause erupted, and the observation deck was engulfed in a sea of clapping hands. No matter how many times one witnessed it, the spectacle remained utterly enchanting. Sally Nankinet from the Kingdom of Goya exclaimed with excitement, "It is simply artistry." A nearby noble expressed genuine admiration. From their vantage point, as the elephant fish leapt from the cutting board, a gentle gleam of blade light rippled across its body like a wave. Subsequently, the pearly fish bones detached from the flesh, joyfully wagging their tails as they plunged into the depths of the sea. At that moment, on the cutting board, a whole elephant fish lay quietly before the sea demon master, awaiting its fate. Mo Jing retracted his slender long knife, the ice waste, a weapon forged from the very essence of the silver-backed shrimp of the icy seas. This blade possesses the remarkable quality of preserving the original flavor of the fish it dispatches, making it exceptionally suitable for the initial preparation stage. His fingers glided along a row of fish knives, finally resting upon a medium-length jaw muscle knife, an unparalleled choice for the subsequent processing. At this moment, on the observation deck, in an inconspicuous corner, two individuals clad in inexpensive suits with angular features were voraciously consuming the complimentary fruits from the banquet. "Abi, what have you observed?" murmured the shorter of the two. The taller Abi scoffed. "They are merely weaklings, nothing formidable. I heard there are Navy forces here. An old man. I could dispatch him with a single strike. There's a Navy branch nearby. Let us crush that telephone bug first." The shorter man still seemed somewhat apprehensive. "That fishmonger below appears to wield his knife quite adeptly. What uses that flabby technique?" Abi cast a glance at Mo Jing below. Finally, unable to tolerate his companion's cowardice, he grasped his neck and whispered, "Hey, coward, listen to me. Who is our leader? The poisonous pig Ross?" The man replied foolishly, "Idiot. It's Admiral Click." Abi snapped back, "The poisonous pig is also working for Admiral Click." "Oh, but what does that have to do with our task? Damn it, how could the boss send you, a fool, to assist me in this infiltration?" Abi was infuriated but patiently explained, "We are serving Admiral Click. Disrespect towards us is disrespect towards him." At this point, a sinister smile involuntarily crept upon his face in the East Sea. "No one dares to disregard the Click pirate crew. The Navy, shut up." The last fish had rightfully belonged to Mo Jing. As per the unwritten rule of the Green Pine Sea Banquet, Mo Jing divided it into several portions and sent them out, departing from the Green Pine Sea Banquet with a sense of lightness. A year ago, after forging his first ice waste, he whimsically decided to refine the dish of sauerkraut fish, which led to an increasing number of sashimi orders from the Green Pine fishery after Bercy tasted the raw fish. Bercy, a shrewd businessman, capitalized on the growing fame by transforming the Green Pine fishery into the Green Pine Sea Banquet. The main attraction became the legendary sea sorcerer Mo Jing and his exquisite sashimi. Undoubtedly, Mo Jing's prowess exceeded the legendary tales. He glanced at his attributes. Name, Mo Jing. Age, 20. Race, undead. Strength, E. Agility, D. Stamina, E. Intelligence, D. Soul Ability, undead. Curse skills, Soul Refinement LV 50. Initial Flame LV 7, Swordsmanship LV 14, Swordmaster, Swimming LV 10, Milking LV 2. Less significant skills will be omitted. New skills will be displayed once. Traits, Dark Ring X1, Initial Flame. Rhythm of Water, Deep Breathing, Primal Instinct compared to a year and a half ago. Both his attributes and skill levels had significantly improved, and he had acquired a trait called primal instinct. This was fortuitously obtained while refining the soul of the forest's mightiest predator. Presently, it seemed to enhance his observational skills to a degree, making him more adept at detecting his enemy's weaknesses. The only slight regret was that his attributes still lagged behind those of Bei Duo by a fraction for D, not to mention AC, approximately 4C back then. However, if a duel were to occur between the current Mo Jing and the former Bei Duo, victory would certainly belong to Mo Jing, for he had surpassed Bei Duo in swordsmanship by a considerable margin. As for AC, the contest would remain evenly matched. After all, in this fantastical realm, while swordsmanship can transform the mundane into the extraordinary, disparities in physical prowess can lead to overwhelming victories in strength. Mo Jing sat cross-legged on the rocky shore, his long sword resting beside him, gazing quietly at the vast ocean. The waves crashed against the shore, splashing his trousers, yet he remained oblivious to the chill. His feelings towards this sea were intricate. It had once brought him suffering beyond imagination, yet now, through the lens of swordsmanship, he perceived its vibrant essence. Life and death seemed to coexist within this boundless expanse. In comparison, he felt insignificantly small, akin to a mere droplet in the ocean. A prophecy foretold by Ace appeared to be gradually unfolding. Nearly 2 years of serene and blissful existence had rendered him content, yet an inexplicable void lingered within him. It was as though a chasm resided in his heart, where no amount of happiness could take root without quietly slipping away. Perhaps, as Ace had suggested, his soul yearned for conflict and battle. His swordsmanship had stagnated at level 14, with no progress for an extended period. No amount of mystical art, water could further his skills. He recognized that what he lacked was not insight, but rather accumulation. Each 5 levels represented a significant threshold, and to successfully ascend to level 15, he would require extensive combat to validate his learning and reflections. Thus, it was time to set sail. He had contemplated this matter for the past month, and now, he awaited the right moment. Mo Jing, where are you? A youthful voice echoed in panic from afar. Help! Mo Jing, the pirates are coming. Mo Jing's fingers paused slightly. Perhaps the moment had finally arrived. This was the beach at the edge of the forest, a place deemed perilous, thus rarely frequented by ordinary folk. The children of the town, in particular, would steer clear of such a location. Yet today, a young girl had rushed here in a state of distress, prompting Mo Jing to believe nearly all of her words. He quickly leapt ashore and lifted the little girl with the soaring pigtails, urging her, "Do not rush, take your time to speak." After a somewhat disjointed account from the girl, he swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. Several hours prior, a pirate ship, disguised as a merchant vessel, had anchored at the port and invaded Immortal town. They had slain the telephone bug at the mayor's residence, severing the town's communication with the nearby naval branch. Now, these nefarious scoundrels were plundering the households for their wealth. The reason the young girl knew to find Mo Jing here was that today marked the arrival of the merchant ship to Immortal, bringing in supplies of milk. Both Dada and Abusikin were at the dock assisting with the deliveries. It was Abusikin who had urged her to seek out Mo Jing without delay. After listening, Mo Jing gently patted her little head, advising her to seek refuge at the dairy farm. He then whistled, and a golden thread emerged from the forest, landing on his shoulder. The palm-sized golden brow swiftlet, a unique species from the world of One Piece, occasionally pecked at the air or tilted its head to gaze at Mo Jing. It's time to set sail, Zui. Zui was a pet Mo Jing had unexpectedly taken in 2 months prior, usually roaming freely in the forest. But now he intended to bring it along on his maritime journey. However, before that, he needed to tidy up the house. Zui seemed to comprehend Mo Jing's intent and swiftly ascended into the sky. In its fleeting form, a few sparks danced amidst the chaotic currents. In Immortal town, the once bustling main street had recently fallen under the dominion of a band of fearsome pirates. Panicked townsfolk hurriedly sought refuge on either side of the street. Only a frail figure stood resolutely in the middle of the road, Abu's Ken. Just as he had in his naval days, he stepped forward at the first sign of trouble, despite wielding nothing more than a makeshift pitchfork. "Old man, do you wish to die by blocking my path?" roared a stout, short man from a distance, his laughter brimming with malice. Beneath his spiky, explosive hair were small, venomous eyes, a long, pointed nose, and thick lips resembling sausages. When angered, his expression was terrifying, akin to a water-dwelling creature crawling ashore. His presence was formidable, Behind him, a row of uniquely garbed pirate officers, grinning malevolently, formed a V shape, each one more grotesque than the last, resembling anything but humans. They swayed like poorly crafted bobblehead dolls, drooling and with sinister gazes scanning the streets ceaselessly, sending shivers down the spines of the townsfolk. Just days prior, Abby had been among them. Ken did not yield. When a naval officer chooses to stand firm, thoughts of life or death, victory or defeat are irrelevant. It is about justice. At least, that was his conviction. He tightened his grip on the pitchfork and quietly instructed his trembling granddaughter, who appeared as frightened as a deer, "Go, Dada, find Mo Jing, and do not return." Yet, Dada clutched her wooden stick tightly, unwilling to depart. She understood the implications of leaving, especially since more than one person had already sought out Mo Jing. The townspeople were well aware of Mo Jing's formidable swordsmanship, having witnessed his prowess in performances. In the hearts of the citizens of Imlo town, those skilled fishers who could even tackle large fish were regarded as the most formidable fighters in the town. Is the most formidable among them. However, with a swift motion, blood splattered onto the ground. Abby, without any warning, raised the steel saw in his hand and felled a man lurking by the roadside. Judging by his attire, he was a fisherman. "You were just glaring at me, weren't you?" he growled menacingly. The man's neck was nearly cleaved in two. His eyes widened in shock. Just as he attempted to utter a word, Abby let out a grotesque laugh, and the blade descended once again like a massive club. Die. This time, it was the back of a knife. Bang! The long street descended into chaos. The townsfolk, who had previously maintained their composure, were now screaming in utter disarray. "Bastards!" Simultaneously, several robust men surged from the crowd, brandishing their sharp fish knives and charging towards the pirates. "Don't go. It's a trap." The seasoned Ken instantly recognized this as a ploy by the pirates. They aimed to capture all the fighting strength of Imro town in one fell swoop. Yet, amidst the turmoil, his aged voice was barely a whisper among the floating debris. The sky darkened, and the wind carried the triumphant laughter of the poisonous pufferfish, Rosben. He donned a pair of spiked purple gloves, and as he flipped the iron shells on his chest, spikes protruded in every direction, instantly transforming him into a porcupine-like creature. "Is this what you placed your hopes on, the fisherman?" He cackled wildly, swinging his fist with abandon. He struck down a charging fisherman, leaving him riddled with bloody holes. Blood gushing forth. Not much better than fish. With his fists enclosed in the spiked armor, he curled into a ball and charged directly at another fisherman beside him. Poison puffer bomb. The cries of agony echoed, and the gruesome scene shocked the nerves of everyone present. In that moment, Rosben's terror was magnified infinitely, poised to crush the frayed sanity of those around him. He witnessed it all, and his laughter grew increasingly sinister. Days prior, he had meticulously gathered intelligence on the town through Abby and others. The mayor, the fisherman, Abbess Ken, and, as the four pillars of the town, had been his primary targets from the outset. As a seasoned pirate, he understood well that once these individuals were vanquished, the remaining townsfolk would merely be lambs awaiting slaughter. At that point, forget wealth, the entire town would belong to them. Now, two of the four pillars had fallen, and the last was soon to follow. Indeed, this was a conspiracy. From the beginning until now, every step had been orchestrated within the cunning calculations of the poisonous pufferfish, Rosben. As a loyal sycophant of the clique pirate group, he adhered perfectly to their despicable and shameless traditions, employing any means necessary to achieve his ends. He took great pride in this. The last defiant fishmonger collapsed in a pool of blood. Rothben squinted his eyes, swiftly surveying his subordinates. 2 minions lay dead, and each officer bore wounds. Their combat effectiveness had diminished significantly. Yet, at this moment, a profound sense of relief washed over him. The strongest resistance in the town had been eradicated, and nothing now stood in the way of their pillaging. He stretched his neck, inhaled deeply, and bellowed with fervor. Too weak. His voice reverberated far and wide. The pirates of the Poisonous Boar Brigade, who had previously been on high alert, erupted into raucous laughter upon hearing his proclamation. A palpable aura of menace filled the air. In stark contrast, the townsfolk were paralyzed by the gruesome spectacle. They knelt on the ground, women covering their faces in tears, seemingly unable to comprehend that their last hope had been ruthlessly slaughtered. Rothben emerged from the sanguine mire, striding forward with his officers towards Ken, exuding an aura of ferocity unmatched. Dadass slowly sank to her knees, tears streaming down her cheeks. her first encounter with such bloodshed and cruelty overwhelming her. As the daughter of a naval officer, she would never yield to evil. However, fear rendered her immobile. Ultimately, she was merely an ordinary farm girl. At that moment, her heart was tumultuous. She fervently wished for Mo Jing to appear as a savior, yet simultaneously prayed he would not come, for the enemy was far too terrifying. "Is this the old man you spoke of?" Rothben glanced at Abby. "Indeed, that's him, boss." Abby grinned wickedly. "You handle him. And take that woman in the back. I never expected such fine specimens in a place like this. Rest assured, boss." Abby brandished his large blade, advancing towards Ken. Clang. He parried Ken's thrust with a pitchfork, bending low, his grotesque face nearly touching Ken's. He cackled. "Where's your gun?" "Old man, without a weapon, aren't you just like any ordinary person?" Ken spat defiantly. "Against scum like you, it makes no difference whether I have a gun or not." "Stubborn old man." Abby chuckled with abandon, suddenly raising his blade with a sinister grin. "Die." "Run, Dada," Ken roared, brandishing the pitchfork. However, Dada was too terrified to move. She could only watch helplessly as the massive blade descended from above. Her mind was a blank. "No, don't die. Don't die." She lunged forward with all her might, pushing Ken aside. Her entire being lay exposed beneath Abby's great sword. As the blade drew ever closer, she instinctively shut her eyes. Just then, a wave of heat surged overhead. With a resounding clang, the great sword slipped from Abby's grasp, clattering to the ground. His arms fell limply at his sides, and his towering figure collapsed with a thunderous thud. The long street fell into an eerie silence. Bystanders hastily covered their mouths, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Albus Kung, clutching a broken pitchfork, stood with his mouth agape, utterly astonished. Even the members of the poisonous pig pirate crew were rendered speechless, as if they had a cantaloupe lodged in their mouths. On Abby's head, a perfectly arched circular cavity dominated the entirety of his face. The edge of the circular hole flickered with faint flames, while the acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the air, evoking an overwhelming sense of revulsion. The flame that had pierced through Abby's head shed its fiery remnants mid-air, transforming into a locally common golden-browed swiftlet. With a graceful flutter of its wings, it morphed into a golden thread, delicately alighting upon the shoulder of a figure at the street corner. It seemed to dance lightly, as if seeking recognition for its feat. Mo Jing cast aside the severed head in his grasp, gently stroking its diminutive crown. "Let us attend to the matter at hand." Zhuyi took flight, alighting upon the rooftop, pecking at her feathers. Small and seemingly innocuous, yet in this moment, none dared to overlook her minuscule presence. Only Dada's gaze remained steadfastly fixated upon Mo Jing, tears cascading down her cheeks with unbidden urgency. Mo Jing approached her, his bloodstained hand gently ruffling her hair. "Apologies for my tardiness. Dealing with another group of marauding pirates that ambushed the farm took a bit longer than anticipated." He then turned to the young one, who could hardly bear to witness their flirtation, and said in a low voice, "With so many of us, can we handle this?" "Rest assured, old man," came the confident reply. Mo Jing rose, his gaze sweeping over the members of the poisonous pig pirate crew, and he spoke calmly. "They are merely a group of worthless scum, inferior even to the fish in the sea. It won't take long." Meanwhile, as a few individuals conversed, the members of the poisonous pig pirate crew had already exchanged glances to coordinate their forthcoming strategy. Unexpectedly, they encountered a formidable opponent, yet fortunately, they had prepared in advance. Captain Rose of the poisonous pig let out a hearty laugh, deliberately maintaining his imposing demeanor. "What an arrogant fellow. Do you really believe that with just yourself and that bird, you can defeat our poisonous pig pirate crew?" "Certainly not." Mo Jing strolled leisurely towards the poisonous pig pirate crew. "I alone am sufficient. Then you shall meet your demise. My subordinates, now is the time." Luo Si Ben suddenly bellowed. Suddenly, a dozen bizarrely laughing pirates sprang forth from all directions, having previously concealed themselves among the crowd under the instructions of Rothben, lying in wait to ambush the seasoned veterans. "How clitchy!" Mo Jing shook his head, thrust forward, and executed a horizontal slash. The blade glimmered with ferocity. In a mere 2 seconds, not a single henchman remained standing behind him. Meanwhile, Luo Si Bin had just donned his boxing gloves, and the officers behind him had only just drawn their weapons, poised to charge. The intricacies of the plan had yet to unfold, yet the battle had already reached its conclusion. Blood dripped from Mo Jing as he sheathed his sword. casting a glance at his adversaries and realizing, oh, you intend to gang up on me. Had he known, he would have slowed his pace. All of you, come at me. Rokushiki, furious and humiliated, bellowed, everyone, charge. Do not believe for a moment that he will spare you. He will annihilate you all. With that, he was the first to charge, his body encased in spiky purple armor and gauntlets, resembling a colossal sea urchin. In an instant, the pirates on the long street sprang into action, shrieking and roaring as they surged toward Mo Jing. Ken, not knowing where he had found a pitchfork, shouted, danger, and rushed forward to assist. After all, when numbers swelled, even Mo Jing's exquisite swordsmanship would find little room to flourish. The tactic of cutting down formidable pirates with a flurry of blades had been his most frequently employed strategy during his time with the Navy. At that moment, he heard Mo Jing's voice. There is no need for panic. Lift your heads, everyone. His voice surged like a tide, gradually spreading across the entire street. Open your eyes wide and behold. This is my final performance in Yimla town. Embracing the humid sea breeze, he lightly leaped onto the rooftop, pushing off with force, soaring into the air like a fish leaping from the sea, twisting midair to draw his blade. His voice echoed softly, this is floating sky. Vast sea, luminous waves in turmoil. In an instant, shimmering waves cascaded from the heavens. The howling sword energy enveloped the entire length of the street. The thunderous roar persisted for nearly 10 seconds. As the shattered street gradually emerged from the dust, the once lively pirates now lay sprawled on the ground. Toppled by a single strike, the poisonous porcupine pirate crew was utterly vanquished. Silence reigned on the long street. Gradually, cheers erupted, spreading throughout the town as the townsfolk embraced one another in excitement, rushing to share the news. They surrounded Mo Jing, lifting him high into the air to celebrate his triumph. Almost every face radiated joy, yet only Dade remained kneeling in place, gazing at the figure tossed into the sky by the jubilant crowd. Tears mingled with laughter, but as she laughed, sorrow overtook her, and the tears flowed more freely. She could not comprehend why. At a moment that should have been filled with joy, she felt as if something precious was slipping through her fingers, impossible to grasp. On the beach beside Yimla town, Bosi held a sea burial for the fallen fishers, scattering their ashes to the waves. Mo Jing stood in the shade of the trees behind the beach, listening to the intermittent sounds of weeping carried by the wind. He bowed his head to bid farewell to his former colleagues, knowing that these sorrows would be swept away by the breeze into the vast ocean, which would, in turn, reward the townsfolk with bountiful catches in the coming year. Such is the sea's blend of cruelty and tenderness. Are you truly not planning to stay? Urs, who had officiated the funeral, approached Mo Jing and gazed out at the sea alongside him. You are quite the sensation in the noble circles of Waiite now. Mo Jing shook his head, remarking, it is merely the vanity of the nobility. Moreover, preparing sashimi with hands that have taken a life will undoubtedly leave a peculiar taste. Bosi paused, casting a glance at Mo Jing, seemingly surprised by this unexpected professional virtue. When he had initially suggested that Mo Jing work overtime to become a sashimi master, not a single kind word had escaped his lips. Naturally, I am not bothered by that, Mo Jing added. Both men chuckled together. What of the pirates? Bosi inquired in a hushed tone. Are there any issues? This time, he was genuinely apprehensive. While he had faced pirate invasions before, never had he encountered such a well-organized and despair-inducing crew. A minor issue, Mo Jing replied, recalling the pirate who had fortuitously survived the chaos 2 days prior, only to be scorched by the flames of his relentless interrogation. The fellow's name had been something like Luo Si, if memory served. According to his confession, the toxic pig pirate crew was merely a front for an even more formidable gang, the Kliku pirate crew. This crew was notorious throughout the East Sea. However, it is not a significant concern, Mo Jing assured softly. Indeed, it is hardly substantial, for I shall soon seek a conversation with the Kliku pirate crew. Furthermore, even in my absence, the mayor has already alerted the naval branch. For the coming year, Yimla town will be on the patrol route of the Navy. Unless the Kliku pirate crew has lost their wits, they will refrain from extending their tentacles toward Yimla town again. Bosi was about to pose another question when he suddenly spotted a hesitant figure in the distance. He patted Mo Jing on the shoulder, casting him a look that conveyed good wishes before turning to depart. Mo Jing turned around and beheld Dada, who was absent-mindedly kicking at the grass, having approached him unbeknownst. With her hands clasped behind her back and her head bowed, she resembled the vision he had first encountered over a year ago, her resplendent golden hair, porcelain skin, and a delicate constellation of freckles adorning her nose. However, the once joyful little sparrow now seemed devoid of happiness, her eyes brimming with contemplation. The townsfolk often referred to Dada as a little sun. When her laughter faded, the entire world appeared to lose some of its vibrancy. Mo Jing gently tapped her on the head, seizing the moment to take her hand and place a palm-sized seashell into it. What is this? Dada? Momentarily disregarding the throbbing pain in her forehead, lifted the seashell and leaned in, attempting to discern the hidden message Mo Jing had left for her. A heart conch. Mo Jing shook her own similar seashell, though the spiral direction differed. The words inscribed at the opening of one shell would simultaneously appear at the opening of the other. Furthermore, when the paired shells were brought close together, they would emit a sound reminiscent of ocean waves. It is said that the farther apart they are, the louder the sound upon reunion. Offered a brief introduction to the object forged through the crucible of the soul. Dada, in a daze, nodded her head but suddenly recalled something, her face flushing crimson as she stammered, Is this a matching pair? What do you want this for? Of course, it is to facilitate my connection with you, replied, bending slightly at the waist, his smile reminiscent of a cunning wolf deceiving Little Red Riding Hood. He gently drew Dada into his embrace, inhaling the faint scent of milk that clung to her. With utmost sincerity, he pledged, on the day it rings, that shall be the moment I come to find you. No matter how distant the journey may be, I will return to your side. Do. In that instant, Dada felt as though her mind was about to burst. She was aflame with emotions. Her limbs appeared to belong to someone else. And she found herself, like an ostrich, burying her head against chest. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Oh, my dear parents at the naval base. It seems your daughter has just received a confession of love. A sudden cough echoed from behind a nearby tree. Remained motionless. Cough, cough. Still unmoved. Cough, cough. Grandfather. At last, the brain of responded, hastily extracting herself from some embrace, frantically stowing away the conch shell and bounding away. I'm going to milk the cows. Her flustered voice lingered in the wind. What a foolish child. Has her mind become muddled? Where is there any milk to be gathered today? Observed his granddaughter, who appeared to be ensnared by the whims of love, and let out a resigned sigh. Old man, do you have something to discuss? Mo Jingchu, with his eyes narrowed, leaned against the hilt of his sword, gazing at Ken. Ken shot him a displeased glare, tossed a booklet at Mo Jing, and turned to leave. Mo Jing lowered his head and opened the book, revealing an astonishing maritime chart crafted by the old man himself. Within its pages lay an entire map of the East China Sea, along with the locations of all naval branches stationed therein. Who would have thought that the old man possessed such remarkable skills? Mo Jing harbored grave suspicions that this was a concern for his safety, fearing that he might be apprehended along the way. Thus, he deliberately highlighted these locations, implying, "Be cautious, young man. Do not head straight for the naval base." Was it so certain that he intended to become a pirate? Mo Jing chuckled softly and neatly tucked away the booklet. He called out loudly towards the direction the old man had departed. "Thank you, old man. Please take good care of Dada. Get lost." Mo Jing rolled smoothly as he boarded the 30-meter-long two-masted sailboat of the toxic pig pirates. The dock resounded with cheers, as everyone fervently wished him luck in evading capture by the Navy. How bizarre it was that this kind-hearted and upstanding individual, the savior of Yimla Town, was perceived by all as someone destined to become a pirate. Though, truth be told, he did harbor such intentions. The thought made Mo Jing feel a tinge of pride. He recalled Ace, who had set sail 2 years prior. If Ace were to learn that he had embarked on his maiden voyage aboard such a grand vessel, he would surely be consumed by envy. Ever since discovering Ace's true identity, he had spent the past year attempting to recall the narrative surrounding him. Yet, his mind remained frustratingly blank. After all, he had abandoned the series early due to the pressures of college entrance examinations and had not revisited it since. In truth, if Ace had not explicitly mentioned his full name and enthusiastically enlightened him about the legendary pirate King Roger and his brother named Luffy, he might not have even recognized Ace's identity. On this occasion, Mo Jing ventured out to sea with the intention of aligning himself with Ace. As the saying goes, one relies on friends when venturing into the unknown. The vastness of the ocean is daunting, and being unfamiliar with the surroundings, he deemed it prudent to first gather information from acquaintances before embarking on his entrepreneurial journey. However, this endeavor hinged on his knowledge of Ace's whereabouts. Mo Jing was not perturbed by this. He had faith that, given Ace's prowess, he would inevitably orchestrate something significant. When the time came, he could follow the clues to find him. Yet, prior to that, he felt it would be wise to test his skills in the East China Sea, to ensure he was not left behind by Ace, which would certainly be a source of embarrassment. Of course, these were aspirations yet to be fulfilled. Before addressing those ambitions, he prioritized dealing with the immediate circumstances. Turning around, he regarded the 5 individuals gathered before the mast, feeling a twinge of frustration as he pinched the bridge of his nose. "Please, state your names once more." "Nicola Kristen," replied a slightly stout man with a triangular mark on his forehead, his eyes resembling those of someone who had endured a bear's wrath. "Xingsa," chimed in a tall, slender man clad in trousers and sporting rectangular glasses, exuding an air more scholarly than piratical. "Sushi," announced the man at the center, his gaze fixed firmly on the ground. With brown hair and an unremarkable appearance, he seemed somewhat reserved. Before he could finish, another voice interrupted with exuberance. Aiden Betchel," proclaimed a boy, seemingly no taller than 4 feet, with golden hair, hands on his hips, radiating an unexplainable confidence that seemed eager to capture the world's attention. The deck fell silent as all eyes turned to the last individual. Standing at the edge, a girl with pink hair, her face smudged with dirt and adorned with white gloves, appeared to be lost in thought until she suddenly snapped back to reality, glancing around. "Is it my turn? I am Garfadel." She even performed a salute of indeterminate origin. Mo Jing rubbed his temples. These 5 individuals were discovered aboard the toxic pig pirate ship after he had eradicated the crew. They were not true pirates, but rather the menial laborers from the toxic pig. The very name suggests that they were captives from various nations of the East China Sea. Since they had not participated in the invasion of Yimla town, Mo Jing chose not to take action against them. Initially, he intended to set them free. But upon realizing his utter lack of knowledge in navigation and the impracticality of operating such a large vessel alone, he decided to retain them. Coincidentally, these 5 laborers perfectly fulfilled the requirements for manning this 2-masted sailing ship. Nicholas Christian, the one with a triangular mark on his forehead who appeared as if he had been battered by a bear, stood nearly 2 meters tall, robust, and brawny. Sporting a mohawk that made him look fierce, he was the ship's cook. Xingsa, seemingly cultured and scholarly, was, in fact, the shipwright. Then there was the diminutive yet remarkably confident boy, around 4 meters tall, who surprisingly served as the navigator, and he was already 18. Lastly, there was Garfield, who was relatively normal, tasked with maintaining the cannons and handling various cleaning duties. Oh, how could I forget the one with the most peculiar name, New Year's Eve, who was said to be adept at a multitude of tasks, always busy wherever needed, making him the ship's versatile handyman. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the necessary configurations for a pirate ship had been perfectly assembled here. Though small, it was complete in every aspect. If not for some whimsical fortune favoring Mo Jing, it could only imply that the ship's original owner, a certain Rosben, was equally as inept at navigation as he was, which led him to gather these individuals to manage the vessel. As a result, their skills had now become his gain. Mo Jing promised 5 individuals that once he located Ace, he would grant them their freedom, along with the vessel. However, the 5 appeared rather indifferent, seemingly uninterested in both the prospect of freedom and the ship itself. It is indeed perplexing, in a world that champions freedom. Are there truly those who cannot be swayed by its allure? Do you not seem to harbor any interest in liberation? Mo Jing sat perched on the railing at the bow of the ship, fingers intertwined, and curiously inquired. The 5 individuals exchanged glances, seemingly assessing one another's expressions. "As long as I can discover new ingredients, I am willing to travel anywhere," Nicholas Christine replied in a deep, resonant voice. This implied that while the ship offered him a certain convenience, he would still need to devise a way to reach other islands on his own. It's akin to finding a perfectly fitting toilet seat. One hesitates to replace it. "Not bad. And you, Eden?" Mo Jing gestured towards the shortest among them, Eden Beecher. This older youth had left a profound impression on him, primarily due to his age. The fellow had somehow ascended a wooden barrel beside the mast, wearing a nostalgic and reflective expression. Upon hearing Mo Jing's question, he appeared momentarily taken aback, his gaze drifting as he replied, "I think this place is quite nice." Mo Jing let out a sound of acknowledgement, gesturing towards the next option. "Xingsa, I find this place quite agreeable as well." Xingsa adjusted his glasses. Noticing the slight narrowing of Mo Jing's eyes, he added, "It's not lonely." "Huh." A question mark appeared above Mo Jing's head. "Is it a mistake to seek warmth, friendship, And harmony aboard a pirate ship? Nevertheless, he enjoys it. On to the next. Mo Jing turned her gaze towards Garfield. What about you, Garfield? She inquired. I also find this place rather delightful. With a joyful demeanor, she raised one hand, adorned with a large white glove that resembled an oversized claw. It appeared she was quite pleased to discover someone who shared her sentiments. After all, the belongings on the ship are not easily damaged. Mo Jing fell into silence, perhaps taken aback by the remarkable talents of the first crew members he encountered. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. I can see that each of you possesses exceptional skills. So, you indeed wish to remain aboard the ship? The others nodded in agreement. Even if I were to inform you that I, too, intend to become a pirate? The five hesitated briefly. Are we considered official crew members? Xing Sa inquired. Of course. Then there is no problem. Eden declared, hands on his hips. The others concurred enthusiastically. Is it truly that simple? What if one day I instruct you to abduct innocent people, much like the toxic pig pirate crew did to you? Mo Jing observed them with a faint smile. Sensing that these five were not yet prepared to grow stronger, their gazes lacked determination, resembling fish adrift in the currents. Indeed, the continuous questioning rendered the five momentarily speechless. Ultimately, it was Xing Sa who broke the silence, stating, I believe that someone who is sent off by the town will not become a pirate like the toxic pig. A clever response, yet it merely skirted the issue. People can change. What if that day truly arrives? Mo Jing pressed on. The group exchanged glances, remaining silent as the atmosphere aboard the ship grew somewhat somber. On the mast, Zwa-i had built a nest and tilted his head, observing the silent group below, puzzled by their demeanor. Suddenly, a voice broke the stillness. It was Chu Shi, who declared earnestly, if that day ever comes, I will betray you, Captain. Mo Jing paused for a moment, then recalled the existence of such an individual. He was astonished that this seemingly inconspicuous person could utter such resolute words. It was neither tolerance nor departure, but the most fervent act of betrayal. Mo Jing perceived unwavering determination and a hint of anger in his eyes. Who says that honest individuals lack temper? What about you? Are you any different? Mo Jing cast a glance at the other four, who all nodded in agreement. I apologize, Captain, but we refuse to become the very embodiment of our deepest loathing. Xing Sa seemed to have reached an understanding, straightening his posture as he spoke. You must comprehend the gravity of uttering the word betrayal to a captain. Mo Jing, without turning his gaze upon them, rhythmically tapped his fingers against the hilt of his sword, his voice tinged with a cool detachment. In this grand age of maritime exploration, a captain is often bestowed with numerous privileges, one of which includes the authority to execute insubordinate crew members. An inexplicable chill enveloped the five, as if the temperature on deck had plummeted. Despite the sun hanging high in the sky, it offered no warmth. A heavy weight of pressure descended upon them. In that fleeting moment, they realized that they had never truly endeavored to understand their new captain. He resembled the vast ocean, generally warm and tranquil, yet concealing the tempestuous storms that brewed beneath the surface when his smile vanished. Nevertheless, none of them recoiled. This was the final display of their collective defiance. After a brief silence, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated without a trace. Applause erupted from the front, prompting the five to look up in astonishment. Well, now this is beginning to take shape, isn't it? Mo Jing smiled and clapped his hands, completely oblivious to his earlier displeasure. I sincerely apologize for testing you in this manner, but if you lack this degree of resolve, I believe it would be prudent for us to part ways sooner rather than later. He leaped down from the railing and approached the bow of the ship, gazing out at the vast expanse of the ocean, and proclaimed loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, from the very first day of my arrival here, I have come to understand a crucial truth. This sea is merciless and offers no compassion to those who harbor illusions of safety. To drift aimlessly will not shape it to your desires. On the contrary, it will mercilessly grind you to dust. I am destined to battle the tempest, and those who stand alongside me must be prepared to face the fury of storms. He paused for 2 seconds. Now, if any of you still wish to join my crew, take a step forward. Rest assured, should anyone choose to abandon ship, I shall not make it difficult for you. A portion of the assets of the poisonous pig will be yours, and you may disembark at the next port. He stared intently at the ocean for a long while before turning back. The 5 individuals behind him stepped forward in unison. A smile graced Mo Jing's face as he introduced himself. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Mo Jing, a swordsman by trade and a captain by circumstance. Until I locate the individual I seek, We shall be comrades aboard this vessel. I look forward to your guidance." The 5 companions exhaled with relief, for from this moment forth, they truly belonged to this ship. Excitement shimmered in their eyes. In such treacherous waters, nothing could provide greater solace than a formidable captain. "Captain, where shall we venture next?" In the blink of an eye, Eden regained his confidence, climbing atop the second tier of barrels. The remaining 4 gazed at Mo Jing with eager anticipation, awaiting him to lead them into their inaugural adventure. It was a moment filled with exhilarating promise. Mo Jing seemed to be moved as well, standing proudly on the railing and proclaiming loudly, "I have already made a resolution regarding our next target." He deliberately paused, infusing the moment with a sense of ceremony. The clique pirate crew. Bang! Eden tumbled from the barrel, after confirming multiple times that Mo Jing was not jesting. The 5 hapless fish slumped on the deck, appearing utterly breathless. "Captain, may I disembark now?" Garfadel raised his hand. "What do you think?" Mo Jing gazed at her with a smile, his fingers gliding over the hilt of his knife, his eyes resembling those of one awaiting the appearance of some organic fertilizer. Once aboard Mo Jing's vessel, did one dare to dream of disembarking? To save his own youthful life, as well as the captain's head. 5 individuals took turns recounting the terrors of Crick. "He is the most formidable pirate of the East Sea," Nicola remarked darkly. "He commands over 50 pirate ships, known throughout the East Sea as the Pirate Fleet." Garfield's expression was taut, as serious as if he were recounting a ghost story. A fleet? Upon hearing this title, Mo Jing couldn't help but chuckle. In this ocean-themed world, a fleet is undoubtedly synonymous with terror. Generally speaking, only a naval armada can rightfully be called a fleet. The rationale is simple. They possess a multitude of personnel, ships, and cannons. Even the most ordinary naval vessel boasts at least 1 tier of cannon decks, each side equipped with 6 artillery pieces. The mightiest among them may be armed with over 50 cannons. When they unleash a broadside, not only can they obliterate a pirate's wooden sailing ship, but even the smaller islands may fall victim to their firepower. Thus, the naval fleet is the most fearsome name upon these vast seas. As for pirate fleets, they are nothing short of comical. Just observe the typical antics of pirates. Aside from plundering merchant ships and towns, they are perpetually evading the Navy's pursuit. Speed is the paramount pursuit of pirate vessels. If their ships lack swiftness, they cannot hope to catch merchant ships, let alone escape from the Navy. Consequently, ordinary pirate ships are scarcely equipped with cannons, save for the bow and stern. Their battles primarily consist of grappling engagements and boardings, wherein they leap onto enemy vessels to fight. An abundance of cannons would only impede their speed in pursuit and retreat. Of course, for Mo Jing, this is no jest. Even if each enemy ship were manned by merely 100 schoolchildren, he could still find himself utterly overwhelmed. In lower-tier confrontations, sheer numbers often dictate the outcome. Though his swordsmanship is formidable, it has yet to reach the level of rendering numbers irrelevant. When he first learned of this news from Rosben, he felt a momentary breathlessness, even contemplating the abandonment of his hunting plans. Would it not be wiser to report such matters to the Navy? What need did he have to flaunt his capabilities alone? However, Rosben soon faltered and divulged another piece of information. Mo Jing came to his senses and, casting a solemn glance at the 5 miscellaneous fish, nodded towards Eden, indicating, "Is there more? It seems you wish to add something." Eden appeared visibly shaken, recalling, "I once witnessed firsthand how he used a massive, 1-ton spear to obliterate a man's head." Oh, Mo Jing was instantly intrigued. A ton in weight was something he could not manage at present. In terms of sheer strength, he was likely nearing the capabilities of Ace from 2 years ago. Moreover, he had a formidable group of subordinates. The voice of the New Year's Eve trembled slightly, especially among them. The demon Jean and Iron Wall Balu, either one could effortlessly annihilate the poisoned boar pirates. Indeed, Mo Jing's spirits soared even higher. His swordsmanship had stagnated for too long, and he desperately needed to engage in battles against numerous formidable foes to validate his learning. As Mo Jing exhibited an unwavering resolve and an escalating fighting spirit, the other 4 could only place their hopes on the final member, Xing Sa. Adjusting his glasses, Xing Sa remarked, "Captain, if I am not mistaken, you wish to engage in combat with Click and his powerful subordinates, correct?" "Absolutely." Mo Jing stood firm with his sword. "However, I must assert that it is impossible." He pushed up his glasses. "Why?" Mo Jing regarded Xing Sa with keen interest. This fellow exuded an air of intelligence, yet somehow found himself in the position of a shipwright. "Because you do not comprehend Click. He is a despicable and shameless individual who has served time in prison. Subsequently, he rose through the ranks to become a naval officer, only to later slay his captain during a battle and return to piracy. Xing Sa's eyes were shadowed with foreboding. The principle of the clique pirates is to achieve their goals by any means necessary. He will not engage you in a one-on-one duel, Captain. Instead, he will send wave after wave of his subordinates to wear you down, ultimately coming to reap your life. And it is only us 5. This implies that the 5 of us are insufficient to withstand such a multitude. Upon hearing this, Mo Jing was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into laughter shortly thereafter. Do not worry, I shall not send you into battle. When it comes to challenging the clique pirate crew, I alone shall suffice. Alas, not merely a fool, but also a braggart. How could I have been so easily deceived? The expressions of the 5 were filled with despair. After all, it was clique. In comparison to the clique pirate crew, the toxic pig pirate crew, which could only rely on monthly tributes to bask in the glory of their name, was hardly worth considering. Initially, they had felt fortunate to have allied themselves with such a formidable force, yet in an instant, that very ally had wrapped itself in flour. Determined to leap into the frying pan, there was no way to stop it. Mo Jing observed their concerns with a knowing smile and explained, "There is a piece of news you might be unaware of. The clique pirates have just returned from the Grand Line, and now they are left with nothing but a dilapidated flagship." This revelation was the final piece of information he extracted from Rospin under duress, which ultimately solidified Mo Jing's resolve to challenge clique. He had hoped to inquire further, but alas, in the next moment, Rospin was consumed by the initial fire. His soul reduced to ashes, leaving behind a mere corpse. Such a pity. The 5 fools displayed expressions of shock, unable to fathom how a formidable group like the clique pirates could be reduced to a single ship. Had they encountered the Navy? No. Even the Navy could not achieve such a feat. Eden, recalling the rumors he had heard in the past, could not suppress his trembling voice. The Grand Line, often referred to as the pirate graveyard. This was a place where all aspiring pirates ventured, yet it also served as the burial ground for many a dream. In the past, he had thought such tales were mere fabrications, but now it seemed the reality was even more dire. Thus, I must set sail this very moment, Mo Jing declared as he leaped to the bow of the ship, swiftly leveling the spikes on the back of the poisoned pig with a single stroke of his sword before settling into a meditative posture. On one hand, he aimed to eliminate a potential threat to Imlo Town. On the other, he had to admit that this was indeed the clique pirate's most vulnerable moment. If he did not seize the opportunity now, what right did he have to speak of venturing forth or to call himself a swordsman? Would it not be far more comfortable to return to Imlo and continue fishing and milking? As he spoke, he glanced at the 5 fools, who hesitated to voice their thoughts before breaking into a grin. Besides, if I can't win, would I run away? Do I appear to you like a reckless fool who knows no better? Indeed, the 5 silently shouted in their hearts. With these words, they fell into a thoughtful silence, each preoccupied with their own worries, yet the morale aboard the ship had notably improved. As long as Mo Jing did not intend to stubbornly persist in his endeavors, they held a glimmer of hope for escape, provided that Mo Jing's information proved accurate. Eden unfolded the nautical notes Mo Jing had given him and began plotting their course. As a subordinate pirate crew of the clique pirates, the poisoned pig had previously made regular offerings at designated locations each month. He was already well acquainted with the route. Now, he simply needed to ascertain the position of the poisoned pig. He pulled out a sextant to determine latitude and longitude, occasionally glancing at the figure of Mo Jing, who sat resolutely at the ship's bow, his posture steady against the gentle undulations of the sea, instilling a sense of calm within him. Strangely, he found himself harboring a rather absurd thought. Perhaps the captain would truly prevail. I must be losing my mind. He tapped his head with a pen. Eden believed that the opinions of others were likely similar to his own. The captain might possess considerable strength, yet he still fell short of clique, perhaps even inferior to the ghostly king. It was not that he held any disdain for Mo Jing, but the clique pirate crew was undeniably formidable. A reputation forged through battles against numerous naval warships and pirate vessels in the East Sea. In contrast, Mo Jing had merely vanquished a relatively well-known gang, the poisonous pig pirates. Such feats were not particularly challenging for the combat members of the clique crew. Many ambitious pirates who set sail harbored dreams of challenging the strongest, akin to Mo Jing, yet most of them had already found their demise beneath the waves. Although they were mere misfits, they had encountered far too many such pirates. With a rare captain who wouldn't simply kick him off the barrel, Eden hoped he wouldn't meet an untimely end. If only one ship remained. Escape was still an option. He could scribble and sketch in his notebook. He needed to confer with others. He cast a glance at Mo Jing's unmoving silhouette and stealthily made his way toward the cabin. It was time to devise a plan to rescue the captain. As dusk descended, the sea breeze blew against him, dispelling the night's gloom. The poisonous pig was steadily sailing toward its predetermined destination. Mo Jing sat at the bow of the ship, gazing at the ring seal on his left hand. The annihilation of the poisonous pig pirate crew had bestowed upon him a multitude of souls, of which only 3 bore names: Soul of the Great Bladeabai, Soul of the Horned Karda, and Soul of the Poisonous Pig Rothben. Previously occupied with procuring necessary items for his maritime venture and acquiring foundational nautical knowledge, he now finally had the time to refine these souls. He cast the Soul of the Great Bladeabai into the ring seal, achieving the required soul energy of 27, a figure not significantly greater than that needed for the refinement of certain large fish. This was directly added to his limit. Soul energy consumed, 81. The tripling of soul energy burned was already the utmost threshold that a soul of this caliber could endure. Within the endless dark vortex, sparks erupted. Soon, results materialized. A. Small power crystal 1B. Large arm, pirate cutlass. The outcome was rather standard. Mo Jing unhesitatingly chose the first option, weaponry and accessories, which are items guaranteed to materialize with each refinement, with weapons boasting the highest probability, while others diminish sequentially. One may also select a specific category of weapon, ensuring that the refined product will exclusively manifest that type. However, at this level, the souls typically do not yield anything of great value. Given that Mo Jing already possessed the Bei Yi Duo broadsword, he regarded this option with disdain. After all, whether it pertains to profound arts, characteristics, skills, or the most commonplace attributes, all are far more appealing than this triviality. He proceeded with the refinement. The soul of the poisonous pig, Rothben, was worthless. It only produced 2 small crystallized strength. On the other hand, the soul of the horn, Kata, yielded a basic shooting experience, Kata, which pleasantly surprised him. This marked the second occasion since Bei Yi Ka that he had refined experience crystals from a human soul. Of course, the effects were rather mediocre. Mo Jing utilized them all at once. Name: Mo Jing. Age: 20. Race: Undead. Strength: E. Agility, D. Stamina, E. Intellect, D. Soul Ability, Undying Curse Skills, Soul Refinement LV 50. Initial Flame LV 7, Swordsmanship LV 14, Master of Swordsmanship, Swimming LV 10, Shooting LV 1, Traits: Dark Ring X1, Initial Flame, Rhythm of Water, Deep Breathing, Primal Instinct. His proficiency in shooting is rather rudimentary. In comparison, the impending breakthrough in strength is far more promising. In fact, during the past 2 years, his most significant accomplishments have been attaining LV 14 in swordsmanship and LV 7 in initial flame. Regarding swordsmanship, he has completely mastered all techniques of the former pirate hunter, Beidou, including his 3 signature moves: Wolf Bite, Snake Strangle, and Screen Dance. All of these are single sword styles. Given Beidou's age of over 80, such mastery is rather scarce, yet not altogether astonishing. In this realm, numerous swordsmen exist, and Beidou is not one marked by exceptional talent. His achievements stem from the relentless honing of simple, unadorned techniques until they return to their essence. The quintessence of his swordsmanship is encapsulated in the seemingly ordinary execution of every move. A swordsman of his caliber, when practiced to perfection, could be regarded as the sovereign of ordinary attacks, mastering speed, strength, and timing to an extraordinary degree. With a mere strike, he could unleash a power that left others in awe. Mo Jing, upon his arrival in this world, had already sensed this potential. Although he has now integrated Beidou's swordsmanship, he is yet to reach Beidou's zenith. This is not merely a matter of attributes. There is an elusive quality he is yet to grasp. However, the good news is that he seems to belong to another category of swordsmen, those endowed with considerable talent. With the assistance of Essence of Water, he has swiftly innovated upon Beidou's swordsmanship, carving out his own path. As it stands, in terms of swordplay, he has far surpassed the Beidou of yesteryear. He has also devised 3 signature moves: Fish Swim, Hazy Moon, and Ripple Chaos. The Fish Swim embodies his understanding of the fluid dynamics of water, drawing inspiration from the reactions of fish to changes in current, merging agility and swordplay into one. Hazy Moon, inspired by Beidou's Screen Dance, employs a sword light akin to rippling water to conjure a deceptive illusion for strategic attacks. Lastly, Ripple Chaos showcases his intricate manipulation of sword energy. He attributes these three moves to the name Floating Sky and Vast Sea, not for any other reason, but for the aesthetic appeal. A sword move that can unsettle an opponent's mind is indeed a part of swordsmanship. Mo Jing holds the belief that while cursing is inappropriate, the initial flame is a rather extraordinary phenomenon. This peculiar fire, though it resembles conventional flames in shape and temperature, possesses a fundamental distinction from ordinary fire. If one were to liken ordinary flames to an outward manifestation of a vigorous oxidation reaction, then the initial flame represents an external display of the energy reaction that occurs within the soul, accompanied by light and heat. It signifies an energy response on an entirely different plane. To put it simply, its sole fuel is the soul itself, while it can ignite lifeless, desiccated branches. This is merely due to the high temperature of the initial flame. The fire that subsequently emerges from the withered wood is no longer the initial flame, but rather an ordinary fire. As the level of the initial flame rises, the fire that once merely enveloped his palm gradually spreads to his chest. The Mo Jing conjecture suggests that perhaps when his entire being is enveloped by the primordial flame, he may once again enter the mode of the King of Ashes, awakened after his initial demise. Naturally, the most expedient method would be to meet death once more. Yet, Mo Jing vehemently resists such an approach, even though he is immortal. Or rather, it is precisely because of his immortality that he feels such profound unease. The dark ring upon his arm, a symbol of his undying nature, perpetually instills a sense of foreboding within him, as if he is overlooking something crucial. In the realm of the Dark Ring 3, immortality is regarded as a curse, and there must be a reason for this. At that moment, a creature resembling a fluffy ball, Zui, leapt onto Mo Jing's shoulder, tilting its head as if inquiring about the source of his distress. Mo Jing gently scratched its small head. His destiny with Zui was indeed peculiar at that time. He was in the forest, experimenting with how to encase the primordial flame within the blade. To his astonishment, Zui happened to fall from a tree at that very moment. By the time the man and the bird processed the bewildering incident, Zui had already been ignited by the primordial flame. Mo Jing instinctively transformed the initial flame into a healing mode, yet it was too late. At that moment, Zui was already enveloped in an alluring scent of charred flesh. In the next instant, a more intense blaze erupted from the corpse, and this little fellow rose anew from the flames. Not only that, but a subtle connection also formed between him and Mo Jing, as he even inherited the King of Flames mode, albeit at the cost of Mo Jing's own soul. In his mind, the image of his panel is still vivid. Name, age, 5 race, golden-browed rain swallow strength, H agility, C constitution, H intelligence, G fruit ability, none skills, flight LV11, reconnaissance LV7, fishing LV2, nesting LV2 traits, shadow of the sky, initial flame currently. S most formidable move is entering the mode and then colliding headfirst into others. This technique has already been employed against the pirate crew. While it appears spectacular, in the very moment of impact, has already perished once. After all, its constitution is quite lacking. It merely resurrects at high speed. The little creature seems oblivious to this pain, but feels a pang of sympathy. Gently, he strokes his small head. This little one is somewhat carefree. It would be wise to procure a devil fruit to bolster its physique in the future. One wonders if the pirate crew might come across such a treasure. Mo Jing gazed into the distance, a flicker of anticipation illuminating his countenance. After a night of silent navigation, a lush island emerged before him at dawn, drawing ever closer. Eden stood beside him, nervously peering ahead. Adjacent to this pristine isle lay the very spot where the clique pirates frequently exacted their protection fees. Mo Jing rose from the head of the poisonous pig sculpture, a dagger suspended at his waist, gazing expectantly ahead. From this vantage point, there was no sign of the clique pirate crew. However, as the poisonous pig subtly shifted at an angle, a vessel of similar size gradually emerged from behind the island. This was a common tactic employed by pirates, hiding behind an island, waiting for merchant ships to approach, believing themselves safe, only to surge forth unexpectedly from behind and pursue the merchant vessels for plunder. The sole question now was, this sailboat, emerging from behind the island, was adorned in blue and white, with a pristine mainsail emblazoned with the emblem of a blue seagull clutching a wrench. Is this what you refer to as the clique pirate crew? Mo Jing inquired, turning to Eden. At that moment, Eden was trembling uncontrollably. His tongue twisted in knots as he stammered, "The Navy." He clutched his face and shrieked in alarm, preparing to leap from the barrel and flee. Yet, Mo Jing caught him midair, pulling him back. "Why are you running?" Mo Jing questioned, his expression one of discontent. Eden, with terror evident in his eyes, pointed across. Then at himself, exclaiming, "Navy, pirate, me, shouldn't I escape?" He was utterly at a loss for coherent speech. "What are you so flustered about?" Mo Jing replied, scrutinizing him. "Are we pirates?" Eden looked at him as if he were daft. "Aren't we? Let me ask you, do we possess a pirate flag?" Eden paused. "No, we don't." "Is there anyone among us with a bounty?" He hesitated. "It seems not." "Then there you have it." Mo Jing crossed his arms, asserting, "We have neither broken the law nor committed a crime. We cannot be bombarded simply for being aboard a pirate ship." Before his words could fully settle, a thunderous volley erupted. A cannonball, the size of a human head, whizzed past Mo Jing's scalp, striking the main mast with a resounding crash. With a creaking sound, the main mast began to topple slowly before Mo Jing's bewildered gaze. In the distance, cheers seemed to erupt. Anyone who struck a main mast could boast about it for half a year. Meanwhile, the atmosphere aboard the poisonous pig grew distinctly tense. Mo Jing flexed his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. With an expressionless demeanor, he turned around, unsheathed his sword, and clenched the hilt between his teeth, poised to leap into the sea. "Captain." At that critical moment, Eden grasped his right foot tightly. Mo Jing gazed at him with a kind expression. "Did you not say that we are not pirates?" Eden urged, enduring the unsettling glare. "Let him fire his shots. We shall simply raise a white flag. We bear no pirate flag. We have no bounty. We are not pirates." Mo Jing struck him on the head, exclaiming, "Is a pirate merely an inconvenient being? As long as one harbors the spirit of a pirate within, one can be a pirate anywhere." With that, she kicked him aside and was about to leap again when her left foot was suddenly seized. Turning her head, she found it was New Year's Eve. Mo Jing was taken aback. When had this fellow circled behind him? "What brings you here, young rascal?" Mo Jing inquired with a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling his hair. The young lad felt a chilling breeze around his neck, as if he were about to take flight at any moment. "What ship?" Mo Jing abruptly lifted him off the ground. That is the vessel of the Navy headquarters. Not the useless naval forces of the East Sea, but the elite of the Navy. He finally managed to articulate his thoughts in one breath. With a swift kick, Mo Jing sent him sprawling. "I only strike at the elite." After uttering these words, he suddenly turned, casting a glance behind him to ensure that no one dared to cling to his feet any longer, before plunging into the sea with a resounding splash. His swimming skill had reached level 10, not due to a lack of desire for further enhancement, but because it had already peaked at the limits of human capability. At this moment, he was akin to a human dolphin. On board a naval ship, a man clad in a pristine white suit, his light pink hair meticulously styled to the sides, applauded gracefully. The first round of bombardment hit the mark splendidly. A woman in a stunning red dress, her figure alluring, entwined her arm with his, looking somewhat apprehensive. "Could there be any danger, Fen Beauty?" "Fear not," he replied gently, patting the back of her hand. "The Toxic Porpoise pirate crew is merely a band of petty thieves. If they weren't obstructing our path, I wouldn't even bother with them." "Why don't they raise a pirate flag?" the woman inquired curiously. Fen Beauty paused, scrutinizing the situation. It indeed appeared that no pirate flag was hoisted. Although the ship was undeniably registered as the Toxic Porpoise, he soon dismissed the matter nonchalantly. Who knows? Perhaps they learned from the Click pirate crew. These scoundrels sometimes masquerade as naval forces to plunder towns. How despicable. The two laughed as they made their way toward the captain's cabin. As they descended the deck, Fen Beauty gestured to the first mate. "Dispose of that eyesore. Sink it." The first mate understood and was about to issue the command when a haunting voice emanated from below. "Whom do you intend to sink?" A damp figure had somehow already appeared on the deck. Mo Jing grasped a knife in one hand, while with the other, he vigorously swept his hair back. Two sailors lay at his feet, their fates unknown. An enemy attack. The sound of frantic footsteps erupted into chaos, and in less than 2 seconds, Mo Jing found himself encircled by a throng of sailors wielding long rifles. Mo Jing surveyed the dark, menacing barrels of the guns, and suddenly, with a swift movement, he exclaimed, "Floating heaven, vast sea, misty moon." His figure surged forward in an instant. Simultaneously, the first mate shouted, "Fire!" The sound of bullets whizzed through the air as several lead projectiles pierced Mo Jing's body. Yet, in the next moment, the figure frozen in mid-charge vanished like a wraith from the spot. Where had he gone? The surrounding naval officers stared blankly in the direction of the vanished apparition, their expressions akin to that of a ghostly encounter. Only Finn Beauty raised an eyebrow slightly, maintaining an air of composure. As a lieutenant of the naval headquarters, he had encountered numerous adversaries with peculiar techniques. It seemed he had caught quite a formidable fish. He instructed the woman beside him to enter the captain's cabin while he flexed his fingers, glancing at the undamaged side of the ship where Mo Jing was, astonishingly squatting atop it. He had not expected anyone to dare rescue a Jean. Finn Beauty gradually assumed a stance, thinking, since you have come, let us remain together. Huh? A Jean? Mo Jing wore an expression of bewilderment. The notorious enforcer of Click's crew, Ghost Man Jean, had been captured by the Navy? What could this possibly mean? A Jean was in their custody, yet what of the Click pirate crew? He questioned, his initial instinct suggesting that his business had been compromised. But he quickly deduced that the Navy had likely apprehended only a Jean or a portion of Click's crew. Otherwise, they would not have claimed to have rescued anyone. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Well, you may as well inquire about that yourself, Finn Beauty declared, approaching with sprightly steps, unleashing a flurry of punches. Despite his seemingly frail physique, his hands were adorned with formidable steel claws. Each blow echoed through the air like the roar of cannon fire. However, Mo Jing effortlessly leapt aside, evading the onslaught. Very well, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and retreated a couple of paces. It appears that rational discourse is beyond your grasp. Let me assess your true strength. The blade gleamed like a flash of lightning. Finn Beauty roared in defiance, striking fiercely against the edge of the sword, producing a cacophony of clashing sounds. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, their blades and fists intertwining in a fierce dance. The surrounding sailors, armed and vigilant, were rendered breathless by the spectacle. Finn Beauty found himself retreating, increasingly alarmed by the relentless assault. His opponent was not even exerting their full force, wielding the blade as if it were a mere extension of their being, exuding an effortless mastery. Meanwhile, he was expending every ounce of strength merely to parry the continuous onslaught of the blade. He knew he had to close the distance. With a sudden shout, he forcefully deflected a blade's arc and charged forward, intending to engage Mo Jing in close combat. Navi, in the blink of an eye, Mo Jing's long sword transformed into a fluid motion, and in a momentary daze, they passed each other. What had just transpired? A chilling sensation surged from Finn Beauty's tailbone to the crown of his head. He had not even seen how his opponent had accomplished it. Yet, the anticipated attack never materialized. Instead, a blade hovered menacingly beside his face, gently brushing against his cheek. In the next instant, a swift kick sent him tumbling into the captain's quarters. Fire! The first mate finally seized the opportunity and commanded. Instantly, the ship erupted in a cacophony of explosions, akin to a festival, as 100 cannon shots rang out in unison. The acrid smoke enveloped the entire vessel. When the haze finally cleared, the onlookers were met with a scene of splintered wood and a battered deck, yet no sign of life was to be found. At that moment, the door to the captain's quarters swung open, and Mo Jing, his hair still dripping with water, poked his head out. I'm merely having a chat with your captain. Please do not disturb. With a decisive slam, the door shut. The Navy outside was momentarily taken aback, but their astonishment quickly turned to fury. Is this ship being treated as one's own home? Several sailors were about to rush over when they were abruptly halted by the first mate's commanding voice. Wait. The first mate regarded the captain's cabin with a grim expression. If it were merely Finn Beauty inside, he would not have hesitated, but now there was an innocent civilian present. Although she was Finn Beauty's companion, she was still an innocent bystander. Curse that scoundrel Finn Beauty. Within the captain's cabin, Mo Jing pulled over a chair and sat down, casting a glance at the terrified woman beside him. I apologize for startling you. I merely wish to converse with Captain. Finn Beauty, awkwardly rising from the ground, positioned himself protectively in front of the woman, his expression shadowed as he regarded Mo Jing. Converse? Mo Jing inquired, scrutinizing him. Unmoved, Finn Beauty continued to watch Mo Jing with unwavering vigilance. Very well. It appears I must articulate my intent more clearly for you to comprehend. Mo Jing stood up, brandishing his blade, and took a step towards Finn Beauty. Finn Beauty let out a low growl, his fist striking out with determination, completely disregarding his own injuries. Prepared to exchange wounds with Mo Jing. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Mo Jing's eyes, Yet the long knife in his hand suddenly accelerated. With a swift sidestep, he executed a horizontal slash followed by a vertical strike. Two straight cuts intersected in the air. Clang! Finn Beauty's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the ground, where the iron finger claw lay severed in two. How could this be possible, given that they were both made of steel? Mo Jing plunged his blade into the ground and returned to his seat. Severing iron was a mere trifle for him now, a skill that posed little challenge. Shall we engage in conversation now? What do you wish to say? Finn Booty struggled to muster his composure, initially intending to assert himself. But upon sensing the trembling hands behind him, he found the words lodged in his throat. You are quite impressive, Mo Jing remarked, crossing his legs. To be frank, I have a genuine admiration for the true Navy. Why must you harbor such animosity towards me? He then pulled a chair closer, placing it before them. Please, have a seat. Finn Booty could not fathom Mo Jing's intentions, yet he understood that should this man desire his demise, it would be a simple matter. That earlier strike had served as a warning. Resigned, he sat down on the chair. What is it that you truly seek? Let me be clear. Even if you were to kill me, I would never ally myself with pirates. Pirates? Mo Jing raised her eyebrows. Tell me, have I hoisted the pirate flag? Finn Beauty replied reluctantly, no. Do I have a bounty? No slammed his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, what grounds do you have to label me a pirate? Finn Booty paused, taken aback. But that vessel is undoubtedly the Poison Pig of the Poison Pig pirate crew. Does being aboard a pirate ship automatically make one a pirate? I am currently on a naval warship. Does that make me a member of the Navy? S words were so convincing that he nearly believed them himself. Finn Booty's complexion fluctuated between hues of green and pale, suddenly contemplating a startling possibility. Could it be that you are a pirate hunter? This time, it was who was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, I am a pirate hunter. You must have heard of Beaduo, my master, who imparted all his knowledge to me. Finn Booty gazed at with astonishment. He had indeed heard of Beaduo, a renowned bounty hunter from the East Sea, known for his ruthless swordsmanship that had shattered the dreams of countless pirates, occasionally roaming the Grand Line. However, 2 years prior, this old man had mysteriously vanished, leading many to believe he had perished, and now here was his apprentice emerging from the shadows. I sincerely apologize. Finn Booty straightened his posture and offered a formal apology too. This revelation clarified why had been found aboard the Poison Pig. The Poison Pig pirate crew had been vanquished, and thus it was merely a trophy of the adversaries. Now, let us set that aside, inquired, eager to pose his most pressing question. You mentioned that Akainu was captured by you? And what of the Klee pirate crew? Finn Booty regarded him with suspicion, but ultimately responded truthfully. A few days prior, they had received a report from a merchant ship that claimed to have spotted the Klee pirate crew's flagship, the military knife, near the doldrums. Consequently, 7 naval warships were dispatched for an immediate encirclement. Initially, the operation proceeded smoothly. However, the Klee pirate crew, sensing danger, attempted a forced breakout. During the chaos, their leader, Klee, abandoned his crew and fled in a small boat. In a bid to capture the notorious leader, the Navy relentlessly pursued him with the majority of their warships. To their dismay, they later discovered that the fleeing Klee was, in fact, Akainu in disguise. Regrettably, by the time they realized this, it was too late, as the real Klee showcased his absolute prowess as the sovereign of the East Sea, sinking the pursuing warships and escaping unscathed. Currently, Akainu is confined in the cabin beneath the deck. Mo Jing listened in astonishment. The Klee pirate crew had traversed the doldrums. How audacious! From the map provided by Ken, the so-called Grand Line appeared as a circular path encircling the equator, intersecting perpendicularly with another ring, the Red Line, thereby dividing the world into 4 distinct seas: east, south, west, and north. Each of these seas was remarkably different. The Red Line had scarcely any openings, while the Grand Line was flanked by the doldrums. This region was devoid of both wind and current, rendering it a veritable wasteland for most pirate ships reliant on sails for propulsion. Not to mention, it was also teeming with sea kings, creatures of formidable strength. Where there was no strongest, only stronger. The fact that the Klee pirate crew managed to boldly navigate through the doldrums back to the East Sea was nothing short of extraordinary luck. This aligned perfectly with the intelligence he had gathered from Ross. Contemplating this, a warm smile unconsciously graced his face. How shall I address you? Finn Booty shuddered involuntarily, casting a wary glance at Mo Jing. What are your intentions? Just a greeting. I am Mo Jing. Mo Jing extended his hand, shaking it with Funbu Di amidst the latter's puzzled gaze. In truth, my purpose for this visit was to confront the Click Pirate crew. Approached the matter directly, inquiring, "What do you think? Are you interested in collaborating?" As the conversation turned serious, Fin Beauty's expression grew noticeably grave. "While I would very much like to agree, I regret to inform you that our department currently has no knowledge of the whereabouts of the Click Pirates." Fin Beauty spoke the truth. He had already experienced the formidable strength of. Had someone of his caliber been present during the attempt to encircle the Click Pirates, the subsequent disarray might have been avoided. However, the present circumstances dictated that the Navy had missed its optimal opportunity. After narrowly escaping once, the Click Pirates would undoubtedly remain elusive for the foreseeable future, making their discovery amidst the vast ocean nearly impossible. "Isn't there a kin?" casually suggested, resting a hand on the back of a chair. "Surely he knows where the Click Pirates might be meeting." "You mean?" Fin Beauty squinted slightly. "Give him a chance to flee." Leaned in, raising a finger. Fin Beauty shook his head, his tone solemn. "We initially considered this plan, but two persistent issues remain unresolved. First, we lack the means to track him. This vast sea does not conceal pursuers well. Should a kin detect the shadow of a Navy ship behind him, he would certainly avoid approaching the Click Pirates. Second, what if a kin is not inclined to search for the Click Pirates? In that case, we would not only fail to capture Click, but also inadvertently allow a kin to escape. You need not worry about the first issue," exclaimed, letting out a sharp whistle that echoed from the captain's quarters. Suddenly, a swift shadow burst forth from the dim glow of the firelight. A swallow, adorned with a deep indigo back, a gradient of yellow and white on its belly, and golden accents at the corners of its eyes resembling gilded eyebrows, gracefully descended and landed upon its shoulder. With an air of authority, it announced, "Jouet reporting for duty." Upon witnessing the remarkable intelligence of Jouet, Fin Beauty's eyes brightened. "Are you suggesting you will send it to track a kin?" Mo Jing extended a finger and shook it slightly, a hint of smugness curling at the corners of his mouth. Why not resolve both issues simultaneously? Fin Beauty instinctively considered putting this imposing figure back in his place. But upon catching sight of the knife in Mo Jing's hand, he swiftly regained his composure. "Pray tell, how shall we resolve this?" Mo Jing raised his hand, allowing Jouet to leap onto his finger, gently smoothing the feathers at the back of its head. Jouet, feeling content, curled up into a fluffy ball, closing its eyes in bliss. Fearing that a Jean might flee, it was best to have someone keep watch over him. He spoke in a calm and unhurried manner. "Are you suggesting that Funbu Di narrowed his eyes, contemplating a certain possibility?" Mo Jing placed a foot upon the stool, leaning closer to Funbu Di, his tone reminiscent of a devil's whisper. "You feign letting him escape, and I shall pretend to carry him away." His 5 fingers undulated rhythmically, with Jouet bouncing upon them. "Jouet possesses the ability to sense my whereabouts at any moment, and it will guide your path forward." Hiss! Funbu Di inhaled sharply, and even he nearly uttered a word of scorn. Yet, the thought of being a participant made the situation seem rather appealing. Although the scheme had yet to commence, he had already begun to mourn for the Click Pirate crew. With a hint of audacity, Funbu Di gazed at this increasingly inscrutable man and inquired, "Do you harbor a grudge against the Click Pirate crew?" Mo Jing smiled, yet there was not a trace of warmth in his expression. "His men have slain my friend, pillaged my town, and caused my beloved to weep in sorrow. Do you believe they deserve to live? Indeed, they must perish." Fin Beauty raised his brows in surprise. For the first time, he found that this man before him was not entirely despicable. Now, only a few details remained to be arranged. He stood up and called out loudly for the first mate, instructing him to fetch a bottle of fine red wine, for he wished to have a thorough conversation with Mo Jing. Mo Jing returned aboard a naval lifeboat. The ragtag group of 5 leaned over the ship's railing, gazing at him with a look akin to that of worshippers beholding a deity. When they set out, they had feared they would lose their captain forever. To their astonishment, not only had he returned, but he had been personally escorted back by the Navy. Furthermore, these sailors had even assisted in repairing their main mast. Never before had these 5 wayward souls been so close to the Navy, leaving them in a state of utter disbelief. "How did you manage this, Captain?" Eden attempted to climb the barrel twice, but failed, trembling as he offered Mo Jing a cigarette. Mo Jing was lost in thought, contemplating the statue of the poisonous pig at the bow of the ship. He instinctively accepted a cigarette, glanced at it, and then flicked it away. How could this be possible? The Navy, indeed. They even assisted us in repairing the vessel. Eden's voice rose in pitch, as he felt his entire worldview beginning to unravel. Mo Jing turned to him with a serious gaze and asked, "I inquire, are we pirates?" "Ah, this." Eden immediately wore a look of consternation. "This truly is a perplexing dilemma. We are bounty hunters," Mo Jing earnestly declared. "A distinguished bounty hunter can certainly earn the assistance of the Navy." Eden, in a state of bewilderment, nodded blankly. "Captain, whatever you say is what it is." Cast a glance at one that suggested this child was destined to be a failure. Unable to rise above mediocrity, he possesses numerous commendable traits, yet his every reaction is one of exaggerated surprise. They say that concentration brings forth essence. How is it that he seems to have diminished his courage instead? Mo Jing shook his head and redirected his attention to the bow of the ship. To ensure the seamless execution of the plan, the vessel known as the Venomous Pig, recognizable even to Funbuti, certainly required some modifications. The most straightforward and expedient approach would be to renovate the bow and apply a fresh coat of paint. He had already devised a painting scheme. Having engaged in thorough discussions with the soldiers responsible for this task while aboard the naval vessel, even presenting them with a rough sketch. Somehow, this sketch later found its way into Funbuti's possession. The latter sought him out specifically to express profound admiration for his creative prowess in contemporary art and strongly recommended that he visit Glassball Island, the very cradle of popular culture in the East China Sea. Faced with this unexpectedly enthusiastic individual, Mo Jing could only patiently urge him to remain composed, reminding him that this was merely a pastime. Drawing upon his 2 decades of experience as a lifelong singleton, designing a paint scheme was a trivial endeavor. The real challenge lay in the fact that the purple venomous pig at the bow was exceedingly conspicuous. A change in its form was imperative. Crafting a makeshift solution was certainly out of the question, although the nearby island boasted an abundance of excellent timber. The fresh wood would necessitate prolonged drying or natural air drying before being applied to the hull, lest it succumb to rot, insect infestation, or residual wood stress. Hence, the only viable option was to improve upon the existing structure. Mo Jing wielded his knife, swiftly removing all the spines from the toxic boar. As he stroked his chin in contemplation, a sudden epiphany struck him. He discerned a hint of coy potential in this bald creature. What an auspicious sign! With a decisive motion, he raised his blade and commenced his work. After more than an hour of meticulous effort, the transformation of the toxic boar was nearly complete. The diligent sailors had thoroughly cleaned both the interior and exterior, erasing all remnants of its chaotic pirate past, and had given it a splendid makeover. The hull and bow now gleamed with a fresh brilliance. Even if Rospin himself were to inspect it, unless he ventured into the cabin for a detailed examination, he would find it nearly impossible to ascertain that this was his own vessel. The naval ship of Funbuti approached slowly, marveling at the transformed pirate ship, and could not help but applaud in admiration. He was certain that throughout the East Sea, there existed no other vessel quite like it. Especially noteworthy was its stunning paint job. Look at those emerald green twin tails, the vibrant eyes, and the verdant scallions held in hand. Such youthful charm and fashionable flair. How had he not thought of adorning the ship with cartoon art before? By the way, what was the name of this illustration? He inquired of the shipwright beside him. The shipwright retrieved the draft and haltingly recited the peculiar title, Scallion Duck Growing Onions? What an odd name. They had yet to encounter the creature known as Scallion Duck. Perhaps it was simply the name of the girl depicted in the artwork. They then turned their attention to the bow. In stark contrast to the trendy aesthetics of the hull, the bow resembled an obscure piece of artistic sculpture, suffused with an indescribable aura. The sailors engaged in lively speculation, unable to determine what kind of marine life it represented. After a considerable time, one sailor tilted his head and suddenly recognized the form. "It's a mola mola." The others followed suit, tilting their heads in curiosity. Transforming the toxic boar into a sunfish was indeed an extraordinary stroke of creativity. Now, even a Jean, who was well acquainted with the toxic boar pirates, would find it difficult to discern any clues. Nicola, who was painting the bow, listened to the discussions below and asked, "Should we inform them that this is a koi?" "If you wish to receive a beating," Xingsa replied, flexing his wrist. Nicola pondered for a moment before replying with gravity, "I do not wish to." The 2 individuals lowered their heads to continue their toil. Thus, night swiftly descended. The 2 ships began to set their own courses. Akin awoke once more from his stupor, propping his eyelids open, lying amidst a pool of blood, his vacant gaze fixated on the dimly lit chamber. This was the interrogation room located at the stern of the vessel, a place designated by the Navy for the questioning of pirates like him. The wooden floor had been stained a deep brown, tainted by the blood of countless pirates, and now it bore witness to his own. His line of sight barely reached the doorway, where a pair of black leather boots stood, rhythmically tapping in time with the swaying of the ship, a monotonous and tedious beat. How many times had he awakened in this manner? The fourth, or perhaps the fifth? He could no longer recall. The interrogator seemed to grow increasingly impatient, his methods becoming more severe. He was likely nearing death. In moments like this, he could not help but reflect upon his life, a childhood marked by cold and hunger, an ardent admiration for Captain Click. Over the years, he had slain countless souls who dared to resist Click, enthralled by his power and subscribing to his ideals. Reveling in the glow of this man, racing and chasing madly, even earning the moniker of the Ghost due to his ruthless combat methods, devoid of emotion. In retrospect, it was truly terrifying, the notion of being a ghost. How had he not perceived it at the time? Eventually, they became the most formidable pirate crew in the East Blue, prompting Captain Click to challenge the Grand Line. Every tale regarding the pirate king Joel D. Roger would proclaim that all ambitious pirates sought the Grand Line, for its endpoint held the treasures left by the previous generation of the Pirate King. Although Click had always dismissed the ideals of piracy, he felt compelled to conquer those waters, just as he had conquered the East Blue. He had always believed himself to be the strongest man in the world. In fact, the entire Click pirate crew shared this belief, including himself at that time. However, everything changed the moment they entered the Grand Line and encountered that man, bearing a massive black sword, with eyes sharp as those of an eagle. With but a single sword, he annihilated the 50 pirate ships that Click had intended to use to conquer the Grand Line. Had they not been met with a tempest at the last moment, escape would have been an impossibility. From that moment forth, the dreams of the entire Click pirate crew lay shattered. Even he suddenly realized, Captain Click was not invincible. He began to question his own loyalty. Was he devoted to Captain Click, or to his formidable strength? And throughout all these years, were the myriad of actions he had taken truly what he desired? However, before he could devise an answer, they were once again besieged by the Navy. This time, without hesitation, he displayed his unwavering loyalty by masquerading as Captain Click, diverting the Navy's main force. Now he was likely nearing death. No one would come to his rescue. He was acutely aware of the nature of Captain Click, even though he served as the combat commander of the Click pirates and had done so much for him. That man would never come to his aid in such a perilous situation. The next time he succumbed to unconsciousness, he might never awaken again. Yet, even in the face of impending death, he remained steadfastly loyal, revealing not a shred of information about Captain Click. Nevertheless, he couldn't shake a sense of regret. Knock, knock, knock. Lemon, time is running out. A languid voice suddenly echoed from outside. The sight of black leather boots came to a halt. Understood, a deep voice responded, followed by the sound of a newspaper being folded. Akin instinctively shut his eyes, slowing his breath. Though he was uncertain of what was unfolding, he was determined not to let the man in the black boots know he was still conscious. Heavy footsteps approached him. In his mind, he automatically conjured an image of a robust man with a brooding gaze. This was the very individual who had been interrogating him. He could even envision the man's movements, crouching down now to scrutinize him closely. The distance between them was perilously short. Yet, if one thought this was an opportune moment for a surprise attack, they would fall into his trap. The man had an impeccable grasp of the chain's length, every action calibrated to remain just out of the prisoner's reach. Akin had already suffered several setbacks in this regard. After a moment, the sound of fabric rustling indicated the man had finally stood up. Thud. A heavy foot stomped down on Akin's back, but Akin dared not move. He could not allow the man to realize he was awake. Otherwise, it would signal the commencement of another round of interrogation. Bang. At that moment, the cabin door was rudely thrust open. Are we ready? If we don't hurry, there will be nothing left for us. The impatient voice from earlier urged. Here we go. Lemon's voice resonated from above. He hurriedly stepped out, closing the door behind him. What about that guy? Still unconscious, he won't wake up for now. The voices of the two men outside gradually faded away. Inside the interrogation room, Akin reopened his eyes, coughing violently and expelling a mouthful of blood-tinged phlegm. The once lifeless gaze was now alight with astonishment. Regardless of what transpired outside, he knew his opportunity had arrived. He turned over, revealing a section of iron chain beneath him, corroded and rusted by years of blood. Upon discovering the chain, he never attempted to rise again. Fortunately, The initially ruthless interrogator had once meticulously scrutinized him for any signs of deception, yet upon returning from an outing, he seemed less concerned with such vigilance. Now was his prime opportunity for escape. Akin rose from the pool of blood, standing firm. Inhaling deeply, and with all his might, he tugged at the chain. His back gradually straightened, his face flushed, muscles bulging. Break free. Crack. The chain snapped. Akin's expression transformed into one of sheer ecstasy. Although one hand and both feet remained bound, he had effectively liberated himself. His weapon lay upon the table ahead. With a swift motion, the chain soared through the air, deftly ensnaring a peculiar weapon that resembled both a cane and a hammer. Akin pulled it into his grasp and with a few decisive strikes, shattered the remaining chains. He then positioned himself by the door, carefully creating a small opening to peer outside, and slipped away. On the naval ship, the main deck was ablaze with light. Joyous melodies resonating as sailors danced merrily around Lieutenant Finbudi and the enchanting lady in red. Meanwhile, in the shadowy stern of the vessel, Akin hunched his body, stealthily advancing. Soon, he discovered the naval lifeboat. Everything unfolded with astonishing ease. There was not a soul guarding the way. This unusual circumstance heightened his alertness. Could it be a trap? Even during a celebration, would they not leave a few guards for a pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million? Yet, he quickly dismissed such doubts, untying the ropes and silently descending into the small boat. Regardless of whether it was a trap, having escaped, he saw no reason to return. Moreover, the night was upon him, and with his knowledge of these waters, there was no better chance to flee than now. He vigorously rowed, steering into the enveloping darkness. Behind him, atop the stern mast of the naval ship, Zoe silently observed his departure. The little head bobbed slightly. Should he let him run 500 meters first? In this world, generally, sailing vessels do not navigate at night unless in urgent need. Nighttime sailing necessitates the use of lanterns. And once a light is ignited upon this vast, abyss-like sea, it attracts not only the unsuspecting fish but also the formidable sea monsters that follow. This concern was particularly acute in the vicinity of the doldrums. Certainly, if one is far from the windless zones, such as the four great oceans, nighttime navigation is not entirely out of the question. All that is required is a finely detailed nautical chart and compass, along with a navigator well-versed in celestial phenomena. The sea kings inhabiting the four oceans are generally of a smaller stature, comparable to some of the colossal fish of the deep sea. Provided that the vessel's tonnage is sufficient, the threat posed by these creatures can be largely disregarded. However, such reckless behavior is confined to the open sea. In coastal waters, the elusive reefs and shallows can swiftly teach most sailing vessels a lesson in seamanship. Yet, Akin harbored no such concerns. Firstly, he was aboard a small boat, and secondly, he possessed an intimate knowledge of these waters. Moreover, he had a large source of light behind him as a reference. With apparent ease, he distanced himself from the naval warships and islands, steering toward the profound darkness ahead, as if fortune itself was favoring him. It was not until he had traveled a considerable distance, far enough for the naval vessels to coalesce into a vast source of light, that he noticed the illumination begin to flicker, as if someone were scurrying about. They must have discovered his absence. Akin erupted into gleeful laughter. Turning to row with renewed vigor, he now faced two options: either head straight into the open sea, knowing that Captain Click would undoubtedly be at a specific location where he could rendezvous with the Click pirate crew. The drawback of this course of action was that if the naval fleet was determined to hunt him down, they would certainly search the open waters. The numerous reefs and shallows of the inland sea posed a greater risk of grounding, making nighttime searches perilous. There was a significant likelihood of being discovered. After all, compared to the naval vessel's wind-powered speed, his paddling could only cover a meager distance, while they could easily circle the islands and catch up with him. However, if he were to retreat into the inland sea, or even to the island itself, the naval forces would ultimately return to this very island in search of him, as it was too small to conceal himself for long. After a moment of hesitation, Akin gritted his teeth and resolved to break through to the open sea. He could only hope that the Navy would waste time searching in other directions, granting him the opportunity to escape further. Half an hour later, Akin lay on the edge of the boat, panting like a dog that had been deprived of water, his body drenched in sweat and blood. His gaze was fixed upon the distant light, which had once again become distinct, his trembling lips betraying his inability to utter a word. He had lost count of how many times it had been. Each time he changed direction and managed to gain a little distance, that light would immediately close in on him again. After several exhausting attempts, Akin's already beleaguered body finally succumbed to fatigue, and his mind teetered on the brink of collapse. For a fleeting moment, he even believed that it was not the Navy pursuing him, but rather a specter. He could not fathom how they had managed to track him down. Was this a punishment for the sins he had committed in the past? Akin lay on the boat, gazing up at the starry sky, his mind a blank canvas. His eyes flowed with the endless river of stars, gradually being swallowed by the vast ocean. Suddenly, he jerked his head around, directing his gaze toward the rear. Amidst the infinite constellations, he seemed to faintly discern a flicker of light, barely level with the sea's surface. There, something existed there. In that instant, he felt a resurgence of hope for life. With fervor, he wildly waved his arms, extracting the last vestiges of strength from his weary muscles, paddling toward that direction. Above, a shadow glided silently past him, soaring towards that flickering flame. Once the poisoned pig, now the lucky koi. Suddenly, Zuri landed softly atop Mo Jing's head, giving a gentle bounce. Mo Jing tossed a piece of translucent, cubed fish meat to it, saying, "Understood, go find Fan Bud." Zui caught the fish in midair and vanished with a swift motion, leaving the others in awe. Garfield gazed longingly in the direction Zui had departed, expressing, "I too wish to have a bird." "Not every bird possesses the intelligence of Zui," Xingsa remarked. Adjusting his glasses, "I propose we consider getting a dog. Why not a pig?" Wu Ziyu immediately interjected, igniting a spirited debate about which animal would be best to keep. Mo Jing, reclining against the railing, felt compelled to interject. "All right, we can discuss this matter further at a later time. Our guests are on their way. Let us ensure we are well prepared and hope that you all remain as relaxed as you are now." The five ceased their chatter and began their preparations. Before long, a small barbecue gathering of 6 was ready. Charcoal, grilled meats, sashimi, beer, and fruit. Yet something still seemed to be missing. Mo Jing retrieved the electric guitar that Booty had gifted him from the captain's cabin. Nostalgically, he strummed a few chords and began to play a melody. The 5 members of the ragtag group watched him with eager anticipation. A smile graced Mo Jing's face. Let the party begin. As the plectrum swiftly strummed the strings, the spirits of all present were ignited. Unable to contain himself, Mo Jing unleashed a powerful roar. "Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games." With the music resonating, everyone gradually succumbed to the joyous revelry until a heavy thud echoed from the starboard side. A bloodied man, his head wrapped in a grayish-blue scarf and clad in a gray jacket and sweatpants, climbed aboard the vessel. The jubilant music momentarily halted as the 6 revelers turned their attention to him. Ajin, his head bowed and breathing heavily, slowly raised his weapon. "Listen well. This ship will now..." Before he could finish, the jarring sound of an electric guitar erupted once more. The raspy-voiced singer shrugged, as if suppressing a deep groan, and sang to him, "Well, I want to watch you bleed." The atmosphere ignited once again. The motley crew surrounded the exhausted Ajin and hoisted him toward the grill, disarming him and offering beer and roasted meat. Ajin initially intended to stand and chastise these ruffians, but after a day and night without food or water, the sight of such delectable roasted meat and fine wine proved irresistible. He could no longer restrain himself and indulged heartily. 3 minutes later, welcome to the jungle. We take it day by day. Ajin devoured the roasted meat and sipped the exquisite wine, all the while remembering his purpose. Once he finished the succulent golden beast leg and his drink, he would have these people escort him to Boss Click. Grateful for their act of saving his life and sharing their food, he resolved not to trouble them. 5 minutes later, you learn to live like an animal. In the jungle where we play, Ajin swayed to the passionate music, raising his roasted meat and beer to clink glasses with the others. The aroma of grilled meat filled the entire ship. This party was truly magnificent. Wait, he seemed to have forgotten something. Yes. He needed to evade the Navy and seek out Boss Click. Perhaps in a moment, he might inquire whether the captain would be amenable to granting him a ride or lending him a small boat. 10 minutes later, Akin stood at the center of the crowd, lost in the exhilaration of the moment. His fingers pointed skyward as he sang loudly, "Shun knees, knees. Kneel down." The crowd erupted in cheers, akin to a beer relay, clinking glasses with him and applauding his splendid dance. Golden liquids splashed through the air. This night was filled with laughter and joy, devoid of worries. Akin could hardly remember how he fell asleep, only recalling that after the revelry, he had engaged the captain in a myriad of trivial conversations, ultimately pleading with tears to ensure he would be taken to that place etched deep within his memory. The captain, a gentle soul, patted his shoulder in agreement. Thus, he finally succumbed to a peaceful slumber, entirely oblivious to the captain's enigmatic smile. As Akin clutched his stomach and rushed toward the restroom, dawn had already broken, and the familiar figures from the previous night were bustling about. Following the instructions of a sailor named Garfadel, he dashed into the restroom, and upon emerging on the deck, he realized they were quite close to the location that Captain Cleek must visit. This was once a supply depot for the Cleek pirate crew. After encountering the fearsome Mihawk on the Grand Line, the Cleek crew had fallen into a dire scarcity of provisions. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, they were bound to head there. Akin intercepted Eden, who was attempting to sneak past him from behind a barrel, and asked, "Where's your captain?" Eden pointed toward the bow of the ship, running off without a backward glance, reflecting on how he had drunkenly dared to tug at another's hair and forge a brotherhood the night before. Eden felt an overwhelming surge of bravery. Upon reaching the main deck, Akin looked up to see the figure seated majestically at the bow, draped in a light gray robe resembling a long coat, a long blade with an orange-hued hilt resting across his knees, facing the sea breeze. He gazed quietly into the distance, exuding an indescribable tranquility, wholly contrasting with the wild demeanor displayed during last night's performance. In that fleeting moment, Akin too seemed to find a sense of calm. He approached the bow, leaning against the railing to secure his weapon. Only then did he have the leisure to scrutinize the ship carefully. His first impression was one of dynamism and vitality. Even as an art-illiterate pirate, he could sense a vigorous spirit through the ship's lines and the whimsical character wielding a scallion as a weapon. Viewed in this light, it was highly probable that this was a vessel from Glassball Island, for only there would one find such fashionable ships. Thus, could it be that this captain was, in fact, an artist? Akin's mind was flooded with three distinctly different images: the immersed in design at his desk, the from last night, fervently clutching an electric guitar, his gaze ablaze as if he were ready to devour the world, and the now, seated at the bow of the boat, exuding a tranquil serenity akin to the vast ocean. What an extraordinary individual. Your weapon is quite intriguing, the at the bow suddenly remarked. Akin paused, leaning against the railing, raising the peculiar weapon in his hand, which resembled neither a crutch nor a hammer. This, indeed, the turn to inquire, is it a crutch or a hammer? Neither. Akin replied, observing the weapon he had crafted specifically for himself. Mo Jing squinted slightly, evaluating him with a peculiar gaze. This method of modification, while appearing to serve both as a cane and a hammer, lacks the nimbleness of a cane and is cumbersome for wielding as a hammer. You must possess a unique martial technique to compensate for these deficiencies. A sudden shock surged through Jin's heart, for Mo Jing's observation was astutely accurate. To harness the full potential of his weapon, he had honed an extraordinary and swift martial art, which he referred to as the Demon Warrior technique. It was astonishing that it had been discerned so readily. This captain, named Mo Jing, was certainly no ordinary individual. Jin silently heightened his vigilance. However, his counterpart seemed to feel that he had spoken enough, turning away to continue tending to his long knife. This only piqued Jin's curiosity further. He observed the 5 bustling individuals on deck, then glanced at the leisurely captain at the bow, and could not help but inquire, "Hey, do you know who I am?" It had been quite some time since he had experienced such cold indifference. On other merchant ships, few could remain standing and speaking once they recognized his name. Yet aboard this vessel, he felt no sense of his own distinction. Those 5 industrious sailors treated him as an ordinary person. He did not dislike this feeling. Rather, he was curious and wished to ask. He even anticipated the moment when these individuals would be startled upon realizing his identity. Of course, he had no intention of causing them any harm, for they were his saviors. "Demon A. Jin? The combat captain of the Klitsch pirate crew?" Mo Jing remarked without turning his head. "Do you have any other names? You know me?" Jin furrowed his brow. Mo Jing turned to him with a look of bewilderment. "Was it not you last night, in profound distress, who clung to me and insisted on proclaiming yourself as a formidable pirate known as the Demon Man Jin? You spoke of your own terrifying deeds with such fear that it seemed to haunt you. As you wept, you lamented your transformation, reminiscing about how, in your youth, you delighted in clandestinely observing others. Please, no more." Jin swiftly silenced Mo Jing's incessant chatter, his visage steeped in despair, pondering what exactly he had divulged the previous night. Mo Jing shrugged and turned away, offering words of solace. "Take it easy, my young friend. Who among us hasn't faced some troubles in life? Never allow the bothersome matters of the present to overwhelm you, for surely there are greater tribulations ahead. For instance, Why not rise and take a look at the heap of debris upon the sea? Could it possibly lead you to the click pirate crew you seek? Ajin, taken aback by these words, hurried to the bow of the ship and gazed ahead. Indeed, at the horizon loomed a magnificent pirate ship, its imposing figure afloat on the water. Above it fluttered a familiar pirate flag, emblazoned with the skull of a leopard and flanked by 2 crimson hourglasses. Yet, at this moment, this majestic 3-masted vessel, stretching over 50 meters, appeared to have endured some unimaginable calamity, as it was cleaved in two. It seemed that had it not been for the steadfast keel, the entire ship would have surely succumbed to the depths. Any discerning eye could perceive that this vessel could not withstand much longer. How could this happen? Ajin's eyes widened in disbelief. Struggling to comprehend the scene before him, he recalled that during their escape, the ship had appeared intact. How could it have transformed into this state in just a single day? Mo Jing originally appeared as a mere spectator, but as he observed, his expression grew increasingly grave. This is a sword mark. He abruptly rose from the bow of the ship, his gaze fixed intently on the gaping breach in the center of the colossal vessel. Indeed, it was unmistakably a sword mark. Mo Jing instinctively tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. It was unfathomable that someone could cleave such a colossal ship in twain with a single stroke. What a terrifying swordsmanship! What an astounding level of power! If it were left to him, he could at most create a mere gash in that giant vessel. His sword energy was still far from the terrifying magnitude required to sever a ship with one strike. Ace had not deceived him. Indeed, this sea was teeming with formidable warriors. A fervent flame ignited in his eyes. Fully aware of the futility of his endeavor, he nevertheless felt an insatiable urge to confront the master of that sword mark, yearning to experience the extraordinary and fearsome swordplay firsthand. He leaped down from the ship's bow, eagerly seizing Akin by the collar. Akin, who was pursuing you? In that fleeting moment of eye contact with Mo Jing, Akin's breath caught in his throat. He felt as if he were being scrutinized by a raging fire dragon. Instinctively, he responded, a man whose eyes are like an eagle's, bearing a massive black sword upon his back. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, breaking free from Mo Jing's grasp and retreating 2 steps. Mo Jing paused momentarily, inhaling deeply before gradually regaining his former tranquility. I apologize, I was overly excited. Witnessing such astonishing swordsmanship for the first time is quite overwhelming. He hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Let us not dwell on that. Since your fleet lies just ahead, allow us to escort you. With that, Mo Jing turned his gaze forward, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This time, he was certain that something extraordinary awaited them. The 2 ships approached slowly, while Ajin, standing on the deck, seemed to hesitate, words lingering unspoken on his lips. Mo Jing cast a glance at him, and he understood what Ajin intended to convey. The clique pirate crew, upon discovering their presence, immediately converged towards their direction, making their intentions to plunder the vessel abundantly clear. After all, the clique pirate crew had long since exhausted their supplies for many days. The military cutter was also nearing its end. Moreover, under the relentless pursuit of the terrifying god of death behind them, they dared not pause for resupply. Thus, raiding such merchant ships at sea became their sole option. Mo Jing paid no heed to Ajin, remaining composed at the bow of the ship. As the 2 vessels drew closer, the formidable size of the blades swiftly became apparent, rendering the koi a mere child in its shadow. However, now that this adult had met with misfortune, the child would undoubtedly be unable to flee. Both ships halted at an opportune distance. Ajin called out a hearty greeting to those across the way, and the pirates aboard the blade, upon seeing Ajin's safe return, forced smiles upon their faces. They ought to have whistled and cheered jubilantly for Ajin's homecoming, yet they found themselves devoid of the energy to do so. The second in command of the clique pirates, a figure encased in a massive circular steel shield, resembling a sandwich, waved at Ajin. Come aboard, Ajin. Ajin leaped gracefully onto the blade, turning to wave farewell to Mo Jing and the motley crew, expressing gratitude for their steadfast escort. Mo Jing waved his hand to him, and then made a circular gesture, signaling the ship to begin turning. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from the military ship. Wait, who permitted your departure? The speaker was the second officer who had previously called Ajin aboard. Mo Jing squinted, turning his head. What? Do you still wish to invite us for a meal before departing? He scoffed. Beside him, Ajin grasped the second mate's neck tightly, exclaiming, Balu, have you lost your mind? They are my saviors, not targets for plunder. Balu forcefully wrenched free from Ajin's grip, retorting with mockery, "Ajin, this is the command of Lord Klek." Ajin momentarily fell silent. He abruptly turned to Mo Jing and the others, shouting, "Wait, I shall speak with Lord Klek." Before he could finish, a brazen and arrogant voice boomed from behind. "I have heard everything, Ajin." A man with light purple hair, clad in resplendent golden armor and draped in a broad cloak, emerged amidst the throng. "You have greatly disappointed me, Ajin." Klek observed him from a distance. His voice grave. "Have you already forgotten our code of conduct?" "By any means necessary." Ajin knelt on the ground, trembling as he replied, "Very well." Klek's malevolent grin widened. "I now grant you an opportunity to rectify your mistake. Go, seize this ship for me personally." An eerie silence enveloped the sea. The pirates of the Klek pirate crew wore sinister smiles, eagerly awaiting Ajin's decision. Meanwhile, on the Koi, the motley crew of 5 huddled together, shivering in fear. Mo Jing observed the scene with keen interest. Everyone was awaiting Ajin's decision. However, at this moment, Ajin felt as though his heart were being torn asunder. Though the other had saved him, provided him sustenance, and tended to his wounds, how could he possibly be asked to commit such an act? It seemed that Click could not tolerate Ajin's hesitation, and slowly spoke, "Are you truly going to betray me, Ajin?" This statement resonated in Ajin's ears like a thunderclap. His unwavering allegiance to Click had always been beyond question. "No, Boss Click, I shall never betray you." As he raised his head, tears streamed down his face. He repositioned himself at the side of the ship and, in a beseeching tone, implored, "Captain Mo Jing, please relinquish the ship." Mo Jing shook his head, proclaiming, "Though I harbor little affection for this second-hand vessel, I still require it to carry me for a while longer. Therefore, I must apologize, but I cannot relinquish it." He fell silent for a moment, wiping away his tears. Lowering his gaze as he slowly raised the weapon in his hand, just as he had done countless times before. In that instant, he seemed devoid of emotion. "I sincerely regret this, everyone. Has a decision been made?" Long awaited. Mo Jing rose from the bow of the ship, laughing heartily. "Fear not. I have already forgiven you." In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the bow, like a wisp of gray feather, gently landing before the railing in front of Second Officer Balu. The next moment, crack! The railing shattered, and a figure shot forth. A brilliant flash of steel transformed into a breathtaking arc, akin to crystalline seawater cascading forth. Balu's head rolled away, only to be caught mid-air by a hand, gently placed before the wide-eyed Ajin. Mo Jing whispered softly in his ear, "I am not a good person either." Bang! Captain Balu's heavy body fell straight to the ground, blood streaming down the deck. "Captain Balu." The surrounding pirates then exclaimed in shock. Mo Jing's movements were so swift that even Ajin was caught off guard. It was not merely the astonishing speed that surprised them, but rather the unexpected ferocity of combat prowess emanating from someone who appeared to be an artist. Thud! The mutant staff in Ajin's hand struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a sizable dent in the sturdy main deck. The black iron ball in his grasp spun like a tempest. Demon's combat technique. The onslaught of his martial prowess arrived in a flurry, as relentless as a tempest. Mo Jing subtly stepped back, evading the incoming strike. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a tempest of fists, feet, and bludgeons bore down upon him. What a splendid opportunity. He laughed heartily and met the onslaught head-on. The furious glint of his blade unfolded in a dazzling display. Each slash, cut, and thrust in his hands seemed to pulsate with life. Occasionally sidestepping to evade, sometimes lunging forward to strike, every blow he delivered was simple yet swift, ferocious yet efficient. Akin to a razor-sharp pair of shears that severed Ajin's intricate offensive in mere moments, leaving him unable to lift his head in defeat. Meanwhile, the pirates who sought to assist, one and all, merely became another fleeting flash of light. This exemplified the essence of the Bei duo swordsmanship, succinct, effective, merging immense power into each strike. Though some had contemplated a collective assault to overwhelm Mo Jing, the spirit of the clique pirates had long since waned, rendering them incapable of mounting a coherent attack. Gradually, no pirate dared to advance. They stood in horror, gazing upon the gruesome scene before them, where bodies lay strewn about like fallen leaves. This was no mere supply retrieval. They had unwittingly encountered a formidable adversary. Suddenly, 2 slashes of light cleaved through the air. One sword style, wolf bite. The clash echoed as Ajin's weapon was disarmed, the heavy spheres tumbling to the ground. He sought to retaliate. But Mo Jing struck his hand with the back of his blade, sending him sprawling to the ground with a kick, disappointment lacing his voice. What's the matter? Jin? Is this all you can muster? A gunshot rang out in the distance, resounding like thunder. Mo Jing deftly sliced the lead bullet that was shot at him from the side in two with a backhanded stroke. He continued to address Jin. You have truly disappointed me, Jin. With such feeble prowess, you stand no chance of claiming my ship. And as for that fellow over there, named Click. Mo Jing lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the throng, alighting upon the resplendent golden armor. Just as he was about to utter a word, he suddenly froze in astonishment. Where had Click gone? The once proud and imperious Click, who had stood there with such audacity, had inexplicably vanished. Beneath that splendid golden armor was merely a trembling little pirate, quaking in fear. He had actually fled. Mo Jing was taken aback. It was no wonder that after spending so long accompanying Jin, he had not anticipated this rogue's ambush. For the first time, he gained a profound understanding of this fellow's unscrupulous methods. At that moment, a brazen voice echoed from outside the ship's railing. Ha ha. Did you really think I would remain on that decrepit vessel to duel with you? Click, who had stealthily slipped away in a small boat from the main ship, mocked loudly. Not only Mo Jing, but all the pirates aboard the Blade also rushed to the edge of the ship, some even weeping sorrowfully. Captain Click, are you really going to abandon us? Fools, Click bellowed. I have already dispatched someone to seize that ship. Now, let that arrogant scoundrel witness the ultimate weapon of the Click pirate crew. As the battle commenced, the coy ship, in accordance with the captain's instructions, swiftly retreated. However, it unexpectedly became the target. Upon hearing this, the pirates immediately displayed peculiar smiles. Soon after, one by one, they pulled out gas masks and plunged into the sea with splashes. On the deck, only Mo Jing and the collapsed Jin remained. Mo Jing gazed at the unfolding scene, a sudden realization dawning upon him as he nodded. It seems to be toxic gas. A weak voice from beside him, Jin, murmured, it is a type of gas bomb laced with deadly toxins. For an ordinary person, merely inhaling it could lead to death. Aren't you going to escape? Mo Jing raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze towards him. If you cannot leap into the sea, I can lend you a hand. Jin cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Did this fellow not comprehend the gravity of his warning? He continued, the range of the toxic gas is vast. You cannot evade it. I have a gas mask. Take it and use it. Mo Jing looked at Jin with a hint of surprise. You do not harbor any hatred towards me? In Jin's gaze, there was no animosity, only sorrow. In that moment, he seemed to have come to a profound realization. It was you who saved my life, and it was I who led you here. I have no reason to despise you. What if I were to tell you that from the moment you escaped the Navy to boarding my ship and arriving here, it was all part of my design? My objective, from the very beginning, has been the Click pirate crew. Would you still feel the same way? Mo Jing crouched down, leaning closer to him, seemingly intent on discerning every subtle shift in the emotions reflected in his gaze. Jin was momentarily taken aback. At that very moment, a boisterous laugh from outside the ship's railing echoed. Die, you arrogant fool. A dark green bullet shot forth, rose and unleashed a fierce wave of sword energy, detonating the incoming poisonous gas bomb midair. Yet, the swiftly expanding pale green mist enveloped him in a radius of several hundred meters in an instant. Jin's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly reached for the mask, intending to throw it too. However, upon retrieving the mask from his waist, he discovered it had been irreparably damaged by a cross dart. Trembling, Jin recognized it as the weapon wielded by Lord Kellic. From the very beginning, he had been forsaken by Kellic. Kellic's voice resonated ominously from outside. How is it? Have you realized? Don't think I've forgotten about that traitor, Jin. Traitor. Jin trembled all over, his lips quivering as he attempted to protest his innocence. He then heard Kellic deliver his final verdict. Did you hear that, Jin? You have betrayed my trust. Now, you are no longer a member of the Kellic pirate crew. Go die with that fool. With the last of his strength, Jin cried out to the heavens, Lord Kellic, I have not betrayed you. Yet, no one listened. At the ship's railing, looked upon the man, who had been battered by repeated blows, with pity as his face turned ashen. Shaking his head, he stood atop the ship's guardrail. Remarkably, he seemed entirely unaffected by the poisonous gas. What about Kellic? He shouted, sparks flying from his throat. Indeed, he had encased the initial flames within his lungs, rendering the toxic fumes harmless to him. Below, the pirates, submerged in the sea, wore expressions of sheer horror. Even Kellic gasped. How is that possible? How are you unscathed? You need not concern yourself with that. Instead, you should wait patiently there. Don't scurry about like a rat, annoying everyone. With that, clamped the sword between his teeth and leaped into the water like a fish. Two anguished cries echoed, and the seawater instantly turned crimson. Following this, a carpet of red seemed to unfurl in the water, rapidly extending toward Kellick's direction. You scoundrels! Row with all your might! Kellick bellowed in furious indignation. Standing at the stern, relentlessly firing what were labeled poison gas bombs, but were actually filled with darts toward the trail of blood. The erratic shots not only failed to hit, but they also struck several of his own crew. Suddenly, the trail of blood ceased abruptly. The surrounding sea swelled with waves. Concealing his presence, Kellick continued to scan the water's surface, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead. He could not believe that the scoundrel had perished so easily. Why did these swordsmen insist on troubling him? When did such monstrous swordsmen emerge from the East Sea? Abruptly, a hand seized his foot. Kellick roared, and a massive spear materialized in his grasp, which he plunged forcefully into the water. Weighing over 2,000 pounds, it crashed into the depths. The bodies submerged in the water were instantly shattered into fragments. Blood and water erupted in unison. A jubilant expression graced Click's face. Was it so? A faint voice echoed from behind. In an instant, Click felt as if he were enveloped in a wintry landscape, an intense chill coursing through his entire being. He barely had time to turn around before bellowing and immediately invoking his strongest defense, the sword mountain cloak. With a swift motion, he flipped his cloak, and countless needles protruded from its fabric, encasing him like a durian. Ah, commendable defense! But can it withstand the tide? Came Mo Jing's soft inquiry from behind. Floating sky. Vast sea, fish swimming. In that fleeting moment, Click felt a deluge of seawater splashed upon him. Instinctively, he took a step back. The wave-like sword light gently caressed his cheek. Suddenly, Click's cloak was torn to shreds, fragments cascading down. Alongside it, his chin fell as well. Mo Jing let out a quiet sigh, contemplating how close he had come. Had Click not retreated that one step, his sword would have surely severed the opponent's neck. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He could simply try again. Click, however, found himself on the brink of a horrific scream, but in that moment, all that escaped his lips was a peculiar hissing sound. Observing that the assailant before him showed no signs of halting, he suddenly produced a gas grenade and recklessly detonated it at close range. Boom! Countless darts shot forth in a frenzied barrage. With a furious roar, Mo Jing wielded his sword, which transformed into a fleeting shadow. Yet he was unable to fend off the multitude of flying darts in an instant. Aside from his head, various parts of his body bore the brunt of the assault. However, he paid no heed to his injuries. At that moment, Click had descended into madness. He seized one of the crew members behind him and hurled him toward Mo Jing. With a swift motion, a streak of white light cleaved through the air, mercilessly slicing the foe in two. Yet, all of this was merely a ruse. As the enemy's corpse split apart, a golden spear whistled through the air, the sound of the wind almost shattering the atmosphere. On the narrow vessel, there was no room to maneuver or evade. With no other choice, could only brandish his blade and charge forward. In the next moment, the edge of the sword was forcefully pushed back towards him. A terrifying explosion echoed as body transformed into a fleeting shadow, traversing nearly 100 meters across the sea, only to be violently hurled back onto the military vessel. The pirates of the immediately erupted in cheers. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, with a shadowy glint in his eyes, retracted his firearm, tore his clothing, and wrapped his chin. He then seized a paddle from one of his subordinates, rowing the boat himself, like a lost dog, frantically fleeing into the distance. Just as was engaged in a fierce battle with not far from the scene, a Navy warship that had been racing to offer support came to a halt before a singular, hexagonal sailboat. Its dark hull and uniquely cross-shaped mast giving it an imposing presence. A man clad in a burgundy jacket, sporting a short beard, draped in a black cloak, and wearing a white fur-trimmed black top hat, sat at an angle upon it, resembling a solitary king awaiting the audience of his subjects. Leaned over the railing, as if he had encountered some inconceivable creature, his voice trembling as he uttered, "The warlord of the sea, Draculmihawk. What brings him to such a humble place as the East Sea?" "I am in pursuit of my prey," the seemingly aloof Mihawk answered seriously, contradicting his cold demeanor. This response left even more horrified. What manner of being warranted the personal pursuit of the legendary Hawkeye? Moreover, he had ventured into the East Sea. The pink-haired lad, Why is the Navy present here? Mihawk inquired in a grave tone. We are in pursuit of the, replied candidly. The once languid Mihawk's demeanor shifted instantaneously, his piercing gaze fixating on. Do you know the whereabouts of the? Instinctively, glanced at, who was perched on the railing, indulging in the affections of a beautiful woman. Suddenly, felt a tightening sensation and soared into the sky. In the next moment, a flash of azure sword energy swept past, slicing another unfortunate seagull into fragments. Come down. A cold voice resonated from below. Obediently descended onto the cross-like mast, curling into a furry ball, trembling. Seeing the creature's sentience, Mihawk was inclined to believe words. You may return, he nodded. However, leaning over the railing, hesitated to speak. What? Do you wish to claim my prey? Mihawk's voice turned chilling. With a thud, S head was harshly pressed against the railing. I absolutely do not mean that, exclaimed the first mate loudly. We wish you a pleasant hunt. Lord Hawkeye, we shall take our leave now. With a frenzied gesture of direction, he spoke. Hawkeye nonchalantly withdrew his gaze, glancing at Zoro above him. Little bird, guide us. Zoro shivered, raising a wing to point towards the direction of Mo Jing. Help me, master. Behind them, aboard the slowly turning naval warship, Finn Beauty angrily tugged at the first mate's collar, exclaiming, What are you doing? Do you intend for me to abandon my friends? Calm down, Finn Beauty. The first mate firmly pressed on his shoulder. Hawkeye Mihawk possesses far superior capabilities than your support. No, it's different, Finn Beauty murmured. Those warlords of the sea, they are not part of the Navy. They will not hold back against civilians. Though he did not specify who he meant, it was evident that amongst the chaos, the only individual who could be considered a civilian was Mo Jing, who was bravely challenging the Clique pirate crew alone. In their minds, Mo Jing was likely embroiled in a fierce battle, desperately holding on and awaiting their assistance. The first mate clenched his fists in silence. However, they were bound to comply with Hawkeye's orders. In the eradication of pirates, the Navy had an obligation to cooperate with the actions of the warlords of the sea. Damn it! Finn Beauty struck the railing, shattering it. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming hatred for his own weakness and impotence. On the other side, as Clique fled in panic, the cheers of the pirates abruptly ceased. They seemed to grasp something, their gazes trembling as they turned towards the direction of the military ship's deck. Amongst the wood chips and thick smoke, sparks appeared to be flying. Soon after, an unscathed figure re-emerged at the ship's railing. Mo Jing. He appeared to be unscathed, his attire pristine and untarnished. Yet, the reality diverged significantly from this facade. In truth, he had sustained grievous injuries from the preceding blow. To employ gaming terminology, Clique's strike had inflicted a crushing force upon him, akin to a muscular onslaught, delivering an overwhelming output of damage. The adage a single force conquers 10 skills encapsulates this perfectly. In the face of such formidable strength capable of effortlessly wielding 1,000 pounds, Mo Jing's own power, still beneath the D level, paled in comparison. Throughout the earlier skirmish, he had meticulously evaded direct confrontation with Clique, striving to subdue him with his exceptional swordsmanship. However, the final blow was unavoidable, as the confined space left no room for retreat, forcing a collision. The inevitable outcome was as anticipated. He was sent flying like a baseball, even ignited with explosives. An utterly despicable tactic. Since parting ways with Ace, he had not experienced the sensation of being hurled away for quite some time. A peculiar nostalgia washed over him as he reflected on his few minutes apart from Ajin. Alas, Ajin's complexion had turned a sickly green, indicating a severe poisoning, rendering him incapable of responding. Mo Jing shook his head, gazing into the distance at the swiftly retreating figure, abandoning any thought of pursuit. How remarkably fast they fled. Furthermore, even if he had the opportunity to chase after them, he would refrain. For, in comparison to Kellic, he had an even more enticing adversary to confront, the man with eagle-like eyes, wielding a massive black blade. Judging by Ajin's earlier reaction, it seemed that this formidable opponent had already reached these waters. All he needed to do was patiently await the arrival of that individual. In such circumstances, he certainly did not wish to forfeit the chance of an encounter with this rival simply to pursue a worthless fish. Ironically, it was this very worthless fish that had thrust him back onto the ship. Beneath the waters surrounding the military knife, despair was etched on the faces of nearly everyone. Even the formidable Kellic had fled. What could they possibly do? Mo Jing stood at the edge of the ship, observing the figures below that resembled boiled dumplings. and couldn't help but caress the hilt of his knife. With genuine curiosity, he inquired, "My dear friends, isn't it chilly down there? Why not come aboard for a respite?" The band of pirates, trembling in the cold, understood that his intentions were far from benevolent. He clearly sought to dispatch them. Yet, not a word escaped their lips, nor did they dare to ascend the vessel. They clung to the edge of the military ship like a group of solar-powered aquatic specters. Whenever the cold became unbearable, they would lift themselves to bask in the sun, only to submerge once again when the chill returned. This brazen exploitation of his spoils was certainly beyond Mo Jing's tolerance. Thus, he kindly leaned over and declared, "Do not be shy. If you refuse to come aboard, I shall descend to you." With that, he unsheathed his knife and leaped into the water. Instantly, chaos erupted in the sea. 10 minutes later, tranquility returned. The carnivorous fish surged around the general's blade, turning the waters crimson, and even a serpent-like sea creature emerged momentarily. After Mo Jing severed a portion of its tongue, it sank submissively back into the depths. Mo Jing ascended the vessel once more, inhaling deeply with a sense of rejuvenation. The ambience had grown significantly quieter. The soul energy within the ring surged anew. Yet Mo Jing paid little heed to it. He settled beside the ailing Ajin, replenishing his strength as he awaited in tranquil silence. By this time, the afternoon had passed, the sun shone splendidly, and the sea breeze caressed the air, leaving the expansive deck undisturbed. Mo Jing leaned languidly against the mast, savoring a rare moment of leisure. He produced a conch shell and began to compose a message to Dada, recounting the adventures he had encountered along his journey, the elegant Captain Fembuti, the warm-hearted guide Akin, and the fateful encounter with the clique pirate crew, from which few emerged unscathed. The opening of the shell was as large as the palm of his hand. With a bit of careful writing, he could pen an extensive narrative in one breath. Mo Jing felt as though he had returned to Imlo Town, the only incongruity being the multitude of corpses strewn about. Thus, he cast them aside to feed the fish. In passing, he inscribed yet another entry in the Conch of Harmonious Hearts, chronicling his leisurely existence of feeding the fish. He harbored no concerns that the fleeing clique would seek vengeance in Imlo Town, for the latter had yet to grasp who he was or the rationale behind the attack. Even in hatred, the target would remain solely himself. Mo Jing found himself rather wishing for clique to seek him out, as it would spare him the trouble of explaining to the Finbuti side. However, the present circumstances seemed rather peculiar. The battle had concluded. Yet the promised reinforcements from Finbuti had yet to arrive, and his vessel, the Lucky Koi, lingered in the distant sky, showing no inclination to approach. Were it not for the fact that it had not been directly commandeered, Mo Jing might have suspected that his ship had been hijacked. The sole piece of good news was that he could sense Shui gradually drawing nearer, indicating that the Navy should be arriving soon. When that time comes, he would conveniently attribute Clique's escape to their tardiness. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he suddenly felt a sharp, formidable presence piercing towards his tailbone. Mo Jing exerted himself and leapt down from the mast, his eyes shimmering with anticipation as he approached the ship's railing. Before the warship, a peculiarly shaped hexagonal sloop glided gracefully toward them. A man, clad in a burgundy jacket, draped in a black cloak, and adorned with a black top hat, lounged languidly in the sole seat at the center of the vessel. A smile involuntarily graced Mo Jing's face as he caught sight of the figure leaning against the chair. He knew that the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The intensity of this sensation was almost blinding, as if it could slice through one's very soul. Zhuo darted into Mo Jing's embrace from the mast, chattering incessantly in a tone filled with grievance. "All right, I will prepare something delicious for you shortly. For now, let's keep our distance." With a flick of her head, Zhuo shot towards the distant Koi ship, which lingered stubbornly, refusing to return. The vast expanse of the sea now contained merely 2.5 living souls. Hawkeye shifted his gaze, sweeping over the massive vessel that had narrowly escaped under his command, and instantly grasped the situation. "It seems the clique pirate crew has been eradicated by you, boy," he stated solemnly. "Eradicated is perhaps an overstatement," Mo Jing replied, standing at the slightly elevated bow of the ship, scrutinizing Hawkeye closely. "Clique is still alive, though I suspect you have little interest in him now." "Oh?" Hawkeye raised an eyebrow slightly, intrigued. "And why is that? Is that even a question?" Mo Jing slowly drew the long sword from his grasp, the flames of battle igniting fiercely within his eyes. Engaging in a skirmish with someone as insignificant as you pales in comparison to a true contest of skill. Eagle-Eye paused momentarily, contemplating the challenger before him. It appears you have been awaiting my arrival. Rising from his vessel, the world's foremost swordsman was no stranger to challengers, nor did he ever shy away from a duel. However, I despise those who speak to me from a position of superiority. With that, he unsheathed his blade and struck. In an instant, a brilliant green light erupted, soaring skyward like a furious dragon releasing its fiery breath. The violent winds ravaged the entire sea, leaving only this singular hue in existence. Even the ocean seemed to fracture, revealing the terrifying abyss beneath. Mo Jing's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the strike. Despite having anticipated it, the moment he witnessed it firsthand, he was profoundly shaken. The fierce wind battered his face, causing his skin to ripple like waves receding backward. Merely the residual pressure of the sword's aura left him gasping for breath. Yet, his gaze burned with an intensity as if it might ignite. How could such swordsmanship exist in this world? His grip on the hilt trembled uncontrollably. At last, the lingering sword energy gradually subsided. The abyss converged, transforming into a colossal whirlpool, and the surface of the sea, as if ravaged by a tempest, surged with towering waves. The foredeck of the battleship was once again split in two amidst the violent swells. Mo Jing leapt over the ship's railing, landing gracefully on the deck at sea level. Eagle-Eye stepped onto the deck with a measured pace. "There's one thing you got wrong, young man," Eagle-Eye remarked, fixing his gaze upon Mo Jing. "In my eyes, you are no different from Click." He drew forth a knife from the crucifix pendant around his neck, a blade no longer than his index finger. Its diminutive size, almost comical. "This will suffice to deal with you." Mo Jing was taken aback, casting a bewildered glance at the knife in his hand, then shifting his gaze to the earnest expression on Eagle-Eye's face. It was not a deliberate insult. Rather, he genuinely believed that Mo Jing was only worthy of this knife. Yet, for a swordsman, what could be more humiliating than this? Mo Jing smiled, a laugh born of fury, growing louder with each passing moment. Though I yearned to declare that he had no right to despise me, he suddenly bent low, drew his blade, and charged forth. A serpentine flash of steel lunged toward Eagle-Eye with ferocity. Only the fury in his blazing eyes and the gritted teeth punctuated the air amidst the whirlwind of swordplay. "You must inquire about the blade in my hand," he declared. One sword style, snake strangle, clang. The minuscule blade absurdly intercepted the oncoming strike. "Oh," Eagle-Eye's tone remained composed. "Then come, let us see." The swift, unyielding arc of the blade tore through the atmosphere. The crisp sound of clashing metal rang out, reminiscent of a blacksmith's forge. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. To be precise, it was Mo Jing who had attacked fervently, while Eagle-Eye steadfastly defended with his diminutive knife, not retreating a single step. "This caliber of swordsmanship will not sway my opinion, young man." Eagle-Eye's unhurried voice resonated. Suddenly, his movements accelerated, and a slender flash of steel pierced through Mo Jing's long blade, aiming directly for his chest. Yet, Mo Jing disregarded the impending danger, charging forward with reckless abandon. "Allow me to show you something intriguing," he bellowed, as the momentum of his sword shifted, becoming fluid like an ethereal stream, deftly evading the assault. The gentle, wave-like gleam of his blade spiraled back toward Eagle-Eye. "Floating heaven, vast sea, the fish swims." A note of astonishment escaped Eagle-Eye amidst the shimmering blade. Then, a series of delicate chimes echoed as he took a step back. Simultaneously, with the blade dancing wildly, Mo Jing halted behind him, landing heavily on the deck as if gathering strength, exhaling a long breath. "Floating heaven, vast sea, ripple chaos." Boom. The shimmering waves instantaneously engulfed everything. The deck beneath their feet shattered completely under the force of the strike. Mo Jing gasped heavily, having employed 3 powerful techniques in quick succession, which proved to be quite a burden for his physique, still not having transcended the D level. His gaze was fixated on the swirling dust. The earlier sequence of moves had been a calculated surprise, utilizing his unique flowing swordsmanship to catch his opponent off guard. Had the adversary been prepared, the outcome would not have been so favorable. Of course, at this moment, the result would still be the same. This individual was the most formidable swordsman he had ever encountered, a strength that even surpassed his wildest imagination. Before today, he could scarcely conceive that pure swordsmanship could attain such earth-shattering prowess. Faced with this opponent, he could hardly envision any possibility of victory. Suddenly, it seemed as if a pair of giant hands stirred the dust, clearing it away entirely. The fierce sword wind dispersed everything. Amidst the shattered deck, the eagle-eyed swordsman stood unscathed, yet Mo Jing gazed at the enormous black blade in his hand and could not help but burst into laughter. What is it? Is it truly worthy of such elation merely to draw my weapon? The fierce edge of Eagle-Eye's black sword was pointed at Mo Jing, its menacing aura seemingly capable of tearing him asunder. Yet, at that moment, Mo Jing felt no trepidation. Instead, his fighting spirit surged even higher. Indeed, this is what excites me, he joyfully acknowledged, as the long knife in his grasp seemed to resonate with his words. Nothing brings greater joy than a genuine confrontation. A rare smile flickered across Eagle-Eye's face. I am Dracul Mihawk. State your name. Mo Jing. Mo Jing gripped his sword in his right hand, giving it a gentle flick before diving upward once more. The interplay of blade light and sword shadows intertwined, and this time, he was no longer confined to the fierce and proud swordplay of Bei Duo or his own flowing, entangled sword intent. The two distinctly different sword techniques seemed to be merging within him. Mihawk appeared to sense Mo Jing's rapid advancement. With a twist of his black blade, he scattered the shimmering waves and sword light into disarray. I retract my previous words, he declared in a low voice. You are indeed a worthy opponent deserving of serious consideration. Surely, you are prepared for the inevitability of death? With that, he raised his black blade high, striking downwards with the might of a tyrant, an unstoppable force. In that instant, the speed was such that Mo Jing could not evade. He let out a low cry, meeting attack with attack. Since evasion was not an option, he would not retreat. As long as he was not immediately slain, he could heal with the initial flame. Swoosh. Blood splattered. Yet Mo Jing's eyes appeared to burn with an intense fire. He did not falter, his long blade rising fiercely against the black sword. At this moment, one singular thought consumed his mind. He must slay the opponent before him, at any cost, utilizing every means available. Attack. Attack. Relentless assault. Even if the black blade pierced his body, he would not cease. The flowing water transformed into a ferocious whirlpool, which in turn morphed into sharp ice shards. Bei Duo's swordsmanship had fully integrated into his own system, with the gentle shimmering waves concealing a lethal intent. Yet it was still insufficient. It was not enough. Soul forged. Iron wall, Barrow's soul. A medium-sized power crystal was cast into his soul. Instantly, his strength surged to level D. In that moment, the brilliance of his blade seemed capable of cleaving through space itself. However, it was still not enough. Blood sprayed from Mo Jing's body, flames igniting around him, illuminating his increasingly fervent expression. Meanwhile, Eagle-Eye maintained his usual calm demeanor, furrowing his brow slightly, seemingly perplexed by Mo Jing's formidable regenerative abilities and the sudden surge in power. Yet Mo Jing paid no heed to these concerns. He understood that Eagle-Eye had not yet unleashed his full strength, or perhaps he was merely matching him in swordplay with equal measures of power and speed. But he did not care. He only desired victory. He longed to triumph over his opponent using the swordsmanship he took pride in. Thud. He stomped heavily on the wooden planks, sending splashes of water flying, which astonishingly aligned with his sword technique, augmenting his assault. Floating heaven, vast sea, hazy moon, an illusion shot forth, only to be swiftly cleaved into mist by the black blade. Simultaneously, a streak of blade light surged from behind. Eagle-Eye's brow arched as he countered with a reverse slash. It was still an illusion, leaping to slash the illusion, advancing through the illusion, illusion upon illusion. Unbeknownst to him, dense mist enveloped him completely. Hawkeye let out a cold snort, unleashing a circular wave of sword energy that dispersed the surrounding mist. It was then he noticed Mo Jing had, unbeknownst to him, come to rest upon a nearby plank of wood. At that moment, an unexpected tranquility enveloped him. Water droplets cascaded down his temples, and the mist, cleaved by his sword energy, swirled around him like flowing clouds. He assumed an unusual stance, inhaling deeply. As if drawing his gaze from the depths of memory, he gently regarded Mihawk. After all the preparation, he softly declared, "Let us decide the victor with this strike." His hand trembled slightly, as if he could scarcely maintain his grip on the longsword. Floating sky, vast sea, water cloud village. With a swift motion, the sword was drawn, and clouds began to gather. Mihawk's eyes widened in an instant. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself engulfed by surging smoke and clouds. 2 crimson lines erupted from his arms as red blood flowed forth. What remarkable swordsmanship! He couldn't help but exclaim, but then added, "Alas, what a pity." The fog created by the sea swiftly dissipated, revealing a blood-soaked figure kneeling on the ground behind Mihawk. Beside him lay his longtime companion, the longsword, shattered into 2 pieces. In that fleeting moment, Hawkeye instinctively executed a strike that transcended his current limits, severing not only Mo Jing's blade, but also the very essence of the man himself. Hawkeye gradually sheathed his sword, contemplating the surrounding mist, seemingly savoring the impact of that strike. He turned to gaze at Mo Jing, lying in a pool of blood, and uttered his final words. "You are quite impressive. I shall await your challenge from the position of the world's greatest swordsman. Do not keep me waiting too long." With that, he strode towards his hexagonal sailboat, seated once more upon his solitary throne, casting one last glance at the slowly submerging massive vessel before departing. Mo Jing knelt on one knee, struggling for breath as the primordial fire erupted from the fissures in his wounds, gradually mending his body. The soul energy displayed on the panel plummeted rapidly, soon surpassing the gains from the hunt against the Click pirates. Yet, a smile graced Mo Jing's face. He grasped his broken sword, reclined backward in a starfish position on the floating plank, shielding his eyes as he reveled in the warm sea breeze. His heart enveloped in profound tranquility. Name, Mo Jing. Age, 20. Race, undead. Strength, D. Agility, D. Constitution, E. Intelligence, D. Soul Ability, Undying Curse. Skills, Soul Refinement. LV 50. Primordial Fire. LV 9. Swordsmanship. LV 15. Swordsmanship Master. Swimming. LV 10. Shooting. LV 1. Traits, Dark Ring 1. Primordial Fire, Rhythm of Water, Deep Breathing, Primal Instinct. After a year of accumulation and the impetus of this battle, he finally transcended the threshold of swordsmanship. LV 15, entering the realm of the Swordsmanship Master. At this moment, countless sword techniques collided and fused in his mind, extending towards a brand new path. As the sun dipped in the west, the wayward koi ship finally returned leisurely to Mo Jing's side. Although Mo Jing initially wished to hurl some sardonic quips, he refrained upon witnessing the ragtag group, each member wrapped in bandages, displaying the marks of a thorough beating. He hoisted the survivor, Jean, and leaped aboard the vessel. The motley crew regaled Mo Jing with their harrowing adventure. The gist of the tale was this. A few of them were merrily drinking beer and singing, enjoying the spectacle, when suddenly, 3 monstrous figures climbed aboard from either side of the ship. The 5 quickly unleashed their unique techniques. First, the startled Nicola, leveraging his nearly 2-meter stature and weight, executed a bear hug tackle that toppled 2 pirates. In the process, he knocked over Xing Sa. Then Eden charged forward, delivering a flying kick to one pirate's knee, a move he had been honing for 18 years. Just as the other 2 pirates were beginning to react, Garfield timely arrived, producing a pouch of lime powder from her makeshift medical kit, successfully blinding 3 enemies, including the one preparing to ambush with a club named Sushi. The scene was sheer chaos. Nevertheless, the 5 were ultimately no match for the pirates. When Zui swooped in, the remaining 2 pirates were already pummeling the 5. What followed was nothing short of explosive. A frustrated Zui transformed into a fiery drill, affectionately opening the skulls of the 2 pirates, leaving the 5 looking rather shaken. Mo Jing could not help but extend his applause to the 5 miscellaneous fish. They truly lived up to their name, each one a talent in their own right. The 5 appeared visibly anxious, for their ship had nearly been lost under their watch. However, Mo Jing bore them no ill will. "Get back to work." He waved them off, contemplating how best to provide these fellows with some supplementary training. After all, it would be quite embarrassing if they couldn't even manage a simple task of watching over the ship. As his gaze shifted, he noticed a Jean, whom he had previously brought aboard as a local specialty, now ignored by everyone. How could he have forgotten this fellow? He leaped down from the main deck and crouched before the pallid Jean, whose face was a ghastly green, yet felt compelled to utter one more word before succumbing. Mo Jing circled around him, a peculiar smile gracing his face. "Do you wish to live, Jean?" Jean, nearly on the brink of zombification, slowly turned his head to face Mo Jing. A fervent desire for survival seemed to surge forth from his eyes. The laughter in Mo Jing's eyes grew even more pronounced. "As you wish." He suddenly grasped Jin's neck, lifting him into the air. The searing flames of the initial fire spread throughout his entire being, while healing his body. The intense heat simultaneously scorched his flesh to char. Inhuman screams erupted from Jin's mouth, as he desperately struggled to pry away the hand gripping his throat. But to no avail. The whispers of Mo Jing echoed in his ears like those of a demon. "Hold on, Ajin, hold on, and you shall survive." Emerging with greater strength henceforth. In the midst of the cruel pyre, a repugnant aroma of roasting flesh wafted through the air, soon transforming into the scent of charred remains. Ultimately, even the anguished cries faded into a whisper as the figure gradually lost its strength to move, relinquishing its struggle, while only the crimson flames continued to blaze. The motley crew huddled within their respective quarters, each gripped by trepidation. Indeed, their understanding of this captain was far too limited. In their eyes, despite the outwardly warm demeanor of Mo Jing, he was seething with rage internally, incensed by his own defeat and the perceived ineffectiveness of his companions. Thus, he deliberately dragged a half-dead individual to the surface, subjecting him to torment as a means to unleash his pent-up fury. This was a quintessential example of using a small creature to warn the larger ones. It is truly tragic that even a half-dead individual can be tormented to the point of uttering such wretched cries. Nicola crouched in the corner of the kitchen, his jaw trembling. Xingsa repeatedly failed in his woodworking endeavor, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. On New Year's Eve, Dushi stood at the stern, wielding a broom like a scarecrow, his eyes vacant. Eden clutched a bucket, flinching with each agonizing scream as if jolted by an electric shock. Garfadel lay prostrate on the bed, covering his ears with a pillow, eyes tightly shut, shouting, "Captain, I will do my utmost." On the verge of tears. On the deck, a resounding thud echoed. A humanoid lump of charcoal has fallen onto the wooden plank, gently exuding wisps of blue smoke. Mo Jing lowered his head, silently gazing at Ajin before him. Had he failed? In truth, he was uncertain of success, for thus far, only Zhua Yi had been reborn from the initial flames. Zhua Yi was but the size of a palm, easily enveloped by the primordial fire. Ajin, however, was an entirely different matter. Mo Jing had yet to master the art of fully encasing himself in the initial flames, let alone Ajin. Nevertheless, he did not deceive Ajin. The healing efficacy of the primordial fire far surpassed the destructive consequences of its intense heat, and once healed, the affected areas would not suffer further harm. Theoretically, as long as one could withstand the duration, there existed a chance to cure all ailments. Well, theoretically. There was once a popular notion that the pain from severe burns could surpass even the agony experienced during childbirth. Whether accurate or not, it certainly underscores the profound suffering and torment that burns inflict. Thus, it appears that this method of treatment may still be too avant-garde. It is somewhat regrettable, as he had quite high hopes for Ajin. Mo Jing turned and made his way towards the main deck. As he ascended the staircase, a faint cracking sound suddenly reached his ears from behind. Startled, he turned to see the surface of the charred mass gradually splintering, its carbonized exterior flaking off like shattered porcelain, revealing a brand new form struggling to emerge. "Captain, I am not dead yet. Do not abandon me." A feeble voice echoed repeatedly as the half-charred body crawled along the ground like a wounded beast. He stretched out his hand with all his might, as if attempting to grasp something slipping away from him. In the cold breeze, it seemed someone had approached him. A warm and powerful hand clasped his, tightening around his palm. "Do not worry, you have passed my trial, Ajin." Mo Jing's voice resonated in his ear. The gentle tone swore, "From this moment forth, you shall be my crew member, our fates intertwined by fire until the end of death." Feeling an inexplicable warmth within, Ajin, burdened for so long, finally broke into tears. His cries, a mixture of roars and sobs, echoed as he pounded his fists against the deck, until he succumbed to slumber upon the deck, curled up like an infant. Mo Jing carried him into the cabin. The space on the koi ship was quite ample, and Wu Xiaoyu had prepared a room for him, taking turns to look after him. His newly formed body remained fragile, and during this time, Ajin swiftly became acquainted with everyone. Occasionally, Mo Jing would visit him, yet the majority of his time was devoted to physical training and honing his swordsmanship on the deck. Unbeknownst to them, 3 days elapsed, and the crew gradually came to accept Ajin as a companion. Notably, the Sea King, which had briefly surfaced during the demise of the Click pirate crew, seemed unwilling to abandon its pursuit of Mo Jing. It followed the koi ship for 3 days and nights beneath the waves. Ultimately, when it emerged with the intent to attack Mo Jing, who was engrossed in the intricacies of swordplay, it met its demise at the hands of Mo Jing's wooden sword, cleaving it in two. The creature's bulging eyes likely reflected its disbelief. How could the being that, just a day prior, could only be trifled with, suddenly transform into such a formidable adversary? Overall, however, spirits were high. Ajin was fortunate enough to receive a nourishing soup, accompanied by an assortment of fish, enhancing their meals considerably. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Jing also crafted a new weapon, named Revenge. As a sole weapon, Revenge did not meet Mo Jing's standards of excellence. Its sharpness, hardness, and resilience fell far short when compared to the unnamed longsword he had inherited from Beiyi Duo. Its only advantage lay in its aesthetic appeal and special abilities. The soul of the Sea King was referred to as the soul of the Overlord of the Distant Seas, and its appearance was truly remarkable, adorned with crimson scales reminiscent of the descriptions of dragons found in the Xianxia literature of Mo Jing's memories. Alas, its power was lacking. The design of Revenge echoed the visage of this distant sea overlord, with the hilt fashioned into a smaller, coiling representation of the creature, its gaping maw releasing a long, straight blade. The sword's surface appeared to be veiled in dark red scale patterns, offering a high degree of visual allure. However, like its material, its quality was mediocre at best. In a typical weapon shop, it might grace a display stand, fetching a price of around 5 to 600,000 berries. Fortunately, it possessed the unique ability of vengeance. Revenge would remember the last individual who attacked it, ensuring that the next time they made contact, they would suffer injury in return. Mo Jing conducted a test, allowing Ajin to strike the blade of the vengeance knife. Approximately 2 hours later, Mo Jing tapped Ajin's arm with the back of the knife, leaving behind a wound of equal severity. This was indeed characteristic of that vengeful sea creature. However, for Mo Jing, it was a minor consolation. If he had the means, he would prefer to acquire a sharper blade. It is said that this world boasts rare and exquisite swords such as the Supreme Great Knife with 12 crafts, the Great Knife with 21 crafts, and the Good Knife with 50 crafts, all of which Mo Jing yearned to behold. Of course, if all else fails, he could always forge one himself. He firmly believed that the inadequacy of a blade's strength was never a matter of craftsmanship, but rather a reflection of the opponent's spirit. One day, when he had refined the 4 emperors, he would not doubt his own strength. Thus, "Captain, where shall we venture next?" Eden sat atop a barrel, gazing eagerly at Mo Jing, his previous confidence now diminished. Pondered for a moment, his foremost desire was to seek news of Ace. This was the primary objective of his voyage. However, it was clear that to find Ace, one would need to venture into the Grand Line, as he would not be lingering in the less significant 4 seas. Given this, realized his preparations were still insufficient. It was not a matter of strength, but rather the lack of a sturdy vessel capable of weathering the fierce storms of the Grand Line. Additionally, Eden, his navigator, possessed limited knowledge of this perilous route. Charging headlong into the Grand Line aboard the Koi would indeed be reckless. Moreover, there were various minor deficiencies that could not be overlooked. For instance, the knife in his possession felt inadequate. Having grown accustomed to the exquisite blade from Biduo, wielding this vengeance left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Perhaps this exemplified the age-old adage of transitioning from luxury to frugality. Ultimately, all these issues converged upon a singular need: money. Indeed, acquiring a good ship required funds. Securing a fine blade also demanded financial resources, not to mention the wages for his crew, as well as the provisions and supplies. After careful consideration, was astonished to realize that he had only been at sea for a few days, yet he was on the brink of financial ruin. Thus, he humbly sought advice from his companions on swift paths to wealth. Robbing merchant ships, Akin boldly suggested, drawing on his past experience. This proposal met with unanimous dissent from his comrades. "We are pirates of principle. We shall not engage in such acts," exclaimed the resolute Yushi. In truth, the number of pirates resorting to the robbery of merchant vessels had significantly dwindled. Only fledgling pirates would stoop to such tactics. After all, the efficiency of such thefts was notoriously low, often yielding little of value while resulting in considerable casualties. Not to mention the likelihood of being pursued by the Navy and rival pirate crews. It could be said that the risks far outweighed the rewards. Mature pirate crews understood the importance of sustainable strategies, typically collecting protection fees along established routes while driving off small, opportunistic pirate bands, often without bloodshed. Only in encounters with particularly obstinate merchant ships would they resort to violence, ensuring those vessels learned a lasting lesson. The ship, Mo Jing, which lacks even the semblance of a pirate flag, evidently has no fixed hunting ground. Even if tasked with collecting protection fees, it would be deemed inefficient. Drifting across the vast ocean each day, the crew would approach passing vessels to demand fees, a practice akin to those who, while professing freedom, spend 24 hours a day consumed by the plots of their novels, rushing to their computers like madmen the moment inspiration strikes. With such time at hand, it would be far more rewarding to commandeer a few pirate ships. This would not only rid the seas of menace, but also yield bounties. What could be more delightful? The crew unanimously endorsed the captain's astute observation, with no dissenting voices to be heard. Disputes among pirates are commonplace, yet targeting pirates specifically marks one as a bounty hunter. I nearly overlooked that their official title remains that of bounty hunters, though they have not encountered Fin Beauty since. It is likely that their status has been duly recorded by the Navy. Truly, the captain's insight shines. It appears that consensus has been reached among the crew. Mo Jing rose to declare loudly, "In that case, our next target is..." He paused, casting a glance at his subordinates. Akin appeared lost in thought, often drifting into such a state after awakening, seemingly grasping some profound realization. The rest of the crew, heads bowed, were each ensnared by their own contemplations. Since their encounter with the clique pirate group, they had all adopted a rather dispirited demeanor. Mo Jing still recalls the sparkling eyes of the group when they first determined their path forward. Indeed, she finds herself fondly reminiscing about those days with the eclectic crew. Yes, the maritime restaurant, Barati, with a swift glance, proclaimed the objective of their journey. The crew turned in astonishment. For as the most renowned maritime restaurant in the East China Sea, Barati was indeed a must-visit hotspot for anyone venturing into these waters. It was rumored that one could savor every variety of fish found in the East China Sea there. Naturally, numerous ordinary individuals were drawn not only by the culinary delights, but also by the spectacle of chefs clashing with pirates. After all, Barati served as a pivotal food supply point at sea, accommodating not just civilians, but also the Navy and pirates alike. Given the unyielding nature of pirates, dining and dashing had become somewhat of a tradition. This led to frequent altercations between chefs and pirates. Fortunately, many of the chefs had once been pirates themselves, forming a formidable force in the East China Sea, thus ensuring the restaurant's continued operation and burgeoning reputation. Hence, the crew was somewhat taken aback when announced that their destination was the maritime restaurant Barati. "Are we to rob Barati?" Adjusted his glasses, noting that while Barati was indeed a restaurant, it could also be considered a pirate faction. He harbored no concerns about the dangers of this venture, especially since their captain had single-handedly vanquished the legendary clique pirate crew, not to mention the addition of the formidable. However, this seemed rather out of character for their captain. "What are you thinking?" Playfully tapped the back of his head. "Can't I just go to dine?" "Dine?" Even regarded him with a skeptical gaze. Mo Jing inhaled deeply and spoke in a tranquil tone. "It appears that your fervor for work surpasses my expectations, and I am truly gratified. Since you are unwilling to take a moment of respite, I too must reluctantly comply." Before he could finish his words, Garfield had already clung to Mo Jing's left leg, tears glistening in his eyes as he pleaded, "Captain, I wish to rest." Meanwhile, his right leg was embraced by Eden, the 18-year-old with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "Captain, I am hungry, I want food. Get away." Amidst the laughter and joy, the koi sailed towards the maritime restaurant, Barati. Upon reaching Barati, it was already morning, and the 5 miscellaneous fish leaned at the bow of the ship, eagerly gazing at the colossal sea house in the distance. Behind them, 2 indistinct figures engaged in a fierce duel, the sound of clashing weapons ringing sharply in the air. "Too slow, Ajin. Are you wielding the iron ball? Or is the iron ball wielding you?" Unleashed a merciless reprimand. With a single hand gripping the wooden sword, he confronted Ajin's dual-handed spherical staff, effortlessly delivering precise slashes that compelled Ajin to retreat step by step. What of his footing? It was frantic and unsteady, struggling to maintain balance. If he could not hold his ground, was retreat the only option? "Captain, Baladi is approaching," Garfield timely interjected, interrupting the sparring session between the two. The wooden sword of Mo Jing lingered at Ajin's Adam's apple. Ajin's eyes widened as he struggled to swallow. "Take a break." Mo Jing withdrew the wooden sword and turned towards the bow of the ship. Behind him, Ajin collapsed onto the deck, drenched in perspiration. Engaging in practice with Mo Jing was far from a delightful experience. The ferocity of his swordsmanship and the terrifying aura he exuded made Ajin feel as if he could be cleaved in two at any moment, despite wielding nothing but a wooden sword. Even more alarming was the sensation that this feeling was intensifying day by day. if he were not growing weaker with each encounter. The only explanation could be that his opponent was exponentially increasing in strength at a terrifying pace. He had never encountered such a formidable adversary. If this were an enemy, despair would surely have engulfed him. Gasping for breath, Ajin turned to gaze at the figure clad in a gray-white long coat, momentarily transported back to his youth. Recalling the first time he beheld the golden armor of Crick. Although their strengths were worlds apart, the impression it left upon him was strikingly similar. It was akin to a radiant light, an overwhelmingly brilliant glow that he could never hope to reach, no matter how fervently he pursued it. Sometimes, he pondered whether he had once again found an opportunity to pledge his loyalty to that very light, to transform once more into the ghostly Ajin. Yet, after all he had endured, a voice deep within him persistently questioned, "Is this truly what you desire?" He felt a twinge of confusion. "Wake up, Ajin. What are you daydreaming about?" Eden vigorously shook Ajin by the shoulders. "Don't you see that Bharati is approaching? Don't you want to feast? Hurry and change your clothes." Ajin snapped back to reality, glancing at his sweat-soaked attire, and quickly scrambled to the cabin. "Wait for me for just a minute." As he ran, he instinctively glanced back. In the bright sunlight, Mo Jing leaned against the bow, engaged in jovial conversation with 5 others, each sporting smiles that had never been seen aboard the Crick pirate ship before. It seemed that something had indeed changed. Mo Jing glanced back at the direction where Ajin had departed, silently shaking his head. This fellow is clearly not in the right state of mind. Ever since awakening, he has frequently gazed vacantly at the distant sea, as if his vast life has been reduced to a mere heap of confusion. Even his fighting spirit seems to be lacking. He quietly examined Ajin's attributes in his mind. Name: Ajin. Age: 26. Race: human. Strength: D. Agility: D. Stamina: D. Intellect: E. Fruitability: none. Skills: martial arts LV8, shooting LV5, swimming LV3. Traits: martial arts expert. Heart of Slaughter. Despite having attributes not dissimilar to his own, and possessing 2 traits that made even him envious, Ajin was subdued by Mo Jing wielding a wooden sword. The disparity in skill is one aspect, yet another is that Ajin has lost his former vigor. He no longer radiates the imposing presence he once had. Mo Jing felt a tinge of melancholy. Is this the legendary redemption of the weak and the trifling? Yet, he is not without his faults. One can only hope that this respite will alleviate the confusion that plagues this individual. As he gazed upon the approaching seaside restaurant, a soft sigh escaped his lips. The Bharati, a floating establishment, bore little resemblance to a ship. It appeared more as a house adrift upon the waves. Adorned in hues of green, its bow and stern were designed to resemble the head and tail of a magnificent goldfish, as though a grand restaurant had been constructed upon the back of an immense creature. Though its size surpassed that of the oddly shaped koi, it remained notably smaller than the swordfish of the clique pirates. When Mo Jing arrived, a large cruise ship was docked nearby along with several small single-masted sailboats. After some discussion, Xingsa ultimately decided to remain aboard to read and keep watch over the vessel. Thus, the koi set anchor in the vicinity, and the group of 6 embarked on a small boat towards the Bharati restaurant. "Welcome. Please come in." As the grand door of the restaurant swung open, the boisterous yet warm greeting enveloped the guests, making them feel an instant sense of familiarity akin to returning home. They followed a robust chef, whose smile bore an intriguing blend of sincerity, menace, flattery, and a touch of unseemliness, into the establishment. They casually chose a table to settle down. The interior of the restaurant was lavishly adorned, though it did not exceed the standards of an ordinary upscale dining venue. Mo Jing was well acquainted with such environments, having worked in the green turquoise sea banquet. Among his crew, apart from Eden, who appeared utterly at ease, the others seemed as if they had never encountered such opulence before, marveling at the dazzling splendor surrounding them. Mo Jing summoned the guiding chef, who promptly brought forth the menu and presented it to the crew for their selection. Casually, he inquired, "Are you the chef, my good sir?" "Indeed. What would you like to ask?" The burly man cast a sidelong glance at the package beside Mo Jing, a glimmer of golden treasures peeking out, which instantly brightened his smile even further. When did chefs begin to play the role of hosts? Where are the waitstaff? What you may not know, my lord, is that during a recent disturbance caused by pirates, those cowards fled in terror. The robust man rubbed his hands together, showing no concern for the coarseness of his remarks. Simultaneously, he deftly recorded the crew's orders with a nimbleness reminiscent of a wild boar embroidering. The menu eventually found its way into Ajin's hands. Furrowing his brow, Ajin scrutinized the menu, while the burly man's frown deepened with every passing moment. Eventually, the smile vanished entirely, replaced by an ashen pallor. "You are the ghost man, Jean," he exclaimed, nearly leaping from his feet. This loud proclamation drew the attention of nearly all patrons within the dining hall. Instantly, whispers erupted across the tables. "It's actually the ghost man, Jean." "Who is a Jean?" "Fool, yes, that pirate from the Clique pirate crew." "Clique? Could it be that Clique? Who else could it be?" "I've heard tales that he is the battle captain of the Clique pirate crew. A fearsome individual with a bounty exceeding 10 million berries. Damn, how did such a person end up here? We must flee." The murmurs of panic echoed from all directions, leaving Mo Jing scratching his head in exasperation. A Jean certainly appeared to be quite renowned, yet the unfolding drama felt oddly familiar. Would formidable foes soon confront a Jean? However, a Jean restrained his fury and sought my counsel. With a gentle wave of my hand, I signaled for a Jean to clear away these ruffians. Just as this thought crossed Mo Jing's mind, it was abruptly interrupted. "What is all this racket? You wretched cook, hurry and serve the dishes requested by the guests." A tall, slender man with golden hair and clad in a black suit bellowed from the kitchen entrance. "Damn, Sanji, I know that without you saying it." The sturdy man resembled a powder keg ready to explode, brandishing the menu. Yet, the golden-haired gentleman seemed entirely unfazed by the other's rudeness. One hand resting in his pocket, while the other elegantly held a tray of red wine as he glided past. "How many times must I tell you, Patty? Do not address me directly by name. I am the sous chef of this establishment." The mere mention of this only fueled Patty's anger further. But just as he was about to retort, the sound of a spoon striking a goblet echoed from behind him. "Gentlemen," Mo Jing interjected with annoyance. "Shouldn't we prioritize serving the guests' meals? Keeping guests waiting is certainly not a virtue befitting a chef." Was quite dissatisfied with the level of hospitality provided by Patty. Even during his illustrious days as the renowned Sea Demon Master, he never allowed his guests to wait unnecessarily. "My sincerest apologies, sir." Patty, upon turning back, donned a rehearsed smile and rubbed his hands together, inquiring of Akin, "Have you made your selection, sir?" Akin glanced at it, seeing no specific instructions. Casually chose a dish and returned the menu to Patty. "Please hold on a moment," Patty said as he made his way to the kitchen. It was evident that he was not as intimidated by Akin as those around him, but merely surprised. Of course, had no intention of stirring up trouble. He had brought his crew for relaxation, not confrontation. The curious gazes surrounding them were somewhat bothersome. Akin, however, remained unfazed, accustomed as he was to the myriad of looks directed at him as a fearsome pirate. The other 4 members of his crew, however, appeared somewhat restless. Before long, an array of dishes filled the dining table, the tantalizing aromas momentarily diverting everyone's attention. The guests tasted each dish, their faces lighting up with satisfaction. Nicholas nodded solemnly. "The stew is excellent." Beside him, the exuberant New Year exclaimed, "I've never tasted such delightful fried rice." Eden even stood atop his chair, savoring a sip of red wine. His expression one of bliss. "It has been ages since I've had such exquisite red wine." Garfield, engrossed in his meal, stealthily seized half of Eden's steak when he wasn't looking. At the table, only and Akin lightly sampled each dish before setting down their utensils. Delicious. Everyone seemed to agree. Yet, there remained an ineffable sense that something was amiss. The sous chef, Sanji, appeared nonchalant, but amidst the bustling service. He took a moment to observe a table of unique guests. Seeing their satisfied expressions brought a sense of pride to his heart. However, he soon noticed something peculiar. Nearly every dish was eagerly consumed, save for one, which had only seen a few hesitant bites. That dish was sashimi, crafted from the exquisite snowflake bullhorn fish of the East Sea. The orange-yellow fish lay elegantly arranged atop ice, glimmering with allure, yet it remained unappreciated. Sanji felt a surge of anger within him. He despised those who wasted food, regardless of whether they were his guests or had paid for their meal. Yet, at this moment, he was not angry. After all, these guests, while not appearing particularly virtuous, were clearly not seeking trouble. They were genuinely savoring each dish, except for the sashimi, which had failed to win their favor. Thus, his initial thought was that there must be something wrong with the sashimi. Perhaps it was the influence of other dishes, or perhaps it was due to insufficient preparation. This reflects a negligence in the kitchen. He then prepared a bottle of red wine and gracefully approached the group, inquiring, "Dear guests, are you satisfied with the dishes served here?" Eden replied contentedly, "Quite delightful." Although the stools are a tad low, the others echoed their praises. Sanji, With a slight twitch of his lips, poured more wine for the guests, and, seemingly nonchalantly, remarked, "Might this sashimi not suit your palate? Would you like me to assist in exchanging it for another?" His smile radiated warmth, yet within, it felt as if a demon was fiercely stamping its feet. Do not let me discern who has neglected the art of cooking, or else. However, upon uttering these words, the expressions of those present turned peculiar. They exchanged glances, and it was the most unassuming among them, the one named New Year's Eve, who finally spoke up. "This sashimi is quite decent, though it feels somewhat lacking in flavor." He spoke delicately, and Nicholas promptly supplemented, "It's quite unpalatable." Sanji paused for a moment, lifted the plate of sashimi, and tasted a piece. He chewed slowly, swallowed, and after a significant interval, opened his eyes. The restaurant fell silent, with surrounding patrons cautiously dining, their expressions a mixture of tension and excitement, as if the words "a brawl is imminent" were written on their faces. Sanji, holding the plate, no longer wore the warm demeanor he initially had. Instead, a chill enveloped his visage. "If I am not mistaken in my tasting, there is nothing inherently wrong with this dish." Gradually, anger began to surface upon his face. "If you cannot appreciate it, you need not order it. However, if you have chosen to do so, I implore you to cherish it. This dish is the fruit of the chef's arduous labor." The four fishmongers appeared somewhat taken aback by his sudden ire, blinking in surprise, unsure of how to respond. Akin raised an eyebrow. "How audacious, chef! What if I choose not to? Then be gone." He shot back like a whirlwind, aiming a kick at Akin, which was effortlessly blocked by Akin's arm. Gasps rippled through the crowd. It seemed they had not anticipated the legendary chef's confrontation with a pirate to be genuine. The tables nearby hastily retreated in alarm. In an instant, only Mo Jing's table remained at the center of the restaurant, poised for the impending conflict. Bang, bang, bang. Mo Jing helplessly tapped his goblet, saying, "Gentlemen, shall we maintain our composure? It is merely a meal. There is no need for hostility." Sanji's response was curt and unyielding. "I have no tolerance for guests who waste food." Akin was about to retaliate but was swiftly deterred by a mere glance from Mo Jing, causing him to step back and return to his seat, begrudgingly. "You are absolutely right. Food should never be squandered," Mo Jing affirmed earnestly. "My sincerest apologies, but what do you propose we do?" Sanji retorted, pushing the plate towards Mo Jing and looking down upon him. Akin was incensed yet remained restrained by Mo Jing's piercing gaze. Mo Jing fell into a moment of silence as he accepted the sashimi from Sanji's hand. He delicately lifted a slice, savoring its taste before consuming a second piece. "Captain." The four companions rose in unison, their fists clenched tightly, their eyes ablaze with indignation. No one could bear to witness their captain's humiliation, especially not a pirate. "What? Do you wish to partake as well?" Mo Jing's smile was light, yet an invisible weight seemed to press against the chests of his companions. "I shall." Ajin was the first to seize the chopsticks, lifting two generous pieces to his mouth, his gaze fixed fiercely on Sanji, as if each bite was a direct assault upon him. "And I," echoed the four companions in unison. Mo Jing observed as they finished their meal, placing the empty plates upon the table, and turned to Sanji, inquiring, "Are you satisfied?" Sanji furrowed his brows, taken aback by how events had escalated. Initially, he had anticipated merely a skirmish, akin to the lessons he had imparted to those reckless pirates in the past. However, this time was different. "That's enough," he declared with unwavering pride. Mo Jing nodded and took a seat. "Very well, now it is my turn to pose a question." With a thud, he plunged the vengeance knife, sheath and all, into the ground, tapping the hilt gently with his fingers. "Who is responsible for this abominable dish of sashimi? If it is not presented within 5 minutes, there is no need for this establishment to continue existing." A profound silence enveloped the restaurant. Everyone stared in astonishment towards him. How audacious! Just moments before, they believed this would merely be another triumph for the seaside restaurant, but the seemingly affable gentleman was not adhering to the usual conventions. Was he truly prepared to confront the seaside establishment head-on? The atmosphere was electric. The onlookers were captivated, their breaths held in anticipation. "You scoundrel! Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words?" Sanji glared back, his teeth clenched, as he struggled to contain his mounting fury. Two things he could never abide were the waste of food and the tarnishing of this restaurant's reputation. This individual before him had transgressed both. How is it permissible for chefs to force patrons to consume inedible dishes while patrons are forbidden from confronting incompetent cooks? Mo Jing shook his head, exclaiming, I have had enough of your arrogance. He gently waved his hand, calling out to a Jin. As soon as his voice fell, a sound akin to cannon fire erupted. A Jin, already ablaze with fury, unleashed his spherical staff, striking Sanji squarely in the abdomen and sending him flying out the door. He then slowly rose to his feet, inhaling deeply and rolling his neck, producing a series of sharp cracks, while two solid iron balls whirled around his arms. I have longed to strike this fellow. A Jin gritted his teeth, declaring. The restaurant was instantly filled with gasps of astonishment. No one dared to remain seated at the dining table to watch the spectacle any longer. Nearly all the patrons pressed themselves against the walls, creating a scene reminiscent of a pirate raid. The voice of Mo Jing echoed languidly amidst the crowd. It appears I have not articulated my point clearly. I apologize for the 5-minute delay. There are now only 4.5 minutes remaining. Should I fail to meet the chef responsible for this sashimi, then let all the chefs in this establishment accompany him to his demise. From the kitchen emerged a raucous group, resembling ferocious pirates more than culinary artists, with Patty, the one who had previously guided a few patrons, leading the charge. He surveyed the restaurant with a grin that, while still present, now bore a somewhat sinister edge. Sir, causing damage to the restaurant's equipment and assaulting the chefs will incur a financial penalty, he stated coldly. Another chef, slightly shorter and donning sunglasses, impatiently retorted. Why waste breath on them, Patty? Such individuals ought to be tossed out of the restaurant. Mo Jing showed no interest in their comedic banter and gestured once more. A Jin swiftly darted past, followed by a cacophony of anguished cries, which instantly plunged the restaurant into chaos as patrons hurriedly surged towards the exit. By the time Mo Jing leisurely savored the fried rice on the table, only the groans of the chefs and his group remained in the now desolate eatery. A Jin, brimming with a fierce aura, returned to his seat. It's all taken care of, he declared with a sense of ease. Although Mo Jing had always preferred to be addressed as Mo Jing or Captain, A Jin continued to refer to him as boss out of habit. Over time, Mo Jing had grown accustomed to it. However, witnessing the resurgence of A Jin's formidable presence was a source of quiet satisfaction for him. Indeed, the swiftest way to restore a person's confidence is to find a weaker foe to vanquish. You lot are truly courting death. At the entrance, Sanji, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet defiantly clutching a cigarette, re-entered with a distinctly grim expression. A Jin, displeased at the sight, clicked his tongue and stood up once more. The gazes of the two men clashed in the air, and those present seemed to sense the metallic tang of blood. Enough. Just then, an aged voice resonated from the direction of the kitchen. Turned his gaze, only to behold an elderly man emerging from the kitchen. Adorned with an extraordinarily tall chef's hat, his whiskers intricately braided in gold, and a wooden prosthetic leg. The moment he appeared, the surrounding chefs sprang to their feet as if infused with newfound resolve, rallying behind him. Just as the proprietor of Zepp, Patty, was about to speak, the head chef, known as Zepp, raised his hand to silence him. I am already aware. His discerning gaze swept over and his companions, ultimately resting on Sanji, as he slowly articulated. You have resorted to violence in the establishment once more, Sanji. That old coot, they provoked me first. Sanji retorted with an indignant tilt of his head. Zepp's voice thundered with authority. Foolishness. What if the guests were speaking the truth? That plate of sashimi may indeed have been an eyesore to them. As he spoke, the old man's gaze shifted, landing squarely on. Am I mistaken, Your Excellency, the sea demon? Upon uttering these words, the surrounding chefs were immediately struck with expressions of astonishment. Even Sanji, stationed at the entrance, stood agape, stammering, "Oh, old man, have you lost your mind? He is the sea demon." His tongue nearly tangled in disbelief. It was no wonder that the crowd was so taken aback. In recent years, the legendary sixth sense sea demon had stirred considerable waves within the culinary realm, attracting nobles from distant lands to savor the freshest sashimi in a small locale. Such extravagant treatment had never been witnessed even in the finest of maritime establishments. Surrounding this name were countless legendary tales. It was said that a defiant chef, skeptical of the myth, once dared to challenge the sea demon, only to return home utterly dejected, abandoning his culinary aspirations thereafter. Another tale spoke of a noble who, after savoring sashimi at the venue, refrained from consuming meat for 3 days, solely to prolong the memory of the exquisite taste. These myriad rumors rendered the title of Sea Demon in the East China Sea culinary world akin to a devil's shadow, imbued with a certain allure. Followers were not few. As a renowned maritime restaurant, Baratai naturally boasted its share of admirers of the sea demon. In this moment, the chefs present shed their prior indignation, their expressions varying in shades of apprehension. If indeed the legendary sea demon had graced their establishment, the thought of being compelled to serve sashimi of such abysmal quality was nothing short of a disgrace. It was akin to hosting a titan of the industry without any meticulous preparation, presenting only subpar dishes instead. To force the esteemed guest to consume them would be an affront. The very thought sent shivers down their spines, igniting a profound sense of shame. Was it truly the sea demon? Some chefs, in a daze, seemed to question their own actions. It is real, Zep stated calmly. After all, I have had the privilege of attending a banquet and witnessing the grandeur of His Excellency, the sea demon. With that, a resonant clap echoed through the air. Several chefs have fallen to their knees in a state of utter despair. Among them, a young chef slid across the floor as if he were a fish flung onto a cutting board, gliding smoothly before Mo Jing, and in a frantic display. He began to pound his head against the ground, weeping uncontrollably. It was I who prepared this wretched sashimi, O sea demon. I am deeply sorry for the offense to your esteemed palate. There is no need for you to take matters into your own hands. I shall now, at this very moment, perform seppuku in atonement. In that instant, Mo Jing was taken aback, his eyes wide with confusion. Goodness! Could it be that I possess such remarkable influence? What on earth is this bizarre turn of events? As he watched this individual draw his chef's knife and adopt a posture of contrition, Mo Jing hastily kicked the blade away, exclaiming, "Do not rush. Allow me to gather my thoughts first." He stroked his smooth chin, utterly astonished that his modest reputation had reached such distant shores. It felt as though he had been elevated to the position of a group leader, with the entire world holding him in admiration. This phenomenon was largely thanks to Bosi, who, in years past, had worked tirelessly to promote Mo Jing's sashimi, forging numerous connections with the press and weaving captivating tales and legends. Consequently, the lore of the sea demon spread far and wide throughout the East Sea. Naturally, these tales and legends would eventually manifest in reality. Mo Jing recalled a time when a chef approached him, brimming with arrogance, declaring the prowess of his sashimi. Yet, after tasting just the fourth slice, the chef collapsed, crying out for his mother. This spectacle left Mo Jing both amused and contemplative, evoking a sense of solitude that accompanies invincibility. However, he had never fully grasped the significance of the title Sea Demon. For years, he had been consumed by his swordsmanship, merely a relentless machine for slaughtering fish, shunning interactions with the elite. While this solitude enhanced his aura of mystery and elevated his desirability, it also obscured his awareness of his own fame. It was only today that he began to understand, through Bosie's words, the reality of being a renowned figure. He even entertained the thought that if he raised his voice now, at least a third of the chefs aboard this vessel would rally to his side. Yet, this newfound recognition left him in a quandary. With such admiration, pursuing them for a duel seemed inappropriate. Casting a glance at his 5 crew members, he noted the expressions of the 4 ordinary fishers, all seemingly inclined to suggest abandoning the idea, while Ajin wore an indifferent demeanor, patiently awaiting his command. Mo Jing ultimately turned his gaze towards the calm-faced Japu, reflecting on the wisdom that age brings. As a mere word from him averted what could have been a bloody conflict. However, he lightly tapped the hilt of his sword and remarked to Japu, "Old man, you surely do not believe that this matter can be effortlessly resolved, do you?" A smile spread across Japu's face, for he recognized that his gamble had paid off. The opposing party was not a ruthless and savage pirate, nor were they mere pawns to be easily manipulated. He did not fear negotiations with Mo Jing and his companions. What he truly dreaded was facing an adversary so formidable that even Ajin could be subdued without a chance for dialogue. Presently, the situation was as favorable as it could be. Certainly not. Japu shook his head, and then, with a serious demeanor, he deeply bowed to Mo Jing and the others, stating, "As the head chef, I sincerely apologize on behalf of my subordinates for their transgressions." Mo Jing shook his finger and said, "Let us get to the point." Japu appeared to be well prepared. He tossed a small booklet to Mo Jing, saying, "This is my nautical journal from my adventures on the Grand Line. I believe you understand its significance." Mo Jing took the booklet without even glancing at it, pressing it under his finger, and calmly stated, "Not enough." In truth, for any pirate aspiring to carve their path in the Grand Line, this booklet could be considered invaluable. Naturally, it held the same significance for Mo Jing and his companions. However, Mo Jing remained unsatisfied. To him, This was merely the other party's ransom for life. Since it was a matter of life and death, such a meager offering was utterly insufficient. Zhapu furrowed his brow and inquired, "What more do you desire, sir?" Mo Jing spoke softly. "I have heard of you, Hong Jiao Zhapu. It is said that your kicking prowess can effortlessly shatter rocks and leave imprints on steel plates." During his time aboard the ship, the Jin had enlightened him about the history of this establishment. He pondered for a moment and added, "If you could leave behind your kicking technique, that would suffice." Zhapu was initially taken aback, but soon burst into hearty laughter. Who would have thought that after all these years, someone would still reminisce about the kicking skills of this old man with a broken leg? Should I feel honored? He glanced at Mo Jing and, without a hint of hesitation, declared, "If you want it, you can have it. But I cannot guarantee how much you will be able to learn." "Fear not." Mo Jing chuckled in response. "The one you need to teach is not me." His gaze shifted to a Jin, a master of physical techniques. "I am eager to see just how formidable this ability truly is." A Jin looked around and suddenly leaped from his seat, exclaiming, "Captain, surely you cannot be referring to me." Mo Jing gestured for him to take a seat and gently advised, "Your ghostly combat technique still has considerable room for improvement. If you wish to grow stronger, you should learn more." At that moment, Zhapu spoke up again. "In that case, I have a request as well." With his head unyieldingly downcast, replied, "You haven tea." He paused momentarily before adding, "It's best if you haven tea. My patience has its limits, you know. One cannot simply challenge the boundaries time and again just because he has not committed murder." Zhapu chuckled in astonishment. "Then consider it my request." With arms crossed, he fixed a serious gaze upon. "An opportunity like this is rare. Shall we engage in a duel between chefs, Your Excellency, Sea Demon?" At this pronouncement, all the chefs turned their hopeful eyes towards this exchange. Mo Jing cast aside the toothpick, remarking with a hint of disdain, "It seems you remain undeterred." He surveyed the crew, whose eager faces betrayed their delight in the unfolding drama, and with a playful grin, he continued, "Should you possess any stakes worth wagering, I would not mind imparting a lesson or two." A rare glimmer of determination flickered in Zhapu's gaze as he replied, "If you triumph, I might be able to procure some superior materials for shipbuilding. Surely, you would not wish to embark upon the grand line aboard a vessel that threatens to disintegrate at any moment." Mo Jing nodded thoughtfully, declaring, "Should you emerge victorious, I shall return everything as promised, and from that moment forth, I shall concede that my sashimi was indeed nothing but rubbish. This is your word." A voice resonated from the kitchen, revealing Sanji, who had unexpectedly donned his chef's attire. He approached Mo Jing, earnestly apologizing for his previous conduct. Yet, as he raised his gaze, an indescribable fervor burned within his eyes. "I implore you to accept my challenge, Master Sea Demon." For a fleeting moment, Mo Jing perceived in him a reflection of his own determination to confront Haki. How utterly vexing! Mo Jing rubbed his temples, utterly baffled as to how events had escalated to this point. "Fetch my knife," he commanded Nicola at his side, and then there was silence. The contest lasted merely half an hour, and as Mo Jing and his companions departed the restaurant, they could only behold the remnants of the culinary battle, chefs strewn about, their garments in tatters, and Sanji kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face in profound emotion. "And a knife, and a knife," he murmured in a tremulous whisper, yearning yet devoid of anyone to respond. Thus, the legend of the Sea Demon garnered yet another chapter. Dark clouds loomed over the ocean, casting a shadow upon the sky. The rising waves crashed against the koi ship, causing the small vessel to sway precariously. Mo Jing leaned against the railing at the bow of the ship, swaying gently in harmony with the vessel, listening to the tumultuous roar of the sea, feeling somewhat dazed. Perhaps it was due to the excessive use of the essence of water, or perhaps it was the influence of the trait rhythm of water. But he now harbored an unshakable attachment to the ocean. Even while standing aboard the ship, he could sense the surging undercurrents below. He relished this sensation, as if he were intimately connected to the vast expanse of water, each wave akin to the sword in his hand, ready to be wielded far into the distance. Suddenly, the door to the dining room burst open with a bang. Nicola emerged from the kitchen, unsteadily carrying a lamp in each hand and a wooden barrel in his right. "Captain, lunch is ready," he announced, stepping onto the swaying deck and offering the long loaf of bread from the barrel to Mo Jing. The soft bread, sliced open, was filled with fried sausages and cream, constituting quite a lavish meal aboard the ship. Such a feast was typically reserved for the early days of the voyage, as perishable items like cream and fruit needed to be consumed promptly, lest they spoil within a few days. Mo Jing groggily opened his eyes and stifled a yawn. "Where's a Jean?" he wondered. He accepted the food and took a hasty bite. Such gloomy weather made one long for slumber. Inside the cabin, Nikolai retrieved a fruit resembling an apple from a barrel and handed it to Mo Jing. "Still the same?" Mo Jing inquired, taking a bite and frowning slightly. The fruits procured from the Bharati restaurant were far from delightful in taste, had it not been for their storability and nutritional value. He might have believed that old man Japu had foisted some inferior produce upon him. Nikolai nodded in acknowledgement. "Now, go deliver meals to others." Mo Jing waved Nicola away, allowing him to attend to his duties while he stood alone at the bow of the ship, lost in contemplation. A day had passed since their voyage to Baladi, and the old man Japu had kept his word. After the competition, he discreetly informed Mo Jing that he possessed a means to procure a batch of precious atom wood for him. Though Mo Jing was utterly ignorant of shipbuilding, the mere mention of the term treasure tree made him acutely aware of the invaluable nature of the materials at hand. He promptly agreed to the proposal. Later, upon returning to the ship and inquiring with Xing Sa, he learned that the treasure tree atom was one of the few strongest trees in this world, possessing remarkable resilience, making it the quintessential material for shipbuilding. It was said that the legendary pirate King Roger's ship, the Oro Jackson, was crafted from treasure tree atom. This revelation left him somewhat dazed. While he indeed desired a fine vessel, the prospect of suddenly acquiring a ship of world-class caliber caught him off guard. However, according to Xing Sa's deductions, it was unlikely that Japu would manage to procure much treasure tree atom for shipbuilding either. Such coveted materials have always been under the control of the Navy and the world government. Even though a scarce amount circulates in the black market, the prices are astronomical. In the hundreds of millions, far beyond the reach of impoverished pirates like them. Mo Jingxin pondered. No wonder when he approached Zeph for financial assistance. The old man's face was as dark as could be. It turned out he was contemplating selling materials. Thus, the cycle of poverty persists. Gazing at the deep blue ocean, Mo Jing couldn't help but lament. Before setting sail, one could feast without concern for the family. Yet after venturing out, he found himself suddenly in dire straits. Is this the tribulation of entrepreneurship? At this moment, Captain Mo Jing's heart mirrored the sorrow of the vast sea. Fortunately, when departing from the Bharati restaurant, he had the foresight to seek counsel from the old pirate Zeph regarding quick money-making ventures that wouldn't land him in naval prison. The elder's proposal aligned perfectly with his expectations to engage in piracy. As the saying goes, fellow travelers are rivals. And this truth is particularly harsh in the world of pirates. However, unlike Mo Jing's reckless endeavors, Zeph had, over the years in the East Sea, gathered a wealth of intelligence on various pirate strongholds, often escaping unscathed. According to his own words, had it not been for his disinterest in continuing as a pirate, he would have likely dealt with each one of them long ago. Now, with this list in Mo Jing's possession, Zeph felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Mo Jing initially had no intention of serving as a free henchman for the old man, but his interest was piqued upon discovering the information about one particular pirate, Yalata. Japu informed him that this woman had once been the captain of the Yalata pirate crew, characterized by her unattractive and plump appearance, her freckled face, and an outrageous belief that she was the most beautiful in the world, a truly self-absorbed and loathsome individual. However, upon their recent encounter, she had astonishingly transformed. Her figure had become slender and alluring, and her personality had morphed into one of captivating charm. Japu vividly recalled her, not solely due to her newfound beauty, but because she had once dined and dashed, successfully evading the wrath of the chefs. From her escape tactics, Japu suspected she had consumed a devil fruit. The mere mention of devil fruits illuminated Mo Jing's mind. Indeed, if there was anything in these vast seas, aside from treasures and wondrous islands, that could ignite one's imagination, it would undoubtedly be the devil fruits, which bestow extraordinary abilities upon their consumers. The crucial factor was that these commodities commanded prices in the black market starting in the billions. Depending on the powers they granted, the ceiling was almost non-existent. Was this not a golden opportunity for profit? Although Mo Jing could not locate a devil fruit, he could seek out those who had consumed one. With his level 50 ability of soul refinement at his disposal, he was confident he could produce a devil fruit. Thus, he promptly resolved to take action. After conferring with the old man Japu, they devised a plan to operate separately. Japu would procure a shipment of precious atom wood for shipbuilding from the black market and would also introduce him to a reliable shipyard. Meanwhile, Mo Jing would hunt down pirates, gather funds, and prepare for his venture into the Grand Line. During this period, He had initially intended to leave Ajin with Japu to learn kicking techniques. However, given Japu's lack of time and Ajin's unsteady state, he abandoned that idea. After all, shipbuilding would take some time, and Ajin could learn the kicking techniques with the other misfits later on. Speaking of Ajin's precarious state, this truly troubled Mo Jing. If Ajin had once boarded the ship as a lost soul, devoid of confidence and dreams, akin to a living corpse, shrouded in uncertainty about his future, now he had veered off course, exuberantly pursuing a path that did not belong to him. It was impossible to rein him back in. The most glaring evidence of this transformation was that he had recently taken to gazing at the sea alongside Mo Jing for hours on end, sporting an inexplicable grin on his face. His demeanor was so serene, it was as if he were about to renounce worldly ties and embrace a monastic life. This sight sent shivers down Mo Jing's spine. He tentatively inquired about what had transpired with Ajin. To his surprise, Ajin gazed back at him with a hint of confusion, expressing that he felt exceptionally well. Ever since he had been engulfed by flames, he had experienced a profound sense of tranquility and stability within himself, as though he was gradually unraveling the mysteries of existence. This revelation left Mo Jing startled, causing him to contemplate the sea throughout the night, still feeling somewhat dazed. A day had swiftly elapsed in the midst of Mo Jing's reflections on the ocean. As dawn broke the following day, Mo Jing emerged from the captain's quarters, yawning, only to find a small island materializing before him. "Good morning, Captain," a voice exclaimed from beside him, startling him. Mo Jing gazed somewhat bewilderedly at the figure of New Year's Eve, who had risen early and was diligently washing the deck with seawater, scratching his head in confusion. Was it too early, leaving him still in a state of drowsiness? To his astonishment, he had failed to notice the presence of another so close by, a truly remarkable occurrence. In fact, since he had assumed the role of captain, he had been startled by New Year's Eve on more than one occasion. This individual, often inconspicuous, had a peculiar habit of suddenly appearing behind someone, eliciting a startled response. He could easily be deemed the most elusive presence aboard the ship. Mo Jing believed that he would undoubtedly excel as an assassin in the future. "Are we almost there?" he inquired casually. On New Year's Eve, Shu Qi raised the mop and replied, "Eden mentioned that we are nearing the waters where they frequently appear. Since it is still dark, I chose not to advance further." Mo Jing nodded and gently patted his shoulder. "Let us first partake in breakfast. Soon we shall set sail at full speed." As the captain, Mo Jing was the last to awaken on the vessel, burdened by an array of pressing responsibilities. After sharing a meal with the crew, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks, and he returned to the familiar bow of the ship. Zhuo-yi descended gracefully from the mast, landing upon his shoulder, curling into a fluffy ball as it began to doze. Behind him, the sails gradually filled with wind, and under the caress of the sea breeze, the koi embarked boldly into the patrol waters of the Yalta pirate crew. According to their plan, they intended to masquerade as a merchant ship departing from Glassball Island, meandering through these waters to deliberately attract the attention of the Yalta pirates. After all, seasoned hunters often prefer to present themselves in the guise of their prey. This approach proved to be the most time-efficient and labor-saving method compared to actively seeking out the Yalta pirate crew. Mo Jing was truly eager to engage in combat with a wielder of a devil fruit. This marked yet another first for him. If he had a journal, he would undoubtedly record all these inaugural experiences, for he possessed an insatiable curiosity for life's myriad firsts. A gentle sea breeze wafted in from behind as Mo Jing closed his eyes, seeking to calm his mind in preparation for the impending battle. However, he was soon interrupted by an unexpected announcement. "Captain, I have spotted the Miss Lab Rakuda of the Eureka pirate crew." Eden's voice rang out from the crow's nest atop the mast. Yet, he hesitated. It seemed these individuals were embroiled in a conflict with the Navy. Seemingly, Mo Jing opened his eyes and retrieved his monocular, directing his gaze towards the direction indicated by Eden. It soon became evident why he had hesitated. Chaos reigned supreme. Not far off, 3 vessels floated upon the turbulent waters, 2 naval warships and 1 pirate ship, now moored alongside each other. The pirate ship, undoubtedly, was none other than the Miss Lab Rakuda of the Eureka pirate crew, which had occupied Mo Jing's thoughts. The naval ships, however, were unfamiliar to him. From a distance, it appeared that the 2 warships of the East Sea Branch were besieging the Eureka pirate crew. Yet, the reality aboard was far more tumultuous, as the Navy clashed with the pirates while the pirates also turned against one another, resulting in a scene of utter pandemonium. "What do you think they're doing?" Mo Jing tossed the monocular to Akin. Akin scrutinized the scene and, with a hint of uncertainty, remarked, "Internal strife? Internal strife?" This was not merely internal discord. They were under siege by the Navy amidst their own turmoil. Mo Jing pondered for a moment and gently waved his hand, signaling to draw closer. Mutiny aboard pirate ships is not an uncommon occurrence. Most crews consist of unruly scoundrels, and attempting to engage them in discussions of virtue, propriety, and sincerity is akin to playing a lute to a cow. Consequently, the position of a pirate captain has long been regarded as perilous to command respect. One must possess either overwhelming intellect or unmatched strength. Lacking both, one might as well be a mere figurehead, devoid of authority. It is not unusual for smaller pirate crews to change captains 2 or 3 times in a single day. However, for a well-established crew like the Arleta Pirates, internal strife is indeed a rare phenomenon. Mo Jing was oblivious to the unfolding events and remained indifferent to them. His sole desire was to dictate what would transpire next. Ajin paused momentarily. Shouldn't we be concerned about the Navy? Although he harbored no fear of engaging in combat with them, as a pirate, he naturally felt a twinge of apprehension towards the Navy. In the past, during his time with the Click Pirates, even Click himself would avoid venturing into areas patrolled by naval forces. However, Mo Jing exhibited no such awareness. "Why should we concern ourselves with the Navy?" he remarked, casting a serious glance at Ajin. "We are merely a merchant vessel hailing from Glassball Island, or at worst, disguised bounty hunters, with only 7 individuals aboard. Could we possibly be reinforcements for the pirates aiding the Arleta Pirates in their escape? Who would believe such a tale?" Ajin shrugged, refraining from mentioning how the deliberate approach of a merchant ship towards a battlefield could appear even more suspicious. After all, they were merely 2 naval branch warships. Mo Jing remained indifferent, as did he. Thus, the koi ship surged forward, piercing through the chaotic battlefield like a nail. Mo Jing rose from the bow of the ship, meticulously observing the battlefield through a monocular, searching for his target with the keywords beauty and devil fruit. Soon, he spotted the person he sought. Arleta? Indeed. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Adorned with a white hat and draped in a purple trench coat, she wore a provocative striped bikini on her upper body, complemented by pink trousers that accentuated her alluring figure, making her stand out amidst the crowd. However, what was even more striking was her method of attack. It was as if she had donned ice skates, gliding barefoot across the deck of the ship. She effortlessly traversed from one end of the vessel to the other, wielding a hefty spiked club that was surprisingly disproportionate to her frame. Wherever she passed, no one could withstand her onslaught, as adversaries were sent flying by the force of her swinging weapon. Alone, she drew the attention of countless foes, yet it appeared that none could touch her. Mo Jing witnessed a pirate strike a blow against Arleta's arm with his sword, yet, astonishingly, it neither harmed her nor did it penetrate her flesh. Instead, the blade merely slid down her arm, causing the pirate to lose his balance and fall clumsily, only to be met with a crushing blow from a nearby mace that shattered his skull. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Mo Jing furrowed his brow, taken aback by the formidable nature of his first target, a wielder of such abilities. Blades rendered ineffective. Was this not a complete counter to him? Intriguing indeed. At that moment, their peculiar merchant vessel, which had been boldly entering the battlefield, finally caught the attention of both sides. A strange figure aboard the naval warship, adorned with an unusual hood and resembling a rodent, craned his neck to gaze in the direction of the koi. "What in the world is that?" the man exclaimed, pointing at the koi. It appears to be a merchant ship, Colonel Mouse." A nearby lieutenant replied hesitantly. "A merchant ship? What on earth is it doing here?" Anxiety and tension flickered in Colonel Mouse's eyes as he stamped his foot in frustration. "Prepare to fire. Do not let it approach. Sink it at once." The lieutenant, alarmed, stepped in front of Colonel Mouse, his face pale. "Calm down, Colonel. There are civilians aboard that ship." Colonel Mouse shoved him aside with contempt. "Nonsense. What kind of civilian would come near a naval battle between pirates and the Navy?" His desperation and anger surged forth. "Fire. Open fire from the starboard side. Sink that merchant vessel under pirate control." As the situation aboard the other warship deteriorated, Colonel Mouse had no time to discern whether the approaching vessel was indeed a merchant ship. Normally, he might have exploited such an opportunity to extort a bribe under the pretext of inspecting suspicious individuals. But now, any vessel daring to approach was deemed a pirate ship. Cursing inwardly, he lamented the reckless actions of that wretched woman, Arleta. All he desired was a share of the treasure from Arleta's crew. This madwoman was on the verge of disbanding her pirate crew, yet she clung to her treasures as if they held some great value. Indeed, Alrida's pirate crew was on the brink of dissolution. The previous night, Colonel Mouse received intelligence that Alrida had summoned everyone for a meeting, intent on disbanding her crew. This decision incited the ire of many pirates, as Alrida planned to take the majority of the treasure with her, including their ship. A faction of ambitious pirates conspired in secret and reported to the notorious 16th branch of the Navy in the East Sea that very night. Hearing this news, Colonel Mouse was incensed. Even in the impoverished East Sea, Alrida's crew was hardly a formidable force. Their prolonged success and growth could be attributed to his tacit approval. Now, before the scythe was even sharpened, the chives were attempting to flee. Was this possible? Did they not recognize who Colonel Mouse truly was? As the supreme ruler of the Navy's 16th Division, his insatiable greed surpassed even that of the most notorious pirates. Allowing the female pirate, Yarlita, to escape would severely undermine his ability to extract profits from the most ruthless of brigands. Thus, that very night, he issued a directive for a crackdown, commanding his 2 warships to advance with great ferocity towards the location provided by the traitors. Upon their arrival that morning, a fierce conflict had erupted between the 2 factions. Colonel Mouse initially relished the opportunity to observe the fray from a distance, hoping to reap the benefits of their discord. However, upon seeing the Navy's approach, the rebellious pirates erupted in jubilant exclamations, proposing a division of spoils with Colonel Mouse after their victory. This proclamation awakened the scent of wealth in Colonel Mouse's instincts, prompting him to raise the stakes and offer a 50-50 split with the formidable Yarlita, suggesting he would assist in quelling the traitors in exchange for continued collaboration. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this proposal struck a nerve with Yarlita, who immediately commanded her pirate ship to close in on the Navy vessels and launched into a ferocious assault. This led to the chaotic scene previously witnessed by Mo Jing. Surprisingly, it was the 2 Navy ships that faltered first. Yarlita appeared to possess the powers of a devil fruit, with bullets gliding off her and blades sliding past her with astonishing speed, executing a relentless onslaught against the Navy. Seemingly invincible, as the Navy's fighting force dwindled, Colonel Mouse grew increasingly agitated, and upon spotting a peculiar merchant vessel approaching, he furiously ordered it to be sunk. Yet, his gunners had already engaged in close combat aboard the ship, leaving no one to carry out his orders. From the other side of the ship, a voice rang out, "Colonel, we can barely hold on. Yarlita is closing in." Hearing this, Colonel Mouse's expression shifted dramatically. Useless fools, unable to withstand a mere woman. A bunch of ineptitude. Gritting his teeth, he surveyed the battlefield. On the 2nd Navy ship, scarcely a few men remained standing, with only 2 majors struggling to hold their ground. It was clear, retreat was imperative. If they did not withdraw soon, he too would face calamity. Damn it. Useless. Colonel Mouse stomped heavily on the deck and finally commanded, "Retreat. Everyone fall back." He seized the collar of a nearby major, furiously dispatching him to the 2nd Navy ship to organize an evacuation. As for the safety of their retreat, he harbored no concerns. No one understood the nature of these pirates better than he did. Once the Navy ships began their retreat, the pirates would undoubtedly redirect their attention to their internal strife. After all, attacking the Navy had always proven a thankless endeavor. However, after this day, Colonel Mouse's reputation in the East Sea would likely plummet. If he could not even subdue a mere Yarlita and her crew, how could he ever hope to collect protection fees from those slightly stronger pirate crews in the future? Colonel Mouse, incensed, kicked the nearby railing. A fleeting glance revealed a merchant ship resembling a deranged fly, careening towards them. Fury surged within him. "Weren't you ordered to fire?" he bellowed, seizing the helmsman's attire and gesturing towards the direction of the coy vessel. "Retreat in that direction." He then dashed down the deck, shouting, "Where are the gunners? Lower your weapons, everyone. Prepare to sink that merchant ship under pirate control." From a distance, Mo Jing witnessed a remarkable scene. The Navy was retreating. He marveled at the spectacle. This was the feeblest Navy he had ever encountered. He recalled the Navy from Finbuti, who, after 2 rounds of volley fire, had dared not confront him directly, forcing him to take the captain as a hostage. This also subtly affirmed the formidable prowess of the fruit user, Yarlita. Even if Mo Jing sought to eliminate so many Navy personnel, it would hardly be more challenging, just a tad easier. Such a Navy could scarcely withstand his master-level swordsmanship. Lingbo Wan, "Captain, the Navy is retreating in our direction." Eden's voice echoed from the lookout. Mo Jing raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of unease. Although he had assured Jean with fervent conviction that his ship was as innocent as a good girl adorned with tattoos and a penchant for drink. The haunting memory of the cannon fire from Finbud's attack lingered in his mind. Now, the sight of the naval cannons cast a shadow over him. In these vast waters, the mightiest force is not man, but the artillery. The Navy's exquisite cannons can obliterate a target from a kilometer away. In such circumstances, whether one is an extraordinary ability wielder or a peerless swordsman, unless one can soar through the skies or possesses comprehensive long-range destructive capabilities exceeding a kilometer, they would inevitably falter beneath the cannon's wrath. After all, no one wishes to witness their moment of triumph swiftly followed by the destruction of their vessel by a projectile launched from the opposing side. We must change course and maintain our distance. Mo Jing hesitated before declaring. One must not stumble into the same pitfall twice. Though he was no saint warrior, no one should dare employ the same tactics against him once more. Just then, the distant rumble of cannon fire echoed through the air. Mo Jing was taken aback. They truly opened fire. Had they lost their senses? At this moment, the two vessels were at least 2 kilometers apart, and even the most sophisticated naval artillery would lack precision at such a distance. Indeed, several massive lead projectiles flew off in erratic directions. They veered off course, yet not entirely. A thunderous roar echoed from behind. This familiar angle, this familiar sound. Mo Jing instinctively shook his shoulder and turned his head stiffly. With a creaking sound, he watched in disbelief as the mast, which had only recently been repaired, slowly toppled once more. With an impassive expression, Mo Jing unsheathed his sword, gripping the hilt with both hands, and delivered a powerful slash. In an instant, the edge of the ship gleamed brilliantly. It was as if a tempest had swept across the surface of the sea. A faintly glowing azure blade of light erupted from the bow of the vessel. The sea water instantaneously surged to the sides, raising waves over a meter high. Wherever it passed, chaotic air currents stirred up a violent wind. Yet, the distance was simply too great. As it detached from the blade, the unfettered light of the sword expanded, resembling a crescent moon, though its hue gradually faded. By the time it traversed the lengthy expanse of nearly 2 kilometers to reach the naval warship, it had dwindled to a mere tumultuous flow of air. The fierce wind swept over the warship. The sailors on board stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished by the spectacle. Having lived their entire lives in the East China Sea, they had never witnessed such a terrifying display of individual might. Sizzle. 2 shallow gashes appeared on the face of Colonel Mouse. Though merely a superficial cut, untouched by any blood vessels, it resonated deeply within his heart. His jaw trembled uncontrollably, his wide eyes bloodshot. Retreat! Retreat! He screeched like a true rodent. Quickly, withdraw. Gunners, get down and row. Retreat. Instantly, the 2 warships fled the battlefield at double the speed they had previously maintained. Boss. Jean furrowed his brow beside him. His expression seemed to question whether Mo Jing intended for him to pursue. It appeared that should Mo Jing nod, he would eagerly abandon the small boat to chase after the 2 naval vessels back to their base. Too reckless, brother. Mo Jing sighed with a hint of melancholy. Gesturing dismissively, there's no catching up now. We must prioritize our tasks at hand. It would be a laughingstock if we accomplished nothing in the end. Turning his gaze, he asked, "Where's Eden?" During the bombardment, the rather mature-looking youth was peering from the observation deck. Miraculously, he was still alive. Eden, trembling, clambered up a wooden barrel. Raising his hand, his pallid complexion clearly indicated he had been thoroughly frightened. Moments ago, he had nearly taken flight, only to be rescued by the quick-witted Jean. With everyone seemingly unharmed, Mo Jing nodded and stood before the mass that had endured nothing but misfortune since it had joined him, momentarily at a loss for words. Being hit the first time could be deemed forgivable, as they had at least entered the enemy's effective range. Yet, after the second hit, he could hardly tell if the enemy had missed or hit their mark. 2 cannonballs striking the same spot, surely. This mast must have consumed some cursed fruit that guaranteed it would attract cannon fire. Sighing dramatically, Zoe landed on Mo Jing's shoulder, her eyes brimming with tears as she flapped her tiny wings, pitifully lamenting the loss of her newly built nest. Mo Jing extended a finger and gently scratched the small creature's head as a gesture of comfort. Turning to the crowd that had rushed out from the cabin, he spread his hands in resignation and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us commence rowing. If we fail to seize the ship of the Yalata pirate crew, we might as well prepare for a leisurely drift back." As a 3-masted sailing vessel, the Koi had not entirely lost its propulsion. However, its speed was undeniably diminished. To prevent the Yalata pirate crew from fleeing in response to the unfolding situation, they were left with no choice but to rely on human effort to increase their pace. The silver lining was that, as captain, Mo Jing had ample justification to remain at the bow, conserving his strength for the impending confrontation. Moreover, it appeared that the internal strife within the Yalata pirate crew had yet to reach its conclusion. Naturally, he was not merely idling away, for as the saying goes, experience is the best teacher. Having narrowly escaped 2 strikes aimed at the mast, he found himself pondering whether he might encounter similar perilous situations in the future. He felt it prudent to contemplate how to respond should such low-probability events arise again. Maintain distance. According to the old Coot, Albuskenna, the Navy's superior artillery had a range of approximately 3 kilometers, allowing ample opportunity for others to unleash several volleys while he advanced. Protect the mast? At present, the only ones aboard capable of countering artillery were he and Ajin. Sending 5 mere underlings into the fray would be nothing short of sacrificial. Mo Jing stroked his chin, realizing that the training of the miscellaneous fish must be prioritized. However, this is more of a long-term plan. In the short term, he aims to compensate for the loss of the enemy's weaknesses due to the damage inflicted on the mast. Mo Jing's gaze gradually shifted to the sorrowful figure of Zui. The koi finally drew closer to the mislab Daku. Yalata perched 1 foot on the railing at the stern, a blood-stained massive wolf fawn club resting on her shoulder. Exuding an aura that was both wild and somewhat alluring as she regarded Mo Jing, who stood level with the bow of the ship. "Hey, handsome, could you wait for me a few minutes?" She tossed him a flirtatious glance. Were it not for the blood dripping from the club on her shoulder, Mo Jing might have had to concede to her undeniable charm. However, he remained unfazed. Not a problem. He gestured invitingly. Yalata was in the midst of executing those who dared to rebel. As a female pirate, her newfound beauty may have altered a part of her character. Yet it did nothing to diminish her inherent brutality. Mo Jing closed his eyes, propping his sword as he sat at the bow of the boat. Gradually, his mind found tranquility. The echoes of anguished cries drifted past his ears, akin to the gentle breezes sweeping across the surface of the sea, stirring slight ripples that ultimately dissolved into the serene expanse of the ocean. In times of great significance, one must cultivate a calm demeanor. Perhaps this was the most profound lesson he had gleaned from the vast waters. Yet, the world is invariably replete with unforeseen events. In less than the span of a tea break, the placid surface of his heart began to stir with faint waves. Mo Jing slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment, he heard Ajin's voice. "Boss, they are about to flee." He lifted his gaze to see the sailors aboard the mislab Daku bustling about on the deck, the anchor already hoisted and the sails unfurled, the heavy vessel creaking as it gradually moved forward. They were actually preparing to set sail right in front of him. Clearly, they were taking advantage of the fact that the koi had suffered a broken mast. Yet, was their departure not a tad sluggish? Ajin had already drawn his weapon, ready to leap onto the enemy's ship to thwart their escape. The distance was just right. However, Mo Jing raised his hand to halt his action. He propped his chin on his hand, gazing at the cumbersome vessel with a look of indifference. He shook his head, muttering to himself, "What a lack of originality." He then lifted his left hand and gently snapped his fingers. Nothing happened. Ajin looked at Mo Jing in confusion. "No rush. Let you ease sore for a while." Mo Jing replied with a light chuckle. In the next moment, a sharp cry echoed from the heavens, a whistling line of fire slicing through the sky. Tracing a perfect arc as it tore past the sails of the mislab Daku, a series of 5 flashes erupted. With a whoosh, as if a curtain had fallen, the ignited sails began to descend slowly, leaving the 3 masts of the mislab Daku bare and desolate. The vessel that had just set sail came to an abrupt halt, just a few moments prior. Mo Jing gently scratched Zhui's little head, asking, "Are you upset that our home has been torn down?" Zhui, feeling aggrieved, unfurled her tiny wings and exclaimed, "Silly Lizzie, then shall we demolish theirs as well?" "Silly, why the haste to depart?" Mo Jing's voice resonated across the entire pirate ship, carried by the waves. "Since we are already here." A sultry and alluring figure gradually emerged at the ship's stern, thrusting a disproportionately large wolf fang mace into the ground. With one hand resting on the railing, she leaned forward to gaze at Mo Jing. Indeed, she was no friendly guest. Yalata's smile remained enchanting, showing no signs of displeasure despite the ship's halt. "So, what brings the clique pirates to seek my presence?" Her gaze shifted to Ajin. "Let me clarify in advance. The Yalata pirates have disbanded. Should you wish to recruit crew members, I fear you shall be disappointed." Mo Jing followed the gaze of the other party, landing on Ajin. Ajin shrugged. Palms open. There was no denying that in the East Sea, few were unfamiliar with the Clique pirate crew, let alone someone of his stature, the former second-in-command. It appeared there was a misunderstanding between them. Mo Jing, cradling his long blade, let out a soft chuckle. He raised 2 fingers. I must clarify 2 points. Firstly, I do not have a habit of employing those who have been defeated. Secondly, do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely seek your life. A moment of silence enveloped both ships. Even a Jing gasped audibly. When their leader was serious, he truly spoke in a manner devoid of humanity. The smile on Yalada's face gradually faded. She was not perturbed by Mo Jing's verbal threats. In these times, who among those navigating the seas did not utter a few fierce words? The crux of the matter was the mention of being a defeated foe. Did he dare to claim that the Clique pirate crew was his vanquished adversary? Yalada's immediate reaction was disbelief, even with her consumption of the slippery fruit. She could not guarantee victory over the Clique pirate crew. Yet, observing a Jin, who was so devotedly aligned with Mo Jing, it seemed he was not speaking in jest. However, this did not instill fear in Yalada. She had become a wielder of fruit powers, and the extraordinary abilities bestowed upon her by the slippery fruit greatly bolstered her confidence. In a one-on-one confrontation, even Clique would find it challenging to contend with her. Thus, her beautiful eyes swept over Mo Jing, and she playfully covered her mouth, laughing unabashedly. You speak so boldly, yet where is your attack? Mo Jing sighed in exasperation. In this day and age, securing employment is no easy feat. When working for others, one must adhere to certain protocols. He extracted a list from his pocket and cleared his throat. 6 days ago, you dined at the Bharati restaurant, accruing a total expenditure of 132,540 bellies, which remains unpaid. Boss Shapu is quite displeased and has specifically dispatched his subordinate to convey this rather unfortunate message. Mo Jing crumpled the list in his hand and cast it into the sea. Drawing his sword from its sheath, he knelt and gathered his strength. Launching himself fiercely towards Yarlita, his strike of vengeance arcing down like a crescent moon. Clang! The blade collided with the wolf-toothed mace, sparks erupted. The immense force coursed along the edge of the sword, astonishingly lifting Mo Jing's figure several centimeters higher once more. His eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, one who could serve as the captain of a pirate ship in Shanghai was no ordinary individual. The presence of Yalita, aside from her enigmatic fruit abilities, possessed a strength commendable in its own right. However, regrettably, her power paled in comparison to the monstrous strength exhibited by Clique and the once mighty Ace. This slight disparity marked the precarious line between life and death. The force emanating from the spiked club suddenly softened. Yalita was taken aback. In that moment, harnessing the previous surge of energy, spun gracefully like a whirling butterfly, propelling himself off the protruding edge of the ship's stern. After a brief pause, whoosh. In the next instant, the gleam of the blade cascaded down like intertwining waves of light. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless cuts appeared along the vessel's surface. Wooden splinters flew about, resembling a profusion of blooming flowers. Mo Jing descended beside Yalita, his light gray trench coat gradually enveloping him. At that moment, Yalita's arm continued to swing the spiked club, yet her entire being had become utterly still. From above, it appeared as though she stood at the center of a spiraling, blooming flower, with the petals formed from the sharp, sword energy slicing through the surrounding wood. She seemed to have forgotten to breathe until the knife marks emerged around her, prompting her to take a deep breath and regain her senses. Thud! The spiked club crashed against the wooden wall beside her. Yalita panically slid backward, colliding with the railing with a thud. She touched her icy neck, her chest heaving violently, her eyes filled with terror. What had just transpired? Was that swordsmanship? Could it truly be swordsmanship? How could there be such a terrifying swordsman in the East Sea? A torrent of shocking thoughts surged through her mind, nearly overwhelming her. At this moment, she harbored no doubt regarding the notion of being a defeated foe. Forget about Crick, even the legendary White Hunter of Rock Town, the destroyer of countless pirates' dreams, could hardly compare in horror. She was utterly oblivious to what had just occurred. Had she not consumed the slippery fruit, that single strike would have surely claimed her life. Ah, the slippery fruit. Suddenly, Yalita paused, her realization dawning belatedly. At this moment, it seemed she had sustained no injuries. She promptly inspected herself from head to toe, gradually breaking into an incredulous laugh. She had miraculously survived that fierce and enigmatic blade light, and not a scratch on her. She could scarcely believe it. Indeed, having consumed the slippery fruit, she had become immensely powerful. I say, how much longer will you continue to laugh there? Mo Jing, standing before her, spoke with a hint of exasperation. After enduring that strike, he had nearly deciphered the capabilities of her devil fruit. It rendered her smooth, or rather, frictionless. No wonder the blades and bullets simply slid off upon contact due to the absence of resistance. Were it not for the energy still being transferred, Mo Jing would have doubted whether he had even struck her. Truly, a bane for swordsmen. At this moment, Yalada brimmed with newfound confidence. She swung the spiked club towards Mo Jing, exclaiming triumphantly, "It seems your attacks are rather ineffective. I concede that you are a formidable opponent, but," as she brandished the spiked club like a whirlwind, she declared, "You are simply not my match." Mo Jing gracefully stepped back to evade his opponent's attack, only to witness Yarlita glide forward like a figure skater, her bare feet barely touching the ground. She launched a fierce yet silent uppercut aimed at his chin, closing the distance with alarming swiftness. This was a range where even a long blade could scarcely reach. Yet, there was no sign of alarm on Mo Jing's face. As he touched down, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, executing an uncanny pivot that allowed him to arc past Yarlita in a manner defying logic. With a swift motion, he withdrew vengeance from the earth, repositioning it in a ready stance, and regarded Yarlita with keen interest. Beckoning her with a finger, "You possess quite the ambition. Do reveal any additional techniques you have. Should you perish later, there will be no opportunity for performance." Yarlita, infuriated yet amused by this audacious man whose bravado rivaled his skill, thought to herself, "If you desire death so fervently." She brandished her spiked club, spinning like a top as she prepared for her assault. "Then let it be your end." As her voice echoed, she transformed into a swirling tempest of darkness, hurtling towards Mo Jing with tremendous force. The sheer might of her approach shattered everything in her path to smithereens. Mo Jing shook his head in disbelief. It appeared that, aside from her fruit abilities and strength, this woman had little of substance to offer. The mace in her hand exhibited no semblance of skill whatsoever. Such a marvelous fruit was wasted on her. Given this, Mo Jing sheathed his sword, adopting a stance reminiscent of a blade drawn for a lethal strike, his focus unwavering as he regarded the oncoming black whirlwind. Suddenly, flashes of light danced from his blade. One sword style, wolf bite, revised. Solid iron blocks, as uniformly shaped as discs and edged with sharp spikes, clattered heavily onto the deck. Yalada staggered to a halt, retreating 2 steps. Her expression one of bewilderment as she stared at the remains of her once mighty spiked club, now reduced to merely its handle. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. This was a solid steel spiked club. "It seems your performance has reached its conclusion." Mo Jing held the vengeance at a slant, slowly raising an eyebrow as he approached Yalada step by step. "Now it is my turn." In that moment, a chill gripped Yalada's heart. With a forceful push, she slid backward, crashing into the wooden door behind her. Yet, a flash of blade pierced through the swirling wood shavings, coming perilously close to her brow. "It's futile," Yalada shouted, reaching for a nearby spare spiked club. Just as she prepared to swing it forward, a sudden, searing pain tore through her forehead. She gasped and accelerated her retreat, colliding with a myriad of scattered objects. Boom! In the next instant, a torrent of sword energy surged forth like crashing waves, shattering all debris and propelling Yalada against the wooden wall of the cabin. "Do you truly believe I cannot harm you?" Mo Jing's languid voice echoed from the doorway. The battered Yalada rose from the ground, disregarding the sudden exposure of her vulnerability, incredulously touching her forehead. A fresh wound ran vertically, cleaving her brow. As if an eye had been opened, blood cascading down her nose. How is this possible? Her pupils trembled, seemingly unable to accept this reality. She had evaded all of this man's attacks previously. How could she now be wounded by a mere, ordinary strike? Was this yet another manifestation of some arcane swordsmanship? "I'm afraid this is not swordplay at all," seemed to penetrate her thoughts, sighing at her foolishness. With a swift motion, he struck again, delivering a straightforward slash that landed upon the pristine wolf fang club, then aimed another blow at Yalada's arm. The vengeance effect activated. It recalled the last weapon that had attacked it, the wolf fang club, and transferred the damage back to its wielder, Yalita. With a swift cut, the blade glided through. Yet the wound grotesquely tore open, revealing the bone beneath. It was merely a matter of elemental advantage. Lamented, although he harbored various grievances against vengeance. He could not deny that, in this moment of restraint for the swordsman, this flawed soul weapon was indeed the nemesis of the slippery fruit. Nevertheless, he remained dissatisfied. He felt it was too blunt. With the force he had just wielded, he could have severed his opponent's arm. Moreover, the unique effect of vengeance could only be activated after a collision with the opponent's weapon, rendering it a turn-based special effect. To eliminate his adversary relying on such a mechanism would take an eternity. Unless, of course, he struck a fatal blow. Mo Jing's gaze flickered, and she ascended swiftly. Yalata let out a piercing scream, brandishing her spiked club and wildly striking forward. Seizing the moment while Mo Jing evaded, she swiftly slipped away. As foolish as she was, it was evident that she did not grasp the meaning behind Mo Jing's words. However, she understood at least one thing. If she did not flee at this moment, she would never have another chance to escape. Mo Jing propelled himself from the ground, akin to a cannonball, hurtling toward the captivating silhouette that ignited his imagination. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he found it challenging to catch up. His frictionless soles glided more swiftly than if he were clad in rollerblades. Nevertheless, Mo Jing remained unperturbed. He burst forth from the chamber, poised his foot on the edge of the stair railing, and leaped into the air, drawing his blade with urgency. In truth, there exist myriad ways to inflict harm upon you. His voice resonated from the heights, continuing to unsettle Yalada's composure. Instinctively, Yalada turned her gaze back, only to witness the air before her warp as a terrifying tempest of sword energy enveloped her. Floating sky, vast sea, chaotic waves, revamped. Raging tide. Having ascended to the rank of Grandmaster in swordsmanship, Mo Jing had mastered the art of consolidating the chaotic sword energy of chaotic waves into a formidable torrent, akin to a meat grinder's relentless force. However, for Yalada, who possessed the slippery fruit ability, the impact was less pronounced. Yet, the kinetic energy generated by the sword's torrent effortlessly fractured several of her ribs. Boom! The deck shattered. The torrent of sword energy cascaded past Yalata, reducing everything in its vicinity to mere splinters. Yet, Yalata herself was thrust into the lower deck by the high-pressure onslaught of sword energy, violently expelling a mouthful of blood. For a moment, her breathing became labored. Swish, swish, swish. 3 streaks of sword light flashed from the nearby deck as Mo Jing leaped through a triangular aperture. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, a flicker of nostalgia crossed his eyes. It had been ages since he had battled within a ship's cabin. However, as he turned, this fleeting reminiscence was swiftly buried beneath a resolute demeanor, and he lunged toward Yalata with the ferocity of a hawk. This place, indeed, served as an exquisite prison. At that moment, he could somewhat empathize with the sentiments of Bei Duo from years past. A black whirlwind surged toward him. Yalata, without a backward glance, swung her spiked mace and fled in haste. Mo Jing focused intently, holding her breath, and with a swift motion, severed the wolf fong staff. As it fell, she gripped the hilt tightly, bending forward to gather her strength, unleashing a brilliant arc of blade light that sliced through the air. The tumultuous rush of energy roared past, illuminating the dimly lit cabin with a sudden flash. Boom! The panicked Yalata vanished in an instant, pressed against the fierce blade light, her entire being embedded within the massive gash behind her. The cabin gradually succumbed to silence. Creaking in the darkness, a beautiful figure writhed, desperately clutching the edges of the fracture. No, it shouldn't be like this. Yalada's gaze dimmed, yet she continued to struggle, attempting to extricate herself, blood gushing from her mouth in torrents, revealing fragments of her own insides. It was not meant to end this way. Tears of blood streamed from her eyes, resembling a vengeful specter, inching forward with relentless determination. She had just consumed the slippery fruit. She had yet to exact her vengeance upon the Straw Hat Boy. There were still treasures left to plunder. With a hoarse groan, she exerted herself, prying her way out from the fissure. Falling from midair. Thud! Her knees struck the ground with a heavy thump, and just as she was about to topple forward, a hand reached out from behind to steady her. Mo Jing gently enveloped her from behind, his visage concealed in the shadows. The resplendent sunlight filtered through the crevices, casting a slanted glow upon Yalada's slightly upturned, exquisite countenance. On her snow-white neck, the blade of revenge glimmered with a frigid radiance. Alas, this is the conclusion of the tale. Mo Jing softly pronounced, "Vengeance, commence." As he once again stood upon the deck of the Miss Lab Daku, he could not help but feel a twinge of exhaustion. It must be acknowledged that Yalada was an unexpectedly formidable adversary. Not in strength, for she was pitiably weak, posing no threat to him whatsoever. Yet, her fruit ability had drained a significant portion of his stamina. Like a slippery eel, she evaded his grasp. Had it not been for Mo Jing's vengeance effectively countering her fruit ability, he would have likely found himself embroiled in a grueling battle of attrition. The sword energy he unleashed in the cabin could only be executed 3 times at most before he would be rendered powerless. Conversely, if utilized adeptly, her fruit ability could mimic a shield, dissipating his sword energy and minimizing damage. Alas, she failed to achieve this. If Mo Jing were to summarize Yalada, it would be that a potent fruit had fallen into the hands of a fool. In Mo Jing's estimation, the optimal application of such a fruit ability should involve close combat, engaging in intimate skirmishes. The less clothing, the better, preferably none at all. Or, during battle, a swift disrobing. By employing her smooth skin to glide through the air, she could evade her opponent's strikes, entangling them like a thick chain, exploiting various human vulnerabilities with grapples, chokeholds, and debilitating blows. In essence, she could simultaneously instill terror in her foe's psyche while dismantling their physical form, a true twofold advantage. Aside from occasionally being labeled a pervert, there were no other drawbacks. Of course, a true deviant would hardly concern themselves with such trivialities. Mo Jing suddenly shook off the increasingly bizarre thoughts from his mind and lowered his gaze to the pink orb of light floating above the ring mark on his left hand. The surface of the orb faintly revealed a distorted pattern, only to vanish almost instantaneously. Iron Rod, the soul of Yalata's soul quantity, 5,000. A soul quantity of 5,000 represents the highest individual soul he has acquired to date. Even the former Bei Yi duo possessed only 3,200 soul quantity. However, should that old man Bei Yi duo engage in a confrontation with Yalada, he would undoubtedly find himself at a severe disadvantage. Although Mo Jing harbored a certain disdain for Yarlita's technique, he could not deny her formidable overall capabilities. As long as her defenses remained unbroken, he would find himself perpetually at a disadvantage, subjected to her relentless onslaught. Perhaps this is the essence of a true master of domination. Unfortunately, such an effortless prowess was confined solely to her own domain. Were she able to extend this terrifying ability to encompass surrounding objects? Mo Jing shuddered to think of the sheer magnitude of her power. At this moment, he could only hope that this soul would not disappoint him. The pink soul orb was placed within the ring of his palm. Information flooded his mind. Required soul essence, 1,700, to be maximized. Consumption of soul essence, 10200. The instant he beheld this consumption figure, Mo Jing's heart quivered involuntarily, as if revisiting the memories of a grueling half-year of fish slaughtering. This represented a significant portion of his wealth. However, while soul essence could be replenished, the precious souls containing devil fruits were exceedingly rare. Without further hesitation, Mo Jing clenched his left hand tightly. The activation of Soul Refinement commenced. His palm trembled uncontrollably, as if a tremendous force was swirling wildly from within. Sparks danced eagerly between the crevices of his fist. This was an unprecedented occurrence, igniting even greater anticipation within Mo Jing. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, the trembling in his palm gradually subsided. A long string of information materialized in his mind. A. Slippery fruit. B. Medium power crystal. C. Charisma, women's trench coat. D. Iron rod, wolf fang club. E. Trait, irresistible charm. What a bountiful harvest. Having only encountered the option of choosing among 3 selections previously, Mo Jing was momentarily dazzled. The slippery fruit needed no further description, as it was the item he most eagerly anticipated. The clothing was a first for him, not to mention the rare trait. He first directed his attention to the charisma option, and a vision of a purple trench coat automatically emerged in his mind, reminiscent of the coat previously worn by Yalata. The distinction was that the charisma obtained through soul refinement possessed special abilities, capable of enhancing the wearer's allure, making them more captivating. The trait irresistible charm below also bore a similar effect, allowing one's every action to exude greater charisma, making it easier to become the center of attention in a crowd. Mo Jing couldn't help but let out a sigh after glancing at the options before him. It was a rare occurrence to encounter 2 admirable choices, yet neither aligned with his desires. One could only wonder how profoundly narcissistic Yarlita had been, with her essence filled with such trivialities. Fortunately, the original world lacked the capability to refine souls. Otherwise, those who met untimely ends without the chance to obliterate their memory disks would have yielded bizarre and peculiar entities. He shook his head, ultimately directing his focus toward the slippery fruit. This was it, a pink fruit, reminiscent of a misty lotus and adorned with strange patterns, emerged from the ring imprint. Upon landing in his palm, it was already the size of his entire hand. This was indeed a devil fruit. Mo Jing felt the weight of the fruit in his hand, raising it to his eyes for a meticulous examination. Aside from the peculiar, twisted patterns adorning its surface, it bore no significant distinction from ordinary fruits. The smooth curves and plump, hydrating shape evoked an immediate appetite. However, its pink hue appeared somewhat odd, reminiscent of an industrial product. Suddenly, Mo Jing sensed the stirrings of the primal fire within him. A certain elusive connection began to crystallize with the flickering flames. Closing his eyes, he could distinctly feel as if a fine thread bound him to this fruit, much like the bond shared between Zhui Yi and Jin. A peculiar expression manifested on Mo Jing's face. If there exists a commonality among the three, it is their connection to the ring mark upon him. For the initial fire was bestowed by the ring mark itself. Both Zhui Yi and Jin, having been scorched by the primordial flames, have also established a bond with the ring mark. Yet, among the myriad of items forged through soul transmutation, why is it that only the devil fruit can establish a connection with him? Mo Jing gazed intently at the peculiar fruit in his hand, increasingly captivated by its enigma. It is said that when the bearer of a devil fruit perishes, the essence of that fruit randomly manifests upon a certain type of fruit in this world, perpetuating its extraordinary powers. How wondrous it is, bestowing remarkable and formidable abilities upon living beings, while also igniting the spark of creation. What secrets do you conceal? Mo Jing raised it high to shield the sun, and for a moment, his gaze became somewhat unfocused. When Jin descended from the main deck, this was the scene he beheld. "Captain?" he called tentatively. Mo Jing came back to his senses and turned to him. "During the battle with your leader." Akin had not been idle. He had single-handedly intercepted the group of pirates still supporting your leader on the main deck, ensuring that Mo Jing could focus entirely on the fierce combat with your leader. Now, he was covered in blood, clearly having endured a brutal struggle. However, given the intact state of his clothing, it appeared to have been a one-sided massacre. "Is everything taken care of?" Mo Jing inquired as usual. Akin nodded. "All have been released." Mo Jing was about to nod when he suddenly paused, turning his head in bewilderment. You let them all go?" Mo Jing could scarcely believe his ears. Given Jin's character, he would not have been surprised to hear that he had slaughtered those individuals. But letting them go? Was he truly on the path to enlightenment? Jin, wiping the blood from his weapon, responded as if it were an ordinary matter. "Indeed. Although I had a strong desire to take their lives at that moment, I ultimately chose to spare them." Mo Jing inhaled sharply, taken aback by such restraint. "What transpired in the interim?" he inquired, puzzled. Perhaps something during the battle moved Jin deeply, prompting him to show leniency towards the other party. Despite his seemingly cold exterior, this fellow possesses a profound sense of loyalty within. Mo Jing speculated within her heart. In truth, had it not been for Clark's coercion, Akin would not have taken action against him. Mo Jing had never blamed Jin for this matter. Throughout history, it has been challenging to balance loyalty and filial piety, let alone loyalty and righteousness. A mere individual possesses little power of choice. It is simply a case of unfortunate encounters. Moreover, now that this fellow has become his subordinate, loyalty has transformed into a commendable attribute. Jin pondered carefully for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. "No." Mo Jing wore an expression of absurdity. "If nothing has occurred, then why did you release them all?" Jin, seemingly aware of the confusion reflected in Mo Jing's gaze, scratched his head and hesitantly replied, "I believe, boss, you would not wish to see me eliminate them all." By the end of his statement, his voice unconsciously dwindled to a whisper, as if he had realized he had inadvertently made a grave mistake. Mo Jing gazed at him, his initial reaction revealing the surprisingly positive image he held among the crew. This was swiftly followed by a moment of enlightenment. He began to comprehend the peculiar transformation exhibited by Jin. It resembled the phenomenon of the leader effect. In a team, when all members willingly choose to follow you and sincerely comply with your directives, their behavioral tendencies may shift in accordance with your preferences. Jin, in this regard, was particularly affected. He resembled an individual who had lost both his goals and direction, outwardly formidable, yet perpetually hollow and bewildered within. When a capable leader emerged, he fervently chased the radiance of that leadership, yearning for it to fill the void within him, even seeking to seed his own thoughts to its brilliance. In pursuit of this light, he was willing to alter his ideals and contort his very essence, transforming into a stranger to himself. He had long forgotten his authentic self. After all, both Clark and Mo Jing were far too resplendent in his eyes, akin to the brilliant sun in the sky. In the course of his pursuit, he had lost his own identity. Thus, under the command of Kli Ku, he became the dreaded specter known as Jin, while beneath Mo Jing's guidance, he morphed into the benevolent and gentle monk, Jin. Mo Jing couldn't help but chuckle. So it was. He had not realized that he had such an amusing subordinate. Jin felt somewhat bewildered, sensing that he might have erred in some way. Yet Mo Jing appeared to harbor no intention of reproach. Instead, he seemed genuinely delighted. Mo Jing casually tossed the devil fruit to the dazed Ajin and stepped onto the railing at the stern of the ship, gazing down at him. Ajin, do you not possess any dreams? He inquired with a tone of curiosity. Dreams? Ajin clutched the fruit, momentarily taken aback. Yes, dreams. Mo Jing slowly walked along the railing. Goals, ideals, or simply things you wish to pursue. All are valid. What do you aspire to, Ajin? I want. Ajin's voice abruptly faltered. What should have been a straightforward question suddenly revealed a void in his mind. The notion of dreams had once been scorned by Captain Click. Yet, as he genuinely contemplated the question, he realized he had seemingly lost that aspect of himself. Such aspirations felt distant, almost unattainable. He opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Struggling to conceive? Or does it simply feel too far-fetched? Mo Jing appeared to anticipate this, pointing towards Xing Sa, who had just climbed aboard. Xing Sa, what is your dream? To raise 3 dogs. Xing Sa adjusted his glasses and replied naturally. And you, Garfield? Mo Jing then gestured to Garfield, who had just emerged from the ship's edge. I wish to amass a great fortune, Garfield proclaimed, raising a hand enthusiastically. Mo Jing snapped his fingers. See. It's not that difficult, is it? He turned to Ajin once more. One need not possess grand aspirations, but surely one must have endeavors they wish to pursue. Otherwise, are you living for others or for yourself? Ajin's eyes reflected a sense of confusion. He felt Mo Jing's words resonated with truth. One must ultimately live for oneself. Yet, when he began to contemplate his own dreams, he found nothing but a void, a lack of direction. Thus, he instinctively inquired, Boss, what about your dreams? Mo Jing raised an eyebrow, surprised that in this day and age, someone would dare to inquire about a boss's dreams. What aspirations could a boss possibly have? He merely wishes to see everyone working tirelessly without pay, fueled solely by passion, laboring day in and day out like a secret agent. However, Mo Jing is not the type of heartless employer. He raised a finger and declared, My dream is quite simple. He paused deliberately. Satisfaction. Satisfaction? Not only Ajin, but even the nearby Wang Ziyu, who was busy loading items onto the ship, gazed at Mo Jing with perplexity. Indeed, satisfaction. Mo Jing turned to face the sea. His eyes clear, yet his lips involuntarily curled upward. What I desire is merely satisfaction. Satisfaction from adventure, satisfaction from combat, satisfaction from my swordsmanship, satisfaction from indulgence, and even the satisfaction of a restful sleep when weary. He spread his arms wide and proclaimed, his voice brimming with hope and yearning. One day, when I look back upon my life and reflect upon the past, perhaps I will still be a failure, perhaps I will harbor regrets. But if I can still derive a sense of completeness from these myriad satisfactions and depart this world with a smile, then I believe that would be enough. Ajin stared blankly at Mo Jing, suddenly recalling something, and with a look of realization, remarked, just like Roger? Pirate King Gold. Roger, it is said, laughed heartily at the moment of his demise, proclaiming the words that heralded the era of great pirates. Do you wish for my treasure? If you desire it, you may have it all. Seek it. I have placed all my treasures there. Mo Jing was momentarily taken aback, but then clapped his hands and laughed. Indeed, just like Roger. He gazed thoughtfully into the distance, contemplating, surely, Roger must have felt a deep sense of fulfillment at the time of his demise. A poignant silence enveloped the ship for a moment. The 6 individuals turned their attention to the spirited man leaning against the railing, uncertain whether to mock his seemingly unrealistic dreams or to marvel at his unassuming contentment. Mo Jing suddenly turned to look at Ajin and said, How about it? A rather simple dream, isn't it? Ajin instinctively nodded. Then, Mo Jing continued, In that case, I shall lend it to you. Ajin was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, what? Mo Jing laughed heartily, saying, I shall lend it to you. If you cannot conjure a goal for the time being, then take this dream. He gestured towards Ajin, his eyes brimming with hope. Pursue what brings you fulfillment, Ajin. He leaped down from the railing and made his way to the cabin at the stern, his voice echoing distantly. You are already strong enough. You need not rely on the brilliance of others to live. Ajin, cradling the slippery fruit, stood motionless on the deck, gazing at his departing figure for an extended moment. The Miss Rab Daku gradually turned its bow upon the sea, sailing towards the horizon, while trailing behind was the Koi, now missing a mast. The task of amassing funds had been accomplished with such swiftness that it took everyone by surprise. The total assets of the Eureka pirate crew barely exceeded 10 million berries. Yet the slippery fruit was valued in the hundreds of millions, far surpassing their initial aspirations. Mo Jing even felt that the auction potential of this fruit might surpass 1 billion. Its formidable abilities are one aspect. Moreover, this fruit possesses the remarkable power to shed excess weight and enhance beauty. Once its news brews in the black market for a while, he believes many affluent women would be willing to pay an exorbitant price for it. In the captain's quarters of the ship Miss Lab Daku, Mo Jing solemnly locked the fruit in an iron chest for safekeeping. Thanks to his mysterious connection with the slippery fruit, he can sense its location even with his eyes closed. However, it remains uncertain whether this connection will persist after someone consumes it. Harbors great anticipation for the slippery fruit. With this newfound treasure, he is now fully equipped to handle the expenses of shipbuilding, weapon upgrades, and other miscellaneous expenditures. According to his original plan, he would need to hunt pirates in the East Sea for approximately half a month to accumulate enough berries. By that time, Zepp would likely have secured the necessary materials for the ship. Both parties would convene at the shipyard in the black market to finalize their agreement. However, having accomplished his financial goal ahead of schedule, now finds himself with an abundance of idle time. While continuing to hunt pirates or challenging formidable foes could occupy his time, the East Sea offers little in the way of worthy adversaries. The so-called strongest pirate in the East Sea, Clique, is someone as confident he can defeat within 5 moves. As for the other pirates, they are scarcely worth mentioning, unless one counts abilities like those of the devil fruit user Eureka, but Zepp's intel only mentioned her. At this moment, profoundly perceives the weakness of the East Sea, igniting a longing to break free. Gazing at the nautical chart dotted with islands resembling popcorn, the wondrous reverse mountain, and the ribbon-like Grand Line, his heart races with excitement, and his thoughts drift toward that extraordinary route. What could Ace be up to? As dusk approaches, 2 Navy warships awkwardly navigate toward Navy Base 16 in the distance. On one of the vessels, Colonel Mouse clutches a transponder snail, shouting with fervor, "Hello? Hello? Is this headquarters? I am Colonel Mouse from the 16th Division." The operator on the other end, sounding exasperated, responds, "Yes, this is headquarters. You need not shout. I can hear you just fine. I need to report 2 pirates." Mouse declares, glancing back at the battered pirates behind him. One bearing the tattoo of the Eureka pirates on his arm. 2. Are you certain? The operator questions, perplexed, as 2 pirates is indeed a scarce number to report to headquarters. Of course, Mouse bellows in anger. Listen carefully, the swordsman and his subordinate, Demon Akin. Demon Akin? The transponder snail, puffing on a cigarette, mimics the operator's incredulous expression. The operator clearly recognizes Akin's name, and soon the sound of flipping through files fills the receiver. This individual appears to be the combat captain of the Clique Pirates, the largest pirate crew in the East Sea. Colonel Mouse clenches his fists, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. The Clique Pirates have been annihilated by that fellow named. He is exceedingly dangerous. Demon Akin has already pledged his allegiance to him. I demand a bounty on's head. He shouts into the transponder. Is that so? On the other end of the line, there was a hint of astonishment. Ah, understood. I have noted it down. Do you have a photograph of him? Colonel Mouse suddenly faltered. The naval officer in the intelligence department at the headquarters paused for 2 seconds, glancing at the dazed telephone bug, seemingly grasping the situation. Tell me, you don't mean to say you lack a photograph? Colonel Mouse stammered, and no, I didn't have time to take one. He was petrified by the terrifying sword energy storm unleashed by Mo Jing, and upon receiving the intelligence about Mo Jing, his first instinct was to report it to headquarters and eliminate that scoundrel. Consequently, he forgot that he didn't even have a photograph. Without a photograph, the bounty notice could not be issued, as you well know. The naval officer on the line sighed in exasperation. Very well. I will confirm the authenticity of the matter as soon as possible. In the meantime, you should hasten to procure a photograph. All right, fine. Colonel Mouse hung up the phone. Turning to the group of Navy personnel who were watching him with eager eyes, he suddenly erupted, shouting, "What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear? Hurry up and send someone to take a photograph." A horde of bruised majors hurriedly rushed out of the cabin. After 2 days and nights of sailing, the Miss Lab Daku finally arrived at the black market of Tortuga Island. The locals referred to it as Turtle Island. The coastline was serrated, naturally suited for pirate ships to dock. It was a gathering place for the majority of pirates in the East Sea, underworld figures, black market merchants, and various criminal organizations, serving as a hub for stolen goods. Every day, An abundance of items unimaginable to the civilized world circulated here, including contraband, slaves, organs, and even lives. It would not be an exaggeration to deem it one of the filthiest places in the world. One could say that anyone who simply fired a cannon here would instantly fill their merit bar to the maximum level of 999. Fire 2 shots, and even angels would grant you a smoke. Fire 3 shots. No one could fire 3 shots here. Those who entertained such thoughts have long since become fish food at the bottom of the sea. Though termed a black market, its defensive strength rivaled that of a naval branch. Even the once mighty clique pirate crew had to conduct business here with humility. What? You might ask why the righteous navy does not come to obliterate this place. The answer is simple. There are individuals here whom they dare not harm. For instance, envoys who specialize in collecting rare treasures for the celestial dragons. It is as straightforward as that. For the Navy, this is an island that does not exist. Yet for pirates, it is a land of revelry. Upon reaching Tortuga Island, Mo Jing and his entourage did not dock at the jagged coastline, but instead headed directly for the shipyard, where the shipwright was an old acquaintance of Zepp, and arrangements had already been made. Upon Mo Jing's arrival, he promptly dispatched the 2 vessels into the shipyard. The shipbuilding facility also engaged in ship dismantling, with the salvage materials serving as a partial substitute for the funds required for new construction, given the intent to create new ships. It was evident that Mo Jing had no interest in retaining these second-hand vessels. The sooner they were dismantled, the easier it would be. After all, should there arise a need to venture into the sea later, borrowing from the shipyard would suffice. Japu's reputation still held significant sway. Who could have imagined that the illustrious Kellic would ultimately be defeated by your hand? A towering merman, with a robust physique and a rotund waist, lowered his head towards Mo Jing. This merman stood at least 3 meters tall, and Mo Jing, when standing, barely reached the height of his waist, if one could even consider the merman to possess a waist at all. Mo Jing smiled and presented the fine wine he had acquired from Japu, who had informed him that this fellow was quite amiable as long as there was liquor involved. The merman, named Wadimbo, gazed in astonishment at the bottle in his hands, exclaiming, "What a rarity! It is the wine of Binks." Surely, it was scavenged from Japu. He eagerly uncorked it and took a sip, just a small taste, before carefully resealing the bottle. "It is exquisite. I have not savored such wonderful wine in ages. Rest assured, your vessel will be entrusted to my care. You may voice your requests first, though the materials might take some time. You understand that if you wish to set sail during this period, you can come to find me." Mo Jing nodded slightly, briefly conveying her request to the nearby boatman, before departing the shipyard with a group of crew members, heading inland. The prevailing atmosphere of Tortuga Island was characterized by its congestion, humidity, dilapidation, foul odors, and the ever-present avaricious gazes that surrounded them. As Mo Jing and his companions traversed the area, they inevitably attracted a multitude of curious glances. Unsurprisingly, all eyes were fixated on Akin. As the formidable captain of the clique pirate crew, Akin enjoyed immense renown on Tortuga Island. Wherever he passed, it was akin to a great white shark charging into a school of fish. The surrounding pirates swiftly parted ways, casting wary looks in his direction, their voices noticeably subdued. This was the lingering power of the clique pirate crew. Mo Jing decisively allowed Ajin to lead the way, both to avert complications and because Ajin was the most familiar with the area among their group. This decision resulted in their journey lacking the warm hospitality of Tortuga Island's pickpocket culture and the welcoming nature of its thievery services. Even the roadside scam artists hurriedly safeguarded their fragile wares, fearful of becoming victims of their own schemes. After traversing a distance, Mo Jing could not help but exclaim that, despite its chaotic appearance, the place exuded genuine warmth and a robust spirit, truly a rare gem. He lowered his head to dodge a cup that soared out of a tavern amid a brawl and deftly kicked aside a bloodied shard of a blade as he followed Ajin into one of the renowned auction houses of the black market, the Rare Treasures Auction Hall. Shortly after the receptionist's announcement, a slender man clad in a deep blue robe resembling a Tibetan garment bounded forth. Mo Jing's attention lingered on the individual's arms. This person possessed an extraordinary pair of elbows, with limbs that were remarkably elongated, truly a member of the long-armed tribe. Eden whispered into Mo Jing's ear, having ascended to a nearby stool without Mo Jing's notice. "Oh dear, it's Lord Akin. Long time no see." The long-armed man greeted with a smile, his gaze discreetly sweeping over Mo Jing and the others, ultimately settling on Akin with an ingratiating expression. "Are you here to purchase something again, or perhaps to make a sale?" "Not I, Daika." Akin sidestepped slightly, It is my boss who wishes to discuss business with you. Your boss? The weight of that statement was substantial. Daika, the long-armed individual, momentarily paused, yet his exceptional professionalism allowed him to respond promptly. He inclined his head slightly towards Mo Jing. May I inquire how to address you, my lord? Just call me Mo Jing. Mo Jing felt a sense of relief upon finally encountering someone who was not astonished by his triumph over Click. He stepped forward and placed the box containing the slippery fruit upon the table. Behold, what value does this treasure hold? Dake glanced at the expressions of those present before moving to the back of the box. Cautiously, he opened the treasure chest, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "A devil fruit." After a moment of careful inspection, he gasped once more, "The slippery fruit." Mo Jing nodded slightly. Recognizing that the ability to discern the slippery fruit merely by its appearance indicated that the other party was quite knowledgeable. This was indeed an extraordinary item. Daika promptly closed the box, his gaze fixed on Mo Jing with fervent intensity. "Shall I handle the auction for you? If entrusted to me, I shall only take a 15 auction fee, ensuring a splendid price." He spoke with remarkable haste. Mo Jing couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. A 15 commission. Even a vampire would have to pay a training fee upon encountering such characters. In a typical legitimate auction house, a 5 commission is already considered steep. If the item itself is of high value, such as exceeding 10 million berries, the commission rates tend to decrease. However, in this cursed place, it seemed that the more expensive the item, the higher the commission. Observing Jean and Daika, who appeared utterly unfazed, it was evident that they were not intentionally trying to fleece him. Truly, one could say it was characteristic of the black market. Nonetheless, Mo Jing's countenance visibly darkened. Even if he sold for 100 million berries, he would still be subjected to a deduction of 15 million. That sum could be enough to procure several fine blades. Watching as his prospective earnings dwindled before even reaching his hands, he felt a pang of heartache. Just how many members of the Arlita pirate crew would he need to dispatch to recoup this loss? Daika, being the astute manager of the black market auction house, immediately sensed Mo Jing's dissatisfaction from his expression and promptly reassured him, "Rest assured, esteemed guest, although our commission may be high, it is undoubtedly worth every penny." Mo Jing's expression darkened as he retorted, "Do enlighten me on how this is truly worth its weight in gold." Daika raised a finger confidently, "I assure you, within a fortnight, the news of this fruit will reverberate through the upper echelons of most nations across the globe." "Are you jesting?" Mo Jing gazed at Daika with incredulity. If the entire East Sea were to hear of it, that would indeed signify the prowess of this auction house. For it to be known by most nations worldwide would lead one to believe this is an auction hosted by the celestial dragons. Unperturbed, Daika chuckled lightly, "Rest assured, esteemed guest." He produced a whistle shaped like a white feather and blew into it, proclaiming, "Behold." Mo Jing turned her head, drawn by the sound of wings flapping outside the window. To her astonishment, a magnificent bird, entirely clad in pristine white and adorned with a postman's cap, alighted upon the sill. A large pouch filled with newspapers hung from its chest as it gazed quizzically at Dake. A delivery bird, perhaps? Mo Jing suddenly realized. Do you have a collaboration with the World Economic News Agency? This bird, known as the delivery bird, resembles an oversized albatross and is nurtured by the World Economic News Agency, specifically employed to deliver newspapers and small packages. Mo Jing has engaged in numerous transactions with them. For in the vast expanse of the ocean, acquiring a newspaper relies heavily on these entities. They dutifully deliver significant news from around the globe each week. If the World Economic News Agency were to lend its assistance, it indeed possesses the capability to disseminate information across the entire world within a fortnight. However, with the multitude of momentous events occurring daily, what reason would the World Economic News Agency have to allocate its precious space for such a modest auction house? Seemingly sensing Mo Jing's perplexity, Daika promptly interjected, "The World Economic News Agency's willingness to collaborate with us undoubtedly stems from the esteemed reputation of our auction house." He leaned in with an air of mystery, asking, "Do you know who stands behind our auction house? Could it possibly be the Celestial Dragons?" Mo Jing smiled at him. What kind of black market would the Celestial Dragons operate? They would simply seize it openly. To which Daika clapped his hands in agreement. Exactly. A faint smile flickered on Mo Jing's face. Surely, the guest must have heard of the family of Don Quixote, the notorious pirate crew led by Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As a reserve pirate, Mo Jing had recently immersed himself in the foundational knowledge imparted by Akin. Thus, he possessed a certain level of understanding regarding these matters. Indeed, Dake did not continue his discourse. However, Mo Jing gleaned something from the conversation, his expression turning peculiar. So, Doflamingo is still a celestial dragon? It must take a considerable amount of discontent to abandon the status of a celestial dragon to become a pirate. Does One Piece possess such an irresistible allure? Dake maintained a professional smile, choosing silence. To elaborate further would be a sign of disrespect towards his superior. He rubbed his hands together, glancing at Mo Jing. Surely, the guest can now rest assured? Mo Jing, without hesitation, pushed the iron box before him. As he suggested, I hope to witness a grand auction in half a month. The guests need not worry. Daika, too, felt a surge of excitement as he eagerly took the box into his embrace. I am confident that many will find great interest in this fruit. Suddenly, the newsbird, which had been perched at the window for quite some time, appeared startled, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky, leaving a flurry of white feathers scattered below. Mo Jing cast a fleeting glance at the window before redirecting his gaze. So be it. For the next 2 months, I shall have crew members stationed on Turtle Island. And I trust you will find us without difficulty. Indeed, Dakel swiftly signed an auction certificate, affixing the seal of the Don Quixote family, and handed it to Mo Jing. He then escorted several individuals out of the auction house. Upon exiting, a gray shadow descended from the sky, landing atop Mo Jing's head. Sillalai, the little creature, nestled into a cozy ball and emitted a clear chirp, seemingly conversing with Mo Jing. It had been patrolling outside while Mo Jing and the others entered the auction house. Is Zoli saying something? Garfadel inquired with curiosity. Mo Jing, both exasperated and amused, remarked that it had just been pursued by a cat, which was also seen attempting to catch a messenger bird, a trivial matter indeed. Speaking of which, it was high time for us to seek a place to rest. Drifting at sea for so long, nothing felt better than the solid ground beneath our feet. The miscellaneous fish were growing restless, having not set foot on land for quite a while. With a generous handful of Bailey bestowed by the captain, they lamented the absence of opportunities to spend it. Let us reside near Joy Street, Eden suggested first. Joy Street, a ubiquitous locale in nearly every black market, is aptly named, for it is a haven of relaxation and indulgence, regarded by the righteous as a den of iniquity, a paradise for those of dubious virtue, claiming to fulfill every human desire. While perhaps exaggerated, it resonated with those pirates who had long navigated the treacherous waters, living on the edge. After some deliberation, Mo Jing ultimately decided to allow the miscellaneous fish to venture out for a while he and Ajin would head to a tavern to rent a temporary abode, agreeing to reconvene at the largest tavern on Tortuga Island that evening. Thus, the group parted ways, with Ajin leading Mo Jing towards the tavern. The largest tavern on Tortuga Island, known as the Sea Turtle Tavern, was more than just a drinking establishment. It served as a multifaceted venue where one could imbibe, rent lodgings, post bounty tasks, and buy or sell information. Upon entering, a cacophony of noise enveloped them, and a wave of warmth embraced the two. Mo Jing furrowed his brow as he entered the tavern, where the air was saturated with the crisp aroma of beer, yet intermingled with the pungent scent of sweat, which in turn was tainted by the metallic tang of blood, all laced with an assortment of other odorous notes he preferred not to contemplate. It was truly maddening. And during this cacophony of scents, he and Ajin pushed their way inside. They maneuvered through the throngs of patrons, dispatching 5 or 6 imposing figures who obstructed their path, until they finally reached the bar. What shall we order? The bartender, with practiced ease, filled 3 frothy mugs with rich beer and placed them on the tray of a provocatively dressed waitress. 3 glasses of exquisite stout. Ajin announced adeptly, adding, and let us procure some information while we're at it. The bartender glanced at Ajin, seemingly recognizing him, and swiftly filled 3 large wooden cups with beer, sliding a red token along with the drinks towards the 2 men. 3,000 belly. Mo Jing paid the fee and followed Ajin as they made their way from the bar towards the wooden door on the right side at the back. He presented a red card to the burly guard, and together they pushed the door open and entered. With a resounding thud, the door closed, severing the cacophony behind them and interrupting the laughter and merriment within. Beyond the wooden door lay a more intimate tavern, although the air quality was still far from pristine. It was a significant improvement over the larger establishment outside, clearly designated for the reception of esteemed guests. With a sweeping glance, Mo Jing discerned 3 factions, a group of pirates adorned with a variety of colorful tulips, a burly man bearing a steel jaw and wielding a massive axe in place of his arm, and a figure cloaked in a gray robe with a hood, obscuring his visage as he silently perused a note in the corner. The three groups were distinctly separated, each engaging in their own pursuits, until the arrival of Mo Jing and Ajin disrupted this delicate equilibrium. "Hey, isn't that the battle captain of the Click Pirates?" came a sarcastic voice from the band of pirates. "The Tulip Pirates." Ajin slightly tilted his head and whispered to Mo Jing. Mo Jing cast a fleeting glance, lingering for a moment on the man adorned with a sword, before striding directly towards the corner with Ajin, seemingly indifferent. From the very first sight upon entering, he had discerned the identity of the person he sought. The arrogance exhibited by Mo Jing and Ajin evidently incited the ire of the Tulip Pirate crew. Those who venture to the sea in search of a livelihood are often devoid of refinement. A few hot-headed individuals were poised to confront the pair, but were halted by a man adorned with a splendid curved pirate cutlass on either side. This man possessed a gaunt visage and donned a deep blue officer's uniform of uncertain origin, cinched at the waist with a pink belt. Atop his head, a striking tuft of purple hair, skillfully crafted by the talented Tony, was fashioned into the shape of a purple tulip flower. Even in the whimsical world of One Piece, where eccentricity flourishes, he stood out remarkably. He was the one who had just spoken, and also the captain of the Tulip Pirate crew, Tulips. Tulips cast a brooding gaze upon the retreating figures of the two, his fingers gently rubbing together. If he had not misperceived, it appeared that the ghostly Ajin was following the unfamiliar man, seemingly in a posture of deference. Who was this enigmatic figure? A new officer from the Click Pirate crew? Surely, Ajin had not defected to another. Across the entirety of East Blue, who was unaware that Ajin was Click's most devoted hound. Something was amiss. Tulips whispered. Nearby, a subordinate adorned with a green tulip flower leaned in. "Boss." "What did you say?" Tulips pondered for a moment, casting a glance at the two seemingly feeble silhouettes, and then leaned closer to his subordinate's ear to relay his thoughts in hushed tones. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, 3 mugs of dark beer were placed sequentially upon the table. Mo Jing sat before the hooded man, while Ajin quietly held a glass of dark beer. Seated behind him, the hooded man did not spare a glance, lifting the dark beer before him and downing it in one go, letting out a long, satisfying sigh followed by a resounding burp. "Damn, finally, this is not that watered-down, inferior beer." A youthful voice emerged from beneath the hood. "What shall I call you?" Mo Jing gazed at him. The hood was pulled down low, obscuring the features of his face. "You may call me gray-headed albatross, Captain Mo Jing," the man declared. Mo Jing raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, and remarked, "The World Economic News Agency?" The peculiar title of Captain Mo Jing suggested that the other party was well acquainted with his maritime exploits. Apart from this vast information institution, he could scarcely fathom who else could recognize him, an obscure figure, upon their first encounter. The gray-headed albatross smiled, choosing to remain silent, neither confirming nor denying the implication. "Your people truly seem to be ubiquitous," Mo Jing remarked with a hint of intrigue. Merely today, he had already encountered 2 of their employees. "How else would you possess the capability to procure the information you seek?" The gray-headed albatross took pride in this notion. He then leaned in discreetly, whispering, "Would you be open to an interview, Mr. Mo Jing? Your recent achievements have been nothing short of illustrious. The Click, indeed, the Click Pirates. I am awestruck by your accomplishments." He gestured animatedly, tracing patterns on the table. "The East Sea Branch is already expediting the review process, but as you know, witnesses are scarce and evidence is lacking. If you were to agree to an interview—" "Wait, hold on a moment, my friend. I am here to purchase information," Mo Jing interjected, raising his hand to curtail the overly enthusiastic information broker. "Why does it feel as though this fellow is the one seeking information? My apologies for my exuberance. It has been quite some time since the East Sea has witnessed such significant news." The gray-headed albatross lifted his wooden cup for another drink, only to discover it was empty. Mo Jing offered his beer to him. "Thank you." The gray-headed albatross unceremoniously took a sip, smacked his lips, and said, "Very well. We shall discuss the interview later. What would you like to know, my lord?" The tone of the gray-headed albatross turned grave. Mo Jing cast a glance at him, and, without hesitation, declared, "Ace. I wish to know about this person's information over the past 2 years." Meanwhile, in a secluded corner where the Tulip Pirates were gathered, a pirate clad in a yellow-green jacket and a leopard print skirt staggered towards Akin. Akin calmly raised his gaze, not rushing to voice his disapproval of the approaching figure, for he anticipated the unfolding provocation. "Hey, you must be Akin, the demon mannequin," the pirate in yellow-green slurred. A peculiar grin plastered across his face. I've heard tales of your prowess, yet here you are, behaving like a cur. Laughter erupted from the ranks of the pirate crew behind him, a cacophony of mirth that echoed through the air, with some members even shedding tears as if they had heard the most amusing of jokes. Yet, Akin remained silent, his expression tinged with boredom. After all this time, the same routine persisted. These were antics he had long outgrown. He set down his wooden cup, gesturing towards the pirate's feet, and coolly remarked, "Take another step forward, and I shall end your life." In times past, he would have relished the opportunity to teach this fool a lesson. However, at present, Mo Jing was engaged in important business, and he had no desire to burden his captain with unnecessary troubles. Besides, this individual was merely a pawn, thrust forward for some ulterior motive. What scheme was Tulips concocting this time? The pirate in yellow-green visibly stiffened, on the verge of uttering another word when a deep voice resonated from behind. "Return, Bree." The pirate hastily stepped aside, revealing the captain of the Tulip Pirates, Tulips himself, encircled by his crew like a constellation of stars. With his fingers interlaced beneath his chin, he locked eyes with Akin, and after a prolonged silence, he murmured, "How long has it been since we last met, Akin?" Akin frowned at Tulips, remaining silent. The latter was a pirate of equal renown, and they had clashed in the past, their strengths nearly matched. In the days of Click, Tulips had refrained from overstepping, yet now, seeing Akin accompanied by an unfamiliar face, he seemed emboldened. Unperturbed by Akin's silence, Tulips continued leisurely, "I recall the last news I heard regarding the Click pirates was when you ventured into the Grand Line." His tone shifted to something peculiar. "How is it that you are the sole survivor now? Could it be," he elongated the last word, "you betrayed Click? Or did Click abandon you?" Akin's brow furrowed deeper. Though he was now wholly devoted to Mo Jing, he could not deny his past loyalty to Click. It was a chapter of his history, devoid of shame. However, he would not permit anyone to question his fidelity. This is his final line in the sand. Yet, despite this, he remained seated. To avoid endangering Mo Jing behind him, he resolved to endure a little longer. After all, should he take action and be ensnared by Tulips, others would seize the opportunity to strike at Mo Jing. Perhaps Mo Jing would not be troubled by such trivial foes. Yet he could not permit himself to falter in his duty. At that moment, Tulip's voice resonated once more, as if he had come to a realization, softly exclaiming, "Oh, I understand now. You must have betrayed your former master and sought refuge with a new one." Crack! The handle of the wooden cup was crushed. Akin slowly rose from his seat. "Apologies, Captain." His gaze darkened, akin to a hellish hound springing forth, teeth clenched tight, each word bursting forth from between his teeth. "I cannot simply disregard such an insult." Behind him, Mo Jing paused his conversation with the gray-headed albatross. He turned slightly, observing the pent-up rage within Akin, and said with displeasure, "What nonsense are you spouting, Akin?" Akin was momentarily taken aback. Yet Mo Jing continued, "You are my personally selected crew member. To insult you is to insult my judgment." In a low voice, he added, "Now, someone seeks to humiliate me, and you still hesitate?" Akin's face gradually contorted into a grin as fearsome as a demon. "Understood, Captain." Malice swept through the room. Just then, a loud cry erupted from the bar at the tavern's end. Malicious eyes turned toward the source. Even Mo Jing lifted his gaze in curiosity at this audacious individual. The bartender, who had just raised his hand, struggled to swallow. "Losers pay." "I just said that, just this line." His voice diminished, and he quietly squatted down, retreating his head beneath the bar. "Let us continue." Mo Jing returned his focus, smiling at the gray-headed albatross. Boom! Behind them, which splintered wildly, a steel ball whizzed past, and a yellow-green figure shot back. Akin stood resolutely behind Mo Jing, wielding a cane, ready to face the Tulip Pirates alone. The eyes beneath the gray-headed albatross's cloak sparkled with increasing intensity. Truly, one who could slay Kliku. He pondered something, his tone filled with excitement. "No, perhaps only a hero of your caliber could vanquish Kliku. What on earth is happening?" Mo Jing chuckled in disbelief. "Clearly, it is my crew member displaying bravado." "Perhaps." The gray-headed albatross chuckled strangely a couple of times before adding, "However, are you truly not going to assist? The Tulip Pirates are no ordinary adversaries." At this moment, chaos had completely erupted behind Mo Jing. The pirates of the Tulip Pirates charged forward, only to be sent flying one after another by the steel ball. Akin, like a frigid specter, unleashed his formidable martial prowess with reckless abandon, enduring injuries in silence, his expression betraying no emotion as he instilled terror within the ranks of the Tulip Pirates. The cacophony of anguished cries, clashing weapons, and splintering furniture created an atmosphere of chaos. Merely listening to the tumult allowed one to envision the disorderly scene unfolding behind him. Yet, Mo Jing showed no inclination to glance back, firmly believing in his crew. He chuckled softly, declaring, "They are remarkably dependable individuals." He then gently tapped the table. Shifting the conversation, "Let us not dwell on this. I wish to learn more about Ace. You just mentioned that the Navy has invited him to join the 7 warlords of the sea." The gray-headed albatross chuckled softly, taking a hearty swig of dark beer before continuing, "Indeed, according to reliable intelligence." The two continued their discourse as the chaos persisted behind them. The door of the small tavern swung open twice, only to close quietly again upon revealing the peaceful brawl within. Gradually, the sounds within the tavern diminished, leaving only the heavy breaths and the groans of the fallen pirates resonating in the air. The conversation between Mo Jing and the gray-headed albatross finally came to a close. He tossed a bag of Bailey onto the table, rose, and turned his gaze to leisurely sweep across the small tavern. From his vantage point on the stool, the arrangement of tables and chairs was unrecognizable, transformed by chaos. Among the fallen pirates, only a Jean stood, drenched in blood, gasping for breath. One of the spherical ends of his crutch had shattered. At this cost, the entire Tulip pirate crew was left with not a single person able to rise. Captain Tulips lay crumpled in the corner, resembling a fallen onion, his face bruised and battered, eyes rolled back, tongue lolling out. Mo Jing approached the bar, rapping lightly on the surface before ordering 2 glasses of stout. He then stepped over the pirate sprawled on the floor and handed one of the glasses to a Jean. A Jean raised the wooden cup, downing its contents in one gulp, and exclaimed with a triumphant roar. Mo Jing slowly approached the overturned tulips, pouring the chilling dark beer onto his swollen face, which had nearly lost its original shape. Tulips, hazily opening his eyes, took a considerable amount of time to recognize the individual before him. "Have you comprehended the cost of your foul words?" Mo Jing gazed down, his expression devoid of warmth. "The price of such vitriol is to assume the form of the other." In the witness of the tavern, Tulips and Mo Jing signed a contract of servitude for 6 months. During this period, 80% of the spoils acquired by the Tulip pirates would be surrendered to Mo Jing, who would also command them unconditionally, even if it meant leading them to their demise. The black market permits brawling, yet it forbids fatalities. Such is the law. Mo Jing extended a favor to the black market, and naturally, the black market was obliged to reciprocate. This pact is jointly overseen by the 6 major factions of the black market and prominently displayed on a special board in the tavern. From this day forth, for the next 6 months, the Tulip pirate crew shall be considered an affiliated crew under Mo Jing. To be frank, Mo Jing was not particularly inclined towards this arrangement. He did not share the same passion for assembling a pirate fleet as Click, were it not for the fact that he and his companions would be residing on Tortuga Island for the next few days. He would have been tempted to eliminate these individuals to augment his soul quantity. In truth, he had been prepared to do so, given that these fellows would comply with any command, wouldn't they? However, the captain of the Tulip pirate crew, Tilly Pusey, seemingly sensing Mo Jing's murderous intent, promptly offered all the treasures of the pirate crew to Mo Jing. The tavern estimated the total to be nearly 100 million berries. Mo Jing reluctantly let these fellows go. As the Tulip pirate crew scurried away from the tavern, tranquility enveloped the establishment once more. A group of burly men entered, expertly clearing the tables and chairs, restoring order to the scene. In less than 10 minutes, the tavern had returned to its original state. The gray-headed albatross, likely bored from solitude, approached Mo Jing and a Jean to join them in a game of cards to pass the time. "Will you truly decline an interview, Your Excellency Mo Jing?" The gray-headed albatross persisted, undeterred. "Enough. Let us not broach this matter again." Mo Jing waved his hand, revealing a pair of 6s and slapping them on the table. "And you, a Jean, would you consider an interview?" A pair of 8s. Seizing the opportunity while in the restroom, a Jean had already utilized Mo Jing's initial fire to mend his wounds, and now, he blinked in mild surprise. "Me?" He casually tossed down a pair of 2s. "I have no interest either." He shook his head. "What a pity," lamented the gray-headed albatross. From his solitary 3 cards, he rubbed together 2, awaiting Mo Jing's dismissal. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Mo Jing remained unresponsive. When he finally looked up, he noticed Mo Jing, eyes closed, grasping a substantial handful of cards, seemingly engrossed in some profound contemplation. What on earth could one glean in this wretched place? Having spent nearly a year here, coming daily to indulge in free drinks, he could assure that aside from the decent liquor, there was little else of worth. At that moment, Mo Jing abruptly opened his eyes and directed his gaze at him. Gray-headed, does the Rare Treasures Auction House have any ventures inland? The gray-headed albatross paused, instinctively sensing the scent of news. Of course, there are, but it will cost you. However, if you are willing to share what you've uncovered, I could divulge a portion of the information for free. Mo Jing glanced at Ajin, suddenly breaking into a smile as he slammed his palm down on the table. Let us go, Ajin. Have you forgotten that there are important matters yet to be addressed? Ajin, also striking the table with fervor, laid down a substantial handful of cards. It was my oversight, Captain. With that, the two swaggered toward the door. Behind them, the gray-headed albatross sat in stunned silence, glancing between the retreating figures and the 3 cards in his hand, fuming. Those 2 rascals. If they're not going to buy any information, they should at least finish this round before leaving. Outside the tavern, the clamor persisted, a peculiar aroma wafting through the air, as anyone lingering too long would inevitably become steeped in its essence. Under Ajin's guidance, Mo Jing ascended to the 2nd floor, a space designated for lodging on the island, where few patrons resided. As Mo Jing walked, he reflected on the recent events. Earlier, he had closed his eyes, appearing to contemplate life, not merely putting on an act. It was indeed due to the sudden sensation that the slippery fruit he had left at the Rare Treasures Auction House began to move at an astonishing speed. The velocity was so remarkable that he doubted he could catch up with it, even at his current pace. However, considering that the Don Quixote family backed the auction house, he quickly reconciled himself to the fact that such formidable experts could easily be enlisted by them. As of now, that fruit continued its rapid movement. Yet, Mo Jing's focus had shifted away from it. The rental procedures were swiftly completed, and he chose a comfortable area with robust security, typically reserved for world aristocrats and individuals of high status attending the auction. The cost was steep, but for Mo Jing, who had just made a substantial profit, it was a trifling matter. Having embraced the life of a pirate, he pondered the folly of hoarding wealth as if saving for a mortgage. They selected a soon-to-be vacant spot by the window on the 2nd floor of the tavern, facilitating a meeting with Wu Zai. The two began to deliberate on their forthcoming plans, discussing the construction of their soon-to-be pirate ship, Wu Zai's training, and their future aspirations. Captain, have you truly made up your mind? Ajin inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity. He understood that Mo Jing was not one to change his mind lightly, and this decision likely stemmed from the intelligence he had gathered from the informant. Indeed, Mo Jing nodded, turning to Ajin. What, do you disapprove of this decision? Ajin exclaimed dramatically, how could I? For me, this is the best choice. Mo Jing smiled softly, his gaze drifting towards the window. Let us thoroughly deliberate this matter once those 5 fellows return. At that moment, what were the 5 oddities up to? In the vibrant street of joy, Nikolai found himself lost in thought as he gazed at the wriggling snacks on his plate, resembling slimy worms. Not far from there, Xing Sa, having just procured a poetry collection from a second-hand shop, was drawn by the enthusiastic calls from the street's end. Adjusting his collar, he stepped into a crooked, dilapidated weapon shop, its wooden boards darkened with age. In truth, the entirety of Tortuga Island bore the marks of erosion by deep divers. Aside from Joy Street and the luxurious accommodations, the roadside shops and houses were constructed from decaying timber and moss-covered stones. Viewed from above, it resembled a patch of rotting black mold upon the azure sea. At the edge of this unsightly stain, Shioshi entered a grocery store, his presence almost imperceptible, ebbing and flowing with the crowd until he unwittingly followed a thief to this seaside shop. As for Eden and Gaffadal, they strolled together. One stood at a height of 1 meters, the other at 6 meters, one a faux Shota and the other a faux Loli. Appearing as if they had strayed from some distant place, siblings lost in this chaotic realm. Their fresh countenance starkly contrasted with the ragtag pirates that populated the street, attracting the attention of several human traffickers along the way. Fortunately, neither of them was of innocent disposition. Well versed in the ways of the underworld, they deftly evaded capture. By the time they located a reasonably upscale clothing store, the knives in their hands were stained crimson. Thus, as nightfall approached, the 5 oddities returned, each laden with their spoils. Gathered together, they engaged in spirited conversation, punctuated by bursts of hearty laughter. Their glasses clinked together, the golden liquid within swaying like the undulating waves of the sea. Mo Jing smiled at them, the candlelight reflecting in his eyes and casting a pure hue. Let us form a pirate crew. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly declared. The expressions of the group were even more astonished than he had anticipated. Standing on a stool, Eden's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Mo Jing, his voice trembling with excitement. Is this the pirate crew I envisioned? Everyone looked at Mo Jing with eager anticipation, except for Jean, who sat nearby with a smug grin, arms crossed, remaining silent. Mo Jing spread his hands and smiled. Is there any other meaning to forming a pirate crew? Hooray! Came the excited cheers of 5 people from the second floor of the tavern. The atmosphere of the entire tavern seemed to brighten. They were so elated that they danced with joy. Had there been more space, they would have surely performed a pirate jig. However, it was Xingsa who first grasped the underlying concern. But Captain, aren't you supposed to be searching for Ace? Upon hearing this, the 5 misfits fell silent, casting puzzled glances at Mo Jing. Indeed, how had they overlooked this matter? In truth, the 5 misfits had long been aware of why they had merely held the title of pirates without even a name or flag for their crew. It was because they were destined to part ways with their captain. The captain's goal was to find Ace. Once Ace was found, they would face 2 scenarios, either join him or depart alone. The 5 were acutely aware of their own abilities. If Ace were truly a formidable pirate, he would never deign to acknowledge them. Even if he accepted them out of respect for the captain, it was likely they would perish on some adventure due to their inadequacy. Thus, the captain's intentions were clear. Rather than making a difficult decision later on, it was better not to establish a pirate crew or raise a flag at all, so that parting would not be overly sorrowful. This was an unspoken truth among them, a future they had always been reluctant to envision. Yet now, circumstances seemed to have shifted. Facing the bewildered gazes of the 5, Mo Jing wore a somewhat helpless expression. I had indeed decided to seek that fellow, but who could have anticipated? He shook his head and placed a wanted poster squarely in the center of the table. On the poster, a handsome man with black hair and a cowboy hat glanced back with a charming smile, and on his bare back, a notorious skull emblem from the pirate world stood out vividly. This is the Whitebeard Pirates, Eden exclaimed in astonishment. Even in the East Blue, such a small place, the prestige of the 4 emperors was still well known among pirates. It had even transformed into a legend for many pirates due to its remoteness. The 5 misfits could hardly believe that the Ace their captain had been seeking was actually a member of the legendary Whitebeard Pirates. In an instant, their gazes toward Mo Jing became even more reverent. Conversely, Mo Jing appeared somewhat disheartened. Yes, the Whitebeard Pirates. He sighed softly. I was initially willing to seek Ace because I recognized him as a friend, but who would have thought he found himself a father? I have no intention of finding myself a father. This situation was absurd. They had agreed that once the brothers graduated, they would embark on their entrepreneurial journey together. Yet now, before even starting, the company had been acquired. How had that fellow managed to evolve into this? However, it wasn't long before Mo Jing's tone shifted. Initially, he believed that venturing into entrepreneurship would be a daunting task, and it was essential to have a friend to guide him. Yet, who could have anticipated that? Unbeknownst to him, he had accumulated so many companions along the way. He chose not to elaborate further, instead raising his glass and proclaiming loudly, "To the pirate crew we are about to establish. To the pirate crew we are about to establish." The toast echoed 6 times, with glasses clinking together and smiles illuminated every face. It seemed as though each individual beheld a radiant future. Just then, a sudden outburst of disgruntled curses erupted nearby. What are you all yelling about? A burly man, heavily intoxicated, with a flushed face, pointed towards the group and spat. A bunch of immature fools wishing to form a pirate crew. How ridiculous. His rowdy companions roared with laughter, unleashing a torrent of foul language. Meanwhile, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, the ragtag group, after several rounds of drinks, found their courage swell, and they could no longer tolerate such insults, resulting in a cacophony of mutual abuse. However, aside from Jean, Mo Jing's side lacked seasoned pirates, and their limited vocabulary quickly placed them at a disadvantage in the verbal skirmish. Mo Jing took a hearty swig, slammed the wooden cup onto the table, rolled up his sleeves, and proclaimed loudly, "Let me have at them." In an instant, the 2 factions bared their arms and plunged into a fray. The remaining pirates at the tables gathered around, forming a circle, eagerly fanning the flames of excitement for both sides. Occasionally, 2 fortunate spectators would be swept into the chaos, receiving a good thrashing, while their comrades merely guffawed at the spectacle, showing no inclination to assist. Thus, the brawl escalated from a 2-sided skirmish to a multifaceted melee, ultimately engulfing the entire second floor in turmoil. When fatigue set in, combatants would retreat to the tables for a drink or a bite of meat before rejoining the fray, until by the end, no one could discern friend from foe, only that they would strike at anyone in sight. The pandemonium persisted until dawn. The floor of the second level nearly carpeted with inebriated pirates, their loud snores echoing throughout. The last to succumb was Ajin, a master of physical prowess who had taken full advantage of the night, yet even he emerged with a bruised visage. However, as the champion of the tavern's brawl that night, the establishment staff graciously arranged for transportation, ensuring that Mo Jing and his companions, along with their belongings, were safely delivered to their lodgings, providing complimentary medical attention as well. When Mo Jing and his party, wrapped in bandages, finally roused from their slumber, it was already afternoon. Hardly had they regained consciousness when an unexpected visitor arrived. On the grassy edge of the swimming pool, a lanky individual named Daika knelt in a formal Saiza position, his voice trembling as he recounted the unforeseen events that transpired at the auction. Mo Jing sat in the chair, his brow furrowed deeply, one hand massaging his temples to alleviate the headache that lingered from the night before. The quivering voice of Daika reached his ears, akin to incomprehensible scriptures that exacerbated his discomfort. His complexion grew increasingly pallid. Finally, he gently tapped his head, a spark igniting in his eyes, and he became fully alert. Before he could unleash his frustration, Ajin had already stepped forward, weapon pressed against Daika's temple. Lost it? Daika, are you jesting? He spat through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Unlike Shui, Ajin did not squander resources. He typically refrained from utilizing Mo Jing's initial flame for injuries that did not significantly impact him. At this moment, the combination of a hangover and sudden dire news clearly rendered him somewhat unhinged. The two suited bodyguards accompanying Daika were about to advance when Wu Ziyushi stood before them, his expression grim, blocking their path. It was evident that if the situation did not resolve favorably today, neither Daika nor the two of them would be leaving this place upright. Ajin, let him go. A somewhat hoarse voice of Mo Jing echoed from behind. Ajin lowered his weapon and stepped aside. Even after regaining consciousness, Mo Jing continued to massage his temples, appearing as if he were on the verge of a splitting headache, suggesting that the news brought to him by Daika was no less burdensome than his previous hangover. Say that again. Daika's voice drifted from the front. Is it true that the sliding fruit has been lost? The sliding fruit was indeed lost, just yesterday afternoon. The guards reported no anomalies whatsoever. The surveillance monitor in the warehouse blurred for 2 seconds, and the crates containing the fruit vanished without a trace. When Daika learned of this incident, his soul nearly left his body. Yet, he still mustered the courage to come to Mo Jing's residence after dispatching a search team. He sought the other's understanding, but now, he was already beginning to regret it. Despite the bright sunshine, Daika trembled incessantly, feeling as if an icy chill coursed through him. It was as if countless sharp blades danced across his skin, especially around his neck. It felt as though raising his head, even slightly, would bring him in contact with the cold edge of a knife. Lord Mo Jing, Daika shouted urgently. It is my negligence. I shall do everything in my power to retrieve the sliding fruit. Retrieve the sliding fruit? Mo Jing scoffed. Let us set aside whether the sliding fruit has already been consumed by the thief, even if it has not been eaten, even if it still resides on Turtle Island. What do you intend to use to find it? On Tortuga Island, pirates and criminals abound. To find one of pure identity would be a rare miracle. Do you truly believe you possess the strength for a large-scale search in this place? Are you treating me like a child to be placated? Mo Jing approached Daika step by step, crouching down and speaking in a soft, melancholic tone. Daika immediately trembled like a leaf in the wind. No, it wasn't like this. Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly felt a lightness in the pressure on him, and even the sunlight bathing him became warm. A pair of gentle, warm hands rested on his shoulders, gently lifting him up. Mo Jing smiled warmly, as if the murderous intent that had just been present was but an illusion. Daika looked up in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the turn of events. He then heard Mo Jing's gentle voice. I understand now. Surely, Mr. Daika, you have come to discuss how to compensate for our losses? With the amiability of a seasoned official visiting the countryside, he kindly grasped Daika's hand. I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. What kind of compensation are you prepared to offer? A few 100 million belly, perhaps? Thud. Before he could regain his composure, Daika fell to his knees once more, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Lord Mo Jing, he forcefully bowed his head to the ground. I truly cannot provide several 100 million in compensation, although the auction house could muster such funds. If the higher-ups discovered that he had misappropriated their resources to rectify his own errors, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Daika was acutely aware of the brutal dynamics within the Tankid family. A pit began to form in the grass beneath him from his repeated strikes. Yet, Mo Jing merely observed with indifference. So, Mr. Daika, you imply that you have lost my belongings and do not intend to compensate me, but merely came to inform me? Mo Jing's voice, filled with confusion, echoed from above. Was this the tyranny of the Tankid family? In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended upon Daika. That piercing gaze seemed capable of cleaving him in two. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if he had already met his demise. The sound of a blade being unsheathed resonated, scraping against his very bones, inching closer to his throat. He could hardly breathe. He would die. If he did not act swiftly, he would not have to wait for the family's purging. He would perish right there. At that moment, his instincts blared warnings in his mind. I can compensate. Daika screamed, sweat soaking his back, yet he dared not raise his gaze. After a prolonged silence, Mo Jing's icy voice finally resonated from above. Speak. The exquisitely crafted red-scale blade was thrust into the grass beside Daika's neck, the edge facing him. A clear indication that should he fail to satisfy Mo Jing's expectations, that blade would swiftly sever his head. You are here for the auction as well, aren't you, Lord? Daika spoke rapidly. I can procure for you what you desire, something not on the list. A blade. His mind suddenly cleared. Do you not wish for a superior sword? I have a way to obtain a swift blade. A swift blade? Mo Jing's voice held a hint of surprise. The swift blade required 50 craftsmen. The great blade, 21 craftsmen, and the supreme great blade, 12 craftsmen. Such globally limited treasures are, in terms of value, comparable to the devil fruits themselves. Moreover, due to the unique nature of this world's grand line, these magnificent swords are predominantly found among the strong gathered there, with only a scant few drifting across the seas. Mo Jing now harbors significant doubts regarding the blade he previously wielded, the legacy of Baeduo, questioning whether it truly qualifies as a fine swift blade of exceptional caliber. He is uncertain whether it has been duly recorded. In the East Sea, acquiring such a remarkable item remains a formidable challenge. Are you certain? Mo Jing inquired skeptically. Upon hearing a glimmer of possibility, Daika promptly responded, Of course. With my connections and resources, I can undoubtedly procure a fine swift blade. Yet, that is still insufficient, Daika. Mo Jing lamented. Do you grasp my meaning? Merely presenting a fine swift blade at the auction would not suffice to compensate for the loss of the slippery fruit. After all, the slippery fruit is valued at over 100 million and could very well fetch a premium. Daika comprehended this rationale, yet he could only muster the courage to respond. What else do you require? Speak freely, and as long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall procure it. His extensive network, cultivated through years of operating an auction house, was all he had left to rely upon. Lift your head, Mr. Daika, Mo Jing commanded, drawing his blade and returning to his seat. Daika raised his head, but still dared not meet Mo Jing's gaze. I shall not impose upon you unduly. After all, money exists for the purpose of acquisition. Without the ability to purchase, money loses its significance, Mo Jing intoned slowly. As long as you assist me in obtaining 2 items, the matter of the slippery fruit shall be resolved. Please, do tell, Daika urged. First, I require a fine swift blade, a straight sword. Daika hesitated. Yet upon encountering Mo Jing's frigid stare, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Among renowned swift blades, the quantity of straight swords is exceedingly rare. Although he was aware of the whereabouts of one such blade, acquiring it would prove challenging. Nonetheless, at this moment, he had no right to refuse. Secondly, I demand the tree of treasure atom. I am aware that it will be available at the auction in a fortnight, but I require double the quantity. Daika's head shot up once more, for this request exceeded his capacity. He was no underworld overlord, and had no authority to arbitrarily adjust the quantity of such prohibited items. Yet, as their eyes met, he instinctively lowered his head. After what seemed like an intense internal struggle, Daika clenched his fist and struck the ground resolutely, declaring, Rest assured. Esteemed one, your demands shall be met. It was evident that he had resolved to undertake a significant commitment. A faint laughter emanated from Mo Jing ahead. In that case, Mr. Deck, do prepare swiftly. I hope our next encounter is not on the path of debt collection. Believe me, you would not wish for such a day. Deck, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, departed the residential area under the discontented gazes of the crew. As he strode down the street, the air of humility that once enveloped him had vanished. Damn it, he muttered darkly. Lord Deck? One of the bodyguards inquired, puzzled. Though they had the capability to breach the blockade of the 5 miscellaneous fish, Deck had previously cautioned them against rash actions. It's not them. At this moment, Deck's fists were clenched tightly, his gaze heavy with foreboding. It wasn't this group that pilfered the slippery fruit. Upon receiving the news, they were the first suspects to cross his mind. After all, similar incidents had occurred in the past. First, a precious treasure would be presented, then it would be stolen, followed by extortion of the auction house, and subsequently crimes committed elsewhere. The enigmatic nature of the devil fruit had rendered this world rife with uncertainties. However, based on the recent behavior of the opposing party and their whereabouts yesterday, they were indeed unrelated to this incident. Yet, this only sent matters spiraling towards the worst possible outcome. Due to his negligence, the devil fruit had truly been stolen. He must not allow those above to find out. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage, already resembling a man driven to desperation. Behind him, one of the bodyguards slightly raised his head, a flicker of strange light dancing in his eyes. Meanwhile, within the residential area, Shioshi hurriedly returned to the lawn, addressing Mo Jing. "Captain, they have left." Amidst the crew's gloomy stares, the usually stoic Mo Jing finally succumbed to laughter, covering his face with his hands. The laughter of Mo Jing reverberated across the lawn, leaving the crew somewhat bewildered. As his mirth began to fade, Garfield, seizing the moment, voiced his complaint. "Captain, how can you still find amusement at a time like this?" The spirited young woman appeared genuinely distressed. To her, a fine blade and a shipment of shipbuilding materials, even if generously bestowed upon them, paled in comparison to the worth of the slip fruit. That treasure was worth hundreds of millions. As a woman, she could scarcely fathom the frenzy that noblemen and women, yearning for beauty, would unleash over such a fruit. Indeed, this was the case. Typically, the price of a fine blade hovers around 10 million berries. And unless it possesses extraordinary renown or unique value, it seldom exceeds 100 million. Moreover, the precious atom would require to construct a 50-meter, 3-masted sailboat would amount to no more than 200 million berries. Combined, these two figures fall significantly short of rivaling the value of the slip fruit. Yet, when the auction house willingly presents an opportunity for extortion, why not indulge in laughter? Mo Jing rested her elbow on the armrest of the chair, supporting her face, with a smile still lingering upon her features. Yet, the slippery fruit has also been lost, Garfield lamented, feeling utterly perplexed by the captain's thoughts. Mo Jing gently shook her finger and remarked, "Who said it was lost?" Beside her, Eden, who had just climbed onto the stool, lit up with admiration as he gazed at Mo Jing. "Captain, did you manage to steal it back?" Suddenly, a thud echoed as Eden grimaced, clutching his head where a swelling had formed. Mo Jing calmly retracted the hilt of his sword. He offered no further explanation, rising to don a gray-white trench coat, fastening the weapon of vengeance at his waist. After stretching his limbs, he proceeded outward with the others. "Captain, where are we headed?" Garfield inquired, trailing alongside Mo Jing, moving backward as he posed the question. "Naturally, we are off to discover which generous brother has bestowed upon me such a grand gift." They exited, following the flow of the crowd. Guided by his sensitivity to the slippery fruit, Mo Jing led the group through winding paths, becoming increasingly remote. After half an hour, they arrived at what resembled a quaint fishing village on the opposite side of the island. Here, it was increasingly rare to encounter passers-by. The only sounds that filled the air were the chirping of insects and the calls of birds, devoid of human voices. The only indication of this place's connection to the black market lay in the crooked houses, which adhered to the distinctive style of the black market. Their walls bore large gaps, offering little protection from the elements. Many appeared to be hastily constructed wooden shacks, likely erected for the convenience of fishing expeditions. Compared to the dilapidated wooden structures of the black market, the sole advantage of these houses was perhaps the relatively new timber. This suggests that the existence of this small village has not been prolonged. Mo Jing found it hard to fathom that the individual capable of stealing the slippery fruit from the auction house resided in such a dilapidated location. This place seemed utterly unfit for concealing anything securely. Surrounding the house, wooden frames displayed drying fishing nets and fish skins. Even before approaching, a potent stench of fish wafted through the air. As Mo Jing and his companions stepped inside, they were finally confronted by a disheartening sight: individuals missing limbs, or visibly afflicted by dire ailments, their bodies swarmed by flies, lying by the roadside, teetering on the brink of death. Most lay motionless, their only sign of life the occasional flicker of their eyes. Along the muddy path, behind dilapidated wooden huts, a myriad of numb gazes fixated upon these uninvited guests. The motley crew appeared somewhat disconcerted. Even Ajin furrowed his brow in unease. In a hushed tone, he elucidated to the group that these individuals had been drained of their worth by the black market and subsequently discarded. Some were former high-rolling gamblers. Others were slaves captured after their piratical dreams crumbled, and many were individuals ensnared by usurious debts, forced to partake in the brutal games of the underworld. If the exterior of the black market presented a facade of allure, this was its repugnant core. The black market had never bothered to disguise the law of the jungle. After all, was not the pursuit of total victory what drew people here? Thus, it seemed only natural that they should pay the price for it. In the midst of the oppressive silence, Mo Jing and his companions approached a small wooden house and knocked on the door. No response came. Just as he was about to attempt to push the door open, a gruff voice emerged from the shadows nearby. "Hey, what are you doing?" From the obscurity, a tall, muscular figure slowly rose, resembling a beast lurking in the shadows. When motionless, he appeared as unremarkable as a stone, but once he bared his fangs, a ferocious aura enveloped him. "Do not approach that house. Stay back. Do you hear me?" The visibly agitated man's fury was palpable. It seemed that merely standing at the door had been enough to provoke his wrath. It was utterly perplexing. Mo Jing slightly furrowed his brow. He recognized this man. Just yesterday, in a small tavern, a Jean had challenged the Tulip pirate crew. And while he was exchanging intelligence with the gray-headed albatross, there had been another individual present in the bar, aside from the bartender. This fellow had been quietly drinking throughout, completely disregarding the chaos unfolding around him. His peculiar demeanor had caught Mo Jing's attention, prompting him to glance over more than once. Little did he expect to encounter him here once again. Was it fate, perhaps? Mo Jing's gaze traversed the robust figure of the brawny man, noting the chiseled steel jaw and the exaggerated steel battle axe affixed to his modified forearm, before retracting her hand. "How shall I address you?" Those who can enter the modest tavern are typically individuals of extraordinary stature. The fact that he could sit there, leisurely sipping his drink, unmistakably indicated his remarkable standing. Cast a glance at the group of 5. Instantly, they dispersed, moving toward various positions, subtly surrounding the wooden cabin. The burly man exhibited no reaction to their actions. Instead, he appeared unusually irate at inquiry. "What do you mean by how to address me? You do not know who I am? What is my name?" He clutched his head, his voice escalating into a frenzy, yet in the next moment, his demeanor abruptly shifted back to calm. With his arms hanging down, he stated serenely, "Greetings, I am Monka, the pirate who has served as a naval captain for 3 years. His voice was mechanical and monotonous, devoid of any inflection, akin to a leader reciting a script against their will. Even Akin discerned a hint of disquiet. "Captain, something is amiss," he whispered, his hand already gripping his weapon. In a world where anything is possible, the inhabitants had long been accustomed to various anomalies. However, Monka's abrupt transformation felt excessively stiff, raising suspicions in their hearts. As a time traveler, Mo Jing naturally perceived the underlying issues at a glance. Instantly, a multitude of speculations surged through his mind. Transformation? Hypnosis? Or perhaps it is simply a habit cultivated in the world of One Piece. Such a possibility is not entirely unfathomable. Nevertheless, none of these considerations truly mattered. Mo Jing shook his hand, and a figure darted past him. This was because a Jean was about to make a move. The sounds of a fierce scuffle echoed. But Mo Jing turned his head, no longer paying attention to their direction. He adjusted the weapon at his waist to a more comfortable position, disregarding the furious shouts warning him to stay away from the room. He pushed open the wooden door, surveyed the surroundings, and stepped inside. The interior's furnishings surprised Mo Jing. Although they consisted of simple wooden tables and stools, they were arranged in meticulous order. Shelves held various finely ground herbs, and the space was impeccably clean. All the drafty openings had been neatly blocked with wooden boards, and 3 pots of vibrant green plants adorned the windowsill. In a corner, a bamboo basket overflowed with old toys, while aged cards and posters adorned the walls, bestowing a touch of warmth upon the room. It seemed unlikely that such a cozy space could have been arranged by the rough and burly Monka. It felt more akin to a girl's sanctuary. Mo Jing surveyed his surroundings and reached a conclusion. A tremendous commotion erupted from outside, where the once formidable Colonel Monka was putting up a fierce resistance. However, Mo Jing felt no concern. He had complete confidence in a Jin's abilities, although he had consistently dominated their sparring sessions. A Jin was undeniably a rare talent in the East Sea. In terms of physical prowess alone, Mo Jing had no certainty of besting him. Shaking off his thoughts, Mo Jing scanned the room and proceeded toward the inner chamber. It must be said, the ambience of this room was unexpectedly delightful, akin to discovering a resplendent restroom within an antiquated school. The seemingly humble wooden structure was meticulously divided into 2 sections. with the inner area concealed by a cascading beaded curtain. Mo Jing cautiously lifted the beaded curtain with a knife, ensuring there were no hidden traps, and stepped inside. Upon seeing the creature lying on the wooden bed beside the door curtain, he was utterly stunned. A cat? A mere cat, reclining on the bed. Mo Jing had indeed encountered cats reclining on beds before. In fact, throughout his 5 years as a devoted cat owner, he had grown accustomed to the myriad eccentricities of felines. However, he had never before witnessed a cat lying on a bed in a manner akin to that of a human, striking poses that mirrored those of people. No, this was something entirely different. Mo Jing quickly realized the incongruity of the situation. It was not the cat adopting a human-like posture, but rather a cat resembling a human. The indentations on the bedding clearly indicated that the creature's physical structure had adapted to a bipedal form. If one were to obscure her furry head, anyone would assume that a woman lay upon the bed. At this moment, Mo Jing could not help but marvel once more at the wondrous world of One Piece. What could this be? A cat girl? The thin bedding outlined alluring curves, revealing a head slightly smaller than that of a human, furry, somewhat delicate yet undeniably enchanting, exuding a unique charm that made one yearn to caress it. However, Mo Jing restrained himself. Thankfully, he was not particularly fond of such affections. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed by desire. He noticed the apparent distress etched on the cat girl's face, her brow slightly furrowed, and even the cacophony outside failed to rouse her from slumber. Mo Jing raised a finger, and a crimson flame ignited at his fingertip, dancing with vitality. He gently pressed the initial fire against the cat girl's forehead. Whoosh! The flame extinguished. Mo Jing furrowed her brows slightly. This cat girl was on the brink of death. This was the judgment rendered by the primordial flame. The moment the flicker of fire entered her body, it was neutralized and dissipated. Mo Jing could sense that something insidiously lurked within the flesh and marrow of the other, gradually consuming this body. In such a state, not only would it be exceedingly difficult to steal the devil fruit from the auction house, but even the mere act of awakening or uttering a word would likely pose a significant challenge. However, Mo Jing bent down and, after a brief search beneath the bed, retrieved a meticulously sealed and exquisite iron box. The emblem of the auction house was prominently displayed on its surface. Inside lay the elusive, slippery fruit. This naively simplistic method of concealment seemed to convey to him that beneath his mother's bed was indeed the safest haven. A flicker of tenderness passed through Mo Jing's eyes. Reminiscent of the Norwegian forest cat he once nurtured, this feline, large in stature yet timid in nature, would eagerly burrow into his embrace at the slightest fright, often bringing an array of treasures to his bed. He pondered whether, after his arrival in this world, that little creature would still think of him. Surely, with his mother providing delectable cat food, it would soon forget him. Mo Jing smiled and shook his head, then lifted his gaze to observe the colorful cards adorning the room, as well as the scattered toys at the foot of the bed that had yet to be tidied. He could almost envision the appearance of the thief. Perhaps it was a little cat? Mo Jing gently curled the corners of her lips. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed at the door. Through the curtain, Mo Jing caught sight of a Jin's figure. He was dragging an unconscious man. And who else could it be but Min Ka? Mo Jing emerged from the inner chamber, summoning the hapless onlookers outside and assigning them their tasks. He was quite adept at the art of capturing cats. As evening descended, the lights of Tortuga Island flickered to life, heralding the bustling climax of the black market. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, far removed from the glow, the cold, silent fishing village gradually succumbed to darkness. Sparse lights emanated from the humble wooden shanties. The sea breeze stirred, producing a gentle rustling in the surrounding woods. A diminutive figure cloaked in a cape darted through the trees. It moved with remarkable agility, leaping over streams, evading branches, and soaring through the gaps of a giant spider's web, playfully poking the spider's abdomen before nimbly stepping on the smooth pebbles, bounding away, leaving only a tiny plum blossom mark on the stones. This was its exclusive path, a secret passage unnoticed by anyone. Each day, Dolly would return to the fishing village through this route, stealthily slipping home while the villagers were oblivious. Thus far, those with missing limbs had no inkling that a peculiar little house was hidden among them. This was all thanks to her. In truth, Dolly did not wish to scurry about like a timid mouse, but her mother had warned her that while the fur folk were fond of humans, some humans harbored disdain for the fur folk. Despite the grim countenance of the disabled individuals surrounding her, if she were to reveal herself openly, she would undoubtedly be captured and sold. Since her birth, she had remained on Tortuga Island, acutely aware of humanity's treachery and malice. Lost in thought, Dolly suddenly halted, nimbly leaping onto a tree trunk. Peering through the dense foliage, she spotted a swaying silhouette meandering ahead. Dolly recognized this individual, who resided not far from her home. Once a gambler, he had lost a hand and a foot to his vices, leading to his current state. He now subsisted on a daily diet of alcohol. In the past, when this fellow was on the brink of starvation, Dolly had stealthily delivered a few fruits to him, which resulted in him frequently waiting at the same spot for her offerings. The image of him foolishly sitting there, awaiting fruit, made Dolly squint her eyes in amusement, unable to suppress a laugh. However, to avoid making a noise, she covered her mouth with her paw. The man was inebriated again, and it seemed a change of route was necessary. After contemplating, Dolly gracefully leapt to another branch, deftly weaving between the trunks. But soon, she was astonished to discover an astonishing number of people wandering outside the village today. Those who had previously been merely idle had now ventured beyond the village. This rendered many of her usual secret paths unsafe. Was something amiss in the village? Dolly felt a twinge of anxiety. Was her mother discovered? That was the only thought that came to her mind. After all, Monka the Fool was supposed to be keeping watch. Could it be that these individuals were here to capture her? At this moment, Dolly noticed that many individuals were wielding fishing nets and sticks. Her mind was engulfed in confusion. Ultimately, she resolved to return home. She simply had to take a glance. Navigating around the wooden houses of the small fishing village, she arrived beneath a grand tree situated directly behind her own wooden abode. Although the hairless tribe had blocked all her secret passages, she still possessed a most clandestine yet perilous route back home. This involved leaping directly from the great tree to the roof of her house. The considerable distance between the tree and the house would render this path inconceivable to most. However, for Dolly, such a distance was trivial. The true danger lay in the fact that this was a one-way route. Once she chose to enter, she would need to devise a means of egress from another location. Yet, at this moment, Dolly was not inclined to ponder further. Her singular desire was to return home. She took a couple of steps back, gathered momentum, and leapt. A delicate silhouette soared over the crescent moon, gracefully landing atop the roof of the wooden house. The slanted roof, facing away from the village, conveniently concealed her. A flawless landing. No one noticed. Dolly felt a surge of delight within her. She cautiously peered into the village. It seemed that the villagers had all gathered outside to block her, for the interior was somewhat tranquil, yet not entirely so. A strange girl, clad in denim overalls with pink hair, was darting about the village, rummaging here and there, unable to pause. It was evident she was searching for her. Humph. Dolly smugly pinched her paw, secretly thinking, how could Dolly be so easily captured? Meow. She withdrew her head and walked along the edge of the wooden planks. Just as she was about to leap down, her body stiffened. Beneath her, a man donned in square glasses, with a white shirt tucked into brown trousers, resembling a teacher, sat upon a barrel. One foot rested on the barrel, while he held an old poetry collection in his hands, reading by the flickering candlelight emanating from the house behind him. As Dolly observed him, his slow recitation drifted to her ears. Listen to the voice of the wandering poet. He perceives, in the present, past, and future, the sacred words, strolling amidst the ancient woods. Do you cherish this too, little cat? Xing Sa gently lifted his gaze, adjusting his glasses. The moonlight reflected a cold glimmer off the lenses. Suddenly, with a snap, the book closed. He swiftly retrieved a small crossbow purchased from the weapon shop. Raising it to pull the trigger, with a whoosh, a shadowy figure shot forth, expanding into a vast net that descended toward Dolly. She leaped with all her might. Quick as a ghost, she had already jumped to another wooden house before Xing Sa could draw the crossbow. Yet, before she could revel in her success, she heard Xing Sa's loud shout. It's here, on the roof. As soon as the words were spoken, a figure emanating an aura of danger, wielding peculiar weapons, leaped over from beside the wooden cabin. The moment Dolly laid eyes on this man, her pupils constricted to mere slits. A sense of peril surged through her, flooding her mind with frantic warnings of imminent danger. Every hair on her feline body stood on end, her diminutive cloak puffing out as if inflated. Fortunately, the dim light of the evening provided some cover, allowing her a brief moment to evade detection as the strange man scanned the area, quickly pinpointing her location before lunging forward with astonishing speed, a stark contrast to the previous encounter. Without a moment's hesitation, Dolly sprang into action. With a swift leap to the edge, she rolled on the planks, nimbly darting down the side of the cabin and racing towards the village. A cacophony of sounds erupted behind her. Cautiously, Dolly navigated through the shadows, barely catching her breath when a series of exuberant, high-pitched exclamations erupted from beside her. Oh, oh, oh. The pink-haired girl, who had been bustling about the village earlier, donned in oversized gloves and causing chaos, crouched nearby, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The sudden outburst startled Dolly once more, causing her to furiously puff up and let out a frightened meow, her paws slipping as she bolted toward the village entrance. Tears brimming in her eyes. It was utterly terrifying. The village was a nightmare. Mama, save me. Whoosh. Another large net shot through the air. Dolly deftly veered off, seeking another path out of the village. Yet, this route offered no sanctuary. As she darted into a narrow alley, a figure, slightly taller than her, suddenly sprang from behind a wooden barrel, cackling, "I've been waiting for you," and lunged forward. Dolly's fur bristled once again, with no room to maneuver midair. She could only emit a sharp meow of distress before crashing headlong into the face of a blond boy, whose expression shifted from surprise to sheer terror. Bang! Eden toppled backward, Dolly's frightened flails marking his face with a series of paw prints. The sounds of relentless pursuers echoed behind her, forcing Dolly to flee without daring to look back. Fortunately, the exit lay ahead, and overwhelmed with fear, Dolly raced towards the enveloping darkness of the forest, tears of relief streaming down her face. Once she entered the woods, she would be safe. Whoosh! A massive net descended from the alleyway, sealing off the exit. On the rooftop, a slightly plump figure, previously inconspicuous, made a dramatic appearance, casting the net with an evil grin curling at the corners of his mouth. In midair, Dolly's smile froze like a small lead ball, crashing into the net and becoming ensnared. The plump figure descended from the eaves, deftly gathering the net. Behind, the strange pursuers closed in. Dolly struggled fiercely, her tiny paws grasping the net, gnawing at the ropes with all her might, yet they remained unyielding. At merely 3 years of age, her strength was insufficient. Gazing at the nearby dark forest, despair gradually rose within her heart. She knew she had ultimately failed. Fear, anxiety, and trepidation tangled her thoughts into chaos. In this moment, she longed to see her mother once more, convinced she must be dreaming. She thought that if she could fall asleep in her mother's embrace, nightmares would be banished. As the approaching footsteps grew louder, she trembled and curled up within the net, closing her eyes in fright. In a hazy vision, she beheld the drunken man returning, stumbling with the net in hand. She saw villagers armed with makeshift weapons, returning one by one. The capture had concluded. They must regret not catching someone else. Dolly felt no remorse for assisting these people over the years. She relished their bewildered expressions and their startled reactions. Even their furtive behavior was amusing. Though these years had been fraught with hardship, the joyful moments were like treasured toys at home, each one bringing her prolonged happiness. These were her prized possessions, she thought. Perhaps she was the happiest little cat in the world. Dolly lay quietly curled in the net, appearing lifeless. Suddenly, she felt the net slacken. An exasperated voice pierced the air, "What are you doing?" followed by sounds of shoving and falling. Dolly opened her eyes in astonishment, witnessing the disfigured drunkard, like a limbless octopus, clinging desperately to the plump figure, pinning him to the ground. One hand lifted her and hurled her towards the forest. "Run, little cat," roared the drunken man's voice. "Do not return." Amidst the flames, the villagers with missing limbs bellowed, raising their weapons as if they were an army of monsters, surging towards the alley. Occasionally, someone soared through the air, yet not a single soul faltered. Dolly rolled through the air, dazed by the scene before her. Tears had already welled in her eyes without her noticing. She landed lightly, unable to suppress a cry that escaped her lips. As she wept, she dashed into the forest. Indeed, she and her mother had lived here for 2 years. How could she have left no trace? It was the villagers who had concealed them. In this perilous black market, they had sheltered a glimmer of hope. Akin, accompanied by a motley crew, gazed with exasperation at the fervent individuals before him, whose enthusiasm seemed inexplicable. How had he failed to notice their vigor during the day? He recalled the captain's words about certain souls who, lacking vitality in the light of day, transformed into diligent scholars under the cover of night, fervently devouring books while others slumbered. Previously, he had dismissed such notions. But now he was a believer. Observing the inebriated figure sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised, he inquired, perplexed, "Why did you save that member of the weasel tribe?" A single weasel, regardless of its fur, commanded a starting price of 700,000 berries at auction, an immense sum for those who had been drained dry by the black market. Akin could comprehend an outright theft, yet to let it escape was beyond him. The individuals in this vicinity were, by and large, irredeemable scoundrels. Kindness was not in their nature. The drunken man erupted into laughter, a scornful expression adorning his face as he regarded Akin. You, of all people, must have never felt the depths of despair. He spat a mouthful of blood and continued to guffaw. We are all doomed, you fool. Look at us. At our wretched state, this village harbors no hope, and everyone awaits their demise. Perhaps he exerted himself too much, as he gasped for breath before muttering softly. But that child is different, so small, so alone, yet courageously striving to exist before us. A glimmer of elusive happiness and yearning washed over the drunken man's features. Reclining in the mud, reminiscent of countless previous drunken stupors, he bore a content smile as he rasped, when one nears death, reflecting upon a life of ugliness and filth. Questioning the very essence of existence, yearning for the sweet release of oblivion, a fragile, flickering light dares to appear beside you. From that moment, I understood why my repugnant life had not yet concluded. He paused, gazing at Akin with a newfound pity. You shall never comprehend such a truth. Laughter erupted from him, bitter and fierce. Unless I perish, none of you butchers shall pursue her. Akin regarded him, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. I'm afraid you cannot impede my resolve. With that, he leapt onto the rooftops, pursuing the direction in which the small cat had fled. Don't let him pass. The drunken man shouted from behind. The crowd surged forward. Meanwhile, hidden among the trees, Dolly observed the scattered torches flickering in the dense forest. Wiping away her tears as she retraced her steps back to the great tree. With a defiant gaze, she looked toward the tranquil wooden cabin enveloped by the night. She understood that escape was not an option. She must return home to see for herself. During its previous escape, it had failed to notice the foolish Monka, who might have rescued its mother. This thought provided a modicum of comfort. Retreating once more, it prepared to leap lightly onto the roof. This time, Dolly carefully surveyed her surroundings, ensuring the village was devoid of inhabitants before gently descending from the rooftop. Behind the house, she discovered a concealed cat hole and stealthily crawled inside. Quietly prying open the wooden board above her head, she examined the room. Crawling beneath the cabinet to enter the dwelling. The interior was eerily silent. No one? Dolly felt a twinge of confusion, but was soon captivated by the familiar scent of her mother, her face lighting up with delight. Mother was still here. Eagerly, she dashed towards the inner room and lifted the curtain. However, her expression gradually stiffened. In a corner, obscured from view, a man clad in a gray robe, exuding a gentle demeanor, was seated on a stool by her mother's bed, engrossed in a stolen children's drawing book. A long sword leaned against the back of the chair, and at his feet lay the box containing the devil fruit she had recently pilfered. Noticing her presence, the man set down the book and looked up at Dolly, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Ah, little cat, good evening, he greeted. Dolly turned to flee, but his next words coaxed her back. Surely you wouldn't want your mother to fall into my hands, Mo Jing remarked playfully. Enraged, Dolly pivoted, removing her hood, baring her teeth at Mo Jing. What do you intend to do, meow? His eyes sparkled with delight as he scrutinized the contours of the kitten's face, the texture of its paws, and the patterns adorning its body. A black-footed cat? He exclaimed in astonishment. Dolly was taken aback, her tail standing erect. How do you know, meow? She stammered. Her mother had informed her that they belonged to the black-footed cat fur branch within the fur tribe. Yet, it was her first experience being recognized by an outsider. I possess considerable knowledge about cats, replied with a cheerful demeanor, clearly enjoying the conversation. However, Dolly was reluctant to engage. Knowledgeable about cats? A series of dark and gruesome images flashed through her mind. A cold dissection table, blood-stained wooden frames, and a floor littered with crimson-dyed fur, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Instantly, she retrieved a small dagger from her cloak, trembling as she pointed it at. What do you intend to do, meow? No matter what means you employ, I shall never surrender. Mo Jing was taken aback, his gaze sweeping over her with a peculiar intensity, as if he had come to an understanding. He nodded slightly, declaring, In that case, I must demonstrate my prowess to you. He rose slowly, flexing his wrists, and gripping the weapon of vengeance behind him, his eyes turning icy. In an instant, Dory Esfer stood on end. Half a minute later, she lay contentedly across Mo Jing's lap, embodying the essence of a cat whose life had reached its zenith. Her paws instinctively kneaded the air above her. You, O hairless creature, are quite adept at massage, Dory purred, her mind drifting into a blissful haze of admiration. Mo Jing skillfully scratched and massaged the little cat's head, exclaiming, Indeed, I have been serving my master for 5 years. and not a single complaint. He chuckled. Just a bit of pampering, and this stubborn little creature revealed everything. The kitten, named Dolly, belonged to the black-footed feline breed. Her mother, who had unexpectedly departed from Zaowu, was captured by human traffickers and sold to the Eastern Sea. Later, amidst the chaos of a naval battle, she was rescued by a pirate crew. The captain of that crew subsequently became Dolly's father. Tragically, shortly after Dolly's conception, her father perished in an attack by another pirate group. Her mother, poisoned in that assault, was left with little time to live. The pirates who attacked captured Dolly's mother, intending to sell her at Tortuga Island. However, before they could reach the shore, they were caught in a crossfire between two rival pirate factions, resulting in their demise. Only Dolly's mother miraculously escaped, swimming to Tortuga Island, where she settled in a small fishing village and struggled to give birth to Dolly. Now, this little one is already 3 years old. Yet, as she grows, her mother's condition deteriorates increasingly, making it difficult for her to remain conscious. In a desperate bid to cure her mother, little Dolly must risk stealing a devil fruit from the auction house to purchase a special medicine from the captain of the Black Cat pirate crew, Crow. Upon hearing this, Mo Jing's hand paused slightly. The Black Cat pirate crew? Wishing everyone a happy new year in advance. Originally, this chapter was meant to reflect on 2022. But as everyone knows, this book only commenced at the year's end, so there isn't much to reflect upon. However, it seems a waste to simply use this chapter to convey New Year wishes. So I shall take this opportunity to discuss the book setting and a summary of the current phase. First and foremost, I must introspect. Not having a backlog and deviating from the outline are the two most foolish mistakes I've made since starting this book. After all, everyone knows I am a novice writer, lacking the formidable writing skills and experience of seasoned authors. The absence of a backlog and straying from the outline directly affects the quality of my chapters. I personally find it intolerable to write without achieving the desired emotional resonance, especially in the early stages. For instance, the original plan was to resolve Dolly's storyline and introduce the Black Cat pirate crew in one chapter, but I couldn't resist the urge to experiment, and my thoughts took a wild turn, leading to a chaotic plot. I regret having written it, as it falls far short of my expectations, with unnecessary sentimentality in inappropriate places, leaving the protagonist with no room for bravado. Even now, I remain quite displeased. However, without a backlog, it was too late to revise. A less-than-perfect dish is better than leaving diners hungry, right? Sometimes, I contemplate deleting and rewriting the recent chapters, but that is evidently unrealistic. The only good news is that I have managed to realign the outline. At least I don't have to rewrite the outline. Afterward, I shall likely endeavor to explore various writing styles, for I aspire to provide everyone with a more exquisite reading experience and simultaneously seek to discover my own unique voice. However, I anticipate that the progression of the plot will hasten, given the protagonist's formidable strength. It would be quite embarrassing if, prior to the official release, he is yet to venture into the East Sea. I hope that after tonight, I can successfully accumulate some manuscript material. I shall entrust you with this task while I slumber, dear keyboard. Now, having summarized my thoughts, let us delve into certain plot points and settings. 1. Regarding Ace, this has been a point of contention, and I too could not resist commenting. However, it has become evident to current readers that he will not head directly to the New World nor join the Whitebeard crew. Moreover, considering the relationship between Mo Jing and Ace, it is certain that he will attempt to rescue him during the Marineford War, although whether he will succeed remains uncertain. 2. As for the miscellaneous characters, they are comrades of mine, and I have mentioned in a previous post that their strength will rely on drawing cards and events through my narrative. Those who lack fortune will not grow stronger. Nevertheless, their foundational strength will catch up, and soon, the fruits of their efforts will be arranged, so please rest assured. Of course, if you feel dissatisfied with any character's design and wish to eliminate them, feel free to create a post for voting. I assure you, each vote will be counted with precision. 3. The principal direction for the protagonist's development will naturally be swordsmanship, but later on, he will acquire a devil fruit, albeit not one of the most powerful. This will primarily serve to resolve certain lingering issues. The outline. Further elaboration would be impolite. 4. As for the name of the pirate crew, I have several alternatives in mind, yet I remain unsatisfied. If anyone has suggestions, please feel free to voice them. 5. The matter of whether or not to eliminate the Straw Hat is sensitive. I can only say that it has not yet been determined. It will depend on whether he poses an obstacle. If the intention is solely to eliminate him for the sake of the Nika fruit, I find that quite wasteful. After all, I am not particularly fond of that fruit. The Japanese lineage theory is truly tedious. Thus, my protagonist shall rise from the ordinary, elegantly overcoming all challenges. Mo Jing. My achievements today are solely due to my own efforts. Through the forging of my soul, grant me strength. 6. Initially, I intended to introduce Reiju through Sanji's apprenticeship arc, but it seems that most people are rather sensitive about the Straw Hat crew, and as it stands, that plan appears to have fallen through. 7. My uncontrollable left hand. Enough. I have grown weary of Hancock and Nami. Weary. 8. As for Shirahoshi, there will be relevant plot lines. However, I will not include her, as she takes up too much space and serves no purpose. Regarding the Sea Kings, the protagonist actually does not require them. This can be considered a spoiler. 9. After a few more minor plot lines, we shall embark on the Grand Line. 10. Should anyone have questions, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall respond as long as it does not reveal spoilers. Finally, if anyone has suggestions for this book, please feel free to share them here. As this is my first foray into this genre of fan fiction, my experience is limited, and I am eager for guidance. Ultimately, I hope that this month will see consistent updates, and that this book brings joy to all readers. I am off to sleep now, dear keyboard. The Black Cat Pirates? Mo Jing instinctively sensed something amiss, for the infamous pirate crews of the East Sea that Ajin had enlightened him about bore no resemblance to this name. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the dire condition of the creature on the bed. It was beyond salvation. Not even the primordial fire could aid it. It was not that the flames could not incinerate the ailment, but rather that they could not ensure the preservation of the individual while eradicating the disease. Much like the fever itself, considering the image of Ajin being scorched by the primordial fire, Mo Jing feared that should he attempt to use it for treatment, the individual would likely succumb at the very first moment. How could an obscure pirate crew possibly possess such an extraordinary remedy? Mo Jing was filled with skepticism. How do you know they possess a miraculous cure? He inquired of the cat in his arms. Dolly, with a nonchalant expression, replied, "They say so, Miel." Mo Jing raised an eyebrow. "Is that what they say, and you simply believe it? So, you've been mingling in the black market for the past 2 years, have you?" He then tentatively added, "What if I claim to possess it as well? How could that be?" Dory gazed at him as if he were a fool. "Why couldn't it be? Does your pirate flag also boast 2 cat ears?" Mo Jing fell silent. Indeed, one should never attempt to fathom the thoughts of a cat. In the brief interlude of their conversation, Dory had already emerged from her stupor, no longer purring, but instead gazing at him with a pitiful expression. "Meow. Have I been deceived again?" she inquired softly. "Perhaps," Mo Jing replied, gently scratching her chin. "The world of One Piece is a realm brimming with miracles. Perhaps that obscure individual truly possesses healing abilities? Though the odds are slim. Nonetheless, this cat is rather too easily fooled." Mo Jing gazed at the little dolly nestled in his arms. In the mere span of a massage, the kitten had lowered her guard. How many times had she been deceived over the years? Dolly's eyes began to cloud gradually, yet she refrained from shedding tears. After a considerable pause, she softly murmured to Mo Jing, "I apologize for stealing your devil fruit." Mo Jing gently rubbed her head and said, "I bear no grudges against you. Rather, I ought to express my gratitude. The slippery fruit was lost in the auction house, and now it has returned to my possession, along with a hefty sum extorted from the auction house. Essentially, I have done nothing, yet they insist on bestowing their benefits upon me. In my entire life, I have never encountered such fortunate circumstances. I shall return the devil fruit to you," Dolly choked out, signifying that she had relinquished even the slightest glimmer of hope. However, a peculiar light flickered in Mo Jing's eyes. "Why would you return it to me?" he murmured softly, as the kitten nestled in his embrace tilted its head in confusion. "If it's not traded, wouldn't the other party be greatly disappointed?" Mo Jing chuckled, though his eyes bore no warmth. Perhaps they truly possess a miraculous remedy? He was also keen to ascertain whether the previous soul alchemy presented 5 options due to luck, or if the devil fruit genuinely enhanced the soul alchemy process. If it was indeed the fruit that elevated the quality of the alchemy, he might have inadvertently stumbled upon an additional shortcut to improve it, albeit at a cost of some souls. With this thought, Mo Jing's gaze grew profound, his obsidian eyes devoid of any light, resembling the deep whirlpool at the center of the seal on his palm. "Souls, Dolly." Her vision, blurred by tears of emotion, suddenly shivered as if a chill had enveloped her. Simultaneously, in the black market, within a seemingly dilapidated yet meticulously secured wooden cabin, a man clad in pirate attire sat before a transponder snail, muffling his voice as he whispered, He was confirming the other party's comprehension regarding the high-end residential area of the black market. Shortly thereafter, he ended the call, watching as the rat-like whiskers on the transponder snail gradually vanished. The man pondered at the table for a moment before rising and approaching the bedside. Retrieving a leather suitcase from beneath the bed, he opened it, extracting a camera from among the neatly arranged tools. Skillfully adjusting it before capturing the half-moon peeking through the gaps, click. The moon, partially obscured by drifting clouds, was immortalized in the frame. As the thick clouds completely veiled the moon, the wind began to intensify. The inky night was ripe for rolling up 1's bedding and retiring for the evening. At this moment, on the edge of Tortuga Island, a clandestine transaction unfolded upon the shadowy sea. A flicker of bright orange light illuminated the water's surface, rhythmically flashing as it danced with the waves. A small silhouette emerged beneath the glow. Before long, in the darkness on the opposite side, a similar radiance ignited, pulsating in rhythm. A tall, slender figure could be vaguely discerned. Confirming the signal, the two orange lights gradually drew closer. Thud. The two small fishing boats collided. You actually managed to steal it. A slightly hoarse voice emerged. The tall, slender man, clad in a butler's attire and sporting round spectacles, stood with his black coat unfastened and his tie loosely fluttering in the wind. Even in the presence of the diminutive Dolly, he showed no inclination to lower his gaze, maintaining an aloof demeanor as he looked down at the poorly disguised fur-clad creature before him. "Where's the medicine?" Dolly forced out her voice, tailored for negotiations. Though she still bore a youthful tone, it was a marked improvement from her previous kittenish timbre. "The medicine?" The man, named Chloe, paused momentarily, as if recalling the existence of such a thing. A strange smile began to curve his lips as he spoke slowly. "Ah, yes, the medicine." Dolly instinctively took 2 steps back, alarmed. You wouldn't be without it, would you? How foolish can you be? Have you really believed I possessed any medicine until now?" Chloe mocked her. After a brief silence under her small cloak, Dolly's voice, tinged with a nasal quality, emerged. "So, you've been deceiving me all along. There's no special medicine." Chloe regarded her coldly. "No, the medicine is real. I have heard of such an antidote in the kingdom of Goya, but why would you think I would have it?" "Really?" Dolly exclaimed, a spark of hope igniting within her. Chloe fell silent for 2 seconds, his expression gradually darkening. "You truly are a dim-witted creature." He adjusted his slipping glasses once more. "If you seek the medicine, then go ahead, if you can survive until that day." Unbeknownst to her, his hands had slipped into a pair of black clawed gloves, from which elongated, razor-sharp blades protruded like a terrifying nightmare, glinting ominously under the amber light. A sinister grin emerged between the claws. In an instant, Dolly's small cloak bulged outward. In the next moment, 2 figures seemed to blur. The air was filled with the sharp sound of slicing wind. When clarity returned, the two had exchanged positions, standing on each other's boats. Countless undercurrents surged back, causing the 2 small vessels to rock violently. Both parties turned in astonishment. Dolly was witnessing for the first time someone who could match her speed. Meanwhile, Chloe was taken aback, realizing that despite her youth, she could survive beneath his seemingly invincible shadow step. Truly, a remarkable fur-clad being. A glint of admiration flickered in his eyes. On land, he would likely struggle to subdue her, but alas. Chloe turned to Dolly, adjusting his glasses with a chilling tone. "Regrettably, everything is unfolding according to my design." The creaking of the wooden planks, overwhelmed by weight, echoed behind Dolly, causing her eyes to widen, her mind seemingly rusted as it slowly turned back. In the darkness, a massive pirate ship emerged like a ghostly specter, gliding ominously forth. A cold and triumphant smile spread across Crow's face as he delivered his final death sentence to Dolly. "You cannot escape, for tribe." The surface of the sea fell into a profound silence, broken only by the hollow whispers of the wind and a voice of confusion emanating from the pirate ship. "Oh?" The thick clouds were swept aside by the fierce gusts, revealing a full moon high in the sky. The massive pirate ship emerged from the shadows, slowly unveiling itself under the moonlight. At the ship's bow, a singularly beautiful tulip blossomed quietly upon the dark expanse of the ocean. It was not the anticipated Balak, and Crow's smile gradually faded. He gazed upward along the ship's hull, the moon hanging behind him, where a slender figure perched atop the tall mast, a long sword sheathed at their side, casting a dark silhouette against the brilliance of the moon. Dolly, filled with joy, leaped with delight. "Mo Jing, I'm here, meow." In her excitement, she switched to a playful kitten's voice. With a gentle bound, she leapt aboard the tulip, swiftly scaling the mast to reach Mo Jing's side. Hands on her hips, looking defiantly at the silent Crow, her tail wagging with exuberance. Mo Jing extended his hand, and dully placed the box containing the fruit into his palm. Clue watched this scene in silence. I should have anticipated this. How could Tortuga Island possibly host such a foolish cat? He adjusted his glasses and remarked, devoid of both sorrow and joy. It seems that these 3 years have indeed dulled my senses. Aren't you concerned? Mo Jing observed this man of strikingly different temperament with keen interest. The impression he gave was somewhat reminiscent of the eclectic star, Sasa. On the surface, they both bore the appearance of intellectuals and societal elites. Yet beneath that facade lay a starkly different reality. However, he possessed a sharper and colder demeanor than Sasa, exuding a more commanding presence. Unlike Clyak's cunning and decisiveness, nor the arrogance and vanity of Yalata, his composed exterior resembled an iceberg floating in the sea. The cold expression forever concealed the myriad of schemes lurking beneath the surface. Excitement gradually blossomed in Mo Jing's eyes. Pirates, how fascinating. Just when I thought the East Sea held no more intrigue, I never anticipated such a character lurking within. Worried? Why would I be? Crow, with a slightly hoarse voice, responded. Is it because that group of incompetents has been dealt with by you? He coldly remarked. They cannot even perform their patrol duties properly. I shall execute them myself without needing your intervention. Mo Jing couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, what an unrepentant scoundrel. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. He rose from the mast, gently grasping the hilt of his sword. A faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded Kalu. When I sever your head shortly, I trust my thoughts will be particularly clear. As the last 4 words echoed, his figure leaped into the moonlight. His gray coat unfurled, resembling a butterfly, gracefully spinning in midair. A gleaming silver blade emerged, trailing from its sheath as he spun. Floating sky, vast ocean, horizons flow. It appeared as though a river had been drawn from the sword's sheath. The sudden surge of blade energy descended with Mo Jing's strike. Boom. 2 small boats were instantly obliterated, colossal waves rising, only to be devoured by the dark sea. Even the massive tulip struggled amidst the tumultuous waters. Since his ascension to the rank of sword master, Mo Jing's most significant advancement lay in his mastery and manipulation of blade energy. Now, with a full-force strike, he could effortlessly sever a single-masted sailing vessel spanning over 10 meters. To this end, he had developed numerous new techniques. For instance, the floating sky. Vast ocean series waves of chaos evolved into a more concentrated and powerful variant called raging tide. At this moment, Horizon's flow was a technique he devised out of frustration over swordsman's lack of medium to long-range offensive capabilities. Its sole effect was to extend the blade energy along the sword's edge, unleashing it with the strike to achieve a more expansive swordsmanship effect. Mo Jing descended from midair, landing on the damp deck of the Tulip, which had already been washed over by the splashes of the previous waves. He gazed towards the bow of the ship, where Klo, with his hands hanging limply, had appeared at some point, furrowing his brow as he regarded Mo Jing. When did such a monster emerge from the East Sea? His voice was slow and grave. However, Mo Jing had no intention of offering an explanation. A smile played upon his lips as he lunged forward with his blade. The resplendent light of the sword descended like a crescent moon. It was straight and resolute, as if it could cleave through the very fabric of existence. What began as an unremarkable strike sent a chill through Klo, who, employing the shadow step, instantly vanished from sight. The tip of the blade lightly grazed the ground. And with a tearing sound, a fissure stretched from the deck to the bow. The magnificent tulip splintered, revealing a massive crack. Mo Jing, however, did not cast a glance. Lightly retreating his left foot, his center of gravity flowing like water, as he abruptly drew back, a sharp glint of the blade flashing. In a swift motion, he pivoted and executed a horizontal slash. Another resounding crack of splintering wood echoed. Yet, there was no one. In the next heartbeat, the blade flashed again. Still no one. Slash, slash, slash. The unintentional release of blade energy crisscrossed the deck, nearly shattering the entire main deck. For a moment, the main deck buzzed with activity, akin to a demolition site. Bang! The door to the captain's quarters was thrust open with force. The combat on the deck momentarily halted. The blade in Mo Jing's hand paused momentarily as the breathless Clue appeared at the edge of the deck. Both turned simultaneously to glance at the entrance of the captain's quarters. Captain Tulips of the Tulip pirate crew emerged, his countenance aflame with fury, only to be met by 2 piercing glares brimming with murderous intent. The chilling aura nearly paralyzed him. Trembling, he fell to his knees. Having spent several minutes cultivating fragrant words, yet all that escaped his lips were 5 feeble words. Gentlemen, please be lenient. tears welling in his eyes. He leaned against the door, murmuring, "It hurts." The pirates behind him dragged their ineffectual captain back into the quarters, while a pirate clad in yellow and green cautiously poked his head out, trembling yet attempting a smile, saying, "Please, continue. Don't hold back." Bang! The door slammed shut. With these ruffians' interruption, Mo Jing's desire to continue the assault waned. Instead, he regarded Clue with an unusual gaze, or rather, his gaze was fixated on Clue's feet. He was not mistaken. This was indeed a worthy adversary. The opponent's speed of movement was astonishing, nearly surpassing the limits of perception. He had to rely on his heightened senses, honed to perfection after attaining mastery in swordsmanship, to gauge the opponent's position. Moreover, Clue's speed was not innate. If Mo Jing's observations were correct, the opponent was evidently employing some peculiar acceleration technique, much like his own swordsmanship. It could perhaps be categorized as a form of martial arts. This peculiar skill rendered Mo Jing's attacks largely ineffective. Although his slashing speed could match or even exceed Clue's movement, the moment Clue sensed an attack in his direction, he would promptly evade, leaving Mo Jing in a state of helplessness. This was what one would call the art of retreat and advance. The opponent could not harm him, yet he found himself incapable of landing a blow on Clue. At this moment, Mo Jing seemed to perceive another contender akin to a Yalada type. Albeit this time the opponent excelled in swiftness. If only he could possess such speed. His heart ignited with fervor, and a plethora of ingenious ideas regarding swordsmanship flooded his mind. However, he soon gently shook his head, momentarily suppressing these thoughts. For Claw had once again vanished from sight. Mo Jing took a deep breath, his senses swiftly attuned to the movements of his opponent. To prolong the encounter would undoubtedly lead to his defeat, for the adversary's strategy was exceedingly taxing on stamina. Yet, Mo Jing exhibited no intention of delay. He aimed to decipher Clue's rapid maneuvers, much like he had unraveled the mysteries of Yalada's slippery fruit. Only then could it be deemed a true challenge, could it not? A thrill of excitement danced at the corners of his mouth. The air on the deck was tumultuous, with faint footsteps echoing from all directions. Mo Jing's expression remained focused, yet the blade in his right hand was sheathed. Deciphering Clue's lethal maneuvers was not an insurmountable challenge, although Clue possessed remarkable speed. His offensive techniques paled in comparison to his physical prowess, akin to Yarlita, whose flamboyant skills resulted in a meager output of 0.5. As a master of swordsmanship, Mo Jing's greatest strength lay in his output. While he could not match Clue's speed, his strikes could certainly keep pace. Therefore, all that was required was to extend the blade's radiance once more. Indeed, it was the previously unveiled technique, the sky flow. However, this technique bore a significant flaw. It necessitated a buildup of 1 to 2 seconds. Clue seemed to have an inkling of this, as he had yet to allow Mo Jing to pinpoint his location, displaying an unnerving patience. Both were exceptional hunters, striving to exploit their respective advantages in this life-and-death confrontation, seeking to gain even the slightest upper hand. Yet, Clue's astuteness surpassed Yarlita's. He was acutely aware of his advantages and Mo Jing's vulnerabilities. He understood that although this opponent wielded formidable swordsmanship, he lacked the speed to match his own and was still merely human. As long as he was human, he could be injured, bleed, and ultimately perish. Thus, Clue believed he had the opportunity to eliminate Mo Jing. For the time being, that was his conviction. He awaited a moment, a lapse in his opponent's focus or a delayed reaction. Just like now, his body swayed gently. Spoon. At the very moment Mo Jing was sheathing his sword, the subtle sound of footsteps around him abruptly vanished. Clue had completely disappeared. Simultaneously, the hairs on the back of Mo Jing's neck stood on end. His eyes widened in alarm as his body instinctively drew the sword to the side of his face. Clang! A violent shower of sparks erupted from the blade. A cacophony of sound waves reverberated outward, threatening to shatter one's sanity. Clue's cold visage gradually came into focus. Mere palm's breadth from Mo Jing. The belated pressure of wind swept through, causing Mo Jing's hair to billow backward. The spine of the sword nearly grazed his face. 5 shallow lines of blood emerged along his cheek. Amidst the scattering sparks, Mo Jing gritted his teeth, steadfast in his stance. Yet, he was forced to slide back half a step by the terrifying impact. This was not solely the opponent's strength, but the kinetic energy propelled by his astonishing speed. Such terrifying velocity. Nevertheless, Mo Jing felt no trepidation. Rather, his eyes shimmered with a savage and exhilarating delight. Like the malevolence that could no longer be concealed in the depths of a dark ocean, he slowly raised his gaze to Chloe's vacant eyes, as if welcoming him into the range of his strikes. This was a bold gambit. If Chloe dared to grant him a second or two to gather his strength, he would face the relentless onslaught of the sky flow, an unassailable assault from all angles. Yet, should he dare to launch an attack during this fleeting moment, as long as Mo Jing successfully parries the strike, his chances of escape would be utterly extinguished. The only unexpected element was that Chloe could still unleash an even greater velocity. Fortunately, Mo Jing's battle instincts prevailed. He successfully blocked the blow. Of course, one might argue that luck was not on Mo Jing's side, for Chloe appeared to be in a dazed state when executing this maneuver. The opportunity to strike Mo Jing first was purely a stroke of fortune. In the next instant, Chloe sensed a sudden lightness in the force of his clawed blades, as a refreshing stream of water enveloped his form. Floating sky, vast ocean, fish swimming. A cool sensation washed over his skin, reminiscent of seawater soaking into his flesh. Chloe's scalp tingled, and without hesitation, he activated the shadowless step to retreat. However, no matter how swift he was at that moment, he could not outpace the radiance of Mo Jing's sword. Gentle waves of water cascaded softly towards Chloe's legs. At that very moment, a lead bullet hurtled forth from the darkness beyond the tulip, targeting none other than Mo Jing. With a focused gaze, Mo Jing pivoted the blade in his hand and executed a sideways slash. Crack, crack. The lead bullet, cleaved in two, fell onto the deck, producing a crisp sound. A flicker of anger surged from within his eyes. He detested interruptions during battle. In the very next second after severing the lead bullet, he leapt towards the edge of the deck, gripping his sword with both hands, and swung fiercely in the direction from whence the bullet had come. In an instant, the side of the ship glowed as a crescent-shaped, terrifying blade of azure light flickered and vanished. It stirred up an uncontainable torrent of air, plunging into the abyss of darkness. In the distance, it seemed that the sound of splintering wood and a scream resonated, yet within the shadows, nothing was visible. Mo Jing let out a cold snort, turning his gaze towards Chloe. Chloe did not seize the favorable opportunity to attack just moments ago. It was not due to a lack of courage. Rather, he found himself unable to do so. Two pools of blood streamed down his legs, staining the deck crimson. Though Mo Jing hadn't managed to completely sever his limbs earlier, the essence of the fish swimming technique in swordsmanship lies in its swift and nimble rapid slashes. The moment it was unleashed, he had already sliced through the ligaments between the opponent's bones. However, prioritizing speed over force meant the ligaments weren't completely severed. Instead, it was Crow's subsequent shadowless steps that caused the wounds to rupture, severely damaging the ligaments. Now, even if they weren't completely torn, they were undoubtedly on the verge of snapping. Mo Jing paid no heed to the gasping Chloe, who knelt on the ground in distress. Instead, he first called forth a group of pirates from the Tulip pirate crew, instructing them to investigate the direction from which the lead bullets had come. Only then did he gradually approach Chloe's position. A petite figure leaped down from the mast and swiftly climbed onto Mo Jing's back, adding a weight to his shoulder. Mo Jing tilted his head and beheld a small cat perched upon his shoulder, wearing an expression of utter nonchalance. "Dolly," he exclaimed. Well, his shoulder had become either a perch for birds or a climbing frame for cats. He had grown accustomed to it. He approached Chloe, who sat despondently on the ground, his tattered clothing soaked in blood, having long since lost his fighting spirit. Chloe rasped, "Have you come to mock me?" Then, lost in his own thoughts, he let out a hollow laugh. 3 years of mundane existence have indeed rendered me navi. Mo Jing remained silent, merely gazing at him with an inscrutable expression in his pitch-black eyes. Chloe, with his bloodied hand raised, struggled to adjust his glasses, and as he looked up, he caught sight of the bloodstains on Mo Jing's face fading in the flickering light. His expression gradually morphed into one of malice, a devil fruit. He seethed through gritted teeth, another fruit user. It was one thing to have that straw-hatted brat ruin his painstaking 3-year plan, but why? In such a short span of days, was he confronted with a second wielder of the devil fruit? This legendary treasure of the sea, which had only ever existed in tales throughout his 30-plus years, how had it suddenly clustered in this insignificant place, the East Sea? He was on the verge of obtaining a devil fruit himself, just a hair's breadth away. He cast a vicious glare at the cat perched on Mo Jing's shoulder. Dolly immediately hid her head behind Mo Jing. After being defeated by that foolish straw hat wearer, Chloe had spent considerable time in reflection, pondering why his 3 years of scheming had culminated in failure. Was it mere bad luck? Partly. But ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of strength. One single devil fruit had nullified over 20 years of his arduous training. He had once believed his formidable speed would suffice. Yet it felt utterly inadequate against the bizarre abilities of devil fruit users. What was it like to turn one's body into rubber? And this fellow before him? He couldn't even discern the nature of his powers. If only he too possessed a devil fruit. Chloe chuckled darkly, his raspy voice echoing with menace. You lot, if I too had a devil fruit, I would eventually obliterate every last one of you. Annihilate you all. He erupted into maniacal laughter. Yet, Mo Jing regarded him with eyes filled with pity. So this is how you think? Chloe met Mo Jing's gaze defiantly, his eyes cold as ice. In truth, he still had one final strike left. He was merely awaiting the moment Mo Jing approached, relaxed enough to speak. Until he witnessed the wounds on Mo Jing's face heal spontaneously. It dawned on him then that he had never possessed even the slightest chance of victory. Accursed devil fruit user. Despair washed over him completely. At that moment, he saw Mo Jing extend his hand towards Dolly. The box, please. Dolly hesitated for a moment before retrieving the box containing the coveted devil fruit that Mo Jing had forgotten on the mast, placing it in his hand. What are you going to do now? Humiliate me? Chloe laughed darkly. Show off your devil fruit? Just as he was about to forcefully spit out a mouthful of blood, he heard the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. The box containing the devil fruit he longed for was tossed from the hands of that detestable fruit user, rolling twice before landing right in front of him. Now, all he had to do was reach out to grasp that box. Chloe was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Mo Jing with incredulity. What are you doing? He inquired. Soon, a flicker of understanding crossed his features, and he let out a derisive laugh. I see now. This is an empty box. You have been concealing the true devil fruit all along. However, his expression shifted again as he furrowed his brow, shaking his head. No. The cat didn't actually steal the devil fruit, did it? This is merely an empty box, which explains why the auction house has yet to release any news. Chloe's voice dwindled, his emotions oscillating between joy and sorrow, as he realized that the clever manipulator he prided himself on had, in turn, been outwitted by his opponent's cunning design. Mo Jing gazed at the increasingly twisted figure lying on the ground, his brows gradually arching in realization. What a splendid idea. How had he not thought of such a brilliant strategy? By having Dory disseminate false information to lure those coveting the devil fruits into a trap. He could then reap the rewards all at once. Not only would he strike a blow against evil, but he would also acquire souls, all while contributing to the stability of the black market. Truly, a triple triumph. It was simply exquisite. Ahem. Forcefully reigned in his increasingly errant thoughts. The pressing matters at hand demanded his attention. He cast a glance at the lost-in-thought Chloe, drawing forth his weapon. The sound of the blade scraping against its sheath jolted Chloe back to reality. He lowered his head, staring vacantly at the deck, calmly accepting his impending demise. Suddenly, a flash of steel whizzed past him. Chloe slightly raised his gaze, only to discover that the crate before him had been cleaved open, revealing a fruit, entirely pink and adorned with twisted patterns, rolling out from within. His eyes gradually widened. A devil fruit. It was indeed a devil fruit. Yet, inexplicably, he felt no thrill at its proximity. What he so ardently desired lay within reach, yet instead of joy, an icy dread enveloped him. Why was he compelled to act this way? Devil. A word surged through his mind. What devil fruit? The man before him was the true embodiment of a demon. What was his intention? The frigid sea breeze swept in from the pitch-black night, chilling his heart to the core. Simultaneously, he heard his voice. Eat it. Chloe questioned his own ears, gazing at with a strange expression. What did you say? I said, the cold blade pressed against his neck, voice colder than the steel. Consume this devil fruit. Now, at once. Do not compel me to force it down your throat. His eyes resembled two profound whirlpools, devoid of any emotion. Chloe's complexion shifted from ashen to a deep crimson, veins throbbing on his forehead, as bloodshot eyes seemed poised to burst forth. He was being coerced, forced to eat a devil fruit. His lips quivered open, unleashing an enraged roar. You scoundrel! As a pirate, I too possess dignity. Thud! His head was driven into the ground, silencing him. You, a mere wretch, dare to speak of dignity? Does that not render my own dignity utterly trivial? Mo Jing furrowed his brow. He crouched down, picked up the slippery fruit, and forcefully stuffed it into his mouth. Chloe struggled, roaring in fury, as tears began to well up in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks. He had never anticipated that one day he would humiliate himself by consuming a devil fruit in such a manner. Thud! Mo Jing's foot pressed firmly against the deck, while Chloe's visage slipped away from beneath him. He felt an unfamiliar and potent force coursing through him, yet not a trace of joy stirred within his heart. Under Mo Jing's calm gaze, he steadied himself against the railing, rising inch by inch. Each word articulated as if to roar his anguish from the depths of his soul. I must kill you, fool. Mo Jing merely shook his head, wielding his weapon of vengeance with lethal precision. Meanwhile, aboard the darkened ship, the Black Cat pirate cruise vessel, chaos erupted amidst the clamor of battle. Akin stood atop one of the formidable Catman brothers, arms crossed over his chest, observing the fray below on the main deck. The first mate, named Zango, mentioned in the intelligence reports, was nowhere to be found. Aside from that, all members of the Black Cat pirate crew were present. The Fish Five in a faction of the Tulip Pirates had amalgamated, engaging in fierce combat. Akin's primary focus remained on the Fish Five. This was their preliminary evaluation, as the captain had indicated. Akin grasped the implication. In order to navigate the Grand Line, the Fish Five must enhance their prowess, a task entrusted to him by the captain, who now scrutinized their individual strengths. Nothing reveals a person's essence more starkly than the struggle between life and death. A golden thread descended from the heavens, landing upon Akin's head. Zue peeked out, observing Akin as he scribbled on a piece of paper. "Stay vigilant, Zue," Akin remarked while writing. "Ensure those five don't truly perish." With a flash, Zue transformed into a streak of fire, darting above the battlefield. Meanwhile, Akin furrowed his brow, studying his notes, as if confronting a perplexing conundrum. After a prolonged moment, he could not help but exclaim, "Truly, those who followed the captain earliest are indeed exceptional talents." Nicholas Christine, the ship's cook, stood nearly 6 feet tall, towering over most aboard. Regrettably, he possessed a timid disposition. Although he lacked the courage to confront enemies head-on, he was easily frightened. Akin observed Nicholas, who was frantically dodging while clutching his head, inadvertently knocking over both foes and comrades in his path. Shaking his head, Akin inscribed the words "Build Courage" beneath Nicholas's name. Glancing at his burgeoning physique, he added the term "Foundation" and circled it. His gaze shifted. Starsa, as the shipwright. This seemingly refined individual in a suit was paradoxically one of the most adept fighters among the Fish Five. His primary method of attack involved skirting the edges of the battlefield, utilizing a crossbow he had ingeniously crafted from his carpentry skills, and in close combat. He wielded a hammer to deliver forceful blows to his adversaries' heads. Regrettably, his evasive maneuvers were somewhat sluggish, and his stamina was merely average. Akin inscribed the word "Foundation" beneath his name, scratching his head with the pen, then hesitantly added more reading, followed by a question mark. Next, Eden Betchiel. This individual was indeed a heavyweight, standing at a mere 1.40 meters, yet he had an affinity for leaping to deliver kicks. Akin cast a glance at the pirates below, clutching their groins and writhing in agony, and a smirk tugged at his lips. According to Eden himself, this was his unique kicking technique honed over 18 years, originally capable of striking only at the knee, but now proficient in delivering devastating blows. Foundation. Akin skillfully pinned these two characters, hesitated for 2 seconds, then wrote "growth," only to hastily blacken it out and replace it with another kicking technique. Perhaps the old Manjapu's teachings could accompany him. Lastly, there was Gaffadal. As the ship's gunner, this girl puzzled him. Though not tall, she was remarkably energetic. Akin observed her dashing from the left side of the ship to the right, seizing a fallen enemy's weapon, then returning to the fray. He could not fathom her thoughts. Her fighting style was to wield whatever was at hand. A true master of weapons in a whimsical sense. Occasionally, she would engage in seemingly nonsensical movements. Akin bit the end of his pen and inscribed "Weapon" in Foundation. He exhaled in relief, reminiscing about his time with the Clark Pirates. Surrounded by a sea of indistinguishable rogues, any one of these four would stand out in that crowd. Wait for? Akin furrowed his brows, counting one by one, until he noticed the empty slot for New Year's Eve. He inhaled sharply. If one were to assess who among the five possessed the greatest potential, Akin would unequivocally advocate for New Year's Eve, the seemingly ordinary yet genuinely sincere fellow. His presence was so understated that sometimes, during meals aboard, the crew would forget to call him. Only Nikolai, who was not particularly inclined to engage in deep thought, appeared to have developed muscle memory, consistently preparing an extra portion of food. It was only upon seeing this surplus that they would remember him. The assassin Akin unhesitatingly wrote these two characters, ensuring to append Foundation. In his view, the foundation of this motley crew was lacking and in need of enhancement. After completing his analysis, Akin carefully folded the draft paper and tucked it into his pocket, retrieved his weapon, and leaped off the main deck. 2 iron balls spun around him with a whoosh. It was time to conclude the battle. He plunged into the fray, a sharp clang resonating above as Zui joined the battlefield. Unlike Zui, Akin harbored an additional reverence for Mo Jing. For those slain by him, and Zui would manifest invisible white orbs, visible only to them, which would naturally be absorbed, transforming into the captain's power. Mo Jing had already explained everything to him in private, which only deepened his reverence. After all, even in the wondrous world of One Piece, few possess the power to control human souls, let alone harvest souls as Mo Jing does. This is the dominion of the Grim Reaper. Soon, the Black Cat pirates found themselves devoid of any standing members. The pirates of the Tulip Pirates cheered as they stormed the ship's cabin, eagerly searching for treasures. Ajin, meanwhile, directed the panting crew of misfits, steering the vessel towards a distant glimmer of light. As the winds and waves began to rise, the 2 pirate ships gradually drew closer, with the Tulip heading back, towing the 100 schemes, Black Rock. Within the captain's quarters, the motley crew and Ajin once again beheld Mo Jing and the slumbering Dolly curled up on a nearby chair. Mo Jing reclined in his chair, gazing absently at his palm. The weapon of vengeance lay upon the table beside him, accompanied by a starkly pale arm. From Ajin's perspective, it was evident that Mo Jing held a swirling orb of pink light in his hand, continuously manifesting distorted patterns. It was presumably the soul of Captain Klo. Ajin felt no surprise in his heart. Indeed, Klo was dead. Mo Jing exerted little effort. Once again confronting the slippery fruit, he possessed a considerable array of countermeasures. He wielded his weapon, the Revenge, like a club, enveloping it with sword energy. Anyone who came into contact would be propelled away by the shockwave of the sword's force. The 2 swords of Mo Jing sent Kwa flying into the sea, and then, employing his level 10 swimming skills, he imparted a lesson on the inherent flaws of the devil fruit. The tuition fee is now firmly in his grasp. He gazed at the orb in his hand, identical to the previous iron rod, soul of Yalata. Mo Jing felt quite satisfied. The soul of Kuro, a treasure indeed. Soul quantity, 5,000. This journey was not in vain. The fact that both possessed a soul quantity of 5,000 led Mo Jing to ponder deeply. It is noteworthy that the soul of Yalata, the iron rod, also bears a soul quantity of 5,000. However, if one were to strip away the abilities granted by the slippery fruit, it was evident that Yalata would not stand a chance against Kuro. Based on the patterns Mo Jing had deduced from past encounters, the soul quantity is contingent upon the strength of the entity itself. Following this logic, whether or not one possesses a fruit, Kuro's soul quantity should, in theory, far surpass that of Yalata. Yet, the reality is that both totals stand at 5,000. This figure acts as a threshold, not the limit of human capacity, but rather the utmost potential achievable by the devil fruit. Thus, does it imply that the devil fruit harbors a soul as well? Mo Jing gazed at the soul orb in his hand, recalling the connection he had forged with the slippery fruit during its refinement. Gradually, a frown began to form on his brow. Previously, he had attempted to incinerate the tulip of tulips, yet it had yielded no connection, nor did it grant him a soul, leaving only a pile of ashes and a sorrowful individual. But why was the devil fruit so remarkably different? Mo Jing could not help but speculate that perhaps the true essence of the devil fruit is not a fruit imbued with magical powers, but rather a manifestation of the soul, akin to his own soul weapon. If this were indeed the case, could he not directly forge the devil fruit? Not by extracting it from the soul of a fruit user, but rather through the transformation of ordinary souls into the devil fruit? Within the recesses of his mind, knowledge regarding the alchemy of souls rapidly unfolded, perhaps due to his intense focus and immersion in thought. He was completely unaware that his pupils had transformed into 2 profound black vortices. A flame ignited upon the soul mark in the palm of his left hand, resembling the color of blood, slowly flowing forth. After an indeterminate passage of time, he regained his senses, only to find his surroundings impeccably clear. In the captain's quarters, all crew members had distanced themselves from him, nearly pressing against the wooden walls in a state of punishment. "What are you doing?" Mo Jing queried, puzzled as he scanned the room. Eden, trembling, stammered, "Captain, you were quite terrifying just now. I felt as though you were about to kill me." Mo Jing chuckled softly, yet after surveying the faces of those around him, the smile gradually faded from his countenance. Was my aura truly so terrifying? He inquired of Ajin. Ajin swallowed hard and nodded. During those fleeting minutes, he felt that the figure seated before him was no longer the familiar captain. but rather a mere shell resembling the captain, within which flowed not human essence, but divine presence. After hearing Jin's account, Mo Jing's gaze fell upon the mark imprinted in his palm. Soul Refinement LV 51. This revelation unfolded vividly in his mind. The prolonged cultivation of a soul that did not belong to the realm of souls had finally propelled him a step further in soul refinement. Although it was merely a single-level increase, he could distinctly perceive that his soul refinement was undergoing a qualitative transformation, rendering it more attuned to this world. Perhaps it was the influence of his enhanced abilities. He mused, and when he lifted his head again, a familiar smile graced his face. "Come, sit down, and recount to me the events of this evening." The others exchanged glances and gathered around. In truth, prior to Jin and the others' return, the pirates from the Tulip pirate crew had already come back from their search. The arm adjacent to Chi Sha was a result of their investigation, discovered upon a shattered plank of wood. Alas, the identity of the assailant, their motives, and even their survival remained shrouded in uncertainty, for within the black market, there were far too many pirates oblivious to the nature of their own actions. Mo Jing harbored no interest in the tale of the arm behind him. Perhaps it was a conspiracy, or merely a spontaneous assault. Regardless of the truth lurking behind the scenes, there would inevitably come a day when he would confront it face to face. At that moment, he would simply eliminate the threat. Strength is the very foundation upon which one must stand in this world. With a flick of his palm, he tightened his grip on the soul within his grasp. Soul refinement activated. Soul capacity maximized. Soul consumption, 7,500. As the proficiency of soul refinement increased, the consumption of soul energy markedly diminished. Moreover, the Black Cap pirates had recently replenished his supply with a bounty of souls, allowing him to temporarily evade the plight of scarcity. Nevertheless, even with this reprieve, he would find himself in a precarious position after this refinement. Perhaps it was time to contemplate the method of offering his life as a recommendation to Chloe. Lost in thought, the process of soul refinement concluded. The trembling left hand beneath the table finally stilled, and Mo Jing emitted a sound of satisfaction. A cascade of information materialized in his mind. A. Slippery fruit. B. Martial arts, footwork, crystal, close. C. Medium agility crystals 2D. Hypocrisy, round glasses. E. Weapon, ability of slippery fruit. F. Trait, heart of a viper. A smile graced Mo Jing's face. Indeed, the devil fruit enhances the quality of the items forged. Moreover, with the advancement of his soul forging ability, he not only gained an additional forging option but also infused greater individuality into the creation of soul weapons. Now, he could not only specify the shape of the weapon but also imbue it with the powers of the fruit. As he perused the list, the slippery fruit and medium agility crystal were familiar acquaintances. The item he anticipated the most was martial arts, footwork, Chloe. Remembering Chloe's terrifying speed and agile figure, he realized that if he mastered Chloe's techniques, he would no longer lack swift means to approach his foes. He had grown weary of the agony of being unable to catch up to anyone. This was likely the very dream of every swordsman with short reach. In his mind, several models of high-speed sword techniques began to take shape, yet he patiently continued his exploration. The item Hypocrisy, a soul accessory, possessed an intriguing effect. It could make the wearer perpetually appear virtuous. This meant that even if one were to commit heinous acts, merciless and lounging upon mountains of corpses while basking in a sea of blood, donning these spectacles would lead others to think, how could it possibly be Gigi's fault? Gigi is such a good person. It must be those others who are deserving of their fate. Mo Jing inhaled sharply, realizing that this was already encroaching upon the realm of affecting the spirits of those around him. Perhaps if he donned these spectacles and ventured to the naval headquarters to slay a celestial dragon, the Navy would fight tooth and nail to protect him. However, it is more likely that they would reluctantly imprison him, awaiting his execution come autumn. The sole drawback of these glasses is their propensity to slip down. One must constantly readjust them to ensure they remain perched upon the bridge of the nose. Mo Jing reluctantly relinquished his aspirations, for he had no desire to be a paragon of virtue, fearing that he might be deceived by those unscrupulous pirates, which would undoubtedly lead to his distress. Next, the weapon. Within the cabin, Jin held a piece of manuscript paper, diligently presenting his assessment of the 5 miscellaneous fish. As Mo Jing listened, he found himself momentarily lost in a reverie, imagining the sensation of wielding a sword imbued with the powers of the slippery fruit. His expression soured, resembling one who had just tasted something foul. The 5 ragtag crew members, observing their captain's demeanor, felt a tightening in their chests, sensing his dissatisfaction. and silently vowed to train diligently henceforth. In truth, however, Mo Jing was merely repulsed by the very notion of such a weapon. How could one possibly grip such a thing? Even if soul forging graciously provided him with a manageable hilt, what use would a frictionless blade serve? It would be utterly ineffective against an opponent's weapon, slipping away with every strike. No matter how sharp the edge, it still possesses a surface area. The prowess of water droplets lies not only in their intrinsic structure, but also in the crucial element of high kinetic energy. If Mo Jing could attain such energy, why would he opt for any blade at all? The slippery fruit was hardly worth a dog's attention. Mo Jing shifted his focus to the final trait. Heart of a viper. The effect is that when devising a plan, one is more likely to entertain dark thoughts and malicious schemes. Skipping ahead. Ultimately, body technique, footwork, crystal, CLO emerged in his mind, transforming into countless experiences that surged within him. At the same time, as he summarized, refined, and theorized his swordsmanship, which had already ascended to level 16, it grew rapidly like a tree nourished to its fullest, branching out and sprouting in all directions. Mo Jing closed his eyes. As Ajin concluded his report, everyone turned their gaze towards Mo Jing, only to find him with his eyes shut, seemingly asleep, a gentle smile gracing his face. Ajin gestured for silence, and the crew followed him out of the captain's quarters with muted movements. The ship rocked gently, as if cradled back in a mother's embrace. By the time the Tulip returned to Tortuga Island, it was already deep into the night. Since Mo Jing had yet to awaken, the crew opted to remain aboard for the night, while Tulips disembarked the members of the Tulip pirate crew, choosing to stay with the first mate and a few others on the ship. Gradually, the cabin was filled with the chorus of snores. The night stretched on, and the weary pirates succumbed to slumber. However, not far from them, in the black market, two individuals found themselves unable to sleep. Inside a cramped wooden shack, a naval spy, missing an arm, bit down on a towel as he painfully tended to his injury. Hours earlier, upon receiving a request from Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division, he hastily set out with a camera. Although he failed to locate anyone in the upscale residential area, he learned of Mo Jing and his crew's departure. Initially planning to seek another opportunity the following day, he unexpectedly stumbled upon the hurriedly departing Tulip pirate crew in a chaotic tavern. As an elite trained by the Navy headquarters, he keenly sensed that the events were likely connected to Mo Jing, prompting him to return home for his firearm and discreetly follow the Tulip, witnessing the entire transaction unfold. He even climbed aboard the ship to capture a clandestine photograph. Then, in a habitual attempt to assassinate, he never anticipated that this single shot would nearly cost him his life. Had he not acquired a modicum of the shaving technique, he would have already perished. Damn that monster. The naval spy cursed inwardly. With such power, why linger in a small place like the East Sea? He should hasten to the Grand Line. He dared not seek out a black market doctor, fearing that the trail would lead back to him. He resolved to remain hidden for several days. However, the emergence of such a formidable individual in the East Sea must be reported. He had heard that Vice Admiral Karp was returning to escort criminals. Perhaps he could enlist Karp's assistance to eradicate this budding menace. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he gritted his teeth against the pain, rose from his bed, and retrieved a transponder snail. Just as he was about to dial Colonel Mouse's number, he hesitated. He had heard much about Mouse's methods. While he could usually turn a blind eye, he now felt a strong premonition that if he did not eliminate this pirate named Mo Jing before he could grow stronger, he would surely cause even greater chaos in the future. Should he contact the intelligence department of the Navy headquarters? No, he would call Vice Admiral Karp directly. He clenched his right fist. Having witnessed the depths of darkness in the black market, the young spy deemed Vice Admiral Karp a hero of the Navy, far more trustworthy than the Navy headquarters itself. However, in order to directly contact Colonel Karp, he still needed to relay all the gathered information about Mo Jing. He unsteadily rose to his feet, making his way to the corner of the partition, straining to push aside a wooden frame, revealing the concealed floor beneath. After attempting various maneuvers, he finally managed to ascend the ladder with one hand while using his mouth to compensate for the other, successfully descending into the basement. The room fell into a profound silence. A few minutes later, a puddle of feline fluid crept in through the narrow gap beneath the door. After a brief interval, the naval spy painfully emerged from the basement. As he pondered when to procure a substitute, he suddenly looked up, his expression shifting from bewilderment to shock. "Where's my phone bug?" His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Not only was the phone bug missing, But the entire room appeared as though it had been thoroughly ransacked, with various valuables vanished without a trace. Even the sheets had been discarded. And one of his shoes was nowhere to be found. Had they been robbed? Of all times now? In just a few minutes? He plopped down onto the floor, his mind a chaotic swirl. Meanwhile, aboard the Tulip, a petite figure spread out the bloodied sheets, with Dolly proudly standing with hands on hips, gazing at Ajin and Xingsa. These are all treasures collected by the Miaos. Ajin tossed aside a pale, severed arm, observing the assortment of items that should never be found in the possession of pirates, gradually furrowing his brow. The captain is in trouble now. Perhaps he is about to gain notoriety. Sitting beside him, Xingsa gently adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Let us see how the captain handles this. Ajin picked up the phone bug and set it aside. Although Mo Jing was indifferent, as a subordinate, Ajin could not simply ignore the severed hand. After discussing matters with the motley crew, he ultimately adopted Xingsa's plan. At the same moment, on the other side of the black market, deep within the rare treasures auction house, another individual was engaged in a marathon of phone calls. Dake, how many times must I say it? It is impossible. Can you imagine Adam not appearing at my auction? I would be doomed. A weary voice echoed through the phone bug. Dake bent his arm into a circle, bringing the receiver to his mouth and shouting, "Spare me the chatter. I will buy it with money, damn it. Don't forget you still owe me a favor." The phone bug's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly displeased. I'm not saying this to be rude, Dake, but do you really have that much belly to offer? I believe Dufeld is no longer willing to lend you money. I could put the auction house on the line. Dake retorted. That joke is hardly amusing, Dake. The Don Quixote family is not so benevolent. One call after another was made, each met with failure. Ultimately, Dika slumped onto the sofa, despairingly gazing at the ceiling. Upon realizing that he could not procure the slippery fruit, he promptly began gathering the items that desired. However, some things cannot be acquired merely through desire, such as the precious atom tree. He had exhausted all his efforts, but still could not secure the final batch of ship materials. What was he to do? Everyone was a rogue, and he doubted that would show him any mercy. Backed by the Don Quixote family, he was not particularly intimidated by his prowess. After all, could anyone rival the might of his employer? Yet, the auction contract was firmly in his hands. Should decide to submit the contract to the black market, their auction house would inevitably be supplanted by another force. In such a case, according to the Don Quixote family's rules, he would meet a grim fate. As for embezzling funds, compensating, or purchasing from other auction houses, such actions would surely be discovered by the higher-ups. Hundreds of millions of belly was no trivial sum. It could cost him his life multiple times over. The simplest solution would be to eliminate in his cohorts. Yet, he couldn't even manage to dispose of who was close to. He stared wide-eyed at the ceiling for a long while, when suddenly, a spark of realization jolted him upright. Escape. He must flee. If he did not act swiftly, it would be too late. He hastily dragged out a suitcase, frantically stuffing his clothes inside. Suddenly, he paused, slowly sitting back down. No, he could not simply flee. He needed to shift the blame elsewhere. Otherwise, he would not escape the Don Quixote family's pursuit. With a gloomy expression, he sat on the sofa, his joints forming an M shape as he rested his chin in the middle. The humiliation he suffered earlier that day in the upscale residential area flashed through his mind. His expression darkened. That damned individual desires more, does he? Very well. I shall grant you the entire auction house. Let us see if you can withstand it. He mused, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Just a wall away, a man clad in a bodyguard uniform pocketed his black phone bug, turning to depart, silently vanishing into the pitch-black corridor. The following morning, emerged from the captain's quarters, feeling refreshed, and the others were eager to share the events of the previous night, but upon seeing him, they froze in surprise. What was amiss? Observing their expressions, instinctively touched his face and glanced at his still pristine attire. There was nothing wrong. Yet, it felt as though the captain was somewhat different from before, mused. Stroking his chin uncertainly, the motley crew all wore expressions of agreement. Was he indeed different? Mo Jing glanced at the information in his mind. Name, Mo Jing. Age, 20. Race, undead. Strength, D. Agility, D. Physique, D. Intelligence, D. Soul ability. Undying curse. Skills, Soul Refinement LV 51. Initial Flame LV 11. Swordsmanship LV 18. Master of Swordsmanship. Swimming LV 10. Shooting LV 1. Body Technique, Footwork, LV 10. Master. Traits, Dark Ring 1. Initial Flame. Rhythm of Water. Deep Breathing. Primal Instinct. Indeed, things were different. Tulips interlaced his fingers, his right foot anxiously tapping against the ground, his brow furrowed. After a few moments, he suddenly rose, his eyes ablaze with fury. I can no longer endure this. You bastard! How can I stand by and watch my ship be destroyed? After all, I am the captain of the Tulip. He grasped the hilt of his sword, his eyes swirling with murderous intent, as if the man who had invaded his captain's quarters stood before him. However, recalling the terrifying swordsmanship Mo Jing had displayed the previous night, his legs weakened, and he sat down again. To the untrained eye, it was merely a spectacle. To the discerning, it revealed the essence. No one understood better than Tulips how terrifying a swordsman must be to wield such dazzling sword light. The first mate glanced at the captain, who had returned to his bed, yawning with boredom. Since morning, the captain had been in this squatting position, and it was uncertain when it would end. Joyful laughter echoed from the deck, piercing the hearts of both men deeply. After all, I am a swordsman. He stood once more, this time refusing to sit back down. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and rushed outside, forcefully pushing open the cabin door. Captain Mo Jing, I have something to say. The laughter on the deck ceased, and all eyes turned in confusion towards Mo Jing as he approached the railing. Looking down at Tulips, his gaze swept over the tightly clenched hand on the sword hilt, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Tulips. In an instant, his figure vanished, and the next moment, he reappeared beside Tulips, having crossed a distance of over 10 meters, his hand lightly resting on Tulip's opposite shoulder. The gray-white trench coat billowing gently. What do you wish to say to me? Tulips felt his body stiffen. His gaze still locked on the spot where Mo Jing had previously stood, his pupils trembling, mouth agape, but unable to utter a single word. If it had been a blade, he would have already met his demise. After a night's absence, how had this man's speed become so formidable? Did you not have something to say to me? Mo Jing leaned back slightly, questioning with a hint of curiosity. Tulips forced a grim smile. I was merely inquiring. My lord, are you hungry? I shall fetch some food for everyone. Mo Jing cast a sardonic glance at him, poised to utter a remark, when suddenly the unmistakable sound of a phone bug resonated from the deck behind them. The persistent buzzing belonged to the phone bug that Dolly had retrieved from the black market last night, following the scent from the severed hand. It appeared to be either a naval spy or an agent of the world government. Judging by the recent attack on Mo Jing, it seemed more likely to be of naval origin. What should we do, boss? Ajin inquired anxiously, glancing nervously at Mo Jing. This was the first time in his life he had received an official phone call. Mo Jing approached and picked up the receiver. The telephone bug's cheeks gradually sprouted 3 rows of whiskers, resembling a cunning little mouse. So, have you captured a photograph of Mo Jing? The impatient voice of Colonel Mouse crackled through the receiver as soon as the call was initiated. Indeed, I have. Mo Jing lifted the photo he had obtained from the package. Against a pitch-black backdrop, he advanced with his blade drawn, the moonlight illuminating half of his face, his eyes brimming with a fervent desire for battle. Wait, that is not right. Who are you? Colonel Mouse quickly detected the dissonance in the voice, and, upon encountering the mocking smile at the corner of the telephone bug's mouth, an ominous premonition stirred within him. Who am I? Aren't you the one seeking my photograph? Mo Jing responded languidly. If you desire, I can take several more for you. A brief silence hung on the line before Colonel Mouse's teeth ground together, his voice dripping with fury. Mo Jing, I shall never forget the humiliation you have caused me, he bellowed. Mo Jing was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly recall having inflicted any humiliation upon the other party. Rather, it was his own ship that had been ruthlessly destroyed by this individual. Did he think that simply leaving behind a photograph would absolve him of responsibility? A voice filled with hatred and smugness echoed through the receiver. I have gathered quite a bit of information about you, O Master of the Sea. Wouldn't you agree? In Imro Town, the Green Pine Sea Banquet newspaper is replete with your photographs. How could I have failed to recognize you? Mo Jing's movements abruptly halted, and the smile on his face slowly faded. Are you threatening me? He inquired. Within the receiver, the derisive laughter of Colonel Mouse echoed. Indeed, I am threatening you. Within this week, send someone to the naval base to apologize. Remember to bring 50 million berries. Otherwise, prepare for those photographs to be sent to the naval headquarters. After a prolonged silence, a voice devoid of emotion emerged from Mo Jing. As you wish. The call was terminated. On the deck of the Tulip, a suffocating pressure rendered everyone breathless. Tulips lowered his head, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead as he gasped for breath. feeling as though his heart was being squeezed tighter by an unseen hand. Struggling against this chilling aura of murderous intent, he managed to utter, "Captain Mo Jing." Before he could finish, Mo Jing cast a glance at him. In that instant, it felt as though Tulip's mind had been struck by some dreadful force, causing his thoughts to falter and his body to collapse, eyes rolling back. However, this interruption allowed the tension surrounding Mo Jing to gradually dissipate. The crew members, including Wu Ziyi and Ajin, exhaled in relief, exchanging looks of astonishment. Captain Ajin was the first to rise. Mo Jing extended a hand, interrupting him. As he gazed out at the vast sea, after a prolonged silence, he slowly spoke. "Ajin, have I been too gentle in the past?" His tone was remarkably calm, yet it bore an immense weight that pressed heavily upon all present. Ajin clenched his teeth, at a loss for words. The remains of the hundreds from the Click pirates and the Black Cat pirates lay submerged beneath the waves. Who could possibly claim that this man had any association with gentleness? Yet, in the course of daily life, he exhibited little arrogance, aside from his rigorous training and contemplation of swordsmanship. He enjoyed casual conversations with them and even kept 2 small pets, occasionally strumming a tune on his electric guitar. Was such a man not gentle? "No, Captain. You have shown sufficient ferocity," the New Year's Eve member declared through gritted teeth. After a brief silence, Mo Jing's voice emerged once more. "But why do they still disrespect me? Why do they dare to threaten me with what I hold most dear? Was it due to his lack of fame? His identity as a pirate? Or perhaps, was it because he was not ruthless enough?" He raised his vengeful blade to the sunlight, its crimson blade seemingly animated by his fury, as though blood coursed through it. Throughout history, respect could only be earned through 2 avenues: profound reverence and palpable fear. Unable to command adoration from all, he resolved to instill fear in those who dared to disrespect him. "Ajin, and the rest of you 6, go find Japu," Mo Jing commanded after a brief pause. The crew voiced their concerns in unison, their anxious gazes fixed upon Mo Jing, only to be halted once more by his gesture. "Go, grow stronger, and return to aid me." His voice remained calm, yet brooked no dissent. The motley crew fell silent, heads bowed, fists clenched tightly. They could sense that Mo Jing was about to undertake something monumental. It was the moment they most needed to stand by him, yet they felt utterly powerless to assist. For the first time, they were overwhelmed with regret for their own inadequacies. Ajin could not help but ask, "What about you, Captain? And I?" Mo Jing gazed at the soaring seagulls in the sky and mused, "I shall see how much righteousness remains within the soul of the Navy." At the 16th branch of the Navy, the mood of Colonel Mouse, who had just been threatened, was surprisingly buoyant, and he couldn't help but hum a tune from his hometown. Turning around, he prepared to count the treasures in the vault, looking forward to a perfect morning. Suddenly, the phone bug behind him rang once more. Brew, 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 brew. Colonel Mouse, feeling irked, picked up the receiver. "This is the Navy's 16th branch, Colonel Mouse speaking." "Who is it?" "Ah, still as ill-tempered as ever, Colonel Mouse," came a languid voice from the receiver. The phone bug's nose elongated, sprouting serrated edges, while sharp fangs appeared in its mouth, accentuated by a sinister grin. "Dragon?" The moment he heard that voice, Colonel Mouse recognized the caller. This was the notorious leader of the Dragon Pirates, a malevolent force in the East Sea, whose terror eclipsed that of the infamous Klee pirate crew. This pirate crew, primarily composed of fishmen, had established dominance over more than 20 coastal villages, ruthlessly exploiting the villagers and harboring dreams of transforming the East Sea into a paradise for fishmen. As its leader, Dragon commanded a bounty of 20 million berries, reigning at the top of the East Sea's wanted list for 11 years. The reason no one had dared to eliminate him was twofold: the Navy's lackluster strength in the East Sea and Dragon's long-standing bribery of Colonel Mouse. The colonel had used his position to shield Dragon from numerous misdeeds, resulting in a lack of action from the headquarters. However, upon hearing this collaborator's voice again, Mouse instinctively furrowed his brow. "What is it?" he inquired, his tone slightly more serious, perhaps even respectful, despite being the one receiving the bribes. He had to concede that the 16th branch was indeed no match for the Dragon Pirates. Thus, every time he went to collect protection money, he was filled with trepidation, an experience he found quite unpleasant. "Of course, I'm here to offer you more money." Dragon's voice was deep and enticing. Mouse was somewhat perplexed. Didn't I collect the money just yesterday? He had just visited this fellow's lair to collect this month's protection fee, and even now, the cold sweat on his body had yet to dry. He had no desire to relive that dreadful memory. A little extra donation of about 100 million berries. Don't you want it? Arlong's voice dripped with temptation. A sharp intake of breath could be heard from Colonel Mouse through the phone. 100 million berries. Squeak. He eagerly inquired. What do you need me to do? Nothing at all. Just find that money. And please do not harm my navigator. Rest assured. Colonel Mouse wore a sinister smile upon his face, and the room echoed with his squeaky laughter, reminiscent of a rodent. Meanwhile, on Tortuga Island, everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Akin and his companions ventured to the shipyard in search of Yudinbo, where they learned of Zep's recent whereabouts. Dolly and her mother were taken aboard the Tulip, with plans for the Tulip pirate crew to escort them to the Kingdom of Goya. Has transferred the contract originally signed with Tulips to Dolly's name. Within 6 months, this pirate crew will be under Dolly's command. Of course, they could choose to disobey or even covertly eliminate the contract's owner. The black market has never prohibited such actions, as long as they are willing to bear the consequences of being pursued by. Before departing, Dolly retrieved the half-mad and half-deranged Colonel Monka from the forest, a man she had found on the shore a few nights prior, in a state of utter delirium. With a kind heart, Dolly employed her 2.5 years of practice in foot medicine, successfully rendering him half-witted. Now he was considerably more obedient, prompting Dolly to decide to take him along to the Kingdom of Goya. Once everything was arranged, accompanied by Chiu Sha and Zhuo Yi, boarded the trade ship, the Tulip, and set sail for the nearest town. He then embarked alone on a cruise ship bound for the naval base of the 16th Division, leaving amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd. On the deck of the Tulip, the pirates gazed with mixed emotions at the terrifying harbinger of death departing from them. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, their expressions revealing a sentiment of finally being free from impending doom. Jean and the motley crew stood at the forefront, silently observing their captain as he bid them farewell, only turning to leave the deck once the cruise ship had vanished from sight. Let us go. Take us to Barati. Jean addressed Tulips, as the pirates of the Tulip parted to grant them passage. Throughout it all, never disclosed his intentions to the crew. But Jean had a premonition that they would not be reunited for a considerable time. Under the warm sunlight, the grand vessel glided slowly along the horizon where the sky meets the sea. The town housing the 16th Division was not too far from their current location. Although the cruise ship's speed was inferior to that of a pirate ship, it would still reach its destination in merely 2 to 3 hours. Laughter and merriment filled the air aboard the ship, as the orchestra played a lively melody. Elegantly dressed guests conversed and danced, while black-vested waiters navigated the banquet hall, continuously serving an abundance of drinks and delicacies to the patrons. Mo Jing sat in a secluded window seat, remnants of his meal resting on the table before him. He propped his chin on his hand, gazing quietly out the window, pondering the matters that lay ahead. Chiu Sha reclined against the edge of the table. The sunlight streaming through the window bisected his figure, imbuing the tranquil moment with an ineffable aura. Hello, is it just you here? A melodious voice drifted from beside him. Mo Jing turned his head, and beside him stood a girl of exquisite beauty, her delicate features reminiscent of a blossoming lotus, radiating an aura of youthful vitality. No, there is someone, Mo Jing murmured softly. Under normal circumstances, he might have engaged in delightful conversation with the girl, but at this moment, he found himself devoid of such interest. All right, fine, the girl replied, her voice tinged with disappointment as she lowered her head, about to walk away. Just then, a man with golden hair, clad in ornate, antiquated noble attire, could no longer contain himself. Wen Shengguo had been observing from the sidelines for quite some time. Having meticulously prepared for this journey alongside the noble maiden, she had reached the age of marriage, and if he could win her affection, he would ascend to heights unimaginable, escaping the clutches of his humble origins. Initially, he believed victory was assured, but upon boarding the ship, he was met with the staggering number of rivals, enough to instill fear even in a woman of formidable ambition, born not into wealth or privilege, but rather as the son of a somewhat reputable photography shop owner. He felt utterly inconspicuous amidst the throng of competitors, even considering himself at the bottom of the hierarchy. He had thought all hope was lost. Yet now, opportunity had presented itself before him. Stepping forward, he proclaimed in a grandiose tone, "Mind your tone, commoner." Before he could finish his sentence, Mo Jing abruptly rose. Drawing his weapon, Wen Shengguo was taken aback, stumbling back a step, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, from behind the elegantly clad noble girl emerged a one-eyed man, wielding a curved dagger, who stepped protectively in front of her, slightly bowing and placing his hand on the hilt of his weapon. Amidst the girl's astonished gaze, this typically stoic and formidable knight servant to her father, spoke in a hushed tone, "My lady harbors no ill intentions, your grace." Mo Jing cast a fleeting glance at him, wielding her sword as she gracefully passed by the crowd and exited the grand hall. Here, the distant silhouette of the island began to emerge, the naval base towering upon it becoming increasingly discernible, with the striking blue numeral 16 standing out prominently. At long last, the moment had arrived. Mo Jing grasped the hilt of his knife, closing his eyes as the sea breeze began to rise, and dark clouds gradually enveloped the small town. This town, named Maosu, was originally known by another name, but ever since Colonel Mouse took office at the 16th Division, the new name has been spreading. The town's architecture is quite simple. The imposing structure of the 16th Division stands prominently at the most conspicuous position near the coast, while the low houses of the town radiate outward around the naval base. From the direction of the dock, one can see a straight avenue that leads directly to the 16th Division. The enormous number 16 appears especially majestic under the remaining sunlight. As the dark clouds consumed the last remnants of sunlight, the wind began to pick up. The cruise ship gently rocked as it approached the shore. Sailors kindly reminded disembarking guests to watch their step, cautioning that a storm might be imminent, suggesting they either stay on the ship or swiftly secure accommodations, while they lowered the gangway, allowing the eager passengers to surge onto the land. Mo Jing disembarked amidst the bustling crowd, disregarding the increasingly inquisitive gazes behind him. His eyes traced the long street, fixating on the naval branch at its distant end. With neither sorrow nor joy etched upon his brow, he strode forward with an air of tranquility. His slender figure swiftly melded into the throng. For the Navy, not only would an outright assault on their headquarters be deemed unacceptable, but even a mere disruption of their operations at sea would be considered a brazen affront to their dignity. Such transgressions could result in fines, or, in more severe cases, incarceration. Moreover, Mo Jing sought more than mere disruption. He was uncertain of how the naval headquarters would respond to his impending actions. Yet he was acutely aware that the forthcoming upheaval would far exceed the capacity of the inexperienced crew to withstand. Nevertheless, he felt no remorse. A man who fails to resist when that which he cherishes is threatened is no different from a mere beast, possesses few cherished possessions, which makes him value them all the more. His only concern lies in potential retaliation afterward. However, there is little to fret about, as his romantic involvement with remains undisclosed, known only to a select few, and would never betray him. As for the others during the past 2 years, has primarily traversed between the dairy farm, the green pine fishery, and the forest. Although he has mingled amicably with the locals, few truly comprehend his essence. The slightly more familiar fisherman perished in the recent pirate incursion. To the townsfolk, is merely an enigmatic pirate, the finest fisherman in the town, the legendary master of the sea demon, temporarily residing at the home of the elderly. His outings at sea appear utterly ordinary to them. This is merely a transient stop for him, reminiscent of the days of, albeit he has lingered a tad longer. Countless pirate crews sporadically anchor in various locales across the world, rendering his actions inconspicuous. Even if a particularly astute individual were to unravel the threads of the sea demon's tale and trace it to the Green Pine Sea Banquet, they would likely perceive it as merely a place for him to recuperate, a temporary refuge before continuing their pursuit of clues, only to find themselves ensnared in an endless labyrinth of confusion, as if he had materialized out of thin air. Though this is indeed the case, who would believe it? Thus, he remains unconcerned about the machinations of the clever. His disdain is reserved for the foolish, petty individuals, much like the mice. Mo Jing halted his footsteps and lifted his gaze, coming face to face with an iron gate emblazoned with a colossal seagull emblem. Towering walls, exceeding 4 meters in height, encircled the base, effectively separating it from the adjacent town, reminiscent of a medieval fortress, safeguarding the entirety of the naval branch within. On either side of the gate, sentinels stationed in watchtowers had already spotted Mo Jing's presence. A naval soldier, puffing on a cigarette, impatiently bellowed from above, "Are you seeking death? Move along and do not linger at our entrance." Mo Jing remained indifferent, not sparing him even a glance, as he rested his hand upon the hilt of his blade. "Hey, what do you intend to do?" A naval soldier, observing this gesture, immediately craned his neck to hurl insults. "If you damage anything belonging to the branch, you'll have to compensate. Indeed, it will cost you a pretty penny." As he spoke, a malicious grin crept upon his lips. He resolved to extort a sum from this civilian, regardless of what actions he might take. Whether or not the branch's property was damaged, and by whom, mattered not. As long as he funneled a portion of the money to the colonel, all would be well. This was the consensus among all the Navy personnel stationed at this base. However, in the next moment, his smile froze upon his face. A glint of steel flashed. Blood erupted along the bridge of his nose, and half of his head tumbled from the air. Alongside it fell half of a watchtower and a section of an iron gate. Amidst the thundering crash of heavy objects hitting the ground, Mo Jing strode into branch 16, blade in hand. Without uttering a single word, the moment the rat dared to threaten him with Imro Town, the two sides were locked in a deadly standoff. Perhaps the adversary had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, but Mo Jing was unwilling to provide him with the opportunity for realization. The wise perish from their own cleverness, while the foolish fall victim to their own arrogance. An enemy has breached the branch. They are advancing toward the main building. The alarm from the watchtower blared through the omnipresent speakers. Mo Jing advanced at a leisurely pace, waiting for his adversary to finish speaking before deftly wielding his blade, cleaving another watchtower in twain. The ensuing cloud of dust engulfed the entirety of the playground behind the gate. Amidst the cacophony of collapse, indistinct footsteps echoed from the surrounding structures, converging towards him. After a lengthy interval, the haze began to dissipate. A figure clad in a gray robe stood resolutely at the center of the playground, the long knife in his grasp untouched by the filth of battle. A multitude of gun barrels from the edges of the playground and the windows of nearby edifices were trained upon him. Such a formidable display made it seem impossible for even a bird to escape. Yet, despite this, the station Navy personnel felt an inexplicable sense of unease. This individual exuded an unnerving calmness, making them feel not as if they had encircled him, but rather that he had ensnared them within his grasp. The sea breeze surged through the gaping maw of the iron gate, bringing a refreshing chill to all the naval soldiers. Zoe crouched atop the remnants of the watchtower, occasionally tilting her head to adjust her feathers. She glanced at the noble lady adventurers huddled in the corner, stifling their breaths in fear. Before turning her gaze back to Mo Jing, she raised her small wings and chirped, "Let the battle commence. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into the naval base? Do you understand that destroying a naval facility is a grave offense?" The voice of the station major resonated from behind the buildings. Mo Jing fell into silence for a moment, and for the first time since joining the Navy branch, he spoke. "Where is the mouse? You scoundrel. I am the one posing the question here. You shall answer me obediently." The major retorted with fury. He had no intention of revealing that Colonel Mouse had departed in the morning with a ship full of men and had yet to return, as doing so would expose the weakness of those left behind. Despite this, he believed that the somewhat familiar figure before him was already trapped and had no means of escape. Mo Jing fell silent for 2 seconds. "Run." His voice, though not loud, resonated in everyone's ears like the crashing of waves. "Do not blame me for not giving you a chance." Expressions of disbelief appeared on the faces of all the naval soldiers. With so many guns aimed at a single individual, the odds were clearly in their favor. Yet this person audaciously commanded them to flee. Had he lost his mind? Shouldn't he be the one escaping? From behind the building, the mocking laughter of a major echoed. "So he is a madman. Everyone, prepare to fire." The sound of weapons being readied reverberated from all directions. Mo Jing slowly lowered his gaze. "Very well," he stated calmly. In an instant, he vanished from sight. 2 seconds later, a deafening gunshot erupted from the Navy's 16th branch. The noble ladies huddled in the corner trembled, nearly rendered deaf by the sound. They felt as if the wall behind them had nearly burst apart, the clatter of bricks and debris echoing from within. Soon after, the acrid scent of gunpowder wafted through the gaping hole at the entrance, assaulting their senses. Turning their heads, they beheld the remaining half of the iron door, now pockmarked and riddled with bullet holes. Despite the soldiers of the 16th branch being somewhat lackluster, they still exhibited basic discipline, not fully encircling Mo Jing, but rather forming a barrier akin to a pot lid, shielding him between the walls and the door. This was done to provide sufficient space for the poorly accurate smoothbore guns to fire. In that fleeting moment, countless lead bullets had rained down upon that side of the door. The wall had been sheared away by half. Yet, even more astonishing was the absence of victorious cheers from the naval soldiers within, replaced instead by a chorus of anguished cries. The frantic footsteps and shouts of soldiers echoing from inside. That man was not dead. Rather, he was engaged in the slaughter of naval soldiers. Keen Windsor, his voice trembled. "We should leave. This place is far too perilous." He wore a camera around his neck, having joined the noble ladies' adventure team a mere 10 minutes prior. thanks to the excellent photography skills passed down from his father. Now, he regretted his decision. In this cursed place, a single bullet could claim his life. He must have been mad to accept the noble lady's request to accompany her. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a flicker of excitement glimmered in his eyes as he gazed at the photograph in his hand. Under the darkened sky, the solitary figure of the gray-clad swordsman stood defiantly at the center of a circle of wolves, as if a feather, its edges glinting with steel. This was the finest photograph he had ever captured. No, I won't leave. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, the adventurous noble lady regained her spirited demeanor. If she missed today, she would return to her tedious and protracted life once more. This might be her last adventure, and she was determined not to abandon it midway. The Knight Commander will protect us, won't he? She looked expectantly at the man who had spoiled her since childhood, his affection rivaling that of her father, her eyes shimmering with hope. The man, who had lost one eye and wielded a curved sword, grimaced. He better be able to protect us. If he were in such a situation, he would have been reduced to a mere sieve. Yet, seeing the lady's hopeful gaze, recalling her loathsome betrothed, and the hollow expression of his dear friend who had to relinquish his daughter despite his heartbreak, his heart softened once more. Let this be the final indulgence, my lady. It is all I can do for you. No entry. You may only watch from here. He wore a stern expression. The noble young lady nodded enthusiastically, prompting several heads to cautiously peek out from the doorway, gazing inward. A thick haze of smoke enveloped the entire playground, filled with chaotic shouts and the sound of hurried footsteps. Yet, a more chilling wail resonated from the naval base's building. Confronted with the 100 dark muzzles of guns, Mo Jing dashed into the building without hesitation. Although the straight corridor offered little in terms of concealment, how many could truly fit within it? If he could not even withstand a few lead bullets, he might as well abandon the title of Swordsmanship Master. A novice instructor in swordplay would be more fitting. Moreover, in such a place, could anyone's gunfire truly match the swiftness of his shadowless step? The greatest advantage of the shadowless step, besides its remarkable speed, lay in its agility. With this speed, he could even briefly traverse walls or ceilings. In the unyielding corridor, Mo Jing resembled a humanoid tempest, brandishing a furious blade of light as he swept through the first, second, and third floors. Floating sky, vast sea, raging waves, revision, overturning the sea, rushing flow. This was a combination of the shadowless step and the swift strikes of sword energy. Wherever he passed, frenzied torrents of sword energy engulfed all in their path. From the outside, onlookers could only witness the dazzling blade light suddenly flash through the corridors, shattering windows in an instant, blood splattering forth, mingled with the cacophony of gunfire and screams, and then silence reigned. In Moss Town, all the residents who had rushed to the scene covered their mouths, their faces pale with terror as they beheld this horrifying spectacle. Blood flowed like crimson paint, methodically staining one corridor after another, layer upon layer ascending. The oppressive thunder rumbled from the dark clouds, striking deep within every heart. Nothing could halt his advance any longer. This was no mere provocation. It was a massacre, a unilateral slaughter of the Navy. Finally, a figure stood atop the building, surveying the entire town, lowering his gaze to the pale-faced Navy soldiers below. The chaotic sea breeze swept past, gently stirring the edges of his garments. Lightning cleaved the heavens behind him, illuminating his coat, drenched in blood, and his tranquil visage. He stood like an indifferent deity, high above the mortal realm, his silhouette obscured by the dim sky, save for his eyes, which blazed like kindling, ready to ignite the entire world. Blood flowed from beneath his feet, cleaving a path through the massive structure, and severing the unwavering hope within the hearts of Moss Town's inhabitants. What a terrifying sight it was. The townsfolk turned ashen, trembling as they witnessed this scene. A single word echoed in their minds: death. The figure atop the building was no human. He was the harbinger of death. He had come to reap the souls of these sinful Navy soldiers. Along the long street, Ken Winslow retreated while snapping photographs, colliding with those around him who had lost their senses, his eyes alight with fervor, oblivious to his surroundings. Just one more. Let me take another. It was the astute noblewoman who seized him. Have you lost your mind? Stop shooting. Hide. Ken Winslow snapped back to reality, a chill coursing through him as he frantically tucked away his camera, fleeing alongside the noblewoman into a nearby BA torrent. Broader than the chaotic waves and infused with the same fierce sword aura as the raging tides, enveloped the Navy's 16th branch. Amidst the deafening roar, The surrounding auxiliary structures and walls crumbled and collapsed. The entire Navy's 16th branch was reduced to a solitary main building standing desolately amidst the ruins. The lifeless bodies of hundreds intertwined with the debris, forming a small mountain before the main building. As the dust settled, Mo Jing, having returned to calm under the initial flames, walked steadily over the rubble. He slowly surveyed his surroundings, raising his left hand as countless white orbs ascended from the ruins, flocking to his palm like seabirds returning to their nest. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment welled up within him. At this moment, he found himself in an ocean of souls. The only unfortunate news was that the rat seemed truly absent. However, it mattered little. He would wait here for the rat's return. A deadly feud had been forged, and only when one side's blood had been thoroughly spilled would it be considered concluded. The wind howled chaotically, and a fine drizzle began to descend from the heavens. At the Navy headquarters, in the Intelligence Management Department, the operator, pale-faced, stared at the fax machine spitting out paper behind the telephone bug, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. It was an image, a bloody missive, not yet fully printed. But the information it contained rendered him as though ensnared in a frigid wasteland, chills seeping into his bones. "Quick, summon Vice Admiral John Giando," he exclaimed, slamming his hand on the desk and rising to his feet in a panic. 5 minutes later, the towering Vice Admiral John Giando of the Giant Clan arrived at the door. The operator hurriedly burst through the door, delivering the image from the fax machine into his hands. John Giando spread his palm, scrutinizing the small piece of paper, and upon closer inspection, discerned the bloodied characters inscribed upon it. Gradually, his once calm countenance darkened ominously, as if a dormant volcano were on the verge of eruption. He clenched his fist, his furious voice reverberating like thunder. How could such a thing occur? The windows around him trembled violently. The operator beside him nearly collapsed from the shock of his voice, but still managed to ask urgently, "Vice Admiral John, should we convene a meeting with the other vice admirals still at headquarters?" Traditionally, when a significant threat from pirates emerged, the temporarily available vice admirals would gather to discuss bounties and response strategies. However, John Giando outright rejected this high-level meeting that would typically be deemed appropriate for pirates. "No. This dire situation is beyond the capacity of a vice admiral meeting to resolve." His eyes brimmed with fury as he again spread his palm, gazing at the crumpled intelligence within, gritting his teeth as he declared, "We must inform Admiral Sengoku of this matter." 15 minutes later, the Crimson Intelligence from the 16th branch of the East Sea was delivered to Admiral Sengoku's desk, sporting a wild hairstyle and donning frog-like glasses. The gentle-looking man scanned the information within the report, ultimately crushing his teacup in disbelief. What does it mean that the Donghai 16th branch has been annihilated? Have all the personnel been wiped out? The beard, braided at his chin, quivered in his voice filled with ire. Such occurrences have only transpired in the nascent stages of the Navy, when its strength was still woefully inadequate, even when confronted with horrifyingly powerful pirates thereafter. Such situations seldom arose unless the adversary was intent on obliterating the base. The once youthful visage of Admiral Sengoku was now marred with bulging veins and taut muscles, resembling a wrathful Buddha. Soon, at the Marshal's urgent summons, all the vice admirals and admirals temporarily stationed in Marineford were gathered. Akiji, the sole admiral present, shed his usual languor and scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, gradually knitting his brows. The atmosphere in the conference room was oppressive. The vice admirals wore grim expressions. A few appeared indifferent. Yet even they did not exhibit excessive behavior under the pervasive tension. Everyone could see the gravity of the situation. Sengoku spoke in a low voice, his demeanor ominously dark. "Share your thoughts. This wicked scoundrel must be eliminated." Vice Admiral John Giando of the Giants exclaimed impatiently, his fists clenched. "If we do not eradicate this evil seed now, it will undoubtedly bring forth greater calamities in the future. Do not be so hasty, John." The voice of Kizuru interjected calmly from the side. Sporting sunglasses and a vertical scar on his left eye, he continued, "Whether it be arrest or execution, both are imperative. Yet the most pressing matter is how to conceal this incident." He gazed at the intelligence, unable to fathom the dreadful implications should this information disseminate. Such matters are not suitable learning examples for those restless little pirates. He expressed with concern. Conceal? Arrest him, publicly execute him, and broadcast it live to the world. That would be the best cover-up, remarked Doberman, seated diagonally across from Kizuru, his expression dark and cold. Kizaru wisely refrained from retorting. Within the Navy, Doberman was privately dubbed the fighting dog, not a persona easily approached. Before long, the vice admirals began to bicker over how to handle this debacle, subtly forming factions advocating for drastic measures, proposing to dispatch several vice admirals to surround and eliminate the threat, while others suggested a more cautious approach, first concealing the news and secretly dispatching personnel to resolve the situation. There were also those who maintained that once the matter reached their jurisdiction, they would crush it without hesitation. Ultimately, it was Sengoku who rapped the table, halting their futile squabbles. He directed his gaze towards Akiji. "Kazan, you are also here for the meeting. Do not remain silent." Codename Akiji, originally known as Admiral Kazan, sighed and lazily remarked, "Whether to conceal the information is not within our purview." His words hinted at deeper implications, yet no one dared to counter him. Even the vice admirals of the radical faction clenched their fists, compelled to accept this reality. "The only decision we can make is one." He leaned forward, casting his gaze upon the intelligence in his hands. "Who shall we send to apprehend them?" The vice admirals exchanged glances, although they appeared to have free time at present. Each was burdened with a multitude of tasks. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining a certain number of vice admirals and at least one admiral stationed at Marineford, they would have long been engrossed in their own duties. To venture into the East Blue to hunt down a pirate? Such an endeavor would be exceedingly time-consuming. Even the radical faction's vice admirals would fret over the potential havoc wrought by the more notorious criminals within the Grand Line during their absence. It raises a question. With the capability to storm a naval base, why remain in such a trivial place as the East Blue? Vice Admiral Steeldress, clad in formal attire, could not help but voice his frustration. The upside-down mountain, which connects the four seas to the Grand Line, loomed before them. The Navy and the world government were not blind. Why had they not obliterated this passage or stationed a formidable force to guard it for so long? Beyond trade and commerce, there exists a crucial reason. The Grand Line is a domain far more conducive to efficiently resolving pirate threats than the vast expanse of the four seas. The waters here are narrower, the climate frightfully capricious, compounded by the presence of elite naval forces. Without a modicum of strength, one could scarcely traverse the initial segment of the journey. Even if one manages to pass through, the gates of Marine headquarters at Marineford stand wide open to welcome them. Each year, the number of pirates who successfully transition from this route to the latter half of the Grand Line is exceedingly scarce. Is the term pirate graveyard merely a jest? Thus, the vice admirals stationed at Marine headquarters either remain at the naval branches along the Grand Line or are perpetually engaged in pursuits within its depths, chasing after those pirates eager to create sensational headlines. They occasionally return to headquarters for a brief respite. The Grand Line is indeed their primary theater of operations. The malevolent individual known as Mo Jing has fortuitously struck at their Achilles heel, being neither formidable enough to necessitate the intervention of a vice admiral, nor too distant, yet undeniably superior to the naval forces of the East Sea Branch by several magnitudes. This disparity in strength is particularly pronounced in the East Sea, where the average bounty for pirates hovers around a mere 3 million. The annihilation of a naval branch? Despite their nefarious nature, it is abundantly clear to all that merely plucking a pirate crew with a bounty of 60 to 70 million from other seas could easily accomplish such a feat. It dawned upon everyone that they might have inadvertently allowed the East Sea to languish in neglect for far too long. No, it was not a matter of deliberate oversight. Rather, it was due to the presence of an exceptionally unique figure in that region. I have heard whispers that Vice Admiral Karp has recently returned to the East Sea to escort a prisoner, a voice hesitantly remarked. The gaze of the Vice Admirals present bore an enigmatic quality. Sengoku even shielded his forehead with his hand. Even Akiji's lips curled slightly in amusement. The naval hero Karp, a powerful Vice Admiral who has repeatedly declined promotions to Admiral, stands as one of the pillars of naval justice. To merely escort a prisoner from the East Sea, what need was there for someone of his rank? Even if the prisoner held a special status as a former colonel of the naval branch, it hardly warranted the attention of a vice admiral. A brigadier from headquarters could easily fulfill such a task. All were acutely aware that this uniquely positioned veteran was merely seeking an excuse to return to the East Sea for a visit. Such behavior had become commonplace. No one could command this free-spirited veteran. He went where he pleased. Yet, it must be acknowledged that it was precisely due to this veteran's frequent homecomings that the East Sea has remained in a relatively peaceful and stable state. Now, it seemed the time had come for this veteran to take action once more. I have heard that Vice Admiral Karp was injured while escorting the prisoner and that the prisoner managed to escape. Another hesitant voice chimed in. The expressions of the Vice Admirals grew even more nuanced. Sengoku appeared almost ready to conceal his entire face. Someone urgently needs to retrieve that disgraceful individual. Should a truly wicked prisoner arise in the East Sea, capable of defeating this legendary veteran who has bested Roger, vanquished the Rocks pirates, and led a life replete with countless legendary exploits, it would not only require the Admiral's intervention, but even the Fleet Admiral himself would have to rush over with a golden transponder snail for the encirclement. That individual is doing this on purpose. This way, he can feign injury as an excuse to evade the burdensome tasks imposed upon him from above. As a longtime partner and friend, does Sengoku not understand this individual's modus operandi? Yet Sengoku still spoke gravely. Send a report over. In the East Sea, someone as righteous as Karp will not turn a blind eye. As his words fell, a figure rushed in from outside. Breaking news. The naval soldier in charge of relaying messages wore a proud and astonished expression. Vice Admiral Karp has already set off for the 16th branch. Every face in the room was adorned with expressions of astonishment. Due to Admiral Karp's distinctive manner of operation, he was often not informed of internal discussions unless they pertained to significant matters. However, to everyone's surprise, his actions this time were swifter than the discussions themselves. This could only indicate that someone had notified him in advance. But who among them possessed such foresight? The attendees exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze toward the composed figure of Admiral Sengoku, who sat at the center, unperturbed by the unfolding scenario. In that moment, admiration filled their eyes. Truly, the esteemed strategist Admiral Sengoku demonstrated remarkable foresight. As Sengoku pondered which clever individual had dared to act beyond their authority, he was nearly blinded by the collective admiration directed at him. Admiral Akiji remarked, "Old man, everything is unfolding according to your calculations. I assent it?" Sengoku quickly regained his composure and replied with steadiness, "Since Karp has already received the information, this meeting is hereby concluded. Dismissed." For the sake of justice, all the vice admirals rose in unison, their voices echoing resolutely. There was no doubt among them regarding Karp's potential for failure. The mere mention of his name instilled confidence within everyone, a testament to the unwavering faith inspired by the hero of the Navy. Sengoku was the first to rise and exit the conference room. Regardless of who had acted, he resolved to take credit for this achievement, albeit somewhat unscrupulously. In the midst of the increasingly severe factional disputes within the Navy, this presented an excellent opportunity to bolster his authority. As he walked, Sengoku could not help but sigh, observing the clusters of Navy vice admirals below, feeling a sense of disarray in their ranks, a reflection of the growing power that had led to a scattering of loyalties. In the days of yore, when the Navy was not as formidable as it had become, he, Karp, and Tsuru were still young, and the pressures from pirates left little room for such concerns. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps this also signified a gradual emergence of peace in the world. Though all had endured great sacrifices and made painful choices, justice was, at long last, being realized. Thus, Sengoku's gaze suddenly sharpened with intensity. Individuals like Moxing, who dared to provoke the Navy's authority and sought to disrupt the delicate balance between the Navy and pirates, could not be allowed to persist. He believed that his old friend shared this sentiment as well. He gazed into the distance, his eyes seemingly piercing through infinite space, alighting upon the swiftly advancing canine-headed warship. Aboard the vessel, Bogart, clad in a gray suit and draped in a naval cloak, stood quietly behind Karp. He observed his rarely serious superior while glancing at the information he had just received from the Intelligence Management Department, his left hand instinctively tightening around the hilt of his sword. Just moments ago, a call from a public telephone booth in the black market had directly connected to the phone bug he had nurtured. Upon verification, the call had originated from the Navy headquarters, from an undercover intelligence officer in the East China Sea black market. The individual relayed information about a pirate named Mo Jing and earnestly implored Vice Admiral Karp to take action against him. According to Karp's usual inclinations, he would have declined such a request. After all, based on the information provided, this pirate had not engaged in any malevolent acts against civilians, merely exhibiting formidable strength. Such pirates emerged every few years, most ultimately sinking into the depths of the Grand Line. However, driven by a sense of duty, he inquired further with the Intelligence Management Department, resulting in a blood-stained letter. The information was scant. The pirate Mo Jing had annihilated the personnel of Navy Branch 16, leaving no survivors, and the colonel of the branch had yet to return. Upon receiving this news, Karp immediately resolved to set sail. Yet, it must be acknowledged that even with the warship at full speed, they would require nearly an hour to reach the town of Moss, where Navy Branch 16 was situated. By the time they arrived, the people would have long fled. Nevertheless, Karp appeared undeterred. Bogart glanced at Karp, though his superior remained silent. He sensed that Karp was seething with rage. He simply did not wish to direct his fury at his own men. Just as Bogart was about to utter something, Karp's deep voice resounded. Too slow. Bogart was taken aback and quickly replied, "We are already at maximum speed." "Still too slow," Karp bellowed, his eyes ablaze with anger. Suddenly, Bogart seemed to recall something, his face stricken with horror. "Vice Admiral, you can't possibly be thinking." Before he could finish his sentence, Karp leaped from the bow of the ship, employing a technique akin to the Soru, propelling himself across the surface of the sea at an astonishing pace. Even the composed Bogart could not help but secure his hat, leaning over the bow and shouting, "Vice Admiral Karp, Moss Town is at least 10 nautical miles away." In the distance, Karp's boisterous voice carried on the sea breeze. "That doesn't sound too far." With a long sigh, Bogart leaned against the railing, muttering, "Still so reckless as ever." This superior possesses admirable qualities, yet he frequently engages in actions that are startling. He shook his head and proceeded towards the captain's cabin. Throughout this entire ordeal, he had not expressed a single concern regarding Karp's safety. In today's world, aside from the notorious four emperors, he could hardly conceive of anyone capable of inflicting harm upon this formidable superior. Even after traversing 20 kilometers, a naval hero remains a naval hero. Wherever the iron fist strikes, justice is upheld. Simultaneously, a warship that had departed from the 16th Division docked slowly at Moose Town. Within the cabin, a rat scrutinized the intelligence in his hand, his expression contorted. "The base has been destroyed. Do not return." Mo Jing? The brief communication conveyed only these 3 pieces of information. "This is utterly outrageous. I have long wished to express that your base appeared rather flimsy." A mocking, deep voice emerged from the shadows behind him. Under normal circumstances, Colonel Rat would have been enraged, yet at this moment, he merely forced a smile, acknowledging, "Indeed. It is as you say. In short, I leave this matter to you." A serrated, elongated nose gradually emerged from the darkness. "Rest assured, I shall take business matters to heart. However, when shall you release the handcuffs binding me?" The sound of chains scraping against the ground resonated. Colonel Rat turned his gaze, his eyes icy. "Do not rush, merely play along. The time shall come soon." Thunder rumbled. Lightning illuminated Moose Town in a ghostly pallor. The once bustling town now lay in eerie silence. The streets were nearly devoid of human presence, with every household's doors and windows tightly shut, as if the very traces of humanity had vanished from this island. The gentle rain intensified, pattering against the roofs, enveloping the entire town in a shroud. The warship docked gradually. The first to disembark were the naval soldiers tasked with escorting the prisoners, each one of them appearing tense as they led the handcuffed fishmen off the ship. Their gazes were somewhat unfocused, although they were escorting the defeated dragon pirates. Their eyes frequently darted towards the direction of the 16th Division base. The captain of the dragon pirates, known as Dragon, was the last to be brought ashore, with Colonel Rat following closely beside him. "This matter shall be entrusted to you to resolve," the mouse whispered softly. In fact, on the way back, he had already received a distress call from the station major of the 16th Division, but the transmission was abruptly cut off after a chilling scream. The mouse had not intended to return so recklessly, yet today had proven to be a relentless string of misfortunes. Although he initially located the stolen 100 million berries hidden by a thief named Nami, he was soon confronted by the Straw Hat crew, who had defeated the fearsome dragon pirate crew, a group he himself dreaded. He had intended to seize the opportunity to eliminate both groups while they were gravely injured and thus solidify his position as a naval colonel. However, to his dismay, he found himself on the receiving end of a thorough beating instead. Not only had he lost his money, but he had also suffered a significant humiliation. Despite the financial setback, Colonel Mouse was known for his adaptability. He promptly resolved to arrest the now formidable dragon pirate crew. Yet midway through, he received an urgent request for assistance from the base. Were it not for the presence of the dragon pirates aboard, he could have easily absconded and returned once reinforcements arrived. However, with such vicious fiends nearby, every passing second left him restless and anxious. If these criminals were to escape, his fate would be sealed. Fortunately, at that moment, the clever and cunning Colonel Mouse had a brilliant idea. Raindrops cascaded over the pale blue skin of the dragon, who, despite bearing the marks of a recent beating, chuckled with a sense of confidence. "Your base seems to be in quite a predicament," he remarked quietly. On the way, the mouse had solemnly explained his situation to him and the members of the Fishman pirate crew, feigning an arrest under the pretext of needing their assistance to deal with an invading pirate. It appeared that both parties had found common ground once more and resumed their collaboration with a sense of camaraderie. Despite the thick curtain of rain, the formidable sense of smell belonging to the Sawshark allowed him to detect the rich scent of blood from afar. In his vision, the naval base resembled a great bowl filled with crimson mist, the aroma of blood enveloping the small town like red silk. This was truly remarkable. Ha 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 ha. The mouse could not fathom what this creature found amusing, but having the dragon at his side provided him with a measure of confidence. He recalled past research indicating that this individual hailed from the legendary Sun Pirate crew. Had he not initially compromised by accepting a bribe, the 16th Division would likely have been obliterated by now. In the East Blue, there was no one more fearsome than this. As I pondered, the naval procession of prisoners formed a lengthy line, gradually advancing along the long street. After traversing half the street, the visage of the 16th Division began to crystallize in the eyes of the onlookers. The leading naval soldier slowed his pace until he came to a complete halt. He vacantly raised his gaze towards the remnants of the once familiar division, now reduced to ruins, with the immense numeral 16 stained by blood, almost rendering him incredulous that he had returned to this once familiar stronghold. "Hey, why have you stopped? Move on." The frantic voice of Rat echoed from behind. No matter how much he urged, the procession remained motionless. Rat, exasperated, sprinted through the downpour and kicked the back of the leading soldier. But as he was about to unleash a tirade, his eyes widened in shock at the devastation concealed behind the curtain of rain. Amidst the mountainous debris, a bloodied figure sat quietly. A straight sword was embedded beside him. The dim light and the rain obscured his form, yet those eyes, ablaze with an inner fire, pierced through the bleakness of this world with startling clarity. Rat's heart raced. In that fleeting moment of witnessing the flames, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound yearning, a longing for the essence of the soul, an insatiable desire. During these 2 years in Imliuo town, I have experienced the utmost happiness in this world. It seemed that the awaited presence had finally made itself known, as Mo Jing's voice echoed softly through the rain, its emotional timbre so faint it barely resembled human speech. But the longer it lasts, the more I dread it. He rose slowly from the ruins, drawing forth his longsword. It felt as though there was a void within his heart, one that no amount of happiness could ever fill, silently slipping away no matter how it was attempted to be filled. The shattered stones tumbled down as he moved forward. Mo Jing stepped over the place where the grand entrance once stood, traversing the long street step by step. A torrent of crimson blood flowed from the 16 branches, washed away by the rain, cascading down the thoroughfare. It resembled a vibrant red carpet unfurling before him with each stride, paving the way for the sovereign of blood. Only today did I comprehend that he walked upon the bloodied waters, lifting his burning gaze towards the rats and the serpentine line of followers behind him. It became clear that I had long yearned for your souls. The vendetta traced an arc, standing tall before his chest. Mo Jing halted, striking an odd and unfamiliar pose. The rat, frozen by the terrifying spectacle, finally reacted with a startled cry and fled in haste. "Hurry, unlock my handcuffs," came the anxious voice of the evil dragon from behind. "Unlock them. Just unlock them," the rat shouted as it scurried away, unable to spare a moment. It could feel a chilling gaze fixated upon it. Instantly, the rat darted into the convoy, frantically squeaking, "Evil dragon, save me." Crack. The handcuffs of the evil dragon fell to the ground first. A menacing aura spread in all directions. He lifted his head to gaze at Mo Jing, a sinister grin stretching across his face to its fullest extent. "Fear not, I shall come at once." In a sudden motion, he seized a nearby naval soldier and viciously snapped their neck. "I shall slay you." Ha 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 ha. The terrifying laughter echoed through the rain, the sudden betrayal shocking everyone. Blood gushed from the sharp teeth of the evil dragon, yet he laughed with increasing delight, especially at the rat's incredulous expression, which sent him into fits of laughter. "You thought to deceive me?" the evil dragon bellowed, as the freed fishmen grinned wickedly, turning on the nearby navy with ruthless intent. "I am the captain of the evil dragon pirates." His words were cut short as a flash of light swept across his neck. His head was severed, confusion forever etched upon his face. In that fleeting moment, for reasons unknown, He recalled the first time he had come to the surface, witnessing the sunlight flickering across the water's surface. So beautiful and unforgettable. It had been ages since he had seen such exquisite light. The long street fell into silence. Humans ceased their screams, and fishmen abandoned their sinister laughter, all exchanging peaceful glances. The fleeting light sheathed at the street's end. In a singular line, every head rolled back, tumbling to the ground. Flowing waters, fleeting light. At the end of the long street, Mo Jing slowly turned. Splash! The torrential rain engulfed everything. Amidst the downpour, scattered souls glimmered like pearls upon the long street. All had settled into dust. Mo Jing lifted his head, allowing the rain to pelt his face, and exhaled deeply, as if to expel the murderous intent, worries, and fatigue that had accumulated along his journey. Having slain the rat, he felt a refreshing sense of clarity, as if the dark clouds hovering over his heart had finally dispersed, and a once lifeless heart began to beat anew. He had not deceived the rat. In the days when the Green Pine fishing grounds thrived, he had not felt such intensity. However, after the transformation of the Green Pine fishing grounds into the Green Pine Sea Banquet, he had transitioned from an ordinary fishmonger to a renowned master of the sea. While his earnings had increased, the fish he killed had dwindled. Gradually, restlessness began to consume him. Each day he sensed something slipping away from his heart. An insatiable yearning to fill the void within him grew ever stronger. Initially, he attributed this turmoil to a stagnation in his swordsmanship. Thus, he began to meditate by the sea, seeking to quell his turbulent thoughts through introspection. It was only after the 2 large-scale slaughters since embarking on the sea, when a torrent of souls surged into his palm, that he experienced an unparalleled satisfaction, compelling him to acknowledge his incessant thirst for souls. Every day, every hour, every minute, every second. Perhaps this is one of the prices of immortality. Mo Jing harbored no regrets when weighed against the eternal void of death. The prospect of thriving by seizing the souls of others appeared all too advantageous. If morality and psychological acceptance posed challenges, why not simply seek out the wicked to eliminate? Observe this town, stained crimson by blood. What this world lacks is not the likes of him, an unrestrained rogue who acts on whims. He strolled along the lengthy street, and the souls he passed instinctively flew towards him, merging with the ring upon his left hand. Suddenly, he let out a soft gasp, halted in his tracks, and deftly grasped one of the souls, bending to inspect it. Jagged, soul of the evil dragon soul quantity. 4100. The soul's quantity was decent, its name rather ordinary. Yet its effects were extraordinary. In Mo Jing's grasp, this faintly blue-glowing soul resembled a pulsating heart, occasionally throbbing as if something were on the verge of hatching. This was the first time he had encountered such an unusual soul. However, based on the souls of those who had become devil fruit users, the more peculiar the soul's appearance, the greater the quality of the items forged. This soul before him should prove no exception. A flicker of anticipation passed through Mo Jing's heart as he clenched his left hand tightly. Soul Refinement, Jagged, Soul of the Evil Dragon. Required soul amount, 1025. Consumed soul amount, 6150. His palm trembled slightly. This refinement process was particularly protracted. With the elevation of his soul refinement level, the souls he harvested from vanquished foes seemed to undergo a subtle transformation. Apart from this extraordinary soul, the number of other named souls had also increased. From the Major, Shogun of the Naval Branch, to the Colonel, Rat of the Naval Branch. It appeared that nearly anyone with a title could yield a complete soul. The mermen were even more remarkable, besides the evil dragon. There were 6 sword-style, Little 8's soul, black belt, Kruby, and water cannon, Geo, all of which bore a noble, pale blue hue. He could scarcely remember when he had dispatched so many renowned masters. Perhaps, to his current self, these individuals no longer seemed formidable. Flowing water, glimmering shadows could hardly be considered an exceptionally powerful sword technique. Its essence was derived from Crow's shadowless steps. Augmented by a touch of Mo Jing's own comprehension of water, it bore some resemblance to the fish swimming series of the floating sky and vast sea. Yet one pursued the ultimate in footwork while the other sought perfection in swordsmanship. The principles of combat were akin to Crow's spoon. In essence, it harnessed the terrifying kinetic energy from high speeds and the omnipresent understanding of water to slay opponents, albeit with a touch more finesse in Mo Jing's execution. After nearly 4 to 5 minutes, the refinement finally concluded, and a cascade of information appeared in Mo Jing's mind. A. Medium physique, crystal 5B, weapon, jagged C. Strong wrist, bracelet, D. Bloodline, Merman, the moment his gaze fell upon the final option, his eyes lit up. Goodness, he finally grasped why this soul was so peculiar. Bloodline. Could such a thing also be refined? He patiently scanned the options B and C. The weapon with jagged characteristics not only inflicted lacerating wounds, but also possessed the ability to self-repair its blade, a commendable attribute. Meanwhile, the strong wrist bracelet enhanced wrist strength, with the specific improvement dependent on one's physique. The stronger the physique, the greater the enhancement. It was indeed a splendid accessory. Yet, compared to the last option, these two paled in significance. The Merman bloodline. In a world themed around the ocean, what could be more alluring? He chose bloodline Merman. It felt as though something within his mind shattered. A certain enlightenment surged from the depths of his being, akin to the former ultimate, water. The bloodline. Merman represented a profound analysis and understanding of the Merman bloodline. However, its focus was not on sword techniques, but rather on soul refinement. Under some arcane guidance, knowledge concerning the alchemical transformation of the soul began to unfold in his mind, gradually revealing an unknown concoction known as the essence of life. Concurrently, a series of unique traits materialized within Mo Jing's status panel. Name: Mo Jing. Age: 20. Race: Undead bloodline. None strength. D agility. D stamina. D intellect. D soul ability. Curse of immortality skills. Soul alchemy LV 51. Flame of origin LV 11. Swordsmanship LV 18. Master of swordsmanship. Swimming LV 10. Shooting LV 1. Martial arts, footwork LV 10. Master. Traits: Dark Ring 1. Flame of origin. Rhythm of water. Deep breathing. Primal instinct. Fishman bloodline, not loaded. He had not directly acquired a certain Fishman bloodline. The trait Fishman bloodline, not loaded, generously bestowed upon him the freedom of choice. Now, he simply needed to slay a marine creature, capture its soul, and refine it into the essence of life to activate the corresponding Fishman bloodline. Upon contemplating this, a wildly audacious idea surged uncontrollably in his mind. Indeed, when it comes to the mightiest marine creatures, what could rival the ocean's sovereign, the Sea King? Ordinary Fishman bloodlines boast physiques that are tenfold stronger than that of a human. One could only imagine the prowess of a Sea King bloodline. Although Fishmen and Sea Kings are entirely distinct beings, and it seems that a Fishman with a Sea King bloodline does not exist in this realm. Who is to say that it cannot be? With such an alluring opportunity laid before him, if he hesitated to seize it, it would indeed be a disgrace to the undead. Mo Jing was momentarily swept away by a surge of emotions, preparing to depart in search of a tranquil space to devise a plan. Suddenly, a horrifying shriek pierced the air from behind. The atmosphere froze, and the torrential rain seemed to pause for a heartbeat. An unprecedented sense of danger surged from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. Mo Jing's body was enveloped in a prickling sensation as every hair on his skin stood on end. He barely had time to unleash an angry roar before gripping his blade tightly, pivoting to deliver a downward strike. In the blink of an eye, the downpour. The glimmer of the blade, the very fabric of space, and the entirety of the world around him shattered before his eyes. A pitch-black iron fist effortlessly crushed everything in its path, colliding with his chest. The ink-black figure transformed into a blazing meteor, streaking back with unparalleled speed. A thunderous roar echoed as a gaping hole was torn into the Navy's 16th branch building. The Navy's retaliation was swift and unyielding. An elderly veteran, his hair as white as snow, stood amidst the rain, gazing at the strewn bodies, his heart heavy with sorrow. Half an hour prior, at the Navy headquarters, within the Intelligence Management Department, a pale-faced operator stared at the fax machine, from which sheets of paper slowly emerged, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. It was an image, a blood-soaked missive, still incomplete, yet the information contained within sent a chill through him, as if he were ensconced in a frigid wasteland. Quickly, summon Admiral John, he shouted, slamming his hand on the table and rising to his feet in desperation. 5 minutes later, the roar of the giant admiral, John Giando, reverberated through the Intelligence Management Department. How could this happen? The windows rattled violently under the force of his fury. Soon, the news ascended through the ranks. By the time this blood-curdling intelligence from the 16th branch of the East Sea reached Admiral Sengoku's desk, a full 15 minutes had elapsed. His voice, restrained yet seething with rage, echoed from his office. What do you mean the East Sea 16th branch has been annihilated? Total destruction? The usually composed Admiral Sengoku slammed his palm onto the desk, the absurdity of his frog-like glasses failing to mask the fury etched across his face. Such occurrences had only taken place during the Navy's nascent stages, when their strength was still woefully inadequate. Since then, even when confronted by fearsome pirates, such calamities were rare unless the adversaries were intent on obliterating their base. Has such a dire situation finally emerged in the East Sea? He gritted his teeth. The rising tide of increasingly rampant piracy over the past 2 years had caused the veins on his once youthful face to bulge, his muscles taut, resembling a wrathful Buddha of indomitable strength. Roger, what havoc you have wrought. Minutes later, an urgent notification from the Admiral was dispatched, summoning all available Vice Admirals and Generals remaining in Marineford. Admiral Akiji, the only Admiral present, shed his usual lethargy, scrutinizing the intelligence in his hands with a furrowed brow. The atmosphere in the conference room was stifling. The faces of the Vice Admirals were grim, each more troubled than the last. A few appeared indifferent. Yet even they did not dare to exhibit excessive nonchalance under the prevailing tension. Everyone is aware of the current situation. Admiral Sengoku's voice was somber. Share your thoughts. We must eliminate this vile scoundrel. Vice Admiral John Giando urged, his fists clenched tightly as he proclaimed, this insidious seed must be uprooted now, or it will surely bring forth greater calamities in the future. Do not be so hasty, John. Keisha's voice drifted from the side, adorned with sunglasses and a vertical scar marking his left eye. He spoke with a measured cadence. Whether it is arrest or execution, both are inevitable. However, the most pressing concern now is how to conceal this matter. His gaze lingered on the intelligence in hand, unable to fathom the dreadful repercussions should this incident become public knowledge. Such events are hardly exemplary for those restless young pirates. He expressed with evident concern. Arrest, public execution, broadcasted to the entire world. Such actions would serve as the finest cover, remarked Doberman, seated diagonally opposite Keisha, his voice hoarse and his demeanor grim. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Keisha refrained from further comment. Within the Navy, Doberman was privately known as the fighting dog, a figure not easily approached. Soon, the admirals began to bicker over how to tackle this mess, subtly forming factions advocating for various approaches. The radicals who supported decisive measures and proposed sending several vice admirals to encircle and eliminate Mo Jing. The moderates who preferred to first suppress the news and discreetly dispatch personnel to resolve the issue. And the apathetic faction who simply aimed to crush him upon his arrival in their jurisdiction. Ultimately, it was Sengoku who rapped on the table, ceasing the fruitless debate. He turned his gaze toward Akiji. Kazan, you are here for the meeting as well. Do not remain silent. The admiral, known by his code name Akiji and real name Kazan, paused for 2 seconds before lazily responding, whether to conceal the information is not within our purview to decide. His words bore an implication, yet no one dared to counter. Even those from the radical faction, who found themselves clenching their fists in acceptance of this harsh reality. The only decision we can make concerns one matter. He leaned forward, examining the intelligence in his hands. Who shall be dispatched for the capture? The vice admirals exchanged glances, despite their current appearances of idleness. Each bore a heavy burden of tasks. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining a certain number of vice admirals and at least one admiral stationed at Marineford, they would have been preoccupied with their own duties. To venture out to the East Blue to hunt a pirate? It would be an extravagant use of time and resources. Even the radicals among the vice admirals were troubled by the thought of leaving during a period when far more nefarious individuals could unleash even more heinous acts within the Grand Line. Considering the audacity required to breach a naval base, why linger in such a minor region as the East Blue? Vice Admiral Stiares, clad in a suit, could not help but voice his frustration, reflecting on the recent surge of calamitous events. He felt compelled to question the young pirates. Is the Grand Line truly no longer grand? Challenging the strong, seeking treasures. One Piece, is it too much to ask for young people to harbor some dreams? What future lies in languishing in the four seas? They are merely courting death now. Adventure. The upside-down mountain, which serves as the gateway from the four seas to the Grand Line, stands there conspicuously. The Navy and the world government are not blind. One must ponder why they have not obliterated this passage or stationed heavy troops to guard it all these years. Aside from commercial interests, there exists another crucial reason. The Grand Line is a realm far more conducive to efficiently addressing the scourge of pirates than the vast expanse of the four seas. The waters here are considerably narrower, the climate is dreadfully unpredictable, and coupled with the presence of elite naval forces, it becomes nearly impossible for those lacking prowess to navigate the initial stages. Even if one manages to traverse the first half, they are greeted at the end of the road by the open gates of Marine Headquarters, Marineford. each year. Only a scant few pirates manage to transition from this route to the latter half of the Grand Line. The term pirate graveyard is not mere hyperbole. Thus, the Marine Vice Admirals are either stationed at the naval branches along the Grand Line or are perpetually traversing the seas in pursuit of those pirates who are ever eager to concoct grand news. They occasionally return to headquarters for respite. The Grand Line is indeed their primary battleground. The malevolent character of Mo Jing has precisely struck at their Achilles heel. He is neither formidable enough to necessitate the intervention of a vice admiral, yet he surpasses the naval forces of the East Sea branch by several tiers. This disparity in strength is particularly evident in the East Sea, where the average bounty for pirates hovers around a mere 3 million. The annihilation of a naval branch may sound atrocious. Yet it is clear to all that merely extracting a pirate crew with a bounty of 60 to 70 million from other seas could easily accomplish such a feat. Moreover, instances of even graver incidents have not been absent in other regions. One need only glance at the emergence of new pirate crews boasting bounties exceeding 100 million in recent years. The East Sea has managed to maintain its singular prominence and stability over the years, primarily due to the presence of an extraordinarily unique figure. I have heard that Vice Admiral Karp has recently returned to the East Sea to escort a prisoner, a voice hesitantly remarked. The expressions of all the admirals present shifted to one of intrigue. Sengoku pressed his forehead with his palm, while even Akiji's lips quivered slightly. The naval hero Karp, a powerful vice admiral who has repeatedly declined promotion to admiral, stands as one of the pillars of justice within the Navy. Why would he need to intervene for the mere escort of a prisoner from the East Sea? Even if the individual in question is a former colonel of the naval branch, he hardly warrants the attention of a vice admiral. A brigadier general from headquarters could easily handle such a task. Everyone understood that this uniquely positioned veteran was merely seeking an excuse to revisit the East Sea. Such behavior had become commonplace. No one could command this free-spirited veteran. He would go wherever he pleased. Yet, it must be acknowledged that it is precisely because this veteran frequently returns home that the East Sea has maintained a relative state of peace and stability. Now, it seems the time has come for this veteran to take action once more. I have heard that Vice Admiral Karp was reportedly injured by a prisoner during the escort and even allowed the prisoner to escape. Another hesitant voice chimed in. The expressions of the admirals grew even more nuanced. Sengoku seemed on the verge of covering his entire face. Someone, please, go retrieve that disgraceful fellow. If a vicious criminal were to emerge in the East Sea, one capable of defeating the veteran who has bested Roger and obliterated the Rocks pirates. With a lifetime of legendary exploits, it would not merely be the admirals who would need to mobilize. Even the fleet admiral would have to rush over with the golden transponder snail to mount a siege. That man is acting with intent. This way, he can feign injury as an excuse to evade the burdensome tasks imposed from above, which he is reluctant to undertake. As a longtime partner and friend, does Sengoku not comprehend this man's modus operandi? Yet, Sengoku still spoke firmly. Send a report over. In the East Sea, a matter like this will not be overlooked by someone as just as Karp. No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure hurriedly burst through the door. Breaking news. The naval soldier responsible for communications beamed with pride and astonishment. Admiral Karp had embarked for the 16th Division. The oppressive atmosphere in the conference room dissipated, replaced by expressions of disbelief among all present. Given Karp's distinctive approach, it was customary for him to remain uninformed about matters deemed unimportant in internal discussions. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, his actions were swifter than the deliberations themselves. This indicated that someone had forewarned him. But who could it be? The attendees exchanged puzzled glances, ultimately directing their focus to the composed figure of Admiral Sengoku, seated at the center. In that moment, their eyes brimmed with admiration. Truly, Sengoku, renowned as a strategist, possessed remarkable foresight. As he pondered who might have dared to overstep their bounds, Sengoku nearly found himself blinded by the collective gaze of respect. Akiji remarked, "Old man, everything is within your calculations, isn't it?" Only Sengoku held the authority and capability to bypass the conference and directly orchestrate Karp's actions. Sengoku declared, "Who could it be?" However, he quickly composed his expression and stated calmly, "Since Karp has received the news, this meeting is hereby adjourned." Dismissed. In unison, all the vice admirals rose, proclaiming, "For justice." No one harbored doubts about Karp's success. Merely hearing his name instilled confidence, a testament to the faith inspired by the hero of the Navy. Sengoku rose first to exit the conference room. Regardless of who had taken the initiative, he resolved to claim the credit. albeit somewhat unscrupulously. It presented an excellent opportunity to bolster his authority amidst the increasingly severe factional disputes within the Navy. As he walked, he couldn't help but sigh. Observing the clusters of naval vice admirals below, feeling a sense of overwhelm from the burgeoning power that was becoming difficult to manage. In the past, when the Navy was not as formidable, and he, Karp, and Tsuru were still young, the pressure from pirates hardly allowed for such concerns. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps this also signified a gradual peace in the world, albeit at great cost and through painful choices made by many. Ultimately, justice was slowly being realized. Thus, Sengoku's gaze sharpened with unyielding intensity. Figures like Mo Jing, who dared to challenge the Navy's authority and sought to disrupt the delicate balance between the Navy and pirates, could not be allowed to persist. He trusted that his old friend shared the same sentiment. He gazed into the distance, his eyes seemingly piercing through infinite expanses, where he perceived the swiftly advancing canine-headed warship. On board, Bogart, clad in a gray suit and draped in a Navy cloak, stood quietly behind Karp, observing his rarely serious superior. He glanced at the information he had just received from the Intelligence Management Department, his left hand instinctively tightening around the hilt of his sword. Mere moments ago, a call from a public phone in the black market had directly connected to the phone bug he had nurtured. Upon confirmation, it was revealed to be from the Navy headquarters, an undercover intelligence officer in the Eastern Sea black market. The individual relayed details about a pirate named Mo Jing and earnestly implored Vice Admiral Karp to eliminate this threat. According to Karp's usual disposition, he would have declined such a request, for the intel suggested that this pirate had not committed any heinous acts against civilians. He merely possessed formidable strength. Such pirates emerged every few years, most ultimately perishing in the Grand Line. Yet, out of a sense of duty, he inquired further with the Intelligence Management Department, resulting in the receipt of a bloodstained letter. The scant information contained therein stated, the pirate Mo Jing has obliterated the Navy's 16th Division, leaving no survivors. Upon learning this, Karp immediately resolved to set sail. However, it must be acknowledged that even at full speed, it would take nearly half an hour to reach the town of Moss, where the 16th Division was located. By the time they arrived, the people would have long fled. Nevertheless, Karp appeared undeterred. Bogart observed Karp ahead, and although Karp remained silent, he sensed that his superior was seething with barely contained rage, unwilling to direct his fury at his own men. Just as Bogart was about to speak, Karp's deep voice resonated, too slow. Bogart, momentarily taken aback, quickly replied, "We are already traveling at maximum speed." "Still too slow," Karp bellowed, his eyes ablaze with anger. Bogart seemed to contemplate something, his face reflecting shock as he exclaimed, "Vice Admiral, you cannot be thinking." Before he could finish, Karp leapt from the bow of the ship, employing a technique akin to the shave, soaring across the surface of the sea. Even someone as composed as Bogart could not help but press down his hat. Leaning over the ship's front and shouting, "Vice Admiral Karp, Moss Town is at least 5 nautical miles away." The fierce wind carried Karp's boisterous voice back. "That doesn't sound too far. Always so reckless." Bogart leaned against the railing, sighing. His superior was commendable in many respects, yet frequently engaged in actions that were startling. He shook his head and made his way toward the captain's cabin. Throughout, he harbored no concerns regarding Karp's safety. In this contemporary world, aside from the infamous 4 emperors, he could scarcely conceive of anyone capable of inflicting harm upon this formidable superior. Even after traversing 20 kilometers, a naval hero remains a naval hero. Wherever the iron fist treads, justice prevails. Amidst the torrential downpour, the bloodied lay feebly within the precarious branch office, struggling to breathe as the flame of his spirit blazed fiercely. At this moment, he palpably sensed the potency of justice. Karp ascended against the blood river washed forth by the rain, his expression growing increasingly pained. The fury within him blazed like a wildfire in a tempest, raging uncontrollably. How much blood had been shed? How many naval soldiers had perished at the hands of that villain? From the moment he arrived, his clenched fists had not loosened. In the next instant, the blood river shattered, the ground caved in, and he abruptly vanished from his position, piercing through the curtain of rain, appearing before the gaping maw of the Navy's 16th branch office. A dark iron sheen emanated from his fist. "Let them accompany you to the grave, you wretch." The iron fist descended. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding space seemed to compress beneath the weight of his fist. The air fractured inward like transparent plastic. Boom. The sky erupted with a thunderous roar. Yet, The residents of Mo's town could no longer discern whether the thunder was more terrifying than the colossal sound emanating from the 16th branch. With one punch, the Navy's 16th branch office was severed in half. Subsequently, it collapsed entirely amidst the cacophony. However, from the ruins of the fallen structure, a diminutive figure emerged like a specter. Shadowless step. Mo Jing unleashed the pace imparted by Klo to its utmost limit, even surpassing the speed of Klo's spoon. Darting away like a bird fleeing from a predator. Unable to contend. Inconceivable to contend. This sense of helplessness was reminiscent of the time he faced Hawkeye. Yet, the individual before him was not here for a friendly spar. The silhouette of Mo Jing traversed the slanted blood river beneath him, not merely appearing to do so, but indeed sprinting across the surface of the water with astonishing velocity. Yet, a towering figure surpassed him in speed. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the fabric of space, materializing instantaneously before him. Once again, a single fist. The resounding force of the punch surged forth, causing the torrential rain to tilt backward. Floating heaven, vast sea, moonlight haze. Although not upon the ocean, the rain-soaked conditions provided an exceptional backdrop for this technique. The raindrops entwined in the dance of vengeance, swirling amidst the deluge. A figure leaped forth from the curtain of rain, raising a blade to strike, only to be shattered in an instant beneath the might of the fist. An illusion, empowered by the shadowless step, Mo Jing's form became an elusive specter, nearly undetectable in this water-laden environment. Yet, in the following heartbeat, Karp abruptly slid sideways, his footwork twisting like a shifting mountain, as he intuitively collided with the concealed essence of Mo Jing hidden beneath the curtain of water. The speed was unparalleled. The formidable aura even carved out a vacuum within the rain. Boom! The figure of Mo Jing once again transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting into the adjacent stone house. The structure collapsed, sending a plume of dust soaring in a straight line through the residential area. Yet, after delivering this blow, Karp was engulfed by regret. His observation Haki alerted him to the presence of someone within the house. Gradually, at the edge of the dust, a flicker of flame ignited, accompanied by violent coughs emanating from within. How terrifying! Mo Jing's weakened voice emerged from the haze, followed by a low, haunting laugh, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. Within the shattered confines of the house, a pale-faced mother clutched her child, trembling in the corner, her visage etched with terror. Perhaps in her anxiety, the infant let out a piercing wail. The frantic mother hastily covered the baby's mouth, casting a fearful glance towards the flickering light in the dust. However, it was already too late. The burning gaze, resembling that of a specter, had fixated on the two hidden in the shadows. Debris of stone and wood cascaded from the dust, revealing a figure engulfed in flames rising from the haze, a resplendent ruby-like blade silently thrusting out. Poised against the infant's neck, Karp's eyes widened in horror. To avoid provoking the adversary, he refrained from further action. After all, at such a short distance, no matter how swift he was, he could never outpace the blade. Yet, events were spiraling toward the worst possible outcome. At this moment, he could only hope that the individual before him was not a maniac reveling in slaughter. Even if he were threatened, it would suffice to let him go this time, with the hope of future opportunities as long as he refrained from harming innocents. However, the sight of the countless corpses scattered around sent Karp's heart plummeting into despair. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes widened in disbelief as the long blade moved, not to strike anyone, but rather gently lifted the mother's hand away from the child's mouth. What if I suffocate the little one? The specter in the dust lamented, shaking his head as he staggered toward Karp, his eyes aflame, resembling a demon rising from molten rock, his entire being intermittently erupting with fire. Yet his posture remained unervingly straight. Major Shigon's soul, transmutation. Small physique, crystal 3. What's wrong? Why don't you come at me? Afraid I might harm the civilians? Mo Jing advanced while attempting to exploit any vulnerabilities in Karp's defenses with his words. Lieutenant Colonel Mishu Bing Chung, transmutation. Medium physique, crystal 1. Rest assured, I would never stoop to the actions of the Navy. Lieutenant Colonel Shang Huiya, transmutation. Medium agility, crystal 2. Countless waves of heat surged into Mo Jing's body, wildly transforming his flesh. In his mind, all three attributes of strength, agility, and physique reached their utmost limit of D. Yet, between C and D lay an invisible chasm, making it impossible to achieve a qualitative transformation, no matter how many attribute crystals were infused. Nonetheless, he had transformed significantly from his previous self. As the attributes progressed, the enhancements became increasingly substantial. by the time he reached the D stage. Each improvement in his skills represented a revolutionary advancement in swordsmanship. Techniques that he once deemed unattainable now seemed within reach. Karp stood silently in the rain, uncertain whether it was the earlier actions of Mo Jing that had stirred him or if the exertion from a few punches had finally relieved some of his pent-up frustration. With a voice heavy with sorrow, he questioned, why must so many innocent soldiers be slain? He was aware of certain details regarding the rat. Had the adversary targeted solely the rat, he might have indulged in a couple of drinks and shared a laugh. Yet, why unleash such brutality upon other naval soldiers as well? Upon hearing this, Mo Jing was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but let out a mocking laugh. Are you suggesting that a frail rat king desires to pilfer my family's provisions? There are rats to dig the tunnels for it, others to serve as lookouts, and yet more to transport the goods, but all I need do is eliminate that rat king? His tone gradually turned frigid. Shouldn't the perpetrators meet their demise? And what of the accomplices? Karp bellowed with a thunderous voice. Is there not a single innocent among them? Perhaps there was. Mo Jing directed his vengeful thoughts towards the aged, silver-haired naval officer, who appeared more formidable than anyone he had previously encountered. He coldly remarked, but what relevance does that hold for me? Your presence here today is solely due to the fact that it is the Navy that has perished. What of those pirates who fell beneath your fists? Would you offer them some justification, claiming you only strike at the wicked? Or would you take the time to discern the innocent among them? Before Karp could respond, he disdainfully scoffed, do not jest. I have never denied the Navy's contributions to this world, yet in this matter, you lack the standing to reproach me. We are all the same, merely differing in our stances. As his final words lingered in the air, Karp sorrowfully closed his eyes. Even he had to concede that there was some truth in what was stated, yet he too harbored his own unspoken sense of justice. 2 seconds later, he opened his eyes, his gaze resolute. Gradually, he clenched his fist. When words fail to resonate, let the fist reveal the truth. Mo Jing held the knife firmly in both hands. Whoosh, vanished without a trace. Even the torrential rain could not delineate his silhouette. Yet, within the perceptive grasp of Karp's observation, nothing remained concealed. The ground abruptly caved in, accompanied by a faint muffled sound, and Karp's figure too disappeared. When clarity returned, astonishingly, it was at the side of the swiftly moving. A pair of colossal hands lunged irresistibly towards head. Indeed, he can sense my location. S voice emerged through the rain. After that previous Iron Mountain strike, he had begun to suspect that this old fellow possessed some means of perception beyond the 5 senses. Now it was evident that this was indeed the case. However, he had also discerned a vulnerability in his opponent. Though the other party's speed was remarkable, it was predicated on explosive bursts that resulted in rapid acceleration, while the instantaneous velocity surpassed even the limits of the shadowless step. The trajectory of the attack followed a straight line, devoid of any room for maneuver, and would gradually diminish. Even if he were to pivot multiple times mid-attack, it would still pale in comparison to his shadowless step in terms of agility. This, indeed, was his opportunity. Mo Jing's gaze was shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, his already swift figure accelerated once more, narrowly evading Karp's massive hand. Karp furrowed his brow, perplexed by Mo Jing's inexplicable surge in speed. Could it be some peculiar devil fruit? He recalled the moments when Mo Jing ignited his eyes and healed himself with flames, reminiscent of Marco's phoenix-like immortality. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Today, even if Marco himself were to intervene, it would yield no favorable outcome for him. Yet in the next moment, he became acutely aware of an anomaly. The torrential rain around him did not a single drop fall upon him. Upon closer inspection, he found that, unbeknownst to him, the surrounding raindrops had begun to dance around him like silken ribbons. Amidst the rain, Mo Jing's slightly paused figure struck a familiar sword stance. Karp snorted coldly, disdainfully remarking, "Still not giving up, are you, brat? This trick won't fool me." Mo Jing remained oblivious to the surroundings. Floating in the vast sea, the moon's luster. In an instant, as he executed his sword technique, he vanished once more behind Karp. Accelerating anew, a multitude of shadowy figures surged forth from the torrential downpour, their long swords aimed at vital points. Ling Long. Karp felt a twinge of frustration. Mo Jing had indeed grasped his weakness, alternating his speed with cunning precision. Though he could pursue, moving too swiftly would grant the opponent the chance to evade, while moving too slowly was not an option. He was as agile as a fish gliding through the sea. In this regard, his shaving technique appeared somewhat rigid. Yet, employing such juvenile tactics against him, was that not an overestimation? He extended his palm, reminiscent of a fan, and without even cloaking it with Haki, he spun fiercely on the spot. Dozens of illusionary figures shattered instantaneously, dispersing into mist that enveloped the surroundings. However, everything seemed orchestrated. In the blink of an eye, the vapor coiled like a serpent, surging forth alongside a swiftly moving silhouette into the sky. It descended like a hefty whip. Damping. The ground of the long street erupted violently, the countless sword energies carving a long groove into the earth. From a distance, it appeared as if someone had splashed ink across the street, inscribing a single stroke. Yet, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Karp's eyes. He instantly vanished from his position, shattering the endless sword energies within the mist, materializing before Mo Jing, suspended in midair. The two locked eyes, the murderous intent between them seemingly igniting sparks. A sinister grin gradually emerged on Karp's face. At last, I have you. To dare linger in midair before him was tantamount to courting death. On the ground, surrounded by civilians, he had to exercise restraint, but in the sky, nothing impeded his path. Simultaneously, Mo Jing was also smiling. So you did leap up. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. In the next moment, he vanished before Karp. Karp's eyes widened. That was shaving. No, more precisely, it was the moonwalk, allowing brief suspension in midair. Although he had heard tales of some exceptionally gifted juniors in the Navy, who, after observing the 6 styles once, could swiftly grasp certain techniques. This was perhaps an unprecedented speed. Mo Jing was certainly not a prodigy of martial arts, yet with the foundation of the shadowless step, he swiftly discerned the secret of the shave technique. In a mere third of a second, he propelled himself off the ground dozens of times. As long as one's agility and physical prowess reached a certain level, such feats could be accomplished. At this moment, Mo Jing's final strike was imminent. Water Cloud Village. A sigh resonated from behind, followed by a tumult of mist. An overwhelming deluge of water vapor engulfed Karp. Water Cloud Village was Mo Jing's most formidable sword technique to date, albeit with exceedingly stringent prerequisites and an extended preparation phase. Thus, he had incorporated 2 preceding moves: Brilliance, Light Ink, Water Cloud Village. This comprised his Floating Sky and Vast Sea series, currently his most lethal maneuver. Sensing the encroaching sword aura, Karp furrowed his brow. Once again, these trivial tricks. Did his opponent still not comprehend? Such feeble sword energy posed no threat to him whatsoever. With agile grace, he utilized the moon step to suspend himself in midair, his observation Haki instantly locking on to Mo Jing's figure, utterly disregarding the surging sword energy around him. Drawing a deep breath, he clenched his fist. After toying for so long, this time, it would be the final blow. Chafe. In an instant, the mist parted, revealing a vast opening, from which the mournful wails of countless blades emerged. Clad in a jet-black armament, Karp materialized before Mo Jing, resembling a titan forged from dark metal. Without affording a moment's respite, he unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! The storm ceased. A circle of mist expanded outward. Countless raindrops were evaporated by the force of this punch, while many others transformed into parallel flying droplets, shooting forth. The once cacophonous patter of rain in Moss Town abruptly fell silent. Within the tumultuous air, a seemingly inconspicuous blade of light flickered, only to shatter into fragments moments later. Mo Jing's figure, as anticipated, transformed into a blazing meteor, hurtling backward. Yet, from the sky came his triumphant laughter. Didn't he see this coming, did you? This is my escape route, old man. Water Cloud Village was never intended as a finishing move to vanquish foes, but rather a diversion to obscure the enemy's sight and confuse them. Seizing this brief moment, he positioned himself in the direction nearest the sea. From the very beginning, he had no intention of winning. He merely sought to catch a favorable breeze. In the air, there were no obstructions. Harnessing Karp's terrifying punch, he nearly reached the dock's edge in the blink of an eye. The cost was the shattering of his weapon in hand, ensuring he was not obliterated in that instant. Yet, in the next moment, Karp's formidable figure reappeared above Mo Jing. The white-bearded elder sneered. No, this is my route to capture you, you cunning little brat. Another punch. Boom. Mo Jing was hurled into the sea. In the tumultuous waters, fierce flames ignited, transforming him into a near fireball. He was on the brink of death. His soul energy plummeted, yet the initial blaze instantaneously mended his heart. Thankfully, he had finally plunged into the ocean. He breathed a sigh of relief. From the very beginning, he had been acutely aware that his sole path to survival lay in the depths of the sea. Although he had not yet awakened the bloodline of the fishman, certain shared traits had already manifested within him. Like an arrow released from a bow, he shot forth, skimming the ocean floor. On the dock, a smug smile froze on Carp's face, his observation Haki fully activated. To his astonishment, the figure before him was not a devil fruit user. Not only was that the case, but he was also swimming with incredible speed. What was this? The Fishman bloodline? Since when could the Fishman bloodline self-heal through flames? Was he not afraid of being scorched? Carp was utterly baffled, yet this did not impede his resolve. He leaped high into the air, his fists crashing down upon the sea like cannonballs. A thunderous roar erupted. The ocean's surface dipped dramatically by over 10 meters. A colossal wave surged forth. But when he ceased his assault, the presence of Mo Jing had vanished from his perception. In the New World, at the Palace of Dressrosa, Don Quixote da Flamingo, draped in his ever-unchanging pink feather coat and donning red sunglasses, was languidly listening to his subordinates' reports. His interest suddenly piqued upon hearing a certain keyword, the smooth fruit. Indeed. However, according to the reports, it had been stolen, and the auction house manager, Dake, seemed to be preparing to flee. His subordinates hurriedly informed him. Dake? Doflamingo reclined in his opulent chair, one foot crossed over the other, tapping his finger rhythmically against the armrest. A sly grin began to form at the corners of his mouth. After a considerable pause, his voice resounded once more. I recall him being from the Long-Arm tribe. Yes. It appears my business in the East Blue is about to go awry. A deep, sinister laughter echoed, causing his subordinates to bow their heads, beads of cold sweat dotting their foreheads. Go inform Baby 5 and Buffalo to eliminate Dake and retrieve everything from the auction house. Doflamingo commanded nonchalantly. Just as his subordinates were about to exit the hall, he seemed to remember something and added, and that consigner, kill him as well. We cannot allow him to tarnish the reputation of the Don Quixote family. As the wooden door closed, Doflamingo reclined in his chair, sunlight streaming through the window. He gazed quietly at the stained glass, reminiscing about the intelligence gathered from the underworld, and a broad smile slowly spread across his face. It seemed that a new era was on the horizon. In the vast emptiness of the royal palace, his peculiar laughter reverberated. Marineford, the naval headquarters conference room, witnessed the same assembly of individuals reconvening an hour after their previous meeting. They exchanged glances, each surprised by the unexpected summons they had received twice in a single day. The expressions on their faces varied considerably. Some young vice admirals, recently elevated to their ranks, wore looks of incredulity. The legendary hero Garp had, astonishingly, met with failure. For those who grew up hearing tales of Garp's exploits, his stature was akin to that of a deity. They could scarcely fathom that the naval hero Garp could ever experience defeat, especially in the feeble East Blue. Sengoku cleared his throat a couple of times. Despite being one of the prominent figures of the Navy and the world government, Garp seldom had negative news circulate about him. However, any vice admiral who had collaborated with him understood that this unconventional hero was not as resplendent as the rumors suggested. In fact, he was often excessively down-to-earth. Mission failures? A frequent occurrence. Every year witnessed several such instances. At times, even the most discerning could see that this naval hero intentionally let certain pirates escape. Yet when this man laughed heartily and urged everyone to pretend they hadn't seen anything, who could possibly refuse? Even within the rigidly disciplined Navy, he exuded a sense of freedom that perhaps inspired many younger naval officers to idolize him. Just as shone like the sun, yet was not at all blinding. His iron fist was invincible, yet not devoid of gentleness. Whether the real Garp or the one depicted in tales, he was undoubtedly a naval hero. Yet, the severity of the current incident raised suspicions of deeper implications. At once, Sengoku chose to trust Garp, a sentiment echoed by the majority of the vice admirals present. However, the voice of Tsuru shattered their illusions. Garp had indeed faltered. He spoke in a somber tone. The adversary seems to possess the bloodline of a fishman. At this revelation, many vice admirals furrowed their brows. The fishman bloodline was undoubtedly a unique advantage in these waters. If one were to hide, it would be impossible for anyone, let alone a vice admiral, to succeed. It was hardly surprising that the naval hero lost track of them. Sengoku observed the varied expressions of the naval vice admirals below and recalled the intelligence relayed by Garp. He felt a headache coming on. A master swordsman, a certain self-healing flame, and the fishman bloodline. Any one of these elements would pose a significant challenge, yet they had all converged upon a single individual, almost overwhelming him. Sengoku lamented that his explosive hairstyle might never be tamed again. He distributed the organized documents, and a brief silence fell over the conference room, punctuated only by the rustling of paper. After a moment, they reached the final stage of the meeting to discuss the bounty. In terms of the pursuit, the responsibility remains with Cap. They merely need to gather together and present a suitable number. After a brief pause, John Jindo, the general of the giant clan, could no longer restrain himself and spoke first. The following day, the latest edition of the World Economic News was dispatched across the nation by carrier birds. In Immotown, Dada joyfully clutched the newspaper and hurried back to the farm. From a distance, she chirped like a delighted little sparrow, exclaiming, "Grandpa, Mo Jing has been put on the bounty list." Old Ken, seated on the doorstep sipping water, nearly choked. He felt an urge to curse. For this was a bounty indeed. It indicated that the lad posed a threat to the world government and the Navy. How could it sound like some grand honor? Yet, seeing his granddaughter's exuberance, he found himself at a loss for words, regretting his earlier decision to invite trouble. Nevertheless, he feigned composure and remarked, "It's been nearly half a month, and only now is there a bounty? It doesn't seem that impressive. Good heavens, half a month. Was this lad some kind of born criminal?" Dada, removing her shoes, perched herself on the nearby fence, giggling and playfully wiggling her smooth little feet, her fair skin shimmering in the sunlight, as if exuding a hint of milk's fragrance. She repeatedly examined the bounty poster. It featured a side profile of Mo Jing, who was intently preparing sashimi, the sea breeze tousling his hair, a few strands obscuring his eyes, while a subtle smile graced his lips, giving him an air of tranquility and serenity. This photograph had been taken by a reporter during the Green Pine Sea banquet. At that moment, the wind had blown some hair into his eyes, causing him to involuntarily grin and blink vigorously. One could say that the reporter had honed their photographic skills to a miraculous level. Had they been a second faster or slower, the moment would have been entirely different. Ahem. Old Ken cleared his throat and casually inquired, "The bounty is in the millions, I presume?" Based on his experience, a novice pirate with a bounty exceeding 500,000 was already considered exceedingly vicious. According to Mo Jing's observations over the past 2 years, despite possessing considerable strength, the individual in question is rather unassuming. The bounty is likely less than 5 million. While this may not hold much weight among fellow pirates, to Old Ken, this figure seems just right, representative of someone with little potential for advancement, content to return home unbothered. Dada earnestly counted the zeros on the bounty notice, 1, 2, 3, and exclaimed in astonishment, 100 million berries. Suddenly, a furious voice erupted from the cow farm, belonging to Old Ken. "I will go and eliminate him right now. No one shall stop me." This was followed by Dada's melodious laughter. The morning breeze stirred the waves as the Going Merry sailed through the waters not far from Kakoja village. Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat crew, was complaining to a delivery bird about the exorbitant price of newspapers. "If they raise the price again, I want to buy it." Nami pointed at the delivery bird, which merely chirped in response, flapping its wings as if to say, "Buy it or don't." Ultimately, Nami spent 100 berries to purchase the latest edition of the newspaper. For many pirate crews, their debut on the world stage occurs through the bounty notices tucked within the World Economic News. There exists but this singular opportunity, unless they partake in a momentous event. The bounty notices will only update in the regions where the pirate primarily operates. Settling back in her lounge chair, Nami perused the newspaper, noting that the world was becoming increasingly tumultuous. Yet this did not greatly concern their newly formed pirate crew. Unbeknownst to her, 2 bounty notices slipped out from between the pages. Usopp picked one up, his eyes widening in disbelief as he shouted, "Luffy, you have a bounty." Everyone was drawn to his voice. Luffy proudly held up the bounty notice for all to see. "Ha! Look, my likeness has spread throughout the world. I must have captivated many hearts." The reactions of the crew varied. Sanji expressed dissatisfaction at the absence of his own handsome portrait, but soon spotted another wanted poster on the ground and eagerly picked it up. Upon seeing the familiar figure in the photograph, his expression turned pale, as if recalling a troubling memory, his hand trembling slightly while clutching the notice. "Hey Sanji, what's wrong?" Usopp inquired. Everyone noticed something was amiss with Sanji. Leaning in to see the bounty notice he held, a profound silence ensued. Upon seeing the long string of zeros on the notice, they instinctively held their breath, their eyes following each zero as they counted, nearly losing their sight in the process. "Nami, how many zeros are there?" Luffy exclaimed, his mouth agape, his rubbery face nearly touching the ground. Nami, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, tightly gripped a corner of the notice. her voice trembling as she responded, 100 million berries. A circle of individuals erupted in incredulous exclamations. Zoro proposed that they immediately alter their course to seize the bounty of 100 million. Only Sanji remained silent, gazing at the familiar name below. Accompanied by the unfamiliar codename, Bloodsword Mo Jing. A small section of the newspaper briefly introduced the incident associated with this bounty, the blood base. Yet it was riddled with cliches and bureaucratic jargon devoid of any substantive information. However, the mere mention of the blood base was sufficient to stir the imagination. It seems like something that man would do, Sanji mused softly. Sanji, do you know this person? Usopp inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sanji glanced at the eager faces of his companions, lit a cigarette, and began recounting the chef rivalry that had transpired not long ago. A contest destined to remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Meanwhile, on the battle deck of the Baratai restaurant, Zeph tossed a wanted poster to the 6 individuals sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, secretly relieved that he had avoided conflict with Mo Jing. Akin, nearly incapacitated from pain, managed to lift the wanted poster, his eyes instantly lighting up. He then burst into laughter. The 5 other misfits lay around like defeated dogs, lacking even the strength to crawl over. Akin, is that the captain's wanted poster? Eden asked weakly. They had long prepared themselves mentally for the arrival of the captain's bounty notice, especially after witnessing the captain's expression yesterday, which hardly suggested he was in a benevolent mood. However, they did not anticipate it would come so swiftly. Akin laughed heartily. A bounty of 100 million berries. The captain has undoubtedly accomplished something extraordinary. The 5 misfits were momentarily taken aback. 100 million? This figure was astronomical to them. The previous clique had merely been worth 19 million berries. The poisonous pig pirate crew had only commanded a bounty of 6 million berries. Yet their own captain's starting price was a staggering 100 million. Cool, Garfadel exclaimed, raising his oversized gauntlet before collapsing back to the ground, as if experiencing a fleeting moment of brilliance. On the first day of training, not a single one of them had slacked off. They had immersed themselves wholeheartedly in their regimen. After conferring with Mo Jing, Akin assigned each misfit a unique training method. For instance, Garfadel, a low-tier weapon master, was to become familiar with various weapons in addition to his physical training. Suddenly, a voice from an unnoticed corner piped up. The captain must be in great danger now. A moment of silence enveloped everyone. The words of Mo Jing from yesterday still echoed in everyone's ears. Become stronger and come help me. They no longer wished to hinder the captain's progress. With a fierce determination, Nicola slammed his fist onto the floor, his veins and muscles bulging, gradually raising his exhausted body. I shall grow stronger. This singularly focused individual shouted passionately. Inspired by him, the surrounding crew members also strained to lift themselves. Throughout the scene, only Shing Sa remained silent, merely adjusting his glasses with trembling fingers. Yet, those familiar with him understood that when he was quiet, he was undoubtedly devising some plan. Akin also swayed as he stood up. Though he was already the strongest among the crew, he recognized that he still lacked the right to stand beside that man with a bounty of 100 million. Come on, old man, he bellowed. Japu observed these reckless individuals, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, which gradually transformed into a smile. A commendable spirit, but first, let us ensure you are well fed and rested. One cannot grow strong on an empty stomach. With a snap of his fingers, the chef, who had long been prepared, entered in succession, presenting an array of meticulously crafted dishes. The 6 exchanged glances, seated themselves, and feasted heartily. Japu reclined against the side rail, legs crossed, leisurely smoking a pipe, as he watched the 6 devour their meal, reminiscing about the times when he was still known as the Red-Footed One. He had a feeling that these individuals would achieve remarkable feats in the future. His thoughts then drifted to the wanted poster of the young master of the Sea Demon, who overshadowed all others, now known as Bloodsword Mo Jing. He wondered what he was up to now. At this moment, Mo Jing is engaged in a highly serious diplomatic matter. Upon the vast azure expanse of the sea, he rides bare-chested upon the back of a grayish-white dolphin, repeatedly articulating his intentions. Swim. Move forward. I shall not be your mate. After several minutes of negotiation, the dolphin, in a huff, departs, splashing Mo Jing with its tail as it leaves. Mo Jing lay on the sea, his expression one of profound bewilderment. How many times has this been? Is it truly so difficult to secure a free ride? The fish have become disenchanted. Each one is drawn to his fresh catch. and he has even begun to contemplate whether he should first indulge their whims and flatter them, only to execute a cunning scheme when the time comes to attend to serious matters. Mo Jing struggled to suppress the thoughts of despair as he lay upon the tranquil sea, occasionally shifting like a turtle turned on its back. The morning waters were calm, yet turmoil brewed within his heart. Life had become unbearable. The mere recollection of the harrowing events from the previous night elicited a series of deep sighs. Indeed, the cycle of cause and effect proved inescapable. For every moment of exhilaration he had experienced in his prior actions, he now faced an equally severe retribution. Out of nowhere, an astonishingly powerful old man had emerged, utterly unreasonable in his might. He was pummeled from head to toe, with no amount of struggle able to withstand the onslaught of a single punch. It felt akin to being a character in a mindless online game. Only he found himself in the unfortunate role of the target. In a desperate bid for survival, he even found himself submerged, where the relentless onslaught of the elder's fists forced him down into the depths, a frenzied assault compounded by the ocean's weight. Fortunately, his injuries were not severe. The thick layer of seawater had softened the blows considerably. The dire consequence, however, was that with each strike, the air within his lungs was forcibly expelled. His half-breed aquatic lineage had yet to evolve the means for underwater respiration, and the fear of surfacing for air kept him rooted in panic. Had it not been for a sudden whale song, which provided an unexpected anchor, he might still be fleeing from the old man's relentless pursuit. As it stands, he had not entirely eluded his relentless tracker. A golden thread descended from the heavens, and Zhuo-Yi perched upon Mo Jing's forehead, tilting her head as she conveyed the latest intelligence. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The giant is fleeing. Mo Jing let out a sigh. Is it coming again? He felt an immense sense of gratitude for having brought Zhuo-Yi along when he set out. Although this little creature lacked formidable combat prowess, it provided him with invaluable assistance and reconnaissance. Without it, he might have been caught by that old man's warship last night. Mo Jing exerted a gentle force, akin to a fish leaping from the depths of the water, propelling himself from the sea's embrace. The instant his feet grazed the surface, it seemed to momentarily blur, and the water immediately caved in, creating a large pit, while he vanished from sight. His half-blooded fishman lineage significantly enhanced his agility in the water, yet it still paled in comparison to the swiftness of running. This technique, pilfered from the eccentric old man, allowed for an explosive burst of speed along a straight line. Although it lacked the flexibility of the shadowless step, its advantage lay in an instantaneous velocity that permitted him to hover momentarily. In that moment of comprehension, the martial arts, step technique, in Mo Jing's skill panel surged directly to LV-15, Master. Countless bizarre and counterintuitive steps materialized within his mind. And with the nimbleness of the shadowless step combined with the high explosive speed and hovering ability, he could hardly fathom the extent of his newfound agility. Following closely was an explosive surge of inspiration in swordsmanship. Swordsmanship reached LV-19. As long as he wished, the sky could become as level as the ground. With a 360-degree, no dead-angle attack approach, his swordsmanship expanded into an entirely new coordinate system. Were it not for the relentless pursuit of that old man behind him, he would have yearned to pause and find a tranquil place to contemplate deeply. However, at this moment, nothing else mattered. Escaping was of utmost importance. The figure of Mo Jing flickered above the surface of the sea, each fleeting appearance occurring at a distance of 50 to 60 meters. He was uncertain how the old man had managed to pinpoint his location, yet he understood the intention behind the pursuit, to wear down his physical stamina and mental fortitude. It appeared that the adversary had discerned his inability to remain submerged for extended periods, and thus, like a cat toying with its prey, he gradually forced Mo Jing toward a point of no return. Mo Jing remained unperturbed, not as desperate as his adversary presumed. He clutched the final trump card, the bloodline of the fishmen, in his grasp. Should he choose to, he could effortlessly forge a complete aquatic soul, extracting its essence to undergo a transformation of his own fishman lineage. In that moment, while he may not conquer the heavens or the earth, in the depths of the sea, he would traverse wherever his heart desired. Yet, he harbored loftier aspirations. Perhaps this lifetime afforded him but a singular opportunity to select a bloodline. Squandering it on an ordinary fish would haunt him with regret for eternity. Thus, his sole objective was to reach the doldrums and slay the Sea King before that decrepit old man caught up with him. Both were seasoned hunters, one brimming with patience, the other with endurance. Now it remained to be seen who would falter first. For days later, on Tortuga Island, Within the black market, inside the precious item auction house, the former manager was in a frantic flight. Behind him, wails of despair echoed as mercenaries hired from the black market fell in droves. A mercenary captain, wielding a pair of double-bladed axes, shouted from behind a wall, "This is Tortuga. How dare you assault a registered entity in the black market? The market shall not forgive you." His retort came in the form of a thunderous cannon blast, a cannonball the size of a human head. Obliterated both wall and man alike. The Don Quixote family was purging traitors. Would the black market dare to intervene? An impatient feminine voice resonated from the front. The battlefield erupted with the sounds of clashing swords and gunfire, accompanied by the thunder of cannon fire. One might mistake it for a battalion of fully armed elite soldiers. Yet, in reality, it was but a solitary figure. Baby, 5, with smoke curling from her lips, stood amidst a sea of corpses, her wine-red dress accentuating her voluptuous form. While her height of approximately 1.80 m made her long, sleek legs particularly captivating. In that moment, as one leg lifted, it transformed into a crude cannon, blasting apart the wall behind which mercenaries sought refuge. 2 glimmering blades lunged from behind. She twirled with the grace of a dancer, her arms morphing into lethal edges. Gliding past 2 ambushing mercenaries. Thud, thud. 2 bodies collapsed into a pool of blood. Perhaps it was the terror of her bloody slaughter, or perhaps the impact of her earlier words, but the surroundings gradually quieted. Exhaling a long plume of smoke, Baby, 5 adjusted her flowing hair, removed her goggles, and cupped her hands to her mouth, calling loudly into the shadows of the auction house. "Have you found him, Baharo?" A teasing voice emerged from the darkness. "I see him. Yes, indeed. Ha ha ha." In the next moment, a tempest swept through the auction house. The disheveled figure of Deck was pinned against a wooden door, thrust against the wall by a straight column of wind, crashing through multiple barriers before rolling to Baby 5's feet. "Spare me, spare me." Tears and snot mingled, and the moment he regained his ability to move, Daika knelt on the ground, adopting a posture of supplication. However, Baby 5 showed no mercy, her finger transforming into the barrel of a gun pressed against his temple. "Where is the one who possesses the slippery fruit?" Initially believing he had no chance of survival, Daika's face instantly lit up with joy. "I know where he is." According to his original plan, he intended to feign an invitation to Mo Jing to tour the auction house's warehouse and detonate it, shifting the blame onto his adversary while he pretended to perish and made his escape. Little did he know, before he could extend the invitation, the bounty of 100 million on Mo Jing had already spread throughout the black market. The notorious reputation of the East Blue's most villainous figure echoed through the underworld. It was rumored that the World Economic News Agency had obtained several terrifying photographs regarding the Crimson Base incident, which had captured the attention of several prominent figures in the underground world. Daika immediately chose to abandon his plan and flee. Attempting to outsmart such a harbinger of death was akin to sacrificing oneself. Yet, before his escape, he took a moment to note that Mo Jing appeared to be pursued by Carp. In short, locating Carp's whereabouts would lead him to Mo Jing. He had initially thought his demise was inevitable, but now it seemed there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. On the 5th day, the cat-and-mouse game continued. But it was Mo Jing who first began to falter. A body that does not die does not experience fatigue in the traditional sense. Any aches could be remedied by the initial fire. This primordial flame acted like a data reset, restoring the body to its peak state. However, the exhaustion of the spirit was an insurmountable foe in a world imbued with souls. Prolonged wakefulness would lead to a weariness of the spirit. Reclining on the beach, Mo Jing bore the weight of heavy dark circles under his eyes, resembling an overworked corporate drone on the verge of collapse, his gaze vacantly fixed on the sky. Throughout these 5 days, he had scarcely closed his eyes. The Navy behind him relentlessly pursued without rest. One could hardly blame them, while hundreds rotated shifts on the ships. That old pervert merely needed to pinpoint his position, allowing him to recline in a lounge chair, sipping juice and savoring barbecued meat, perhaps even catching a nap. Meanwhile, he was forced to sprint across the sea at full throttle. Even when he occasionally paused to rest, a peaceful slumber eluded him. He had contemplated summoning a sea fish companion like Shui and Ajin, but the end result was merely a heap of charred, crispy fish. It seemed these sea fish were intolerant of heat. If Mo Jing dared to ignite a flame, they would dare to perish. The flavor was indeed delightful, yet ultimately of little utility. Mo Jing did not dare to indulge too much, for even in death, One must eventually relieve oneself after consuming sustenance. Now, on the 5th day, in the afternoon, he felt as if he could barely endure any longer. This morning, due to overwhelming fatigue, he had lagged behind slightly, resulting in being targeted and struck by Kapu from a distance. His head still throbbed incessantly. Should there be no sign of a breakthrough by tomorrow, he feared he might have to resort to choosing a somewhat acceptable sea fish soul to complete the bloodline infusion. What a predicament! Mo Jing flicked away a crab that had crawled beside him, attempting to pinch his ear. Resting on his chest was Zhuyi, a small, furry creature, soundly asleep. This little fellow had scarcely rested over the past 5 days. Whenever fatigue or hunger struck, he would simply find a place to drown, only to resurrect as lively as ever. However, a certain fragility of spirit was inevitable. Now that they had finally discovered a small island, Mo Jing resolved to allow the little creature to rest properly for a while. Just as he contemplated this, a peculiar object seemed to burst forth from the clouds above. Mo Jing squinted his eyes to gaze into the distance. Is that an airplane? Before he could ponder further, the yellow silhouette descended from the sky like a shooting star. It seemed to be aimed directly at his position. Mo Jing sprang up from the beach, cradling Zhuyi in his palms, half of his body immersed in the sea. Ever ready to flee? Did the Navy also possess aerial strike weaponry? This seemed rather excessive. What kind of golden collection plus edition of One Piece was he traversing? He pondered. In the next moment, a tremendous gust of wind descended from the heavens. Mo Jing raised his hand to shield his eyes and peered through his fingers, astonished to discern that the colossal figure descending from the heavens was, in fact, 2 individuals. More precisely, one was an imposing figure, broad and towering like a door, accompanied by a striking maid adorned with an array of weapons. A devil fruit? Mo Jing's gaze fell upon the towering figure of a man. He was clad in a heavy, yellow plush coat, with 2 chains intricately entwined around him, standing at least 3 meters tall. His facial muscles twitched unnervingly, yet he maintained an exaggerated grin. A peculiar pirate symbol was painted on his teeth, the significance of which remained a mystery. Most striking was his hair, which coiled around his neck like a propeller. Mo Jing had previously observed that this peculiar individual soared through the skies solely by the rapid rotation of these 4 strands of hair. Perhaps it was the power of a devil fruit that allowed him to spin his body? Mo Jing's gaze shifted towards the tall maid, adorned with goggles. She bore an expression of impatience. Upon noticing Mo Jing's stare, she extended a finger towards his forehead and coldly inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Mo Jing cast a glance at the ominous black barrel formed by his finger, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. Could one truly transform their body into a weapon while also being a wielder of a devil fruit? Had the East Blue undergone a transformation? A wise man knows when to retreat from danger. He promptly responded with a restrained retort. "What business is it of yours?" The maid raised an eyebrow, her voice sharp as she declared, "You seek death." Bang! The bullet pierced through a fleeting shadow. On the beach, only a shallow crater remained, as Mo Jing appeared to have teleported to the side. Before he could utter a word, the maid's expression turned peculiar. "Soru, are you a member of the Navy?" Mo Jing was momentarily taken aback. Since his departure to the seas, he had been a bounty hunter and a pirate, but he had never donned the mantle of a naval officer. He pointed a finger at the maid, his tone grave. "Indeed. I am surprised you were able to discern this." Although he harbored thoughts of acquiring 2 devil fruits at this juncture, his experience told him that the old man would soon be in pursuit. The prowess of these 2 individuals remained uncertain, and with one possessing the ability to fly, entanglement could spell disaster. Preserving his life took precedence. The maid exchanged a glance with the burly man, their eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. "It's merely the 6 powers. Nothing difficult to recognize," the maid stated, somewhat uncertain. "We are members of the Don Quixote family. I am Baby 5, and he is Buffalo." Mo Jing nodded, exuding an air of authority as he pointed at the 2 individuals. "So, what brings you here?" "Just dealing with some traitors within the family," Baby 5 replied with a smirk, momentarily hesitating to answer. However, a sudden thought struck her. What was an undercover, unidentified Navy officer doing in this vicinity? She recalled the dog-headed warship hastening towards their direction. Could it be that they were an infiltrator within the pirate ranks? Her eyes brightened, and she cautiously inquired, "Are you aware of a pirate by the name of Mo Jing?" Mo Jing, with a swift reaction, cast a puzzled glance at Baby 5 and inquired, "Have you not read the newspaper? A bounty of 100 million for blood sword Mo Jing, handsome, yet far from virtuous. Is he truly so renowned?" Baby 5 asked. covering her face with one hand. Just yesterday, she had overheard Daika divulging half of the information when, unexpectedly, the warehouse exploded. Seizing the moment of their confusion, Daika attempted to flee, only to be met with a bullet from Baby 5 that shattered his skull. Subsequently, a horde of mercenaries arrived at the black market, mistakenly believing they were responsible for the explosion, and without a second thought, launched an assault on the two. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of opponents and concerned that lingering too long would allow Mo Jing to alter his course, they hastily took to the skies. At present, the duo possessed only a vague direction and knowledge of each other's pirate identities, with scarcely enough time to acquire a bounty notice. Initially, they had intended to scour all vessels encountered along their route to gather information and inquire about Mo Jing's appearance. However, it now seemed there existed a more expedient approach. After all, who would be more knowledgeable about pirate intelligence than the undercover navy? Why do you ask this? Mo Jing questioned with a wary expression. Although Don Quixote da Flamingo, the leader of the Don Quixote family, was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the identity of the opposing pirate remained unchanged. He had heard from Old Ken that most of the navy held a cautious stance towards the 7 warlords, yet found themselves compelled to cooperate. To assist your navy in resolving this predicament, Baby 5 exclaimed with a triumphant smile. She was well acquainted with the expression on the navy's faces, which signified that they were on the verge of capitulation. I recall that the navy is obligated to aid the 7 warlords in eradicating pirates, is it not? Mo Jing's expression shifted for quite some time, and ultimately, he resignedly sighed. Very well, I do know his whereabouts. I shall lead you there. And I hope this can be resolved swiftly. Do not fret. Even a pirate with a bounty of 100 million is not as formidable as you might imagine. Baby 5 chuckled, pulling Mo Jing onto the back of the now transformed flying steed, Bahaflu. Where shall we go? She inquired, retrieving a folded nautical map from her bosom. Mo Jing retrieved the item, cast a fleeting glance, and resolutely pointed towards the direction of the windless zone. It is this way. Advance at full speed. His tone was laced with a hint of melancholy. That cunning fellow has already made quite the distance. Not far from the island, the Doghead warship surged forward at full throttle. As was his custom, Carp leaped off the warship, running a kilometer and tracing a semicircle around it. Suddenly, he halted. His observation Haki revealed no trace of Mo Jing's life force. He then sprinted outward for another kilometer, completing a full circle. A wave of confusion washed over him. Mo Jing's presence had vanished. Had he been devoured by some formidable sea creature? Or perhaps rescued by someone? The possibilities were numerous, even suggesting he might have consumed a flying devil fruit and soared away. Countless speculations swirled in his mind. Yet one undeniable truth remained. He had indeed lost track of Mo Jing. This was peculiar. Carp scratched his head of white hair. Ever since he had clashed with this young man, an array of strange occurrences had unfolded. Ultimately, he resolved to enlist the help of the nearby naval branches in the search. Abandoning hope? That was out of the question. The term give up did not exist in Carp's lexicon. Simultaneously, in the skies far from the small island, Mo Jing sat cross-legged on the broad back of the buffalo, her eyes closed, on the verge of slumber. One must admit, after years of navigating the skies, the buffalo's piloting skills were truly remarkable. There was no sensation of turbulence whatsoever. Despite the strong winds aloft that threatened to unseat her, she felt secure, thanks to the 2 safety belts and chains beside her. With one hand grasping the chain, Mo Jing felt the gentle caress of the breeze against his face as he swayed lightly, a sensation that propelled a myriad of swordsmanship inspirations to erupt within his mind. The drowsiness that had engulfed him began to recede, allowing a semblance of clarity to return. At times, he mused that what rested atop his neck was not a head, but rather a mechanism for the simulation of sword techniques. Perhaps this was what one might call talent. Yet, inspiration aside, the chasm between theory and practice is vast and formidable. A significant portion of these insights appeared impractical to him. For instance, he entertained the notion that to counter an airborne adversary, one could employ the shadowless step combined with the shave, spiraling upwards to create a vortex of sword energy. While such an approach might be visually stunning, it paled in comparison to the efficiency of a direct shave, swiftly appearing before the opponent, complemented by the moon step layered with the shadowless step for an all-encompassing assault. Mo Jing sat before Baby 5, lost in thought, occasionally engaging in conversation. The speed of Buffalo was indeed remarkable. Within just an hour, they had traversed half the distance. Throughout the journey, Baby 5 persistently inquired about Mo Jing's background, spoke with candor, revealing the shocking news of the massacre of numerous naval officers. Baby 5 listened in astonishment as he recounted the horrific events that transpired at the Crimson Base. "Nonsense," he exclaimed, his voice resonating with disbelief. He cleared his throat, explaining that he had not interfered with those who chose to flee, and questioned how all could be slain if no news had reached the Navy. With a cigarette delicately held between her lips, Baby 5 regarded him with skepticism, inquiring how he possessed such intricate knowledge. "I am an undercover agent within the Navy," replied, growing increasingly eloquent. "I am privy to information from both the underworld and the righteous, thus making my insights quite comprehensive." While this reasoning held merit, an inexplicable doubt began to swell within Baby 5, her brows furrowing beneath her goggles. After a moment's contemplation, she suddenly asked, "What leads to venture in this direction?" "Perhaps he intends to traverse the doldrums and enter the Grand Line," instinctively replied. He longed for the chance to be cast upon an island where he could rest undisturbed for a night. The colossal sea kings of the doldrums were not to be trifled with. Engaging such formidable beasts was no less daunting than enduring a punch from the legendary carp. Indeed, after being pursued for 5 long days, he finally discerned the identity of his relentless pursuer. The revelation came after Buffalo casually inquired prior to their departure, "Is it not a concern to transmit information to Carp?" It was then that he grasped the role he played in the minds of a select few, and the identity of the tenacious figure trailing him, the naval hero, Carp. How absurd. Could it be that such a celebrated figure had nothing better to do? Were the Yonko indifferent to the plight of pirates along the Grand Line? Yet, despite the chaos surrounding him, Carp seemed intent on capturing him. Had he known that his very pillar of mental support was in pursuit, he might have found himself at gunpoint, compelled to present himself. Lost in thought, an icy sensation akin to needles suddenly pricked at his back. Baby 5's arm had transformed into the barrel of a gun, aimed directly at the nape of his neck. "Let us converse civilly. There is no need for hostility." Wisely raised his hands in surrender. "What shall we discuss?" "How to apprehend you," she retorted, her last 2 words dripping with venom. She felt utterly humiliated for having been deceived by this man for so long. "What are you saying, Baby 5? Buffalo's flying body trembled, nearly dislodging both of them. "He is? Do not jest, madam," grasped the chain, sharing a rueful smile. "I am indeed a member of the Navy." "Is that so, Mr. Undercover Agent? Why is it that after such a prolonged departure, you have yet to glance down?" Baby 5 sneered. "Are you not afraid of falling? Or is the only objective to escape Carp's pursuit?" Mo Jing was momentarily rendered speechless. Would anyone believe him if he claimed to have a fear of heights? Well, the mere thought of having escaped Carp's pursuit made him relax a tad too much. Mo Jing let out a sigh, expressing his helplessness. "Your sudden brilliance poses quite a challenge for me." Baby 5, taken aback for a moment, was soon engulfed by rage as she found his audacity intolerable. Without hesitation, she squeezed the trigger. In an instant, a flash of silver light dazzled her vision. The figure, previously seated with his back turned to her, spun around in an instant, dropping to one knee with a swift strike. In his hand appeared a straight blade, seemingly out of nowhere. The lead bullet crafted by Baby 5 was severed in 2 before it even left the barrel. Such astonishing speed. She let out a cry of pain, retracting her bloodied hand, and instinctively transformed her body into a blade. With a clash, sparks flew as the long knife collided with her arm. In the heights of the sky, the fierce wind whipped their hair about. Their gazes pierced through the clash of swords, and a playful smile gradually curled at the corner of Mo Jing's mouth. "You don't seem as formidable as I had imagined." A chill ran through Baby 5's heart. In the next moment, she felt her arm lighten as the blade flashed, forcing her to retreat. Even in such a confined space, Mo Jing fought with grandiose flair. This distance favored Baby 5. There was only a small area atop the buffalo, and with weapons adorning her entire being, she held advantages both near and far. Yet, Mo Jing pressed forward with overwhelming force, and once he gained the upper hand, he confined her from counterattacking. This couldn't continue. Baby 5 had retreated to the buffalo's thigh. Any further back, and she would plummet. With a loud shout, she called out, "Buffalo!" The buffalo, having awaited this moment, spun its arms like propellers, sending Mo Jing soaring away from his position. But that was not the end. Baby 5 leapt forward, transforming midair into a missile. As the buffalo grasped her foot and began to spin wildly, utilizing terrifying centrifugal force to launch her forth. The target was none other than Mo Jing. Suspended in the air, The synchronicity of this moment left Mo Jing in awe, and he laughed heartily. What a splendid maneuver. With light footfalls, he pivoted in the air, a dim blade gleaming like a winding river as it slashed towards the missile. Floating sky, vast sea, celestial flow. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed through the sky, and amidst the fiery smoke, a figure emerged, trailing smoke behind. As the flames flickered, Mo Jing lightly executed his moonwalk, turning to gaze at the two figures hurriedly retreating in the distance. The buffalo dashed swiftly, cradling the injured baby, 5, swiftly dwindling into a mirrored upon the horizon. Although it was somewhat reckless to slash at the missile, the outcome was undeniably effective. Glanced at the severed limb and broken blade in his hand, casually discarding them as he leaned back, allowing his body to free fall from the heavens. From the lofty heights, the cerulean sea appeared as a taut mirror, occasionally dotted with scattered islands. The wind howled past his ears, and in the distance, he spotted a cruise ship gliding gracefully across the waves. Adjusting his posture, he harnessed the lunar step's weightlessness to maintain a steady descent, spreading his arms wide like a great bird, gliding towards the vessel. The Métis gunla sailed serenely upon the waters, manned by robust sailors and security personnel patrolling the deck. Elegantly attired guests of noble stature mingled in clusters, traversing between the deck and the banquet hall. Near the ship's railing, Ken Winslow gazed in astonishment at the charming young lady beside him, his excitement rendering his movements somewhat clumsy. Am I hearing you correctly, Edie? You wish to join me at sea? Ken, now clad in his ordinary attire, unremarkable and plain save for the camera strapped to his chest, could hardly fathom that after enduring the harrowing ordeal at the blood-soaked base, the goddess he had longed for, Edie Winchell, would actually choose to sail alongside him. I've said it countless times, Winslow. I am venturing out to sea on my own accord. You're merely accompanying me. Edie retorted, hands on her hips, irritation evident in her tone. Ken nodded eagerly, yes. That's precisely it. However, his expression swiftly shifted from joy to concern. But, Edie, you must have snuck out, right? You're betrothed. He hesitated, silenced by Edie's fierce glare. In the wake of the blood-soaked base incident, both Ken Winslow and Edie Winchell seemed to have matured instantaneously. The black market had purchased his photographs at a high price, presenting him with a ticket for a voyage around the East Sea. Ken appeared to grasp the absurdity of his previous blind ambition for instant success. Every recollection of the man in the camera's frame, a figure akin to his own, amidst the chilling tones of blood and fire, left him in turmoil. He yearned to capture such images once more. Thus, he embarked on this cruise around the East Sea. Perhaps, becoming a freelance journalist would not be such a bad endeavor after all. He contemplated this, entirely oblivious to the insignia of the World Economic News Agency printed beneath his ticket. Equally stirred by the afternoon's adventure was Edie Winchell. On the night of the blood base incident, just as she transitioned from exhilaration to melancholy, preparing to return to a tranquil life, she received a letter from her father. This missive served as a forewarning, detailing her numerous transgressions, including the assault on her father, collusion with pirates to steal the family treasure, and inciting discord among her siblings, among dozens of other accusations. Ultimately, her father resolved to expel her from the family and report her to the Navy, offering a private bounty that would take effect in 2 days. The letter concluded with her father's final blessing. Go pursue your freedom, Edie. I am a useless father, unable to protect the family or you. This is all I can offer. That night, the Knight Commander discreetly left the original inn with Edie, whose eyes were swollen from tears, boarding a cruise ship destined to sail around the East China Sea. Neither anticipated encountering one another here. In contrast to Ken Winslow's fervor, Edie maintained a sense of calm. She did not harbor animosity towards this companion, for he had already become the second most intriguing man of that afternoon. The first was the one who had wielded a blade to decimate the entire base, leaving a river of blood in his wake. She pondered how someone not much older than herself could commit such horrifying acts. Surely, something must have transpired in his past. The more she thought, the more entranced she became. How she longed to meet him again. Suddenly, a deafening crash resonated from the main deck. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze. They beheld a man, bare-chested, descending from above, kneeling on one knee, and slowly rising under the scrutiny of the crowd. Sunlight cascaded from behind him, illuminating his well-proportioned, classically beautiful physique. Edie and Ken Winslow gaped in astonishment. A familiar silhouette mirrored in their eyes seemed to overlap with that of the figure from that dim afternoon, standing atop the Naval Branch building, drenched in blood. with cold flames of ruthlessness burning in his eyes, gazing down upon all like a harbinger of death. Both instinctively trembled. How could he appear everywhere? Before long, armed security and sailors encircled Mo Jing. A circle of ominous gun barrels was aimed at him. "Who are you? State your purpose. What brings you aboard my ship?" bellowed the white-bearded captain, squinting fiercely as he stood at the forefront, brandishing a double-barreled shotgun menacingly at Mo Jing. Mo Jing responded to the French naval salute with composure, sincerely explaining, "I did not intend to offend. I merely sought a place to rest. However, with no islands in sight, I had no choice but to intrude upon your vessel." He extended his hand to nudge the old captain's double-barreled shotgun aside, directing it towards himself. The old captain grunted, prodding Mo Jing's perfectly sculpted chest with the gun barrel. "Listen here, lad. This is a luxury cruise ship. Do you understand? The ticket is quite expensive, and not just anyone can afford a seat." I understand. Mo Jing, upon hearing the captain's words reminiscent of an elderly man, immediately grasped his sentiments. With familiarity, he replied, "I have some knowledge of culinary arts. Assisting in the kitchen would certainly pose no problem." Upon hearing this, the old captain realized that this fellow had already become a valuable asset. He lowered his gun with a sense of pride and said, "Do you think just anyone can work in the kitchen of a luxury cruise ship? If you lack any other skills, you might as well go do menial tasks. It is no joke. The kitchen is a sacred space that cannot be breached by a stranger." Mo Jing was as accommodating as flowing water. As long as he had a place to rest, he did not mind performing menial tasks aboard the ship. He paused atop the mast, casting a glance downward before crouching on the lookout to take a break. The first mate escorted Mo Jing to the cruise lounge. Along the way, Mo Jing casually inquired, "First mate, why is our ship heading towards the doldrums?" The first mate's wariness had yet to dissipate. He could not comprehend why the captain had so readily accepted this man of such mysterious origins. Nevertheless, he explained, "Visiting the Sea Kings is one of the traditional spectacles during our voyages." In conclusion, he could not refrain from issuing a veiled threat. "Listen, I advise you against causing any trouble. Stirring unrest on this ship could lead to dire consequences." Mo Jing spread his hands and exclaimed, "Spare me. I merely seek a place to rest." This sentiment, though genuine, was met with skepticism by those around him. Meanwhile, the proud old captain strode into the captain's quarters with an air of confidence, only to close the door behind him and collapse onto the floor, unable to rise for quite some time. His body trembled uncontrollably. The infamous turtle, a bounty of 100 million for this pirate. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Not only would he need to find a place to sleep, but he would also choose the most aesthetically pleasing spot for his more personal needs. After a considerable time, he cautiously approached the telephone bug, wrestling with his thoughts before finally gritting his teeth and dialing a series of numbers. The location of Bloodsword, Mo Jing re-emerged in the Navy's sights after being missing for over an hour. The intelligence was relayed through the ranks and soon laid before Captain Garp. The silver-haired veteran crossed his arms and laughed heartily. "Indeed, the Navy of the East Blue is formidable. Wouldn't you agree, Kobe Belomaber?" Behind him, a short figure with pink hair and a tall, slender companion with a pot-lid hairstyle stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, straightening their posture, and affirmatively declared, "Yes." Bogart, seated on a nearby sofa, rubbed his forehead in exasperation. That fellow clearly had no intention of concealing his whereabouts. This so-called disguise, with that frizzy hair and black and white face, is hardly convincing. It seems he has encountered misfortune instead. One could argue that this chosen refuge is rather advantageous. A cruise ship makes for an excellent hostage. Bogart sighed helplessly. No, he would not resort to such measures. Garp vehemently refuted Bogart's assessment. Gazing into the distance, a hint of regret in his tone, he added, "If he were that kind of person, he would not have been defeated so soundly by me. Alas, why isn't someone like him in the Navy?" Bogart lowered his gaze, examining the description of the old captain in the intelligence report. Stripped of the fear-induced embellishments, the portrayal revealed a gentle and understanding individual. Even a skilled subordinate, almost a stark contrast to the bloody intelligence that had initially reached him. Do not be deceived by appearances, Bogart. Garp seemed to intuitively grasp his subordinate's thoughts without needing to look back. Though it was somewhat regrettable, a pirate is a pirate. Even the once pure Roger had his moments of brutal sacrifice for the sake of his comrades. At this juncture, he recalled the words that Mo Jing had spoken to him amidst the torrential rain. "We are all the same. It is merely our positions that differ." This statement, though somewhat narrow-minded, resonates profoundly with the essence of humanity, for whether one is a Navy officer, a pirate, or even a revolutionary. Each merely stands upon their own vantage point, enacting what they perceive to be just. In that moment, Karp's silhouette appeared weary. Was he not also a reflection of this sentiment? Observing this, Bogart promptly chastised himself for his wavering resolve. Yet Karp merely erupted into hearty laughter, his voice brimming with vitality, as if the prior fatigue had been but an illusion. Bogart, why do you suppose that fellow is so disdainful of concealing his intelligence? Has he not been sufficiently beaten? He suddenly inquired. Bogart pondered before responding. No. Anyone capable of orchestrating an escape from your grasp does not seem to be a foolhardy pirate. Then what grounds does he have for his lack of fear? Karp continued to probe. Bogart, contemplating the intelligence in his hand, mused for a moment. There are two possibilities. First, he has assistance. Or perhaps he has consumed a certain devil fruit, believing he can elude your pursuit at any time. Second, he might have always had a goal, convinced that achieving it would grant him freedom from your control. He paused, raising his gaze to Karp. This goal is nearly within reach. Do you think that even if I were aware of it, I would be powerless against him? Karp rubbed his short, coarse stubble. You underestimate him, Bogart. He commanded Kobe and the others to procure a nautical chart, and the two meticulously retraced the previous pursuit route. The crimson line meandered, pointing towards the doldrums. If one were to draw a perpendicular line from the current position of the warship to the doldrums, they would find that the cruise ship, from which the message had originated, lay perilously close to that line. You were right, Bogart, Karp exclaimed, slapping the nautical chart with fervor. His lips curling into a triumphant smile as he lifted his head. Notify all nearby naval branches. Let us teach that young man a lesson about the perils of premature celebration. Aha! What is Mo Jing engaged in? Mo Jing is in slumber. His posture is impeccable, free from the disturbances of hiccups, flatulence, or teeth grinding, and he does not toss or turn beneath the covers. Even the chief mate, who conducts surprise inspections, cannot help but marvel at how peacefully this fellow sleeps. The cacophony outside the cabin fails to rouse him. Moreover, he remains in repose for a full 12 hours, leaving no trace of fatigue for the following day. As Mo Jing stepped out of the cabin, it was already noon on the following day. He let out a hearty yawn, feeling an unusual clarity of mind, even experiencing an illusion of lightness in his body. The sailors, who were busily occupied all around him, appeared rather endearing in his eyes. Unfortunately, others did not share his perspective. It was mealtime, and everyone was frantically overwhelmed. The head chef's booming voice could be heard even within the confines of the cabin. Amidst this bustling scene, Mo Jing, being the idle one, stood out conspicuously. The head chef, with his singular focus, found Mo Jing to be quite bothersome, yet there was a vague sense of familiarity about him. Suddenly recalling that this fellow had claimed to be adept at making sashimi the previous day, he promptly summoned him over. Head chef, you can make sashimi? Mo Jing, a trivial matter. Humph. The head chef let out a cold snort. For who among those employed on this luxurious cruise ship is not a master chef? With the ship's renowned reputation, countless individuals vie each year for even the position of a mere kitchen assistant. To enter such an esteemed kitchen and yet display such a nonchalant demeanor, does one consider themselves a sea demon? Get to the kitchen, he declared sternly. Wash your face, and let I find you some clothing. I certainly do not wish for our guests to witness a naked man working in the kitchen. Mo Jing glanced at himself, relieved to find he was at least wearing a pair of pants. Although they had been transformed from long trousers to shorts, he was certainly not naked. His spirits were high, and everything seemed delightful to him. Even the chef's stern expression bore a hint of adorable aloofness. With that thought, he swiftly darted into the kitchen. He was committed to earning his ticket through hard work. Mo Jing was not one to go back on his word. Besides, the ship was indeed sailing in the direction he desired. There remained a considerable distance from the doldrums, and for safety's sake, the cruise ship would not venture too close to that zone. However, Mo Jing could easily sprint across that distance. Now, with nothing else to occupy his time, he ventured into the bustling kitchen, which was not overly complicated. He quickly located a young sous chef named Inai. Full name Inai Tormi. He appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old, clearly a child laborer. Upon hearing Mo Jing's request, he promptly provided him with a chef's uniform. Although it was slightly oversized, Mo Jing had no qualms about clothing. As long as it fit, he was satisfied. After washing his face, the small corner of the kitchen soon became lively with activity. Before long, Mo Jing showcased his extraordinary knife skills. the gentle glimmer of light dancing across the fish on the cutting board. The fish bones that returned from his blade seemed to share their tales of survival with the others, leaving some of their counterparts in the tank utterly stunned. Alas, this secluded corner was too remote, and the kitchen staff were far too busy. Only one person witnessed the spectacle in its entirety, and I watched, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. After a long pause, he stammered, "Master Sea Demon?" It was well known that the Sea Demon Master had achieved fame in the culinary world through his mesmerizing fish filleting techniques and the unparalleled experience brought about by the 6 arts of the Sea Demon. Such remarkable knife work could only be attributed to that legendary figure. Who else could possibly achieve such feats? It was even more astonishing than he had imagined. Was this truly something a mere mortal could accomplish? And I was so entranced that he failed to notice the fish leaping back into the tank. Fortunately, Mo Jing worked at an astonishing speed, processing seafood far beyond the capacity of 2 or even 3 people. Shoo! Mo Jing gestured for Inai to be quiet. He had no desire to compete with the chefs here. Every new chef seemed eager to challenge him, and he would soon be exhausted. "Are you really the Sea Demon Master?" Inai whispered again, his voice brimming with suppressed excitement. Not quite. Even while speaking, Mo Jing did not pause in his seafood preparations. It had been a long time since he experienced the exhilarating sensation of harvesting the souls of fish, and he felt a tinge of nostalgia for these small, single-digit soul fragments. Perhaps due to the enhanced level of soul refinement, his chances of acquiring complete fish souls had significantly increased. In just a few moments, he had gathered 5 or 6 whole souls. No, it's too similar. I mean, it's identical. Aaron, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered. Had it not been for the lack of attire and your rather peculiar hairstyle, I would have undoubtedly recognized you at first glance. Mo Jing, quite normal. He patted Ernai on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. In the past, I too have encountered many teachers and often experienced similar illusions. The master of the Sea Demon. Ernai's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, "To be the teacher of the master of the Sea Demon, their skills must surely be extraordinary." Indeed, without hesitation, Mo Jing raised his thumb, speaking with solemnity. Each of them is a seasoned expert in the field, possessing unique strengths, having served countless clients. Yet they remain true to their original intentions, tirelessly dedicating themselves until utterly exhausted. What is even more admirable is their generosity. They never hoard their knowledge, willingly sharing by capturing images of their service for the world to learn from and exchange ideas. Such selfless and magnanimous teachers truly exist. The reverence on Ernai's face was palpable, yet soon a new question arose in his mind. How come I have never heard of such generous teachers before? Mo Jing cleared his throat twice, pondering that perhaps their techniques were too advanced for the impressionable young minds. Aside from certain lawless territories, any recorded footage of them, once discovered, would be obliterated. Is that truly the case? Inai exclaimed with astonishment. Indeed, and the extent of such destruction surpasses your imagination. Perhaps one day in the future, when you reflect upon our conversation today, all that will remain is a void in your memory. Inai's face turned pale with horror. Thus, it is sufficient to have heard it. It must not be spoken of, nor disseminated, nor sought after. Do you comprehend? Inai nodded, his pallor deepening. Having successfully frightened an admirer, Mo Jing nodded in satisfaction, setting aside the kitchen knife and addressing Inai. The next steps are yours. With that, he shed his chef's attire, reverting to his previous state of bare torso. He intended to seek out the captain for a serious discussion regarding the unusually calm seas and the reduced ship speed. After all, naval gossip was hardly trustworthy. I will do my best. Inai's voice echoed from behind as Mo Jing waved farewell over his shoulder, departing the kitchen amidst the puzzled gazes of the other chefs. Upon locating the captain, he found him holding a glass of wine, engaged in jovial conversation with a well-dressed passenger on the deck. In a striking display of contrast, Mo Jing's disheveled beggar's attire stood out amidst the elegantly adorned guests. Yet, he appeared oblivious to the myriad of scrutinizing gazes, walking with an air of nonchalance. As Mo Jing approached, the old captain courteously gestured for the passengers in front of him to wait, then boomed with vigor, "Young man, you've finally awakened. Aren't you going to get to work? Do you plan to enjoy free meals and drinks on my ship?" Upon uttering this, he leaned closer to the old captain's ear and whispered, "I believe one should live each day to the fullest, and if the ship's speed can be maintained, so be it. What are your thoughts, Captain?" The old captain's expression turned grave as he met Mo Jing's ambiguous gaze. A chilling realization struck him. Could it be that the young couple had leaked the information? He had expressly warned them not to disturb this individual. In truth, Mo Jing was unaware of anything amiss. He merely speculated that the reduction in ship speed indicated he had been recognized, and that communication with the Navy had occurred. The captain's demeanor clearly validated this suspicion. "What do you intend to do?" The old captain hissed, his voice lowered, brows furrowed in anger, one hand gripping the railing as he stood rigidly, embodying defiance. If only the tremors in his legs were less pronounced, he would truly appear resolute. "Rest assured, I harbor no intentions regarding your ship. Simply take me to the designated destination and drop me off. Let us regard this as a non-event," Mo Jing replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, his clear gaze revealing no trace of deceit. The old captain, enraged yet amused, retorted, "You expect me to believe the word of a pirate? If that feels unacceptable, you may consider it a threat." Mo Jing shrugged helplessly. "With that many zeros on the bounty notice, could we at least show some respect for that figure?" The old captain's eyes widened in indignation, his weathered face flushed crimson, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Mo Jing patted his shoulder and departed from the deck. Upon reaching the entrance to the kitchen, the ship's speed indeed surged once more. With a smile, Mo Jing ventured into the kitchen. As he stepped inside, he beheld Nai being struck. A tall chef wielded a rolling pin, mercilessly beating Nai, who cowered amidst a pile of refuse, too intimidated to retaliate. Amidst the blows, the chef berated him. "Who taught you to cut fish like this? Who is it? Instead of learning properly, you only pick up the bad habits." He then hurled an unfinished fish at Nai. "You little rascal, dreaming of becoming a sea demon. Are you? Go find him and beg to be his apprentice." The surrounding chefs busied themselves with their tasks, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. Both men noticed Mo Jing's presence. Nai's gaze flickered momentarily before he lowered his head. After several exhausting minutes of striking and scolding, the towering chef, panting heavily, finally spat out a menacing warning. "You'll regret this," before storming off from the cramped corner. Mo Jing leaned against the adjacent shelf, observing from beginning to end. Only after the tall chef departed did he leisurely approach. Nai lifted her head, cautiously offering him an awkward smile. Mo Jing cast a glance at him, picking up the fish from the ground and scrutinizing it closely. The knife work indeed seemed to mimic his own. However, this level of imitation was akin to a novice attempting to ascend to greatness in the industry overnight, an imitation that appeared somewhat plausible yet was utterly chaotic. It was truly dismal. He furrowed his brow and tossed the substandard specimen aside, expressing his disdain. "I cannot fathom how my technique could yield such an unsightly cut." Nai's smile faltered, his head slowly bowing down, burying himself even deeper than before, his hands gripping his pant legs tightly, his body trembling slightly, resembling a curled shrimp. "Then why do you remain crouched there?" Mo Jing's impatient voice pierced through his thoughts. Nai paused, gradually lifting his tear-streaked face, which was tightly biting his lower lip. His eyes filled with confusion. "Don't you wish to learn?" Mo Jing inquired, looking down at him. "I cannot remain on this vessel for long." Nai's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice choked with tears as he stammered. You are not." The kitchen knife in Mo Jing's hand resembled a flash of lightning, poised ominously above Nai's head, as if intent on slicing him open like a fish. Nai ceased his weeping, clutching his legs, gazing at Mo Jing with wide eyes. 2 minutes, compose yourself, little one. Do not compel me to repeat myself." "Yes, master." Though tears still lingered on Nai's face, they could hardly conceal the burgeoning excitement within him. "Such clumsy knife skills. Do not call me master." "Very well, master." As one teaches another, the two swiftly found their rhythm. During the peak of the Sea Demon moniker, had attempted to train numerous chefs, yet none bore fruit. He had mastered the unique flowing sword technique from the essence of water, a skill unmatched by others. Even those with commendable knife skills could only mimic the form, failing to capture the essence. However, today he discerned a flicker of that elusive essence in a chef named, rekindling his desire to impart knowledge. As time slipped by, the two were so engrossed that failed to notice a colossal vessel looming in the distance behind a cruise ship. When he finally regained awareness, hurried footsteps echoed from beyond the kitchen. The sudden deceleration of the ship jolted him awake. The characteristic of water's rhythm endowed him with acute sensitivity to the water's movements, allowing him to perceive the ocean's undulations even while standing aboard. Yet, before he could furrow his brow, the hurried footsteps drew nearer. Bang! The door burst open, revealing two young individuals he had encountered before, their expressions fraught with anxiety. The man, camera dangling from his neck, appeared terrified and breathless. Before he could articulate his thoughts, comprehended the message. Had the Navy arrived? It seemed he had lingered too long. Glancing down at the freshly filleted fish in his hands, he smiled in tousled hair, encouraging him to persevere. In the face of his worried gaze, he shed his chef's attire and strode toward the door. It appeared the time for slaughter had arrived. Halfway through his exit, a noblewoman, having finally shoved the man aside, raised her voice to declare the unfinished words. "The pirates have come. Please save this ship." Mo Jing halted in his tracks, wearing an expression that conveyed disbelief. On the deck, the old captain's face twisted in disgust, as though he had ingested something foul. He had never expected that a distress call would not summon the Navy, but rather pirates. Had the Navy of the East Sea fallen to such depths? Where were the naval heroes? Had they become so powerless that even the champions of justice could not rally them? The bodyguards from the security company and the sailors had already engaged in combat with the adversaries, but alas, they were no match for the pirates. Several pirates had already boarded the cruise ship. Particularly notable was the pirate who had adorned himself like a lobster, surrounded by 5 or 6 men, all of whom were rendered helpless. The distinguished guests cowered within the banquet hall, peering anxiously through the windows at the chaos unfolding on the side of the ship. "Attack him, behead him," exclaimed one foolish noble, oblivious to the pirates lurking behind. The tension among the nobles by the window was palpable. Witnessing their guards falter ignited their frustration, and they cursed vehemently, wishing they could take their place in the fray. Nearby, someone coldly uttered, "Fool. What did you say?" A noble, brimming with ire, turned to confront the speaker. "Do you comprehend what will occur if so many pirates perish, only for the pirates to ultimately prevail?" The man scoffed. "Your women will be subjected to their indignities, and at least half of the men will meet their demise." The chilling truth of his words cast a pall over the surrounding tourists, their faces draining of color. The noble's face flushed, and with a sarcastic tone, he retorted, "Very well, then let us not resist, let us all surrender. Why don't you go first?" The man seemed incensed by the noble's sardonic tone. "I speak only facts," he replied darkly. "Do you know who is plundering this vessel?" Before anyone could respond, he ominously declared, "The lobster pirates. A fearsome crew, infamous alongside the crab pirates from 2 years prior. Their captain, Steel Claw, Ray Bowen, boasts a bounty of 13 million berries." The color drained from the faces of all passengers. Even the previously sarcastic noble turned ashen. In the East Sea, a bounty exceeding 5 million warranted caution, while anything above 10 million was akin to the notorious warlords of the sea from the Grand Line. Though a newcomer with a bounty of 100 million had recently emerged, the figure was so staggering that it rendered the threat abstract. Looking outside at the man in the lobster costume, laughing maniacally as he dispatched security with a punch and sailors with a kick, it was evident that he was indeed Steel Claw, Ray Bowen, an unstoppable force. "What shall we do? Should we surrender?" One pondered. "Fool, how can one trust a pirate?" The atmosphere in the banquet hall grew increasingly chaotic. Satisfied, the man let out a grunt, adjusted his suit, and strode confidently toward the exit. "Where are you going?" someone inquired. "To surrender, of course," he declared with pride. "Shall we simply wait here for death?" The surrounding passengers were in an uproar. A group of clueless fools. The man mused to himself, disregarding the complex gazes of the crowd as he pushed the door open and stepped outside. In the kitchen, Mo Jing halted at the doorway, his mind swirling with questions. Pirates? If these two were to inform him that the ship had been surrounded by the Navy, he would not be surprised. After all, it was part of his contingency plan. But what on earth was this about pirates? Had they come to deliver him a steed because they found the cruise ship too sluggish? It was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. It is said that before facing a formidable foe, one must gather supplies. Perhaps this world adheres to that very principle as well. Mo Jing's expression was peculiar as he pondered, suddenly extending his finger towards the two individuals. "You too. It was you who leaked the secret to that old man, wasn't it? Otherwise, how could that severely myopic old man recognize him? Why should I assist you?" At that moment, Adie Winchell rose, hands on her hips, exclaiming loudly, "I can offer you compensation." It seemed she was well prepared for this. Mo Jing surveyed the noble lady, who seemed to gradually reveal her true nature, and said with a playful tone, "What compensation can you offer?" Adie, with an expression of excitement, placed her hand on her chest and declared, "I can marry you." Mo Jing's smile faded. revealing a countenance reminiscent of an elderly man engrossed in his mobile phone on the subway. You seem to be brimming with anticipation, do you not? Perhaps you are indulging yourself quite fervently. But tell me, are you compensating me, or are you, in fact, compensating yourself? Mo Jing even suspected that the girl had deliberately reported him, thus creating an opportunity to ensnare herself in his web. Truly, she was a cunning noblewoman. At that moment, Qin Winslow could no longer bear to watch and stammered. Could we save him first? The old captain is on the brink of collapse. Mo Jing spread his hands. Am I not clear enough? Why should I save him? Save someone who has divulged my whereabouts to the Navy? Qin Winslow found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, what reason did he have to rescue a traitor? He sank down onto the ground in despair. It was over. The ship was doomed. He could not escape either. Aside from the person before him, he could think of no one else who could salvage the vessel. He regretted listening to Idi's instigation to report yesterday. He felt an overwhelming sense of remorse. Fool. Idi, with an expression of disappointment, stepped over Qin Winslow and stood before Mo Jing. Mo Jing instinctively compared her to Dada. The girl was of a similar height to Dada, reaching only to his chin, her figure accentuating the beauty of youth, exuding vitality. Unlike the elegant and serene demeanor she displayed when they first met on another cruise ship, she now radiated a whimsical liveliness. Stop. Mo Jing raised his hand to halt her impending words. I already have someone I like. I am not interested in you. I don't care. The girl confidently replied. One day, you will come to like me. She swiftly shifted her tone. But for now, let's discuss serious matters. You actually know what serious matters are? Mo Jing couldn't help but feel the urge to retort. If you are willing to save this ship, I believe the old captain and the nobles aboard would be more than willing to offer a substantial thank you reward. As a former noble lady, Idi was well aware of such affairs. At that moment, Mo Jing felt a flicker of temptation. To be honest, he held little regard for the meager bounty offered by the old captain. However, when considering the aristocrats aboard the ship, it was undeniably difficult to resist the allure. Each of these individuals was exceedingly wealthy, practically oozing affluence. Mo Jing cast a contemplative glance at the noble lady before her. How shall I address you? Adi Winchell. She replied. Meanwhile, Qin Winslow, witnessing the development of the situation, promptly introduced himself. Mo Jing cast a glance at him and spoke slowly. Rescuing this vessel is not a daunting task for me. However, I require your assistance with two matters. First, collect the payment. It is inconvenient for me to carry these items away at present, so I need you to discreetly deliver the funds to Baladi. Second, I ask that you convey a message to the people there. Leaned closer and whispered to the two individuals. Did you remember? Her cheeks slightly flushed, replied. I didn't catch that. It seems I didn't hear clearly. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Winslow, standing nearby, tugged its pant leg and exclaimed. I heard it clearly. I will definitely bring it along. Please, save this ship. The old captain is truly at his limit. It was still quite a distance to navigate from this iron door to the battlefield on the other side. Rest assured. Smiled. Spirit forging, water cannon, pew. Required soul amount, 280. Consumed soul amount, 70. There was no need to have a full soul amount merely for forging a weapon. In the astonished gaze of the three in the kitchen, he brought his fists together and slowly drew forth a horizontally positioned blade with a deep blue spine, adorned with a series of vertical holes. The color transitioned from a frothy white at the edge of the blade to a wave-like azure, finally culminating in a profound deep blue. This soul weapon was known as the Iron Cannon. Its special effect allowed it to absorb liquids through the small holes and expel them like bullets from a handgun. I am exceedingly efficient. Mo Jing smiled as he glanced at the two, gripping his knife tightly before swiftly striking down. On the other side, the old captain was indeed nearing his breaking point. He fired a shot at the steel-clawed Lipoan's shell, leaving a large dent in the thick armor. Useless. Useless. Lipoan laughed as he knocked a sailor to the ground with a punch, and with a swift motion of his iron claw, he cleaved a security guard in two amid the grinding of gears. Old man, you cannot pierce my lobster armor. He turned back with a hearty laugh. On the pirate ship, the crew adorned with seafood tattoos roared with laughter. Damn pirates! You shall not harm any of the passengers. The old captain bellowed, reloading his shotgun. This is not your decision to make. Lipoan, with his lobster fists, continued to strike with increasing ferocity and cruelty. The old captain sneered. I'm not afraid to tell you that I have already notified the Navy. They are on their way. You can still escape. As he spoke, he shot down a pirate attempting to ambush him. Lobster clamp. Lipoen violently crushed a sailor's head, but upon hearing the old captain's words, his laughter grew even more raucous. Ha ha ha, can you guess why I am robbing near the doldrums? The pirates of the lobster pirate crew erupted in wild laughter behind him. Of course, it's south because this place is the farthest from the Navy base. Lipoen cruelly declared, even if I kill you all, the Navy won't arrive in time. The old captain was momentarily speechless, bewildered as to why the Navy had yet to show up. There was still someone on board who might resolve the current predicament, but trusting a pirate to save anyone? It was better to put him down with a bullet. A pirate is still a pirate. Can they truly do anything good? Just then, a commotion erupted from the banquet hall as a man in a dark suit, disregarding the 2 sentries at the door, burst forth. It's dangerous out here. Get back. The old captain shouted. Yet the man seemed not to hear, continuing his approach. As he drew closer, his expression shifted from arrogance to warmth, ultimately turning to flattery. Lobster. Captain. Before he even arrived, his expressive voice resonated throughout the ship. Rushing forward, he called out, I surrender. I surrender. You have finally come to rescue us. Captain Lobster. His voice was laden with the anguish of oppression and the joy of newfound hope. Lipoen was momentarily stunned. Then couldn't he help but burst into laughter. Old man, look at this. This is the passenger you wanted to protect. He laughed until he almost doubled over, tears streaming from his eyes. The old captain's face turned ashen, and he scolded, What are you doing, you fool? Do you want so many lives to be lost for you? Get back. Yet the man in the dark suit remained oblivious, lost in his own emotions. From a distance, he lunged forward in a dramatic gesture, executing a perfect seiza, seemingly intent on sliding across the ground. The old captain's eyes widened in disbelief as he raised his firearm towards that direction, only to be thwarted by a metallic claw. The claw's wielder, Ray Bowen, erupted into exaggerated laughter, declaring, I. Before he could finish, a thunderous explosion echoed. In an instant, the onlookers were blinded by a flash of white light, followed by a chaotic rush of air. When they looked up again, Ray Bowen had vanished, or rather, everyone in his direct line had disappeared. The scene fell into a profound silence. Amidst the gaping chasm, footsteps echoed as Mo Jing emerged, having traversed 3 walls, wielding an iron cannon, and declared, Who is Ray Bowen? Step forward for a chat. Unbeknownst to him, he inadvertently stepped upon a hand. He halted, retracting his foot, and glanced down at the man in the suit, who was still maintaining his seiza posture with his rear end elevated. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, What are you doing? The man in the suit looked equally perplexed. Just before he had looked down, Ray Bowen was roaring with laughter. How could he have vanished upon raising his head? No, not entirely vanished. He gazed at the severed arm, still clutching a shrimp claw, and fell into a moment of stupor. A nearby sailor kindly interjected, Ray Bowen has already been slain by you. He glanced at the horizontal blade in Mo Jing's hand and swallowed hard. Was this still a human? Mo Jing raised an eyebrow and extended his hand to summon the soul lying on the ground, indeed revealing the essence of Steel Claw, Ray Bowen. Well, one could only attribute this misfortune to the poor luck of this old fellow. He merely intended to carve a shortcut. However, one could consider this a resolution to the crisis. With a shrug, he pointed his long blade at the old captain. This guy was finally prepared to take action. The old captain mused. You owe me a sum of money, Mo Jing stated. The old captain was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively nodded in agreement. Mo Jing turned around, brandishing his knife at the onlookers in the banquet hall, raising his voice. You all owe me a sum of money. The crowd of startled nobles, their faces etched with disbelief, hurriedly nodded like chicks pecking at grain. Someone will come to collect the debts. Do not force me to return to reclaim what is mine. He bent down to address the old captain, pausing momentarily before adding, This is a threat. Amidst the old captain's grim expression, he erupted into laughter, leaping onto the pirate ship, proclaiming loudly, This vessel now belongs to me. Within a minute, all the good-for-nothings without a position and incapable of sailing had vanished from the ship. Soon, the sound of splashes echoed as they jumped overboard like dumplings into boiling water. The once crowded pirate ship was instantly relieved of its burden. Mo Jing remained utterly indifferent to the fate of the pirates. Under his command, the pirate ship named Lobster gradually parted ways with the cruise liner, swiftly advancing toward the horizon amidst the watchful gazes of the onlookers. Heidi, her heart racing with excitement, gazed longingly in the direction the pirate ship had departed. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, as if having made a resolute decision, she declared, I wish to become a pirate. Beside her, the bloodied knight commander was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by his mistress's sudden change of heart. Had she not recently wavered between the paths of an adventurer and a pirate? Nevertheless, a smile graced his lips, for he vowed to support Idy in whatever choice she made. Nearby, Ken Winslow stared blankly at Idy's retreating silhouette, a shadow of melancholy crossing his features. Yet, he soon resumed his composure, his fingers caressing the camera in his grasp, a faint smile returning to his face. After all, they were all individuals yearning for unattainable dreams. What more could one desire than the pursuit of aspiration? Meanwhile, the security personnel, sailors, and even some passengers who had come to assist were bustling about, retrieving the fallen pirates one by one, binding them up to be handed over to the Navy. As the crowd murmured about this thrilling yet safe encounter, a suited man stealthily rose from the rear, preparing to make his escape, only to be unceremoniously toppled by the old captain, who had been waiting patiently. "You scoundrel! It is time to settle our accounts," the old captain bellowed, his gun aimed menacingly at the vacant deck beside the man. On the other side, aboard the swiftly departing lobster, Mo Jing reclined comfortably on the immense figurehead of the lobster ship, attuning himself to the rhythmic pulse of the ocean. The first mate of the lobster pirate crew, Little Lobster, busily directed the remaining crew members in their tasks. After a considerable time, he finally found a moment of respite. Settling wearily at the stern of the ship, he gazed at the distant cruise liner, now merely a speck on the horizon. Glancing around, he discreetly retrieved a miniature snail phone from his clothing, concealing it within his sleeve as he murmured, "Phase 1 is a success. The fish has taken the bait." A faint voice emanated from the miniature device, inquiring, "Is there any doubt on Mo Jing's part?" "None whatsoever." A hint of derision crept onto the first mate's face. He boarded quite naturally, perhaps still believing this pirate vessel is an unexpected prize. "Do not be careless. The opponent is a bounty pirate with a reward of 100 million. Rest assured." Little Lobster teased a golden-browed swallow that had mysteriously flown to the railing, a confident smile playing on his lips. "My actions are thoroughly discreet. No one has noticed a thing. Continue to monitor the situation." "Understood." The snail phone clicked off. Far from the location of the lobster, on a majestic warship adorned in blue and white, within the smoke-filled captain's quarters, Navy Colonel Smoker puffed on 2 large cigars, donning only a white jacket. His formidable physique expelled the smoke, revealing no trace of excess flesh, as if the word handsome were emblazoned across his chest. He set down the receiver and exhaled a long plume of smoke, his hair, as stiff as needles, nearly melding with the surrounding white haze. Sergeant Dasky, hailing from Navy headquarters, hurriedly soothed the choking snail phone, offering it a leaf of lettuce. The snail phone from Rogtown had already learned to smoke. This one appeared to be on the same path. "Dasky." Smoker furrowed his brow, staring at the wall plastered with a plethora of wanted posters that could induce a headache. Without turning, he commanded, "Inform Vice Admiral Garp." The female sergeant, dressed in a floral shirt and wielding a sword, rushed to the snail phone, plucking the lettuce leaf from its mouth and dialing the number. Soon, she returned with news from Vice Admiral Garp's aide, Bogart, reiterating the same message. This operation was entrusted entirely to Colonel Smoker. Of course, Garp's original words were, "Let him go all out. I'll take responsibility if something goes wrong," followed by a hearty laugh. "What a carefree old man," Smoker mused, yet his expression revealed a growing sense of delight. Known as the Mad Dog of the Navy, he had been dispatched to the East Blue for his rebellious nature and disregard for authority. Otherwise, as a user of the smoke frit, there was no base in the Grand Line he could not access. While such a completely hands-off approach might burden other colonels, for him, it meant the reins were loosened, allowing his wild spirit to roam free. It seemed he must not disappoint the old man. Smoker pushed open the door to the captain's cabin and strode out amidst the awestruck gazes of the naval officers. Dashiji, in formal ships. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. The net can begin to close. One call after another was made. From a vantage point above, the area surrounding the lobster was slowly being encircled by 8 warships, gradually tightening their formation. On the Doghead warship, Bogart hastily exited the captain's quarters and stepped onto the deck. At the edge, an incongruous beach chair contrasted sharply with the naval vessels surrounding it. An old veteran lounged in the chair, donning a dog-headed mask and sipping coconut juice, seemingly devoid of any sense of urgency. Upon noticing Bogart's approach, he greeted him warmly. "Bogart, would you like some coconut juice?" Bogart, with a headache, declined. The operation has already commenced, Colonel. Oh, Smoker's actions are rather swift. Carp chuckled, raising his coconut and gulping down its contents with gusto. Thud. He set the emptied shell down on the deck. What about that fellow? Is he still unwilling to join us? Bogart paused for a moment, then quickly deduced whom Carp was referring to. Furrowing his brow, he replied, as before, I regret to decline your invitation. I shall treat you to drinks another day to make amends, but I do not know a fishman by the name of Mo Jing. Nor shall I assist against our own kind. Ha ha ha, truly the sea hero. Carp seemed unfazed. We have indeed overstepped. Bogart sighed. It is a pity. Had Jinbei been with us, this ambush would have been flawless. Carp smiled, but remained silent. After a while, he suddenly inquired, what about that cruise ship? You haven't mentioned it yet. Bogart understood what Carp was eager to hear and opened the intelligence report. The lobster pirates attacked a cruise ship, which was unable to withstand their armed forces. Steel Claw, Raybao was slain by Blood Sword, Mo Jing, and they commandeered the pirate ship to flee. There were casualties on the cruise ship, but they were all incurred during the battle with the lobster pirates. After relaying the information, both men fell into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, Carp pulled out his eye mask, donned it, and reclined in the beach chair to rest. Set sail, Bogart. Until we reach our destination, do not call for me. Bogart was somewhat taken aback. Based on his understanding of Carp, this was indicative of a time for recuperation and a serious approach to the forthcoming confrontation. He had originally thought that after hearing the intelligence regarding Blood Sword, Mo Jing's ventures at sea, Carp might choose to show leniency. After all, the Carp of yesteryears had frequently made such decisions. Sensing his aide's hesitation, Carp lifted the edge of his eye mask slightly. Is there anything you do not comprehend? Bogart shrugged, revealing his unmasked thoughts. I had assumed you would let him off the hook. With the Navy's increasing focus on the Sea of Ink, a plethora of intelligence regarding this matter has been steadily arriving aboard this vessel. According to the records since the onset of the maritime operations, had it not been for the Blood Red Base incident, he could have been heralded as the bane of pirates in the East Sea, having liberated a town and vanquished 3 notorious pirates within a week. If we also consider the swift dispatching of Aaron at the Blood Red Base, the infamous pirates of the East Sea would be nearly eradicated by his hand. He is indeed more just than the Navy, more diligent than bounty hunters, and far less piratical than actual pirates. Had it not been for the unforeseen turmoil at the Blood Red Base, Carp would have wanted to display his likeness at the East Sea Branch's entrance, showcasing to every passing Navy member what true justice embodies. Yet, the incident at the Blood Red Base has become an insurmountable chasm between him and the Navy. With a snap, the eye patch flicked back into place. Carp rubbed his back against the chair, a faint smile gracing his features. The earlier anger and hatred all but vanished. The more troublesome ones require love and a sense of justice in their education, he murmured. The anchor was pulled up, the sails lowered, and the dog-headed warship glided forward slowly. In the distance, countless nautical miles away, the diminutive figure of the lobster ship similarly navigated through the waves. At the bow, Mo Jing leisurely reclined upon the expansive back of the shrimp. Sizzle. Zhuo-Yi stood atop his chest, raising a diminutive wing. Oh, Mo Jing expressed a hint of surprise. Zhuo-Yi encircled him with both tiny wings. Sizzle, sizzle. Oh, Mo Jing's expression morphed into one of amusement. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Zhuo-Yi's little wings flapped, appearing serious as he gazed at Mo Jing. Completely outmaneuvered, Zhuo-Yi. Mo Jing chuckled, affectionately ruffling Zhuo-Yi's small head. Zhuo-Yi squatted into a fluffy ball on his chest. Sizzle? No need to worry. Mo Jing gently stroked its feathers, attuned to the intricate currents of the sea beneath. Gazing upward at the cerulean sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. At this juncture, nothing could deter me. An hour later, the wind gradually subsided. The waves lay tranquil, reminiscent of a serene harbor. They were now exceedingly close to the position of the doldrums. Given the speed of the lobster ship, they should have reached this point 20 minutes prior, but Mo Jing had directed several course changes along the way, wasting considerable time. Had it not been for his unwavering commitment to the direction of the doldrums, the first mate, the little lobster, might have suspected their cover was blown. In retrospect, it appeared to be a mere farce. There was no need for him to sabotage things from the shadows. This newly appointed captain had already delayed their journey significantly on his own. Standing on the main deck, he observed Mo Jing's relaxed silhouette, internally mocking him with disdain. Indeed, how many with sufficient intellect could become pirates? Have we reached the doldrums yet? Mo Jing's languid voice drifted from the bow of the ship. Almost there, Captain. Huh. The target is indeed the doldrums. I told you I am not your captain. Do not address me as such. Is it the boss then? How utterly foolish. Was this fellow once part of the underworld? I am not your boss either. By the way, where is the Navy? Naturally, they encountered the sea. The little lobster barely opened his mouth, nearly choking on his own words. Ahaha. What are you saying about the Navy boss? He forced out a stiff smile, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Surely, your contact did not inform you? Mo Jing turned in confusion. Hadn't you communicated via phone earlier? The little lobster's face turned pale. How could it be possible? How could he know? He had been so discreet. Soon, a greater fear engulfed him. If he had known all along that he was a spy, why would he have steered the ship here? Damn it, this is a trap. A trap targeting the Navy. There's no need to imagine me as something so terrifying. Mo Jing rose, intending to say more, when he suddenly noticed the shadows of two warships flickering in the nearby waters. Had they already arrived? He turned to look in the opposite direction. The situation was the same. In the sky, a warning cry echoed from Zhuyi. Unbeknownst to him, the massive encirclement had already shrunk to a visibly imminent degree. The Navy's assault plan had entered its final stage. Even from a distance, Mo Jing seemed to hear the thunderous roar of the colossal warships crashing through the waves in their charge. But faster than those ships was a plume of smoke, descending from the heavens like a jet. Boom. The smoke dispersed. Colonel Smoker of the Navy headquarters had landed on the deck. Colonel Smoker. The little lobster exclaimed in delight. Little lobster, fall back. The moment he touched down, the voice of Smoker resonated across the deck. Amidst the swirling smoke, this rugged man with a defiant demeanor slowly raised his head, locking eyes with Mo Jing. In the next instant, white smoke erupted, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Mo Jing in an instant, as a roar of wind accompanied the descending blow of a weapon crafted from sea prism stone. Clang! The weapon clashed against the long sword. Mo Jing let out a discontented click of his tongue, swiftly rotating the blade to dissipate its force. With a sharp pivot, he struck downward with the sword. The glimmer of the blade flashed momentarily. Crack! A fissure appeared on the deck. Yet, the sensation from the blade felt ethereal, as if it had sliced through mist. Indeed, it was as if it had cleaved through clouds. Tendrils of smoke entwined around the iron cannon, enveloping Mo Jing in a thick, billowing haze. Smoker's voice resonated from behind him. Ineffectual, your sword is futile against me. As his words echoed, the sound of numerous gases erupting filled the air. White fist barrage. It was as if countless projectiles pierced through the atmosphere, whistling toward him. Mo Jing stepped back, pivoting swiftly to unleash a flurry of strikes, shattering the fists formed from the swirling mist. Is it mere vapor? His gaze followed the ethereal tendrils as they danced and vanished in an instant. A razor-sharp arc cleaved through the mist, and before Smoker, who had just begun to materialize, could utter a sound, he was bisected. Yet in the next heartbeat, he transformed back into smoke. Agile, intangible, elusive, with a remarkable burst of speed. Truly, a remarkable fruit. The corners of Mo Jing's mouth gradually curved upwards. I have heard that the natural type is even rarer than the superhuman type. Indeed, it is extraordinary. He straightened his posture, tilting his head to evade Smoker's 10 hands thrusting at him from behind. A flash of blades sliced through, reducing them once again to smoke. However, a hint of derision surfaced on his lips as he gazed in a particular direction. To claim that your blade cannot strike me is to underestimate a swordsman. In the next instant, Mo Jing abruptly vanished from sight. Smoker, coalescing from the smoke, widened his eyes in astonishment. A voice as light as the wind whispered in his ear, all I need to do is blow you away. Floating heaven, vast sea, chaotic waves, revision, uncertain wind. Chaotic sword energy surged forth from the whirling long blade, colliding midair to create an even more tumultuous current, akin to the violent whirlpools of the ocean depths. Instantly enveloping the entire ship. Boom. The vessel was forcefully driven down by the powerful gusts. Smoker, transformed into an elemental essence, had nowhere to escape. The smoke that constituted his form was uncontrollable in the tempest, gradually being swept towards the sea. As a devil fruit user, should more than half of his body come into contact with water, he would lose his powers. Yet, the smoke he released remained fundamentally a part of his being. With a furious roar, Smoker summoned the dispersing smoke back to him. He was determined to withstand Mo Jing's wind pressure and restore his physical form. It must be noted that although natural-type devil fruit users instinctively elementalize upon being attacked, If they consciously suppress this instinct, their physical body can still be harmed. In an instant, fine cuts appeared upon his body, yet Smoker firmly planted his stance and bellowed, "Iron block." Soon after, the howling wind subsided. The ink-black crow perched upon the mast. Below, on the deck, Smoker was drenched in blood, as if he had been subjected to a gruesome execution, though he only bore minor wounds. The iron block had significantly enhanced his physical defenses, rendering the already diminished blade strikes merely capable of grazing his skin. Although he had not gained the upper hand, Smoker let out a low, somber chuckle. Truly, a pirate with a bounty of 100 million. The emergence of a figure like you in the East Blue is indeed my oversight. However, he lifted his gaze towards the ink-black crow, a cunning smile curling at the corners of his mouth. My mission has been accomplished. A piercing wind suddenly surged. Boom. It struck the lobster with the force of an oversized lead ball, causing the entire bow of the ship to rise dramatically. The vessel groaned in agony. Amidst the ruins of the aft building, an elderly soldier draped in a navy cloak stepped through the scattered debris. He tore the cloak from his shoulders and cast it into the wind. His fists transformed into a deep, iron hue. His aged eyes shone with unwavering determination. The naval hero, Garp, makes his entrance. The lobster swayed violently. The waters near the calm belt had not seen such commotion in a long time. "Boy, are you ready to accompany me to prison for some lessons?" Garp's hearty voice resonated from aboard the lobster. Mo Jing glanced around. To his left, swirling clouds of smoke billowed, revealing a white-haired Smoker, while to his right stood a black-fisted, equally white-haired Garp. The energies of the three intertwined, causing the very air to become almost palpable. The little lobster, lying on the deck, turned pale, feeling an increasing difficulty in breathing. Mo Jing couldn't help but let out a sigh. He had previously heard Ace mention that his grandfather was a stubborn man, lacking in educational understanding. As he drew his sword and slowly sheathed it, he realized the truth of those words. "Ha ha, Ace and his crew still miss me so much." Garp laughed heartily, hands on his hips, proclaiming, "Next time we meet, I shall certainly give him a good thrashing." However, Vice Admiral Smoker, with a furrowed brow, could not help but interject. It was undeniable that, on his own, he was likely no match for Mo Jing. My apologies." Garp clenched his fists, the sound of friction echoing as if he might shatter the very air. "So, what will it be, Mo Jing? Will you surrender? This time, I shall not grant you the opportunity to leap into the sea." As soon as the words left his mouth, Smoker transformed into a billowing cloud of smoke, enveloping the area around the lobster ship. Should Mo Jing attempt to leap from either side, he would undoubtedly be thwarted. Mo Jing remained silent. He did not doubt Garp's words. This naval hero indeed possessed the capability to bring him down without hesitation, although he had numerous tactics to explore, such as leveraging the agility of the shadowless steppe to attempt an escape into the sea, or severing the lobster to plunge into the waters, or even facing Garp's onslaught with the initial flame to force his way into the ocean. The risks were considerable. This was no longer the moose town of yore. When Garp took action, he did not need to ponder the consequences. An unrestrained Garp would command respect not only from Mo Jing, but even the legendary strongest man at sea, Whitebeard, would surely take him seriously. Alas, it was already too late. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Mo Jing's mouth. His gaze swept over Garp, the white smoke at the edge of the ship, the warships racing towards them in the distance, and the vast expanse of sky and sea beyond. Suddenly, he lowered his head and said to Garp, "I will not fight you." Garp was taken aback, his face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, "Have I finally influenced you, Mo Jing?" "TSK, TSK, TSK." Mo Jing extended a finger and shook his head. "There is no need for that, old man. Have you never wondered why I ran towards the doldrums?" he said, his voice low and resonant. For some inexplicable reason, an ominous premonition surged within Garp's heart. The gradually calming waters surged, forming small hills as if enormous bubbles were bursting beneath the surface. The lobster ship swayed slightly. At that moment, Garp vanished from his spot. A rugged voice thundered in Mo Jing's ear. "You can tell me those words after I arrest you." In the blink of an eye, an iron fist was already crashing down. The surging wind pressure compressed the air, and the turbulent currents at the edges rivaled the unstable wind that Mo Jing had conjured before. The entire ship creaked ominously, as if to proclaim to Mo Jing that no matter what schemes or plans he harbored, they were naught but illusions beneath the weight of his iron fist. Yet Mo Jing merely gazed at Garp, a smile gracing his lips. as he whispered, "I have one, Carp." In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted. A terrifying maw emerged from the depths of the sea. It closed with a deafening crash. The lobster ship was like a mere shrimp, instantaneously swallowed whole. In midair, Carp floated with a serious expression, observing the tumultuous sea below. Beneath the surging waves, enormous, fearsome scales glided slowly, their full form obscured. A pale golden vertical pupil opened beneath the surface, enveloping the entire warship within its gaze, before vanishing slowly into the depths. A colossal sea creature exceeding 5,000 meters in length. Carp furrowed his brow, muttering, "What on earth is he thinking?" He possessed the ability to confront sea monsters. Even a gigantic sea beast of over 5,000 meters would not deter his iron fist amidst the storm. However, any rational individual would refrain from confronting such a colossal creature, for the terrifying force generated by a single bite could flatten a mountain into a pancake. Carp had chosen to act the moment he sensed unusual movement beneath the waves with his observation Haki. Yet, he was still a beat too late. What perplexed this seasoned veteran, who had weathered countless storms, was Mo Jing's choice. The other party had clearly sensed the approach of the sea monster, yet inexplicably chose not to evade, even seeming to wait for its arrival. Had he lost his mind? Had he traveled such a distance merely to offer a meal to the sea creature before their very eyes? A billowing cloud of white smoke coalesced around Carp as Smoker, having narrowly escaped, emerged from its depths. Vice Admiral Carp gazed incredulously at the ocean surface below. "I recall that fishmen cannot communicate with sea kings, can they?" He pondered. "No. Historically, there have been fishmen capable of conversing with these oceanic sovereigns." Carp began to articulate, but soon he seemed to contemplate something else, shaking his head. "But it cannot be this lad. He lacks such noble lineage. What, then, could this fellow possibly intend?" Equally perplexed was the massive Sea King, resembling a serpent clad in spiny armor, as it rapidly descended. A sharp, piercing pain radiated from its mouth, akin to fish bones embedded in tender flesh. It was unreachable, unextractable. The creature opened its maw, attempting to expel the bothersome soft thorn, yet it seemed to be ensnared by barbs, refusing to exit its orifice. Not only that, it only sank deeper. Blood and shredded flesh flowed from its jaws, igniting immense agony and a profound sense of peril. The fishbone aimed for its brain. With the cognitive capacity of a normal human, the colossal Sea King plunged deeper without hesitation. Knowledge within its mind dictated that the most effective method to deal with such marine nuisances was to exploit the terrifying pressure of the deep sea, obliterating them entirely. In an instant, at the seabed, 7,000 meters deep, pressure exceeding 700 standard atmospheres was instantly imposed upon Mo Jing. His lungs felt as though they would burst. Yet, the blade in Mo Jing's hand danced wildly, showing no signs of halting, akin to a diminutive toothpick samurai gradually carving a tunnel through the Great Wall. Possessing a colossal form capable of enduring depths greater than 5,000 meters, along with the ability to plunge into abyssal depths. The flesh of such sea kings was more resilient than steel. Were it not for Mo Jing's mastery over techniques like cutting iron, he would likely find himself at an impasse against this giant sea king. Nevertheless, he faced a race against time, with a thick wall of flesh on one side and the relentless pressure of the depths on the other. At the seabed, 8,000 meters. The initial flame tightly enveloped his lungs. Blood and seawater mingled, perhaps mixed with the blood spurting from the corners of Mo Jing's mouth and eyes, yet no one cared. Both the colossal serpent and Mo Jing understood that in the ensuing moments, perhaps even seconds, only one among them would emerge alive. At the seabed, 9,000 meters. The resplendent initial flame unleashed an intense blaze. It burned amidst the flesh. A fragmented humanoid form was faintly discernible within. The terrifying pressure bore down upon him. Where the initial flame could not spread, his unimportant legs had already surrendered, instantly crushed and swept away in the serpent's blood. He wielded his blade with fervor, tirelessly pressing onward. At last, a hard sensation transmitted through the tip of his sword. Harder than flesh and blood, the skull arrived. Yet at this moment, Mo Jing's eyes were already faintly rolling back. The ocean's depth, 10,000 meters. In this place where even steel can be crushed. Not even the primordial flame can sustain the fragmented form of Mo Jing. Yet, the motions of his hands persist unwaveringly. The blazing long knife meticulously carved away at the layers of bone. Even with her pupils entirely turned white, Mo Jing still had not completely succumbed to unconsciousness. Trait: deep breathing. This long-neglected quality now stands resolute until the very last moment. It sustains Mo Jing's final shred of consciousness, channeling it into his ultimate swordsmanship. With a resounding crack, the final bone has at last shattered. A fractured fish bone pierced the brain. In the boundless depths of the ocean, the colossal serpent of the sea ceased its movement, its immense body slowly descending into the abyss. Under the sea, at a depth of 20,000 meters. Within the colossal serpent's brain, a thick tumor, reminiscent of a womb, shatters, revealing a pair of golden slit pupils that open in the darkness. In the tranquil abyss of the ocean, the oppressive aura of the deep-sea overlord gradually dissipated. The colossal body spanning thousands of meters immediately attracted the predators lurking in the depths. A massive lamprey, 10 meters long with razor-sharp teeth lining its mouth, followed the scent of blood and slithered into the gaping maw of the serpentine sea king. The mangled flesh suited its taste perfectly. But even more enticing was the subtle hint of something crisp and dry, an unimaginable flavor from the surface world that defied the very nature of the deep sea. It voraciously indulged, forcefully burrowing into that decayed abyss of flesh and blood. Then there was no further development. A pair of pale golden vertical pupils opened at the end of the abyss, emanating the terrifying dominance of the ruler of the deep sea, radiating its formidable power in all directions. The predators, drawn by the allure of flesh and blood, swiftly turned to flee. The slower ones, like this lamprey, seemed frozen in place, rigid and motionless. It was not until a hand, clad in menacing scales, extended from afar, that a sharp current sliced through the water, cleaving the lamprey into 5 equal parts right down the middle. Throughout the entire process, the lamprey appeared to have forgotten to struggle, remaining utterly still until its demise. A testament to the suppression derived from its lineage. This represents the absolute dominance of the marine kings over the lesser marine creatures. The pale golden pupils surveyed the surroundings, seemingly dissatisfied with the crowded environment. With a swift motion of his hand resembling a blade, he struck down upon the head of the colossal sea serpent, creating an opening in its skull before gracefully leaping out. The moment his form fully emerged in the depths of the ocean, a torrent of complex sensations surged into his mind, leaving him dazed for half a minute. First, the terrifying olfactory information almost constructed an alternative perceptual system within his mind. With his eyes closed, he could even sense another form of existence in the world through his sense of smell. Secondly, there exists an exquisite sensitivity to vibrations. The currents stirred by predatory fish fleeing in panic from thousands of meters away manifest distinctly within his perception. Lastly, there is a subtle expansion of the color spectrum. Mo Jing raised his gaze towards the abyss above, where the ocean loomed dark and foreboding, resembling a celestial expanse adorned with wandering stars in his eyes. The terrifying energy emanating from the Sea King's essence was captured through his vertical serpent pupils, strikingly vivid even amidst the inky depths. He turned his attention to himself. The once missing parts of his body had regenerated during the previous bloodline incubation. At present, his palms and soles were enveloped in azure serpent scales, reminiscent of spiked armor, extending elegantly to his elbows and knees, presenting a visage both graceful and fearsome. The delicate scales on his palms did not impair his sense of touch. When caressing his face, it appeared that aside from the subtle serpent scales extending from the corners of his eyes, there were no other discernible changes. The most significant transformation, however, resided within him. With each blink, his physical attributes had undergone an extraordinary metamorphosis. Name: Mo Jing. Age: 20. Race: Undead bloodline. Sea King, Gikwu Tree Viper. Human strength: CC. Agility: CC. Constitution: CC. Intellect: D. Soul ability: Undying Curse skills. Soul Refinement: LV 51. Primordial Fire: LV 15. Swordsmanship: LV 18. Master of Swordsmanship. Swimming: LV 20. Shooting: LV 1. Martial Arts. Footwork: LV 15. Master. Traits: Dark Ring 1. Primordial Fire: Child of the Sea, Deep Diver. Primal Instinct: Ocean Sovereign, Water Speaker, Immortal, Corrupting Poison, Death Scent. Ancient Oath: Sea King. In an instant, Mo Jing was overwhelmed with a happiness so profound that it nearly rendered him faint. Attributes and qualities were the most challenging aspects to enhance and refine in his brief journey of soul cultivation. At this moment, it felt as if a windfall had struck him, filling him with astonishment. as he sensed the surging power within his body. He wielded his hand like a blade and struck forcefully beside him. Even in the depths of the ocean, thousands of meters below the surface, the formidable serpentine Sea King, with a physique more resilient than steel, immediately bore a deep gash that revealed the very bone beneath. Mo Jing nodded in satisfaction. And just as he prepared to meticulously examine each characteristic, his flickered momentarily, akin to an unstable electric current. He pressed his hands to his head, letting out a muffled groan. Vivid crimson, as translucent as gemstones, seeped from his features. As he delved deeper into the understanding of his own essence, an overwhelming expanse of knowledge materialized in his mind, predominantly viewed through the lens of the highly intelligent aquatic beings, encompassing insights about water, the ocean, and the planetary water cycle. These marine entities possess no concept of tribes or nations, yet they engage in the exchange of knowledge, etching this information into their instincts for future generations. At this moment, Mo Jing essentially continued the lineage of the ginkgo tree viper's aquatic ancestry, naturally inheriting this legacy. However, for Mo Jing's modest intellect, this wealth of knowledge, measured in centuries, proved to be exceedingly vast and incomprehensible. Even the swordsmanship experiences of Beiyi Duo, which had troubled him for an extended period, felt insignificant in comparison to this newfound understanding. Fortunately, he had been inundated with information on numerous occasions before, allowing him to promptly seal these memories, leaving a slight aperture through which he could gradually assimilate. What a dreadful experience it was. Mo Jing's sharp fingertips tapped against his temple. After this brief distraction, he contemplated for a moment, shifting his focus away from attributes to gaze upward, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Bending his knees, he propelled himself off the ground. Whoosh! Like a missile soaring into the sky, he ascended rapidly. Is transformed into two golden vertical lines amidst the dark waters. In that instant, the water flowed through his hands like a mere plaything. And with the gradual influx of ancestral memories, he began to grasp the entirety of it all. Nevertheless, at this moment, these revelations seemed rather trivial. 1,000 meters, 900 meters, 800 meters. Mo Jing gazed intently at the approaching sea, an insatiable longing seemingly poised to burst forth from his slit-like pupils. At that moment, a sudden realization struck him. High above, amidst the clouds, an unfinished battle awaited his return. Below, the lobster was engulfed by the Sea Kings, and 8 naval vessels converged at this very point. Smoker, serving as the overall commander of the operation, stood behind Carp, engaged in a heated debate with several colonels from the branch regarding Mo Jing's intentions. Not a single individual believed that this pirate, with a bounty of 100 million, could possibly be a madman inclined towards self-destruction. What could he have meant when he last spoke to Carp, declaring, "I have one"? One what exactly? Had he merely taken a step closer to the end of his life? This question ignited a fervent discussion among them. At the rear of the crowd, Carp stood with his arms crossed, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the sea. Even during his pursuit of Roger alongside Sengoku, he had never felt such turmoil. "Must we continue to wait, Admiral Carp?" Smoker inquired from behind. Nearly half an hour had passed, and the sea lay tranquil. Neither the Sea King nor Mo Jing, who had caused so much distress, showed any signs of appearing. Many branch colonels believed the encirclement had concluded, noting that countless pirates had perished at the hands of Sea Kings. Yet this was the only instance where so many naval officers had gallantly faced death together. Carp remained silent for a moment, letting out a rare sigh before turning to Smoker, inform everyone to prepare for a retreat. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a grotesquely scaled hand emerged, covering his face. The silhouette of Mo Jing raced past him, pausing for just a fleeting moment. Whoosh! Carp was thrust into the depths of the sea. "Come down," echoed Mo Jing's audacious voice aboard the ship. The surging waters engulfed Carp, the icy sensation piercing through his mind. Even as he submerged beneath the surface, his eyes remained wide open. The speed had intensified beyond what it was before. The force was even greater. Despite the humiliation of such an attack, inexplicably, the corners of the old soldier's mouth curled into a smile. No longer was there the hatred of their first encounter, nor the regret of the pursuit, but rather a nostalgic delight. It was the joy of discovering a worthy adversary. Mo Jing, indeed, you are no mere fool seeking your own demise. In the azure waters, aged pupils and pale golden vertical slits locked in a gaze, each perceiving the fervent desire for combat within the other's eyes. In the next instant, a rough hand seized Mo Jing's shoulder fiercely. while the other hand formed a grip as if to tear a segment of the ocean itself, iron fist poised at his side. Fist of bones. A single punch. Boom. The entire sea erupted. The nearest warship was violently capsized. A streak of fire ascended into the sky. Carp lay upon the surface of the water. Laughing heartily, Mo Jing, how do you find this punch? The fervor of battle ignited in his eyes, devoid of warmth or compassion, undeniably. The youthful pirate before him was still inferior, yet had earned the right to command his attention. This blade now possessed the capability to wound him. In midair, Mo Jing let out a wild laugh, the blood spilling from his lips consumed by the flames. His body unfurled in the tempest, flipping downward. In this inverted world, he tilted his head, locking eyes with Carp, his pupils reflecting a soft golden sheen. Old fellow, have you ever heard the song of the whale? In the wind. His voice resonated gently. Carp was taken aback. In the next moment, the figure of Mo Jing abruptly vanished into the air. Soul forging, black belt, Kruby. A flash of silver light. A haunting whale song descended from the heavens. One sword style, ultimate technique. The song of the ocean whale, embracing life. Boom. The surface of the sea shattered like glass, as Carp found himself pressed against the black and white blade, plunging into the depths alongside Mo Jing. A colossal wave, towering over 10 meters high, erupted from the ocean, forcing all naval vessels, save for Carp's warship, to retreat from this battleground. In the depths, the soul weapon Kilowatt pressed its blade against Carp's formidable iron fist, sparks flying as it forced him deeper. The iron cannon, having served less than 24 hours, was now twisted into scrap metal at a depth of 10,000 meters. It was the perfect moment for the newcomer to seize the opportunity. The performance of Kilowatt was exceptional. However, as the momentum waned, the descent inevitably slowed to an exponential degree. Carp's steadfast gaze emerged from behind his dark iron fist. Without uttering a word, Mo Jing understood the old man's unspoken sentiment. It's my turn now. No. Mo Jing's lips moved slightly. A peculiar vibration reached Carp's ears, morphing into a mocking tone. Next, it is still my round. Floating sky, vast sea, the fish swims. A long-forgotten technique, yet its execution underwater manifested an entirely different essence. Carp unleashed a lightning-fast punch. Even beneath the waves, it expelled a torrent of turbulent water. However, Mo Jing, like a nimble fish, navigated through the currents. Swiftly darting in front of Carp, his blade glimmering as if he were an artist, weaving through the chaotic waters and directing them towards Carp. Carp's response was remarkably simple. Another punch. The ferocious water flow scattered the intricate lines of turbulence. Again, fist, bone, meteor shower. The violent force of Carp's punch nearly created a vacuum around him. Yet, Mo Jing floated like a delicate strand of watergrass, effortlessly evading the terrifying high-pressure water cannons with subtle, lateral movements. In the depths of the sea, Carp's fist winds were no longer as mighty and expansive as they were on land. The two stood facing each other in the water. At that moment, even Carp had to concede that, barring any extraordinary means, he found himself at a loss against Mo Jing in this aquatic realm. Meanwhile, Mo Jing felt a twinge of frustration. He had already attained his peak form, bolstered by the enhancements from his bloodline and several high-quality traits, granting him unparalleled advantages. Yet, before Carp, it seemed only to afford him a slight edge, as any proximity risked severe injury. This was particularly true in the water, where the enemy faced significant disadvantages while his own capabilities were greatly amplified. Should Carp seize an opportunity? The consequences of being hurled above the surface and subjected to a relentless barrage were too daunting to contemplate. Their gazes met through the water. A moment marked by a blend of mutual respect and subtle disdain. Both understood that if the confrontation dragged on, victory would inevitably belong to Mo Jing. After all, despite Carp's formidable strength, he remained human. As long as he was submerged, the moment of suffocation would eventually arrive. Yet neither harbored such thoughts. Carp clenched his fists tightly, gradually retracting them, and when he looked at Mo Jing again, his eyes glimmered with icy determination, devoid of any reservations. As the last vestiges of oxygen in his lungs were consumed, the rush of blood surged into his muscle cells, charging them for a final explosion of power. The ultimate strike, Fist of the Twin Stars. In an instant, Mo Jing's hair flowed backward as two colossal fist imprints obscured his vision entirely. Beyond the distorted water, Carp's figure shot upwards with remarkable speed. In that fleeting moment, two choices materialized in Mo Jing's mind. Withstand the blow? Foolish. Evade? Perhaps. But he would never catch up to Carp again. Having endured so long under such relentless assault, even clay would be hardened to ceramic. His spirit ignited with a fiery determination. He would not be thwarted today in delivering a beating to that old man. Defying the current, he ascended, senses heightened. Smell, sight, hearing, and the tactile sensation of vibrations flooded his mind in a cacophony of information. In that instant, he felt as if he had entered an ethereal state. Suddenly, his olfactory senses surged into overdrive. A radically different image unfolded in his mind. Within a mere fraction of a second, he perceived the minuscule gap between Carp's fists, akin to planets colliding. Trait, death sniff. The flames in his pupils surged, and Mo Jing transformed into a blue shadow, plunging into the void between the fists. Kilowatt piercing the gap without hesitation. In an instant, he was shredded. Yet, those two imposing fist imprints that had shrouded his vision crumbled like a cascade of collapsing dominoes. The ferocious torrents spread outward in all directions. Amidst the chaotic currents, a figure shot forth, charging towards Carp. Sensing a shift in the observation Haki, Carp, who was merely an arm's length from the water's surface, turned in astonishment. A fist, enveloped in a sinister cerulean scale armor, loomed larger in his vision. Boom! The water erupted. Under the astonished gaze of all the Navy personnel, Mo Jing roared, delivering an uppercut that struck the dark chin of the naval hero, propelling him high above the surface. Shoryuken. Crystal droplets of water splashed, glistening in the sunlight. This scene was indelibly etched into the minds of all witnesses. In the following moment, a sound akin to that of a mighty beast inhaling resonated, as the sea echoed Carp's admiration. What a splendid punch! As expression shifted dramatically, he plunged into the depths of the water. In the next instant, the sea sank, and he transformed into a blazing comet, descending hundreds of meters beneath the surface, stabilizing his form and laughing heartily as he sped away into the distance. From this moment forth, no one would be able to pursue him across the ocean. The surface of the sea rippled gently, glimmering under the sunlight. On board the dog-headed warship, Carp stroked his chin, laughing heartily. What a powerful punch! His exuberant and joyous voice resonated far and wide, devoid of any shadow of gloom. The surrounding naval soldiers, cautiously glancing toward this direction, breathed a sigh of relief. The naval hero remained unscathed. There was no other choice. As a paragon of justice championed by the world government, Carp served as the spiritual pillar in the hearts of all Navy personnel. The more they admired and revered Carp, the more they were taken aback by his earlier soaring dragon punch. Although most could see that flamboyant display had not truly inflicted any damage on Carp, Bogart, standing nearby, covered his face and sighed, "Mr. Carp, please ensure you wear diving equipment the next time you submerge, if you would." To combat the fishmen, the Navy had fully employed coding technology to develop a variety of submersible devices for different purposes, naturally including individual diving collars. Typically, naval personnel would don such collars when engaging with fishmen, while there were those like Carp who would dive into the fray holding their breath. Most of them had perished long ago, with their graves bearing fruit the size of a brain. Carp laughed heartily, remaining silent. Underwater, relying solely on a single breath. He could not contend with, but could not contend with him either. If he truly wished to flee, he could merely disperse his immense punch pressure and use the reaction force to propel himself back to the surface. The sound of wind rushing through the air heralded Smoker, who transformed into a column of smoke and landed on Carp's ship, inquiring whether Carp intended to continue the pursuit. "Let them return to their respective divisions," Carp said, walking to the railing and gazing in the direction had departed. Unlike before, this time vanished from his observation within mere seconds, his speed far surpassing any fishman he had previously encountered. Without the ability to sense the future, no number of warships could hope to sink him, Carp stated bluntly. Smoker found himself at a loss for words, recalling the straw-hatted boy who had escaped from him 2 days prior, along with the legendary revolutionary leader, Dragon, and felt a throbbing headache. When had the small East Blue become such a gathering of heroes? He couldn't help but frown and lament. Is he another Jinbei? No. Carp shook his head, gazing at the ocean in the distance, his smile unwavering, though his strength may still fall short. The degree of difficulty he presents has already surpassed that of Jinbei. The surrounding individuals fell momentarily silent, unaware that the figure they spoke of, Jinbei, was not far from their location. Within the depths of the ocean, 1,000 meters down, Jinbei propelled himself through the water with the speed of a cannonball. Clad in an embroidered bathrobe, the tattoo of the sun danced subtly upon his chest. As one of the current warlords of the sea, Jinbei's perception of humanity has always been rather unfavorable. His childhood experiences, marred by the conflicts between humans and fishmen, fostered a deep-seated resentment towards the human race. Although he later heeded the wisdom of Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirates, and began to reflect more profoundly on the relationship between humans and fishmen, eventually aligning himself with the warlords, his treatment of humanity remained one of mere equality. Humans are a species driven by desire, and while he has encountered many remarkable individuals worthy of admiration, he is often disillusioned by the countless others blinded by their own greed. He constantly reminds himself of this truth. Presently, both the world government and Fishman Island regard him as a bridge for peace between humans and fishmen, a role he willingly embraces. Yet, many of his former comrades struggle to comprehend his choices. Take, for instance, the case of Arlong. The mere thought of this name caused Jinbei's brows to furrow deeper. As a fellow former member of the Sun Pirates, Jinbei had once liberated Arlong from prison and had urged him to abandon his hatred towards humans. Their encounter had escalated to violence, with Jinbei nearly beating Arlong to a pulp for his stubbornness. At that time, he had already steeled himself for the possibility of meeting Arlong again behind bars. Who could have anticipated that the next news he would receive regarding Arlong would be one of his demise? If Arlong's death had been at the hands of a human, Jinbei might have felt sorrow and regret. However, the circumstances were far from that. According to the esteemed hero, Garp, the perpetrator was a fellow fishman named Mokiai. The speculation suggested that Arlong had collaborated with a colonel from the 16th Division, only to be subsequently slain by his own kind. Upon receiving this shocking revelation, Jinbei felt as if his fishman mind had momentarily malfunctioned. Arlong, collaborating with humans? Killed by an unfamiliar fishman from the East Blue? Casually? What an absurd joke this was for the fishman community. Yet, Garp's message was credible. Thus, although he declined Garp's proposal to ambush Mokiai together, restless nights plagued him, prompting him to resolve to swim to the East Blue. Uncertain of the precise ambush location, he wasted a bit of time at the edge of the doldrums. Fortunately, fishmen possess an acute sensitivity to water currents. He soon discerned the direction of the fierce battle that had commenced. Had it already begun? Jinbei exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself through the water with haste. He had not previously encountered the name Mo Jing, which suggested that this individual was likely a fishman hailing from the East Sea. Throughout the protracted conflict between fishmen and humans, numerous fishmen, whether willingly or under duress, had established homes in various corners of the world. Thus, the existence of an East Sea fishman was hardly surprising. Jinbei's concern lay in the individual's disposition towards humans. The massacre at the naval base and the assault on his brethren indicated a level of animosity beyond the ordinary. He hoped there remained a possibility for redemption. A sigh escaped Jinbei's lips. His mission had two objectives. If there was still hope for the individual, he would negotiate with Garp, offer assistance, or even incapacitate him, all to ensure he could be brought back to Fishman Island for rigorous re-education. However, if the individual had succumbed to a life of slaughter, capturing him personally would serve as a means of accountability to Arlong. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a figure surged forward from the depths, moving at remarkable speed. Another fishman? Jinbei was momentarily taken aback, but he soon realized that, given the time and location, this must be the fleeing East Sea fishman, Mo Jing. Just as he prepared to call out and intervene, his gaze locked with the creature's light golden vertical pupils. In that instant, his pupils constricted, and his body stiffened involuntarily. An instinctive dread, rooted deep within his bloodline, erupted violently in his mind. Although he quickly quelled this fear with his resolute will, by the time he regained his senses, the elongated figure had vanished from sight. The murky waters swirled slowly around him. Jinbei stood in the current, his mouth agape. Eyes widened as he stared in the direction of the retreating figure, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity. Was that truly a fishman? Only he, as a fishman himself, could acutely perceive the tremor that resonated through his very lineage in that fleeting moment. This was not merely a matter of kinship, nor a relationship defined by friend or foe. It was the stark dynamic between predator and prey. In that brief instant, he felt as though he had glimpsed a demon cloaked in the guise of a fishman, infiltrating their ranks. What manner of monstrosity was this? Bufaro, what manner of creature are you? At the edge of the high-altitude clouds, on Bufaro's back, Baby 5, her severed arm meticulously bandaged and tied with a bow, wore an expression of deep gloom. How could someone create such a ruckus with that naval hero and ultimately escape? Was this truly the target they were pursuing? Bafaro was left dumbfounded. The mere thought of this harbinger of death having once sat upon his back sent chills down his spine. "Baby, 5, let us abandon this mission," Bafaro declared. Given their positions, failing to complete such an overwhelming task would not incur the wrath of Doflamingo. Baby, 5, caressing her severed arm, fell silent for a moment before reluctantly agreeing through clenched teeth. Yet, just as Bafaro was about to change course, Baby 5 suddenly spoke up. "Wait, Bafaro?" Baby 5 pointed at a swift soaring below, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Doesn't this bird look familiar to you?" Bafaro scrutinized it for a moment and replied, "Aren't all birds similar in appearance?" Baby 5 exclaimed, "Fool, have you forgotten our first encounter with Mo Jing?" She playfully patted Bafaro's back. It dawned on him. During their inaugural meeting with Mo Jing, she had cradled a slumbering bird. Later, as they soared through the sky with Mo Jing, the bird had followed closely behind. At the time, it had escaped their notice, but now it was evident that there existed an extraordinary bond between this bird and Mo Jing. "Baby 5, are you suggesting?" Bafaro began, but Baby 5 had already smirked and transformed her upper body into a projectile. "Missile woman," Bafaro exclaimed. With a swift motion, he grasped Baby 5's leg and hurled her into the air, executing a rotational projection cannon. With a lifelong understanding between them, Baby 5 needed only to call out, and Bafaro immediately comprehended her intent, even though he was puzzled by the necessity of using explosives against a bird. High above, the ever-watchful Zwa-I expressed discontent. It too yearned to showcase its prowess. Since its days with the Black Cat pirates, it had not engaged in combat for quite some time, and the monotony had become intolerable. Just as this thought crossed its mind, a thunderous rush of wind erupted from overhead. Zwa-I turned in alarm, its eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. It was broad daylight, yet someone was detonating explosives against a bird. Before it could accelerate away, a tremendous explosion engulfed it in a terrifying wave of heat. Amidst the debris, Baby 5's form gradually coalesced. Bafaro descended swiftly, catching her. Baby 5 huffed, her gaze gleaming with satisfaction as she stared towards the direction of the explosion, though a hint of sorrow soon clouded her expression. Mo Jing severed one of her arms, leaving her to seek revenge upon the opponent's pet, a truly pitiable display of weakness. "That scoundrel." Baby 5 clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she vowed, "One day, I shall slay you, Mo Jing." No sooner had she spoken than a flicker of fire reflected in her goggles. A rapidly spinning flame drill surged toward Baby 5's face. Instincts honed through years of battle prompted Baby 5 to transform her upper body into a long blade in an instant. Clang! The flames hesitated for a moment, splitting before her, revealing the bisected form of Zwa-I. "What on earth?" Baby 5 gasped, her astonishment deepening as she turned to see the fallen object amidst the flames. It was still alive? Mo? Bahafluo, upon hearing this, also looked on in shock. In the next moment, before their eyes, Zwa-I was reborn from the flames. It resurrected. The sky echoed with their astonished cries. Revived, Zwa-I turned and fled. Sizzle sizzle. Can't win. It sought its master for vengeance. Bahafluo and Baby 5 did not pursue. They stood rooted in disbelief. "Hey, Bahafluo, did you see that?" Baby 5 murmured, seemingly lost. "I saw it. That flame seems to dwell within Mo Jing as well. This matter must be reported to the young master." Baby 5 gritted her teeth. Mo. In the depths of the sea, Mo Jing maintained a rapid advance at a depth of approximately 50 meters beneath the water's surface. In truth, this was not the case merely 10 minutes prior. Ever since his fortuitous encounter with that peculiar merman, he had prudently reduced his depth to below 5,000 meters. This depth constituted a hunting ground for numerous colossal deep-sea creatures and sea deities. Even a merman would not readily venture to such depths. As a hybrid of the Sea King lineage, Mo Jing traversed the depths with an unimpeded presence, his bloodline radiating an aura so potent that even the previous fishmen froze in awe. Yet, he soon found himself unable to endure the depths, surfacing instead. This was not due to any physical discomfort, but rather an overwhelming sense of irritation. The so-called bloodline suppression is, in essence, an instinctive emission of one's life energy, serving not only to dominate lesser marine creatures but also to facilitate recognition among the sea kings. For instance, a colossal amphibious creature, exceeding 5,000 meters in length, would be perceived by Mo Jing as stable, frog, adult. Such identifiers are commonplace among the sea kings. However, Mo Jing was distinct. as an unprecedented hybrid of Sea King and human. His life energy was interpreted by other Sea Kings as hybrid, venomous snake, sharp human, juvenile. In simpler terms, he was viewed as an anomaly. Those Sea Kings dwelling in the calm waters had spent countless years in solitude, entirely unaccustomed to such a peculiar entity. Thus, whenever Mo Jing swam by, he would invariably attract a throng of curious onlookers. They did not attack. Instead, they observed him with rapt attention. Their massive eyes, each over 50 meters in diameter, fixed upon the small, slowly moving figure, their pupils shifting ever so slightly. A person afflicted with fear of colossal creatures would have succumbed to terror in such a scenario. Yet, Mo Jing was merely vexed, feeling an odd sensation akin to returning home for the new year, surrounded by an eager crowd of relatives scrutinizing his every move. Of course, some of the more irritable beings, upon sensing Mo Jing's presence, would erupt from their lairs in a furious attempt to annihilate what they deemed an eyesore, a blight upon their aesthetic sensibilities. Ironically, this relationship has now blossomed into a profound camaraderie, with Mo Jing having become a trusted companion of a certain bull Sea King's soul. Would you not agree? Mo Jing gazed at the cerulean soul nestled within the palm of his left hand, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Nowadays, when he faced these aquatic leviathans dwelling beneath 5,000 meters, he exhibited a prowess reminiscent of his earlier days spent fishing. To his surprise, merely a month into his maritime journey, he had seamlessly reclaimed his former skills. After this series of endeavors, Mo Jing obediently returned to the depths close to the ocean surface. Presently, he was attempting to deactivate his full-frequency microphone while taking advantage of the journey's interlude to contemplate the transformations he had undergone since acquiring the bloodline of the Sea King. Firstly, he had grown taller. His hair had also lengthened slightly. He had noticed this during his battle with Carp. Previously standing at around 175 meters, he now approached nearly 190 meters. Fortunately, his physique did not appear bulky. Rather, his muscles seemed to have undergone a subtle refinement, becoming more streamlined and adept at harnessing power in the water. As for his appearance, Mo Jing had gazed into mirrors above the ocean several times. Aside from the scales and serpentine pupils, the remainder of his features retained almost all human characteristics. There was a blend of fierceness and elegance, coupled with a hint of authority. He was quite pleased with this new visage. Secondly, there were changes in his traits. The original rhythm of water had transformed into Child of the Sea, while deep breathing had evolved into Deep Diver, both being enhanced versions of their predecessors. Child of the Sea significantly amplified Mo Jing's perception and insight into the ocean, as well as his agility while navigating its depths. Deep Diver enabled him to swiftly acclimatize to varying pressures while enhancing his oxygen efficiency, granting him the ability for cutaneous respiration. The trait that genuinely bolstered his combat prowess was Ocean Sovereign. Its effect was straightforward. As long as Mo Jing was submerged in water, he would experience comprehensive enhancement. Without this trait, he would not have dared to drag Carp into the depths for a contest. As for Water Whisperer, it was the most enigmatic of all his traits. It allowed Mo Jing to occasionally perceive residual information lingering within the water. For instance, at this moment, Mo Jing gradually came to a halt, extending his perception into the surrounding waters. Soon, an image emerged in his mind, a serrated shark gliding through a certain expanse of water. This was not merely a lingering scent or a deduction drawn from other information. Rather, it was the memory of the water itself, akin to a cinematic cutscene. However, at present, it appeared rather inconsequential. The ocean is vast, and no one can ascertain the origin of the currents that communicate with you, nor can they pinpoint the time frame they remember. As for the forthcoming toxin of distortion, it seems less formidable than its name suggests, primarily concerning its toxic properties. Although Mo Jing has not developed the fangs or venom glands characteristic of serpents, he has undergone an adaptive evolution, manifesting another type of gland capable of secreting neurotoxins. Now, his entire being is capable of exuding a colorless, odorless, and highly toxic neurotoxin, rendering him a diminutive toxic entity. As for the precise potency of this toxin, no accurate results have yet been determined. Mo Jing is not a pedantic individual. While he holds a deep appreciation for direct confrontation and relishes the thrill of honorable duels, he does not dismiss the efficacy of cunning tactics and does not harbor any prejudice against such traits. The final technique, Scent of Death, had already been subtly demonstrated during his battle with Carp, where a single strike dismantled Carp's assault. Originally, this trait was not nearly as extraordinary as it seems. Based on the obscure explanations in the panel's information, It merely allowed for the collation and analysis of formidable olfactory data to discern the damaged or relatively vulnerable areas of a being, essentially, its weaknesses. However, it appears to have undergone a remarkable transformation due to a peculiar chemical reaction with his primal instincts, enabling Mo Jing, in moments of intense concentration, to occasionally detect flaws not only in living beings, but also in inanimate objects and techniques. This insight has greatly enriched his swordsmanship. He refers to this unparalleled sword technique as gaps. Although it appears powerful, its low success rate renders it challenging to apply in practical combat. The final alteration pertains to the last column of the panel's information, Ancient Covenant, Sea King. The information presented in his mind describes it thus: the sovereign of the seas has long established a covenant with the ocean, when summoned by this oath. The progeny of the sea shall come forth to render aid. According to Mo Jing's understanding, those of the Sea King lineage must have forged ancient covenants with a certain individual or object, and when the oath-bearer calls upon them, he, as an unprecedented hybrid of the Sea King, is also obliged to assist. Although he is unaware of the consequences of breaching this covenant, he does not take it to heart. The world is vast, and it seems improbable that he would be the only one to encounter such a summons. Even if he were summoned, it would not be a significant concern. If he can help, he shall, for experiencing the wonders of this world is a privilege. Of course, should he be coerced into undertaking an unpleasant task, he would not hesitate to enlighten the summoner on the reason behind his half-human lineage. As these thoughts lingered, the connection between the primordial fire grew clearer. Mo Jing sensed the approach of Shui. He burst forth from the water's surface, gliding forward for a brief moment before gradually coming to a halt, firmly establishing his stance. Indeed, even in the absence of chakra, he had now mastered the art of walking upon the water's surface. In this tranquil expanse devoid of wind, silence reigned supreme. The horizon seamlessly blended with the azure sky, creating a placid sea that resembled a vast, tranquil mirror. As he advanced, ripples radiated outward beneath his feet, distorting the reflections of heaven and earth. A swift swallow descended from the heavens, alighting gently upon his shoulder. The crisp chirp echoed, seemingly the soul sound resonating in this serene realm. Mo Jing playfully tapped Shui's little head. No foul language. Silly, silly, silly. Shui, cradling its little head, lamented about the incident where it was bombarded. Those two rascals? Mo Jing chuckled. They did not follow. Silly. Were you frightened by your resurrection? Silly, silly. It matters not. Eventually, the truth shall be unveiled. Strengthen yourself swiftly. One day, we shall grow powerful enough to fear no one and their secrets. Mo Jing softly reassured Shui. Presently, Karp remained relentless in his pursuit. Yet Mo Jing was aware that such days would not linger much longer. Following this battle, the Navy headquarters would surely realize that capturing him at sea was nearly impossible. Therefore, even if he had the leisure to engage Karp in a game of cat and mouse, the Navy would not permit Karp, such a formidable force, to continue circling around him in the East Sea. Anticipating this, during his time on the cruise ship, he had already assigned Ken, Wenzino, and Idy to inform the crew at the sea restaurant training session. He instructed them to prepare a vessel capable of navigating the Grand Line during their leisure time. As for the Atom Tree, according to the information Mo Jing extracted from Baby 5, the extraordinary auction had already been swept clean by the two, rendering any continuation of the auction impossible. He wondered if that old fellow Jipu had any other means to procure it. Currently, establishing contact with the Barati restaurant proved to be quite challenging. But this issue should soon be resolved. Mo Jing gazed ahead, having heard whispers of a wondrous land of bridges in that direction. Surely, locating a telephone bug there would not pose a significant challenge. In the black market, Baby 5 exclaimed with urgency, I am absolutely certain I did not miss C. Bahaflu can attest to this. Bahaflu, unable to squeeze into the telephone booth, leaned his head inside and spoke into the receiver. I saw it too. Is it truly immortal? The low, resonant laughter of Don Quixote, Doflamingo emanated from the receiver. It sounds like something those fellows would be keen on. However, Doflamingo's voice suddenly elongated. How could there possibly exist someone who cannot perish in this world? Even the Yomi Yomi Nomi can only grant resurrection once. Surely, you have not been deceived by some Logia-type user? But we truly witnessed it. It was cleaved in two and revived from one half. Baby 5's voice dwindled. Exchanging a glance with Bahaflu, both of them gripped by uncertainty. Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, they too began to doubt. Could there truly be someone who does not die? Suddenly, Baby 5 recalled something and exclaimed, that's right. He is also a fishman. She proceeded to recount in detail the battle she had observed between Mo Jing and carp. Devil fruit users cannot venture into the water. Mo Jing's ability to battle carp underwater is evidently not that of an unusual devil fruit user. Upon finishing her account, silence enveloped the receiver. After a lengthy pause, Doflamingo's low laughter resonated once more. I shall send Aulaji and Dringer to assist you. Do not let the situation deteriorate further. Baby, 5 and Bahaflu appeared intimidated by Doflamingo's tone, promptly responding, yes, throughout their conversation. None of the trio regarded Mo Jing's ability to contend with carp with much weight. Seasoned warriors as they were not easily swayed by superficial achievements. The extraordinary prowess of fishmen in water had long been ingrained in the minds of those from the Sun Pirates era. However, once they reached land, it was the domain of humanity. This was the consensus of the vast majority of people in this world. After hanging up, Baby, 5 and Bahafla stood amidst the bustling black market, the sea breeze brushing past them, evoking a fleeting sense of solitude. Bahafla suddenly inquired, Baby, 5, do you think we can truly capture Mo Jing? Although he held unwavering faith in Doflamingo's judgment. A moment of calm reflection led him to consider that carp had attempted to apprehend Mo Jing twice, even once on land, which inevitably stirred doubts. After all, even with their combined strength alongside Aulaji and Dringer, they were no match for a single carp. Escaping was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. Upon reflection, the likelihood of a successful escape appears rather substantial. As long as the old man Laoji is willing to risk everything to hold off carp, he could manage to flee with the remaining 2. Laoji is indeed formidable. You fool! Baby, 5 exclaimed, striking his arm. Use your brain. Are you intending to catch fishmen in the sea? Carp has not even managed to capture Mo Jinging on the shore. Buffalo remarked, perplexed. But there are 4 of us. Baby, 5 ignited the tip of her cigarette, inhaling deeply before releasing a cloud of smoke. As much as I hate to admit it, our relative weakness compared to carp is our advantage. Are you joking, Baby 5? Buffalo raised his voice. Baby, 5 covered one ear, exasperatedly pointing out. Carp cannot catch Mo Jing because Mo Jing only wishes to escape, but we are not as strong as carp. Mo Jing will surely stay behind to fight us. As long as he is willing to engage, there exists a possibility of capturing him. If he does not return to the sea, he is merely a bounty of 100 million as a pirate. Can we not subdue a pirate with a bounty of 100 million? In fact, this aligns with Doflamingo's strategy, sending reinforcements led by Lao Ji, a powerful martial artist and a key asset of the Don Quixote family, whose bounty had already exceeded 61 million berries a decade ago, capable of directly confronting Mo Jing. Furthermore, Delinger, a half-fishman, boasts physical attributes far superior to an ordinary human, with a bounty surpassing 10 million 10 years prior, making it feasible to prevent Mo Jing from retreating to the sea. As a user of the weapon fruit, Baby 5's true strength lies in her long-range attacks. A single missile strike would deter even Mo Jing from attempting to withstand it. As for Buffalo, although his combat prowess as a user of the spin fruit is lacking, his supportive abilities are exceptional. He can not only elevate Baby 5 into a secure position for her attacks, but also generate wind pressure to hinder the enemy's movements. His contributions should not be underestimated. With a well-coordinated strategy reminiscent of a mid-lane Yasuo waiting in the brush for a chance to strike back, how could they possibly lose? If they were to allow the opponent to escape back to their fountain, they might as well give up the game entirely. Buffalo nodded vigorously after Baby 5's analysis. He felt confident this time. 2 days later, the ocean surged with waves. Mo Jing reclined leisurely upon the surface of the sea. After 2 days of diligent practice, he had mastered the art of retracting his life radiance with ease. To his delight, upon withdrawing this radiance, his aquatic features became equally manageable. In this retracted state, he assumed a completely human form, devoid of the enhancements bestowed by his oceanic dominance. However, lacking his scales made him more suited for terrestrial movement. Generally, Mo Jing preferred to maintain his human guise, as it allowed for greater finesse and swordplay. Yet now, amidst the ocean's embrace, he retained his scaled form, which he referred to as his merman state, despite the absence of any true merman lineage in this world. Just a few hours prior, he had exchanged a 5-meter-long bluefin tuna in a coastal village for a pin and precise directions to the Kingdom of Bridges. At present, he was simultaneously messaging Dada on the Heart Conch while progressing leisurely through the water. Carp, a relic of the past, he had long since outpaced him. Dolphins were rather bothersome, Yet sea snakes were generous companions. A subtle smile played upon his lips as he wrote with fervor. Encountering orcas was a delight. As long as one was willing to play with them, they would gladly offer a ride. Before long, Dada's messages flooded back, chattering like a little sparrow, sharing everything under the sun with Mo Jing. Mo Jing held the conch shell, occasionally chuckling softly. Suddenly, upon reading a particular line, his expression shifted dramatically, and he became solemn. He halted his advance, leaping above the waves, and settled cross-legged upon the surface of the water. After a moment of deep contemplation, he solemnly inscribed, "Father," crossed out. "Did your dad say anything?" Dada replied, "Father is somewhat displeased. He blames Grandpa for carelessly picking up pirates and received a beating from him. Now Mother is feeding him." Mo Jing's eyes brimmed with tears. These past 2 years of hard work have not been in vain. It's clear that the old man truly cares for his son. Next time, I must find a way to snatch Captain's cloak and send it to him as a keepsake. Receiving an item used by his idol would surely bring him immense joy. What does your mother say? She thinks I am quite impressive. Mo Jing could vividly imagine the radiant demeanor of Dada. It seemed that all he needed to do was win over his father-in-law. He adjusted his attitude and humbly sought counsel. "What are your uncle's interests? Do you intend to present him with a gift?" Laughter erupted from Dada, who was thoroughly amused. Dada's father held the rank of colonel in the nearby naval branch, while her mother served as the head chef. According to Dada, her father frequently faced reprimands from her mother due to his picky eating habits. However, Dada did not disclose to Mo Jing what her father particularly enjoyed. No matter how he inquired, she remained tight-lipped, occasionally relishing in such playful mischief. Mo Jing felt a slight headache, pondering what exactly the colonel favored. It became evident that the world is perpetually filled with those incapable of perceiving the atmosphere. Amidst the sound of crashing waves, a mocking voice emerged from behind Mo Jing. "Ha, boss, come and see the merman." Mo Jing turned his head, only to see a pirate ship adorned with the visage of a sea turtle gliding leisurely towards him. The sea turtle pirate crew, a robust man, bearing a shell upon his back and donning sunglasses, stood with one foot upon the ship's railing, gazing at Mo Jing with a hearty laugh. "Indeed, a merman. Ha ha ha. Capturing you will surely fetch a handsome sum." Mo Jing had little interest in dealing with these individuals and was about to dive away when suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he cast a peculiar glance at the chat records on the heart conch and then at the pirate ship behind him, stroking his chin in contemplation. 20 minutes later, the entire turtle pirate crew was huddled on the deck, their heads clasped in despair. "Have you all memorized it?" Mo Jing inquired, seated atop the turtle's head at the bow of the ship. "Yes, we have," the pirates replied with a hint of humiliation. Those who had failed to memorize it lay sprawled on the deck, charred by flames to a crisp. Once more, Mo Jing commanded with a wave of his hand. The crew hurriedly recited, "I am a member of the turtle pirate crew, here to surrender. May the colonel enjoy blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountain." "Excellent." Mo Jing gestured for silence, feeling a sense of admiration for his own creativity. Surely, this gift would take his father-in-law by surprise. Just as he pondered this, the tremors in the water behind him caught his attention. The waters of this sea were unusually lively today. He turned to gaze towards the front of the turtle ship, and, not far away, spotted an old man clad in a tight-fitting blue and red suit, riding atop the back of a blonde, horned fishman as if surfing, slicing through the waves with ease. As Mo Jing cast his gaze upon them, the two individuals also became aware of his presence. The golden-haired merman from the depths of the sea immediately exclaimed, "Ah, a band of pirates has been discovered." Along with a merman, the elderly man standing atop the merman's back turned towards Mo Jing, his voice steady and resonant, proclaiming, "We are the officers of the Don Quixote family. If you wish to avoid the demise of your entire pirate crew here, you would do well to answer my questions obediently." Clearly, he mistook Mo Jing for the captain of the sea turtle pirate crew. The old man, seemingly producing a bounty notice from thin air, tossed it toward Mo Jing, inquiring, "Have you seen this pirate?" Mo Jing unfolded the bounty notice, gazing at his own striking photograph, and fell into a contemplative silence. Is there something profoundly wrong with the members of the Don Quixote family? Of course, he had encountered them before. Leaning his left hand against his face, he shook the bounty notice in his right hand. Yet, what could the Don Quixote family possibly want from him? He initially contemplated how these two individuals had discovered his presence along this particular route. However, upon reflecting on Don Quixote Doflamingo's status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, His confusion began to dissipate. They likely acquired intelligence from the Navy. After all, his recent trajectory had been a straight line, unmistakably indicating his intended destination. Yet, instead of the Navy arriving, it was the Don Quixote family that had appeared. According to the narrative, shouldn't he have been the one seeking trouble with the Don Quixote family? How daring of them to threaten him. Why was it that he had been approached first? Mo Jing cast a contemplative glance at the two individuals. It appeared that Zhuo Yi's resurrection had indeed garnered the attention of certain parties. Don Quixote Doflamingo, perhaps? One should refrain from probing into matters best left unexamined. The elderly gentleman in the tight-fitting attire remarked with a sense of gravitas. Very well. Mo Jing shrugged nonchalantly and turned to address the members of the turtle pirate crew behind him, exclaiming, "What are you all standing around for? Have you forgotten my previous instructions?" In order to please his future father-in-law, he had specifically directed the remaining members of the turtle pirate crew to adorn their ship as if it were a gift, decorating it with red couplets and vibrant streamers. Those with good voices were to sing cheerful tunes, while the others were tasked with firing cannons and chanting slogans, ensuring a lively and jubilant entry into prison, making their sentences a joyous affair. The mere thought of these pirates delivering their confession amidst a flurry of colorful ribbons in unison filled him with a sense of artistic pride. However, this was not the moment for such musings. He snapped his fingers, appointing Zhuo Yi as the overseer. With the vast aquatic sensing abilities provided by the Son of the Sea, he no longer required Zhuo Yi to keep watch while submerged in the water. Under the puzzled gazes of the two members of the Don Quixote family, he leaped into the water. "What on earth do you intend to do?" The golden-haired fishman with a quirky had instinctively inquired with caution. Mo Jing looked at them with confusion. "Aren't you looking for me? I can lead you there. How could there be such kind-hearted individuals? Kid, what exactly are you planning?" The old man on the back of the fishman bellowed, assuming a fighting stance, veins bulging on his forehead. "Calm down," Mo Jing replied earnestly. "Previously, Miss Baby, 5 and Mr. Buffalo from the Don Quixote family rendered me significant assistance. So guiding you would merely be a way to repay their kindness. By the way, how should I address you?" The old man and the fishman exchanged glances, seemingly moved by the sincerity in Mo Jing's eyes. The